They're all the same. They're all the same. Sane and tame, controlled. Zombies. They're all the same.
All the same.
They hate and fear difference. They envy and copy. They can't be their own beings. They're all the same.
Zombie clones.
Slaves.
Slaves.
All the same.
They're all the same.
Sane.
Same.
Slaves.
Zombie slaves.
Zombie slaves.
All the same.
Controlled. They're of this world.
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
Sane and tame.
Controlled.
Zombies. Zombie slaves.
Zombie slaves.
All the same. All the same.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
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 Time. Matrix.
Time.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
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 Time. Matrix.
Time. Time. Matrix. Time. Time.
Lord.
Oh, Lord.
Us darkies,
Us darkies.
we've being tugged out to sea. Oh Lord, the tugboats brigade is here on a rampage, a flotilla tugging away. Us po tiggers, a flotilla. No more snacks, no beans or tortillas. We be floating on doors. We say we be kings and more, floating away on old doors, going far out to sea. Tell me, help me, how can this be? I can't swim. Save me, Jesus. Is that him? Oh, yeah. Oh, Lord. Tugboats. I'm no pirate, but I can shake my black booty. Coochie, coochie, cooties. Oh, Lord. Yo, yo. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. The tugboats. Oh, Lord. Our Lord. Our darky Lord. Our black Jesus. Help me. I can't swim. Oh, Lord. Our Lord. My son. Oh, Lord. My Lord. I can't swim. Oh, Lord. Our Lord. Our darky Lord. Our black Jesus. Help me. I can't swim. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Our Lord. My son. Oh, Lord. My Lord. I can't swim. Oh, Lord, black Jesus. Oh, Lord, sinking, sinking. Watermelon. Yeah. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken.
Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid.
It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood.
Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my
Bring me more black Jesus.
Black Jesus?
He a watermelon felon.
Watermelon felon.
Purple and gold.
Purple and gold.
No futures we hold.
Gang, gang. Watermelon felons.
Watermelon felon.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Get you some grape soda. Load up some cookout mac and cheese. Hot sauce and black-eyed peas. Spit lyrics better than Yoda. Baby, you need some bent over my knee. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons.
Bang, bang. The usual suspects. The usual suspects.
Black Jesus rules. Black Jesus.
Purple and gold. Keep you doing voodoo in the hoodoo. Shut up your ass for watermelon felons.
Watermelon felons.
Watermelon felons.
Watermelon
Felons.
Watermelon. Watermelon felons. Felons. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
set us free.
Oh Lord,
Us colored people
just wanna
be
free.
This is the dream.
Darkies
Wanna be set free.
set free.
Ooh, Lord,
Oh Lord,
set us free.
set us free.
Set us free. We don't want no chains.
No shackles
Don't wanna pick cotton.
in the sun,
Don't wanna pick cotton.
in the sun,
In the sun,
in the sun.
no more.
No more.
Set us free.
Oh Lord,
Set us free.
set us free.
Set us free.
Set.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here,
Ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here, forever reigns.
Let's go!
The king is here, forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Fire it up! Fire it up!
Steel flashes under blood-red skies. The Raven King laughs as the world cries. Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend,
Axes sing until the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
Battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello, hello, everyone. Hello, 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 hello. On with the show. On with the show. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. People. Fired up. What's this? This is all she's wanted to do her whole life. She spent her whole life pretending. Oh, she's a wonderful new ager. I love this. I love this. I love this. This is one of the great rabbit holes. Not this Corey creature. This here, this chick here. This is wonderful. I think she's amazing. She's part of the itty bitty titty club.
Me. Is that what I should do? Instead of clipping it on. Yeah, I'm feeling really fucking sassy today. And I was just wondering, like, since it's really trendy to hold a lapel mic, should I hold the mic so I can be like everybody else? So that people will like me? Is that what I should do? Instead of clipping it on. Oy vey. I'm gonna take you.
Did she just say oy vey? She has to be Jewish then. No possible way. Must be a Jewish chick. Tiny hat confirmed. She said oy vey. I wonder if she's from New York City before she moved out into the countryside. She said oy vey. Dead giveaway.
Instead of clipping it on. Oy vey. I'm gonna take you with me really quickly. I was walking out here. Hi, kitty.
Oy vey is Yiddish, by the way. The only time I say it is mockingly, sarcastically. Look at this chick. She only has 6,000 subs. I guess she wants to be more popular. Only 300 views in 12 hours. She's got a website with women's retreat events. She's trying to sell shit. She's trying to make money. She wants to make money. I guess she bought some land out in the middle of nowhere. Well, the bills ain't going to pay themselves. You got to make those shekels.
And then I'm gonna come back and sit down. This video is about pretending. I think we're all very familiar with this. Pretending, like me, please, please fucking like me.
No, that's the weak beings. That's like you. We're not all familiar with that. A lot of us, or not a lot of us, a rare few of us don't do that. She's saying we all, we all. See, this is what weak people do. They assume everyone's as weak as them. Well, everybody must be as weak as I am. No, we're not the same. We're not the same, lady. We're not the same.
But I want to talk about my own pretending. And how much pretending that I've done in my life, even in the last few years, you know.
Is that why you got the tattoos? To pretend? Do you regret them now, covering your arms in what look to be ugly, big, blotchy tattoos that really don't have much detail or artistry to them? They just look dumb. They look stupid.
And this is kind of how I'm feeling about pretending right now. Yeah.
So I don't know why women do this, but she's not the only one that make their lips frowning this way when they put things like mud on their face. They do this with their lips when they put on makeup. It's like they don't want to do it, but they do it anyway. I don't know how much of that mud it's going to take to cover that schnoz. It's going to take a lot of mud to cover that, because that's a big honker for a chick. That's a big honker for a chick. It is. But I notice women do this. They make this face. When did I notice that? As a child. I noticed it a long time ago. Almost all women do that when they're putting on makeup for some reason. I don't know why.
Yep, there we go. That's nice.
That's not enough on your nose. You need more on there. Lots more. Lots more on the schnoz. You need some schnoz, schnoz, schnoz mud.
Is this real enough? Is this real enough?
No, it isn't real enough. It's still you pretending. You're wearing a costume. You're doing performative stuff. You're performing for a camera. How is it real enough when you have a microphone pinned on a camera? You're doing this to perform. It's performative of you to do this. That's what it is.
I'm sure there's going to be somebody.
It's you pretending to be authentic and raw and real. You're sure there's somebody. See, you're already worried about what other people will think in the comments. You said you're sure there's somebody. You're already worrying about others, what they'll think of you in the comments. You're worried. You're worried.
Is this real enough? I'm sure there's going to be somebody who's saying like, oh, this is more pretending. Tired of that, man. Little sass. Tired of that, man. I'm sure there's going to be somebody who's saying like, oh, this is more pretending. I'm sure there's going to be somebody who's saying like, oh, this is more pretending.
See, because you know it. You know you're pretending. You can't get away from it. You know it's true. Girl, you know it's true. Boo hoo hoo. I caught you. You know it's true.
Tired of that, man. Little sassy pants today. Or sassy dress, as the case may be. So, I've spent,
I wonder what the stupid quotes are on the other side of the raccoon, on the under part of the, or the inner part of the bicep under the arm there. There's writing. I wonder if it's a stupid Gandhi quote or, I don't know, a Rumi quote. Rumi or some new ager that one of the ones the new agers tend to love, the new cagers. They love shit. This should be real shit smeared on her face. They love shit. And for some of you that might think, "Oh, Stephen, you're so harsh. You're so harsh with these new age ladies." Am I really? They've set up policies that have destroyed the Western world and been attacking the family, men, trying to get women not to be women anymore, attacking children, transforming children. They've done horrible things. And most of you just want to, oh, I'm going to cry for them. Oh my gosh. He teased her a little bit. He said a couple things. Oh no, boo hoo, boo hoo. And a lot of you have been crying for fucking destroyers your whole life. Demons, followers, ideological destroyers, cult followers. You've been crying for them and protecting them your whole life, babying them, pandering them, coddling them. And where's it led? Well, the complete decline of Western civilization. You've been part of it. You've been defending this type.
like most of us, I think. I spent my whole life pretending.
That comforts them, like most of us. They can't just say, I spent my whole life pretending. She has to say, like most of us. She has to feel comfort in a group and say, well, it's most of us or all of us. We all pretend. It makes them feel better. They can't stand on their own and admit to their own faults, fuck ups, what they've done. They always have to group in everyone else. Just like Landry saying everyone's on something on YouTube. We're all drug addicts and alcoholics, according to him, because he's one. That's what they do. It's dishonest. It's not strong. It's weak. It's not strong. It's weak. And this is what they do. It's a common tactic. I pointed out, and some of you you don't remember it. You don't realize when you encounter this type. We all, most of us, all of us, they always use these terms for a reason. Psychologically, they're weak. Spiritually, they're weak, and they're dishonest. I'm not like you, lady.
Hi, Keithy. Hi, you want to come talk to us about pretending? Like most of us, I think. Spent my whole life pretending. I've spent, like most of us, I think. Spent my whole life pretending. Hi, Keithy. Hi, you want to come talk to us about pretending? I don't even know what that means. You're just a cat. Spent my whole life pretending. And that the pretending, like, that goes so much deeper than I think any of us could really understand. I'm just looking at myself in the video and I'm just like, this is nice. But, just like so much pretending in life. And like the truth is, like, this is all I've wanted to do. Just be out here and putting mud on myself, That's all I really wanted to ever be doing. But I was trained to pretend. Trained to act right. Trained to be a certain way, to perform. Aren't we good at performing? I got really good at performing.
Aren't we good at performing? Always grouping in everyone else. They can't stand alone and just own up to their shit. They can't do it. Not just her. There's a certain group, and there's a lot of them in this realm. They can't do it. They're always, aren't we. It's one of their favorite words to say, we, because it groups in everyone else. It's like a blanket that they wear, saying, you can't see me as long as I'm in a big group of we. They're afraid. They're fearful. When you die alone spiritually. There is no we with you. You face it alone. So you better toughen up, Cupcake. And I don't mean her. I don't think she'll ever wake up. She'll perform the rest of her life. She'll pretend now that she's a natural chick. She's a hippie chick. When she went from being a corporate chick. Now she's the hippie chick. They play roles. They put on masks. This type is what I mean. This type of creature. This type of being. And why am I saying it that way? Because they're false. They're phony. And I can detect that. Some of you can't. Some of you that tune into my show can't do it. You're fooled by this type. Another Rose type could come along. You'd be fooled. You'd say, well, I thought they were good. Stephen was talking to them. I've told you countless times. I talk with all sorts of people on the internet. I would have Lucifer on my show if I could, or Jesus if he was real and alive today. Either of them. I'd have Elon Musk. I'd have Bill Gates on as a guest. It doesn't mean I like him. Jeff Bezos. Take your pick. Soros, that creepy creature. I'd have a Rockefeller on. I'd have a Rothschild on. I'd have complete fucking evil assholes on here. To interview them live on my show is what I'm speaking about. To get to the bottom of things, to ask questions. Doesn't mean I like them. Doesn't mean I trust them. It doesn't mean I assume they're going to be loyal to me. You got to stop making these assumptions. You got to start learning discernment and seeing through these creatures. This one put a mask of this mud or shit, whatever, maybe it is shit, on her face. She didn't say what it was. She just smeared it on there. Could be shit. Could be. When she put it on, she didn't say it was mud. Later on, she's claiming mud, playing with mud. Is it mud or is it shit? I don't know. I don't know for sure. I don't want to assume. Regardless, she's putting this on like a face mask. She should have covered her whole face with black. and went blackface. Regardless, she wears masks. In 10 years, who knows? She might be moving back from here and saying, oh, it's my life's goal to live in the city and live in Manhattan. Maybe she'll move to Africa and pretend she's saving the Africans, the darkies. They play all kinds of roles. They wear all kinds of masks. They perform throughout life. They pretend they found themselves and found their identity, and then they flip-flop. It's what they do, and some of you just don't see it. There's a lot of chameleons in this realm. A lot of actresses and actors, performers, mask wearers, chameleons. Chameleons.
From a very, very young age, that to be okay, to be safe, I had to pretend. I had to pretend like I was okay, that I wasn't angry, that I was happy. I had to behave in a way that was pleasing. You know, there's so much conditioning. As women, we're told to...
Uh-oh, here she goes. As women, she's grouping herself in with all women, grouping in all women with her as women, not as a woman. But here comes the, oh, society's sexist. Poor me. She's a victim now. She's playing the victim as women. Watch this. This is fantastic. This is so revealing. So revealing. I love it. I love showing this shit.
I had to behave in a way that was pleasing. You know, there's so much conditioning. As women, we're told to behave in a way that is accommodating. We are, you know, really pushed to look a certain way, to dress a certain way, to act a certain way. And no matter what we do, it's not right, you know. There's going to be some sort of judgment around it.
Judgment. Who's pushing you to dress a certain way? Other women, mostly. Mostly other women judge women on how they dress. For the most part, men aren't judging how you dress. If you're wearing red or blue, the only time men will judge you is if you're dressed like a slut and overly revealing. That's about it. Other than that, men don't care. It's women judging other women. She doesn't want to say that because she's not honest. She just wants people to guess, oh, it's probably men judging these women. Men are sexist, you know. It's men. She's not honest. She has a lot of feminism in her programming. And she'd probably say, well, that's okay. We're all programmed. They just make excuses. They never really face themselves. By they, I mean a big segment of the population. I don't mean just women. It's men too. Okay, it isn't just one sex. It's both. But this is a classic example. I'm glad I played this tonight. I'm glad this popped up. I played some of her videos before. And this is just perfect. It perfectly encapsulates. I'm sorry. It perfectly encapsulates something. It illustrates. I wanted to go between those two words. It illustrates something that I've been speaking about for a long time. Pretenders. A lot of humanity are pretenders. But they'll try this. They'll make excuses. And they'll pull this kind of performance to say it's not just me, it's everyone. We, it's we all.
But yeah, there's so many fucking masks of pretending, and there's like these layers in all of this process that happens, and you know, these still come up sometimes. It's like, oh, in this interaction here, in this specific circumstance, oh, there was totally like a twinge of like pretending, a twinge of a mask, or like this, just noticing the urge in me that wants to appease and say yes when I want to say no to something. Like how many of us still do that? You know, that still comes up for me. And it's like this process of awakening is literally like putting down all of the fucking ways that we pretend. Every way that we pretend to like act normal, that we pretend to be okay, that we pretend to be professional, that we pretend, you know, whatever our pretending gets us. What is your pretending getting you? Why are you pretending? What's it good for? What purpose is it? What purpose did it serve at one point, and what purpose is it still serving? You know? Who are you when you stop pretending? Like, who are you really? If you're being, like, really honest with yourself, because I've had to confront that question so many fucking times. Like, if I put down all the masks, if I stop pretending, if I say yes here when I really want to say no, or if I, like, do the honest thing and say no, or if I do the honest thing and set a boundary, if I do the honest thing and disappoint, like, say something that I know is probably going to disappoint somebody, who am I? Like, all that's left is the truth. And it doesn't belong to me. And, you know, like, something about being out here. It's like when, like, being surrounded by nature in this way, it's been so fucking confronting because it's like nothing here pretends. You know, the trees don't pretend. The grass doesn't pretend. You know, and there's going to be people that say, like, oh, there's animals that camouflage themselves. But yeah, that's part of the nature. And it's like but you see it's a survival strategy often. Pretending is a survival strategy. You know? And, like, I'm not making that wrong, but coming to see it clearly for what it is as a survival strategy that has nothing to do with what you are. You know, I spent my whole life pretending. Just, like, being what I thought everybody else wanted of me, you know, just to fit in, to be liked, to be accepted, to belong, not to be outcast, to survive, really. And so what's left when all of that crumbles? What's left of you?
I do think there are a lot of people in this realm that pretend so much that they lose themselves. Look at her face. She's not happy. It's not just she's not happy, it's deeper than that. She doesn't really have a true self, is my perspective. I don't believe she has a true self, true selfhood. I think she's lost for a true identity. I think at this point she has to pretend. It's all she knows how to do. It's all she's done her whole life. I wish Rose were here. She could say, "That's sad, Stephen," which she said a few times to me over the years. Hearing the truth makes her sad. Most people don't want to confront the truth. You're going to be torn apart. That might sound harsh. If you pretend your whole life and you wear masks and you're a chameleon and you're fake and phony and you perform and play games and play demon games, try to hide who you are, and you're fake and phony and you're a chameleon, you're going to be torn apart. It's going to catch up with you. And the smile is going to turn into something more like this. This is deeper than just sadness. This is a being wondering, who the fuck am I? You played games your whole life. You pretended and pretended and pretended. You really don't know who the fuck you are, do you? And the eyes are almost going to snake eyes. They're not quite, but the pupils are starting to look a little bit different. at that point. They're starting to turn more diamond shaped, more oblong. It's okay. It's okay. I understand. I understand what I'm looking at. I understand most of you humans. You're cowards. You hide who you are. You bury it deep under trash and shit, and you try to conform with this world and each other. You try to be like the rest. That's your biggest goal. You don't value yourself. You don't say, I matter. I'm meaningful. I'm sacred. My selfhood is sacred to me. I'm not going to give up who I am to this crowd of shit. No, most of you do what she did. You follow along. You don't think. You don't protect your identity and your spirit. You follow along. You give it away. You give it away. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away now. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away. Be a pretender. Be a chameleon. Give it away. Sell yourself. Wear another mask and another mask. Keep pretending. Keep pretending to be real and authentic. Keep saying it when it isn't true. She's not real. She's not authentic. She's actually ashamed of herself in a small way. She's wondering, how did I lose myself? Why did I give it away my whole life? It's beyond just sad. It's deeper than that. She's wondering, what the fuck happened to me? Buying land doesn't just set you free, lady. You've got your spot now in the wilderness. You're out of the city. You're out of the corporate office environment. Now what? Now you got to face yourself in the solitude, quiet. You got to realize that you fucked up. You gave away who you are your whole life. You've been pretending, just like the actors on the world stage, the puppets, the figureheads on television, the ones that people believe are going to be a trillionaire like Elon Musk. Whatever the news tells you, the Talcott idiots gobble it up and say he's going to be the first trillionaire. He doesn't. They're just fucking idiots. You're fooled by the world stage, you dummies. You're fools. You're not thinkers. You're fools. You're stupid. You're stupid. You follow what you're told. You're idiots. You're dummies. You follow what you're told. You conform. You follow along. A lot of you spend your whole life pretending. It isn't just her. A lot of you humans do this. If regret were a picture, it's her. Not just because she regrets it and knows who she is now. She doesn't know who the fuck she is. She lost herself in who she is long ago, probably as a young child. She gave it up a long time ago.
You know, and what the interesting thing about being out here too is that, like, by nature of the way that my path has been, like, it's been different probably than a lot of other people who are still like very much immersed in the world, because there's such a clarity for me, like being alone here. And then it's like, but then life starts to, it's like a titration, like life slowly has started like bringing things and people that start to challenge something. And because there's been a like, I know the feeling of that openness, like so intimately, that when there's a clamping down of some part, it's so obvious. So that's happened, you know, in waves. So it's like life has just provided this level of grace and like titration that, you know, just as an example, like my partner coming into my life, there's like all these parts that were activated, but it's like being able to see that from
Partner, is she gay? Is she a lesbian? I hate when women say my partner. That's what lesbian couples say. Does she have a boyfriend? Why can't she say her man, her boyfriend? No, she can't do that, right? Maybe she is a lesbian, though. I don't know. Maybe. Doesn't matter. But a lot of them talk this way. leftists, new agers, feminists, even ones that are not lesbians, they love saying my partner, or they're my person, because they're getting away from gender. They want to say they're in a relationship, but they don't want to give away the gender. You've been trained this way by LGBT, and it's sickening. If it's a man, I don't know what he's doing with her. I wouldn't accept being called their partner, treated like we're in a fucking gay relationship. No way. I wouldn't date a woman like this. Ever. Ever.
From the perspective of like knowing myself as emptiness and seeing that it was just unconscious, that it has been unconscious patterns playing out that actually have nothing to do with what I am, and feeling the clamping down that has happened.
Some of us see right through your mask, lady, even if you can't. It's written all over your face. Some of us can read body language, and it doesn't take a lot for me to do this. But a lot of you in this realm, what's on the screen, you don't get anything from it. You don't look at the lips, the eyes looking down. You don't notice anything. A lot of you can't read emotions. You just can't read faces at all. You just can't do it. You're so antisocial or so just oblivious that you can't do it. Some of you would look at her and say, oh, she looks happy. You're absolutely mental, a lot of you humans. You just are. She's not happy within at all, or content, or fulfilled at all. At all. And it shows on the outside. But a lot of you can't do it. Can you? You spend too much time watching TV and fake Hollywood acting. You don't know what's real. You played video games. You hid away from the world. You lost what it means to be aware as a being, to have awareness.
It's given this perspective of like, oh, I can see what's happening here, and like being curious about it, and from the standpoint of like silence and emptiness, watching the pattern come up, but doing it in a very deeply conscious way, and watching the urge to try to resolve, to try to fix.
I don't think she's deeply conscious at all. She's trying to be a new age hippie. This is her new role for herself. She's pretending again. She's got stuff in her hair. Her hair looks unwashed. It's probably been, I don't know, 5-7 days since you washed her hair, depending on how oily or greasy her hair gets. Some women's hair doesn't get as greasy as others, just like men. But it looks dirty. There's stuff in it. She's playing the role of a hippie, covered in just ugly tattoos. These are ugly. This is just so basic, and I could draw better than that with a Sharpie marker freehand on somebody's arm. It's just garbage. It's garbage. It looks awful. Do I think she believes it looks awful? No, because her arms are almost always bare. And she thinks, well, in her mind, it's courageous to keep showing these ugly tattoos. No, it's just off-putting. It's distasteful. That's what it is. She doesn't look classy. That looks awful. Young girls that look at this, that some of the men that you might be interested in would be turned off by you doing this. They'd look at your arms and go, oh, I don't like that. Where am I going to take her? Take her to a romantic dinner somewhere where she is going to wear a dress with little straps, whatever they call these dresses, something akin to this, to go somewhere. Well, her arms are going to be showing. I don't want that. Look at how it's going to look. She's with me and she's covered in these ugly tattoos that look like if she spent $20 on it, she overpaid. Like, it looks terrible. I wouldn't pay $20 for that. I'd say, no, you're not fucking putting that on my skin. Look at this. Garbage. There's no detail. It's just massive. Like it could have been so much smaller if it would have been a tattoo in a very hidden spot and very beautifully done and feminine. And this is just big, huge, just ugly. Green and red, and it just looks ugly. Now, do I think most women would say it's ugly? Probably not. A lot of you don't have great taste. It looks ugly. The whole tattoo should be the size of that bird's head, and it shouldn't be on the arm like that, showing. The whole thing should be way smaller and detailed and intricate and beautifully done, not this garbage. Do I think she's smart for getting these? No, I don't. I don't care what her job was before she bought the land to leave civilization or try to live off grid and make money on her women's retreats or all this new cage bullshit. I don't think she was ever smart. Smart decision making wouldn't cover yourself in these shitty tattoos that look stupid.
It to bend myself, to try to camouflage, to try to like watching the system, like watching the nervous system basically like putting masks back on.
Lost and lonely, trying to fool herself, trying to put masks back on. You'll never be authentic, lady, because you'll never just say that you fucked up in life. She would probably never say, she'll probably say she's embracing herself. She'd never say the opposite and say, I wish I didn't get these ugly tattoos and make a lot of the stupid moves she made in life. I bet she'd never say that.
But there being a conscious awareness.
Watch your hair. Wash your hair, not watch it. Wash your hair. She could have been a decent looking woman and had a different life, but I think she followed so much shit in her life. And she won't deprogram. She won't drop the shit. She won't own it as a grown ass woman and say, I fucked up. I followed a lot of stupid shit. That would be being authentic. I don't think she'll do it.
Of that, a witnessing, like a true witnessing of that from a
What she'll do is say a lot of new cage feminist gobbledygook. That's what she'll do. And that's what women are good at. Saying a lot of words, but not changing. Not changing. And not admitting and taking accountability. They can't do it.
conscious place. That like that part didn't go back to sleep, even though there's been things that have clamped down or feeling the heart clamp down.
So feminine soy boys on YouTube like Finkelstein would say, he's, quote, attacking her. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm analyzing, giving my views, my unfiltered views. That's what I'm doing. Now, if you are going to cry tears of soy, go the fuck away. Go cry in the corner somewhere. But this isn't, quote unquote, attacking. This is me saying what I see. Deal with it. Deal with it.
In certain circumstances, and just being able to see like, wow, this is why this happens to begin with.
Wow, the dog is a lot happier than she is in the background. The dog is a lot happier than she is. The dog in the background was a lot happier than she was. So was the cat. And I don't mean that kind of cat. You know what I'm talking about. Some Negroes call it the cat or her cat. No, she had an actual cat in the scene with her. I donated to this Tigga earlier in his stream. I gave a donation to this Tigga.
Is really masterfully done. You even have an active driveway.
This is the West Village in Manhattan. I left Tom a donation. I left Tom a donation during this live stream. Maybe it'll pop up. Can only scroll up so much. I said I could go for some Mexican food. I was saying help out the channel, get those likes up. I was trying to help him out. I also said that I'd like to buy a place in Manhattan's West Village, one of the most expensive neighborhoods. I'd like these buildings, these little walk-ups here. Yeah. Somebody said they're expensive though. How could you afford it? And I said, I'm independently wealthy. I think I can handle it. I want to live away from the peasants. I don't want peasants around me. I put that in my donation. I want to live away from peasants. I don't want peasants around me. And I put a crown as my super chat comment.
You can see some of the vines growing on the facade.
That's what I like. I like these brick buildings, the 3 stories, the brownstones, and whatever these ones are called. This is not a brownstone. It's similar though. It's red brick. It's not quite the same style as the classic brownstone, but it has the vines growing up. And some of these places you can own the whole building, all 3 stories. Now it depends on the size. Some of them are wider than others. There's different sizes, but some people own all 3 stories. You get a 3-story. You don't always get a basement, but you get a 3-story walk up. Now I don't want peasants around me. I'm tired of the peasants of this fucking realm. This was a premiere by him. Okay? Anyway, it wasn't a live, it was a premiere. He recorded it. Go to the chat replay here.
You can see a lot of these are now under renovation.
I like the old lamppost. He just walked by one, and the wrought iron here. Yeah. I had a neighbor at my old house that I lived at 10, 15 years ago, and they had a beautiful pool with a wrought iron fence or railing all the way around it. Tall, not like this, legal height to keep people out for safety reasons. And it was all wrought iron. Beautiful, like a huge area. They had a beautiful backyard pool. They had beautiful gardens, just like botanical gardens in their backyard. And they were master carpenters from Germany. They lived side by side, the father and son. So the grandparents had one big house, and then their son with his family, his wife, children, lived beside. So they were the grandchildren of the grandparents. And they lived side by side in these properties across from the house I had. And it was a very beautiful neighborhood. Beautiful neighborhood. Beautiful. $1 million homes way back. This was decades ago. They'd be way more than that now. They weren't $1 million homes these days. This was long ago. They were $1 million homes 25 years ago. 15, 20, 25 years ago. Millionaires. A millionaire neighborhood. That's where I lived. I never lived around pissants and peasants in my life. I can't stand the peasants of this realm. The stinky bum, filthy ass peasants that put garbage everywhere. Ah, disgusting. Low lifes. Step on them.
You can see some of the...
I'd make them sweep my steps. I'd pay them quarters to sweep my steps a few times a day. If I lived at this little walk up here with the shrubs they have on the top stair, the top landing there. I think it's the top step. They have these boxes, these planters with little shrubs. I'd have to have somebody water them and look after them. Pay for a little gardener to look after the front, and if it has a little backyard courtyard area, I'd have to have a gardener, a little peasant to do this work for me, to make sure that everything is nice and tidy.
Vines growing on the facade.
So there's my donation right there. You can see it on the screen. I wasn't lying to you. I gave him a little bit of money. I've given him money before, but it's a magical number. I'm giving him some luck. $3.33. I may buy a place there to avoid the peasants with a capital P and a crown, the crown of a king, in my super chat. I think I was the only one to donate during his premiere. I'm the only one with spare money to give to Tom of Walks in Wall Street channel. He's showing me these flowers, so I gave him a few bucks. And I like the wrought iron here, the detail of this, and just the style is very pleasant to look at. It's very appealing to me. I'd have somebody sweeping up here, though. I wouldn't allow anything to collect there by that curb right in front of the wrought iron. I'd have to have a gardener or some Negro peasant to do that for me. Maybe a Dominican or Haitian or someone. Cuban,
Very
maybe.
beautiful.
Maybe a Cuban. Very beautiful. Who's this guy walking past? Walk by like a zombie. There's renovations going. They box them off this way in New York when they do renovations. And then they do removals. They sometimes gut them and renovate these beautiful, beautiful old buildings. West Village. Look at this. Look at that. I'm going to take a screenshot of that just to show you that I'm a classy king. I don't know what's wrong with this mouse. I seem to have to buy a new mouse every fucking 6 months or so. It's annoying. It's not the money. It's just that they never last. I use the living shit out of these mice, and they don't last. So I have one ordered already. I ordered one earlier. I don't know how many mice I've bought in my lifetime. It's an incredible fucking amount. And it's just annoying. Nothing lasts anymore. Nothing lasts. You see what I'm saying? It's not working. When I hold down the button, it's just fucked up. It's the mouse button that's causing the problem. And I put batteries in it. Aunt Jemima, I'm going to have her go shopping for me. Aunt Jemima is on my payroll. You see my super chat there? I help out these channels. Now, Tom isn't a Negro. He's not a stinky bum peasant. He's a white guy. I can tell by his voice. And by the way, he runs his channel. He does Walks on Wall Street. He'll talk about investments. Sometimes he'll give stock tips, which I appreciate. He's made me a few $1 million. He's helped me make a few more million over the last couple years with investments. He also does walks in Miami. Sometimes he works in Miami. He's either in New York City or he's in Miami. Okay? He walks around various places in New York City. Here's my super chat. I'll put it up on the screen for you. I may buy a place there to avoid the peasants. And I meant in that neighborhood because it seems expensive enough to keep the peasants away, the riffraff, the ham and eggers, the losers that tend to fucking want to be living near me, the ones that make me sick. I might buy a place with a little balcony like that, facing the street, on a side street that isn't too busy. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. And I could have my coffee out there on a nice little balcony. All right. I don't know if I needed a garage. Some of them have a garage. I think I'd rather have a main floor. I think I'd rather have just a walk-in place. I don't really need a car. I'd rather have drivers. I don't even like driving myself. Driving is like for peasants. I don't really like driving. I'll call a fucking car service. Call a limo, a town car, have them pick me up, drive me to the airport. I don't peasants have drive themselves around. I'm a king. I don't need a fucking garage. I don't need that. I'll hire a driver.
A lot of the work here is really masterfully done. You even have an active driveway, which is really, really rare.
It is really rare, but I don't really need that. And I just don't want even the sign, the no parking sign. I don't like the look of that. I want to live somewhere that the peasants know, stay away. We're in wealthy territory. Don't park here. Don't fuck with these people. Stay away. They're rich. They're extremely wealthy and powerful beings. Stay away. Don't pitch your fucking tent out there. I don't know if this area is wealthy enough for me. I'm a king. I don't know if this area is wealthy enough for me. So this person's going to their walk up right here. This is the thing. Look who's walking by. Look who's walking by on video. See, now I don't know if I'd buy there because of that. I don't like that. I don't want the riffraff walking by on my street. I don't want that on my street. Okay? See, my mouse is fucking pissing me off. Fuck.
The Village is one of the most desirable neighborhoods.
One of the most desirable neighborhoods, but there's still sound of sirens and stuff. I don't think it's wealthy enough for me. See my super chat. I may buy a place there to avoid the peasants. But I saw a Tig walking by. I don't know. TG, the riffraff are all over. Yes, they are. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you're making good points. You're making sense. The peasants will be annoying and park outside your place with their annoying alarms. Yeah, I don't want that. I guess I'm gonna go for a place out in the country and just try to keep everyone away from me and not live off the grid. I'll use as much electricity and energy as I want. I don't care how much I consume. I'll consume extra. I'll consume 2, 3, 5, 10 times as much. Who cares? I'm not saving the earth. I just want the riffraff away from me. The tiggas, the peasants, the car alarms, the losers, the blue-haired idiots, the creatures, the thieves, the homeless. Yeah, you're right. You're right, TG. You're right. That neighborhood is not good enough for the king. I agree. I'm going to take it back. I'm not going to buy there. It's not good enough. There's too many. I saw a Tig walking by in the minute or two he was taking to walk down the street. That's a sign right there to stay away. If they're allowed to walk down that street, that's enough. That's a warning sign to me. That's not a good enough area. Look at this chick here. She likes to pretend to deep throat mushrooms with long stems. I think she has a special, what do they call it? Not special, spicy content on OF I think she does nude pictures or videos or something. She just uses her YouTube to try to get attention. 4,800 likes. I don't know how many views it is, but that's a lot of likes. This is what works. This is what people are interested in. This is what people watch. So she's supposed to be an adult. She looks young. She's probably in her early 20s, under 25, I would guess. Maybe 21. I don't know. But this is what people are raising these days. I know some of you women that say, that's someone's daughter you're talking about. Well, what is she doing as a grown woman? As an adult young woman? What is she doing? She's showing her body off, not just on YouTube, but elsewhere. She has different content that people pay for. Okay? And almost all of her viewers are men. Little cutie pie, somebody wrote. Always beautiful. Blessings, Teresa. What's up, buddies? She says that. What's up, buddies? I think she's from Virginia or somewhere. She likes to pose a lot. She has a nose ring, but then again, almost every woman under 30 these days seems to have a nose ring. You find one without, and it's like finding a fucking alien that's a unicorn or something that doesn't have part of their nose pierced. There's something about modern women. They love to pierce their noses. They have a nose fetish or something. Okay? She likes to show her butt. She doesn't have much of a body. She doesn't really have much curves, but she tries to stick her butt out and she does all this stuff. She'll lean over and push her boobs together to try to make it look like she has little boobies. All right, I can't show this because of the music. It's copyrighted. But she shows her butt, she shows her boobs. She tries to get men interested. She'll wear bikinis and stuff, West Virginia mushrooms. She travels around sometimes, I think, to different states. But she was in West Virginia for a while. Anyway, she'll be in a swimsuit or a bikini. I think she's even done some videos on here in lingerie in her house. These videos just seem to pop up, and it's not just her. There's lots of chicks doing this kind of stuff. They'll use YouTube to try to get men interested, we'll say, in their content, their other content, to make money. So she makes money on YouTube, but she makes money beyond YouTube. And then she'll rent Airbnbs. She'll do all kinds of things.
Heyo, what's up guys? It's Teresa and I am at this cute little cabin for a couple days. I'm gonna stay here, go mushroom hunting. I already checked out some spots and it is popping off here. So I'm excited to go back and take some pictures, and I found some edible stuff. So yeah, this is gonna be good. I'm gonna give you a little tour of this cabin first though.
And the thing is, she actually has knowledge of mushrooms. I'll give her credit for that. She does. She can identify mushrooms. If you watch wild mushrooms in the forest, she can identify them, know which ones are poisonous, which ones are edible. She knows the names of a lot of them. She does macro photography. She's taught herself how to do things. She has some skills. She's not a complete dummy or just a hoe. But most of what she does is use her body for money, which is what a lot of young women are doing these days. So her mama and her daddy, if she has a daddy in her life, must be so proud of her, because that's what she does for money. Her main income source is her body. Okay. I don't know if she just does nudes, if she does more playing with herself with toys, using toys if she has full-on sex. I don't know, but she does adult content. And that's become normalized. And then young girls see it on YouTube because YouTube is for all ages. And then young girls find out, oh, I can do that. And they copy. They model themselves after these ones that have money, make money for vans and traveling and this and that and Airbnbs and whatever. She'll become a role model for young girls. And most women go like this. They applaud. Most women these days applaud everything degenerate. They just applaud. Oh, at least she's making money. She's making shekels. Almost no women speak up and say, oh, this is wrong and it's a bad role model, bad example. Almost no women do that anymore. They used to when I was growing up, but they don't anymore. Most women just applaud. You go, girl, get you that bag, get you that money. Go get you that money.
The ladies of The View decide to outright lie about the Carmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf case, and we gotta keep them in check, so let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. Today we're talking about the Carmelo Anthony case. Again, I guess we have to because the ladies of The View, particularly Whoopi Goldberg and Sunny Hostin, decide they're just going to outright lie about the facts of this case. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar or need a little bit of a recap, Carmelo Anthony was recently convicted of first-degree murder in the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. He took Austin Metcalf's life after Austin Metcalf at a track meet told him he wasn't supposed to be under a particular tent. That was a fact. Now, as this altercation ensued, Carmelo Anthony told Austin Metcalf to touch him and see what happens. That is the quote. When Austin Metcalf touched him, Carmelo Anthony pulled out a knife and plunged it into his chest. Thus, the first-degree murder charge. Now, apparently, Sunny Hostin and Whoopi Goldberg have a problem with that. And we're going to watch a clip on The View where they go into the details of this case, except they lie over and over and over again.
This story has been, we've been following this, and so now there's new footage that has been released of the moments after high schooler Carmelo Anthony fatally stabbed Austin Metcalf.
Now, interestingly, they just show Carmelo Anthony running. There is other footage of this that shows a little bit more of the moment in which Austin Metcalf is stabbed. I wonder why they don't show that. For some, they're going to point out that it makes it look like he didn't, in fact, act in self-defense.
A Texas track meet in April of 2025. Take a look.
Not alleged. Okay. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
Okay. You hear Carmelo Anthony say, I'm not alleged, I did it. And then we cascade into some sort of crying fit. Some may say that that's finally the emotions of what he did hitting him and the real act of self-defense finally struck him. Others might say he might have realized the weight of the situation that he's in and decided now might be a time for crying if there ever was one.
He was sentenced to 35 years in prison, which he's appealing. The case has a lot of people divided. Some people believe that race was a factor in the trial because there were no black jurors. They were all the three black jurors that were there were educators, and they were released.
They were struck.
They were struck for that.
Ooh, another lie, but we'll get to that in just a moment.
And some folks think, no, he got a fair trial. But is this a jury of his peers?
I don't think so. And you know, this has been an issue for such a long time in the judicial system where prosecutors use what are called, Batson challenges. Mm-hmm. And they
explain what that is.
It's a challenge that is used to strike a juror, generally a juror of color, for a race-neutral reason.
Right.
Because you're supposed to have a jury of your peers, mm-hmm. and you're not supposed to just strike someone because they're black. Mm-hmm. And in this case, they gave the reasoning that they're educators and this happened. these were high school students, and this happened at a school track meet, so they couldn't be impartial because of that. I don't think that's an appropriate reason.
Might be the best ones too.
Yeah, I don't think it's an appropriate.
Okay. Now, clearly they're trying to insinuate that the prosecution maybe like pulled a quick one over on everybody by just getting rid of black jurors for the reason that they are educators. Now, they're leaving out something that I think is particularly important, and I wonder why they're leaving it out. Let's head over to this article. It says, according to CBS News, all eligible African-American jurors were dismissed by prosecutors after a full day of vetting. Much of the questioning centered on Anthony's age, race, and whether jurors would hold it against him if he decided not to testify. The outlet noted that one prospective candidate who was identified as black reportedly said they'd, quote, have a hard time putting a brother in jail. Meanwhile, another allegedly stated, quote, silence is deafening. It matters. It's difficult to ignore. So you have a couple of black jurors there who clearly indicated racial bias and thus were struck from being part of the jurors on this particular case or being part of the jury on this particular case. Why didn't The View mention that? Why did they instead lean on the whole educator narrative and not give you the full story? It's because they don't want you to have the full story. That in fact, several of these black people were indicating that they had racial bias and thus could not be a part of the jury on this case. Now, I'm actually going to point people over to Sarah Fields, who's done a ton of coverage of this case, and she has begged The View to have her on in the wake of this clip and their conversation. I don't think that's going to happen, but she states here, the Constitution requires that juries be selected from a fair cross-section of the community. It does not require that the final jury contain members of any particular race. The View would have you believe otherwise, clearly. Let's keep watching because there's more lies ahead.
Reason to strike black jurors, especially when it's a young black teenager on trial, and especially when that particular area is made up of 10% of an African-American community. So
let's be clear. They want black jurors on this trial because they know they're going to have racial bias. They know that if you put a black juror on this trial who has racial bias, that guess what? You're not going to get the conviction on Carmelo Anthony. That's essentially what she's saying. She's saying his blackness has a lot to do with this, has a lot to do with the fact that he just decided to stab someone in the chest. It's unbelievable. And I'm sure somewhere out there, there is a black juror who is not going to have racial bias whatsoever, and they just so happen to not be a part of this jury selection. They didn't have to be. Constitutionally, they didn't have to be.
I think he got a jury of his peers. So I think on appeal, there is a legitimate thing. A legitimate reason. I also think we have to look at self-defense here because there seems to be two systems of justice at play in this country. And there have been for a very long time. I was part of the system, so I understand that. And I believe that to be true. In this case, this young man, you heard him say, he put his hands on me and I told him not to. This, the kid that died, and I have so much empathy for him and his family's loss.
The kid that died, can you say his name, or is it just the kid that died? You mean the kid that was murdered? You mean Austin Metcalf that was murdered? The kid that died. Oh. Wow. What a ghoul this is. What a ghoul. What a ghoul. What a ghoul.
The kid that died.
It looks demonic because it is demonic. I know that's hard for people to understand. Trust me. I've been doing this for a long time, and a lot of you people in this realm will never call anything demonic. You never will.
This young man, you heard him say, he put his hands on me and I told him not to. This, the kid that died, and I have so much empathy for on me and I told him not to. This, the kid that died, and I have the kid that died, and this the kid that died, and I have so much empathy for him and his family's loss.
I bet you do, Sonny. I bet you do.
Kid was 200 pounds. This kid was 130 pounds.
Another lie. Okay. So according to several reports, Austin Metcalf, the victim in this case, was between 200 pounds and 213 pounds. There's varying reports on that. She just said that Austin was 200 pounds and that Carmelo Anthony was 130. No. We have several reports indicating that Carmelo Anthony was actually around 160 to 162 pounds. You check out the Wikipedia on this particular trial. It says there was a 50 to 60 pound difference between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, which shows you the weight range there. He was not, in fact, 130 pounds.
And so, and the other kid was also taller than he is. He was the only black kid under the tent. And
another lie. He was not the only black kid under the tent. And we have this fact checked due to witness accounts. And these are witnesses that testified in the trial. And over again, witnesses told the same exact story as to what took place between Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, thus the conviction of first-degree murder. Not the only black kid under the tent.
The victim here had his twin brother with him, who was also a very large person. If you don't fear the victim here, the victim here had his twin brother with him, the victim here had his twin brother with him, who was also a very large person. If you don't fear for your life, if you weigh 130 pounds, I weigh 130 pounds. Facing somebody that's 200 pounds, I would be terrified of that. So I don't understand why self-defense was rejected by this jury.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying, especially the jury representation. That's what stood out to me. And
okay, she agrees with a lot of what she's saying. Matters not. Let's get back to what Sunny Hostin says. She doesn't understand why self-defense was not an argument here. It was an argument attempted by the defense. It did not hold water because Carmelo Anthony, on over 15 occasions, was told to leave the tent that he was not supposed to be under. To no avail. This did not work. He did not leave. When Austin Metcalf came and told him to leave the tent that he shouldn't be under there, he said, "Touch me and see what happens." That is a provocation, okay? Austin Metcalf then goes on to touch Carmelo Anthony. Did Carmelo Anthony respond in kind or respond with something that was proportionate, or did he stab Austin Metcalf in the chest with a blade? So there's your argument for self-defense. It didn't hold water. The jury heard it. They didn't like it.
There's plenty of evidence that there's sentencing disparity with people of color. The one thing to me, though, is what is the fair sentence when you take a life? And this is what I'm struggling with, because this is a tragedy across the board. A 17-year-old is dead. A 17-year-old is going to likely spend 35 years in jail. He could appeal at 17. What would you, I'd be curious what you think, because I wrestle with it. If it was, God forbid, anyone in my life, I would think 30 years seems about right. If they said life, I'd say that's too long for a 17-year-old. He could be rehabilitated.
Look, I think 35 years, if there is no self-defense claim, which is an absolute claim to this crime, absolute defense, I think that would be appropriate. But if you look at other cases, there was the other case where there was a young black kid who was chased by Rick Chow, a store owner, accused of taking water bottles, which he didn't take, the 4 water bottles. He chased that young boy 130 yards, which is half of a football field, and shot him in the back, claiming self-defense. And you know where he is right now? He's at
A football field is 100 yards, lady. She said 130 yards is half of a football field. She never has any facts. She just lies. And people think, well, she's an attorney. Oh, man. You know, the 50-yard line is the midsection, the middle part of a football field. Half of a football field is not 130 yards.
at home with his family because he was found not guilty.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cases.
Now she's bringing up another case, the Rick Chow case. She's failing to mention that 14-year-old did in fact have a loaded weapon on him, but it's neither here nor there because how a jury goes in one case matters not on how they decide another case, given that it's a completely separate situation and a completely separate place with a completely different jury. I'm not sure exactly what she's getting at here.
If that is self-defense, I don't understand why this isn't.
But when the system fails one time, I don't think we should then say, so then the system should fail.
But they're very similar self-defense
Well, Sonny,
claims.
I had a question because I was wondering why the self-defense claim didn't work. And I had read that it said you have to use the same amount of force that was brought against you. So if someone pushes you and you push them back, that's self-defense?
That's not the standard because it's not only use, but attempted use.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
So if you felt your life was in danger and you felt he was going to do more than just push you, and you weigh 130 pounds and you're outweighed by 70 pounds,
so you can use
no mention of the touch me and see what happens. No mention of the provocation. And again, this reliance on self-defense, 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 when these are all arguments that the jury heard in this case. And then they took 3 hours to deliberate and convict him of first-degree murder. There you go. Now you can make arguments about the Rick Chow case. Several people have argued that the charges brought against Rick Chow did not quite equal up to the actual offenses, and that's why he got away. I mean, we could go back and forth all day over other cases, but right now we're talking about Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. They heard self-defense. They didn't like it. I'll say it again.
This case, though, which to me is just sad every which way. Right? There's two families that are destroyed. There's, Austin Metcalf lost his life. Carmelo Anthony's going to spend at least 17 years in jail. So this is just tragic. But my question is, how did this get to this point, and where the hell were the adults?
Yeah.
These were two 17-year-olds.
Yeah.
I mean,
what I understand is
very interesting, okay? Because 17-year-olds get into altercations all the time. They get into fist fights. You'll hear people say that boys will be boys. They tend to be a little bit more aggressive. They tend to be into rough housing. They'll tend to find themselves in situations like this. No mention of the fact that one of these 17-year-old boys had a knife at a track meet. Why is that taking place? One of the 17-year-old boys says, "Touch me and see what happens," and then proceeded to stab somebody in the chest. That seems a little bit out of character for the typical 17-year-old boy here in the United States of America. And when she asked the question, where are the parents, it's a really good question, because Austin Metcalf's parents were right there through the entire proceedings of this trial. They attempted to show up, to have conversations, and to pray with Carmelo Anthony's parents to no avail. Where were Carmelo Anthony's parents? And how did they raise a 17-year-old that ended up bringing a knife to a track meet and then stabbing that knife into somebody's chest? One more thing. When Carmelo Anthony was sentenced, when they did this sentencing hearing, his parents didn't even show up. Okay. So if we want to talk about parenting and a failure in parenting, I think there's a particular place to look. But instead, we're just sort of putting the whole thing under the rug by saying, oh, well, seems like everybody's parents in this situation were just off on the wrong foot here, or failed in their parenting measures.
It is normal for runners to go under tents.
My kids were runners. You always do that.
And so
except witnesses in this case, another lie, you came forward and said they knew exactly which tent they should and should not be under. They knew exactly where they should and should not be standing or sitting when it came to these track meets. And Carmelo Anthony knew he shouldn't be there, and he was told 15 times to remove himself from the particular place that he was. So why continue to lie?
There was some conversation that he was told to leave, and he was saying,
well, he had been invited under the tent by a friend.
Yes.
He had been invited. One last thing, I know we're playing the music, but Austin Metcalf's the victim, the deceased. His father went on a podcast, and listen to it for yourself, but he called Carmelo Anthony a racial slur. And he also said that the reason that black people weren't on the jury is because black people are unable to hold bias from the trial because they don't know their own father. That's the thinking of the victims. Their own fathers have a bunch of baby mamas running around. It's the victim, the deceased. His father went on a podcast, and listen to it for yourself, but he called Carmelo Anthony a racial slur. And he also said that the reason that black people weren't on the jury is because black people are unable to hold bias from the trial because they don't know their own fathers, have a bunch of baby mamas running around living off of government assistance. So that is that's the thinking of the victim's father.
Well, another complete mischaracterization of what Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff Metcalf, said. I've done an entire video on that on my YouTube channel. You guys can go ahead and check that out. Did he call Carmelo Anthony a watermelon felon? Absolutely, he did. And he said, you know what? You want me to make up something racist so that you guys can create your headlines? And then he proceeds to call Carmelo Anthony a watermelon felon. Does that have anything to do with the first-degree murder charge? Does that have anything to do with responding to somebody asking you to leave an area by stabbing them in the chest? No, absolutely zero. So why are we even talking about it? I don't know. And was Jeff Metcalf wrong in saying that the reason Black jurors couldn't be on this case is because they had racial bias? No, because I just showed you the evidence of that. Now she goes on to mischaracterize so much of what he has to say regarding the welfare or whatever it is that she just spewed out of her mouth. But again, you guys can go check out my video on the subject. Let's let him close out.
Let's not say that was the victim's
I'm not saying it was
thinking
the
as
thinking
well.
of the victim, but of the victim's father.
And we'll let you sit with that.
And we'll let you sit with that. I'm not saying that that was the view of the victim. I'm just trying to characterize the father in that way so that you guys, by association, characterize Austin Metcalf that way and then come to the conclusion that he deserved to die in that altercation at the track meet. That's in fact what this entire 6-minute clip is about these two ladies trying to defend murder and saying that Carmelo Anthony should have.
Right? So when segregation ended, right, black people, or when slavery ended, actually, black people were just forced wherever, right? So they had nowhere to go. And then there was laws put in place to put them into prison, and after...
Okay. It's okay. No. What's your name? Guys, what's your name?
Jackson.
It takes a lot of courage to come up here.
Yeah, no,
Let's just take a deep breath. I'm not here to pick on you.
No,
I appreciate it. No, it's okay. I know that this can be very intimidating getting to a crowd like this, so just take a deep breath. Let me make your argument. I'm going to make your argument for you, and I'm going to tell you why I think it's wrong. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the argument that is being made that you want to make is that there's legacies of injustice.
Yes.
And that those legacies impact one generation after the other. And when those things get handed down, you have what is a system or a systemic issue that isn't just isolated in 2024. So the argument that you're making is that what happened in 1954 does impact 2024 of decade after decade after decade. Let me tell you my response to that. Of course, there is some truth to that. However, every culture, every person in this audience can point to issues that families or generations prior had that were able to overcome. So the question is, why is it that Black America is one of the only populations, that and Native American populations, that have not been able to overcome such evil, horrors, and injustices? Here's my perspective, and I want to hear what you have to say, is that the number one way to...
The Duckies, we shall overcome. But they don't overcome. That's the problem. They don't overcome. They cross their arms wearing purple hats and purple shirts, and they don't overcome. They just keep rehashing for centuries. They don't overcome.
To keep people out of poverty, lower the crime rate, and have a better society is whether or not you have a mom and a dad around, which we agree that's an ideal. Yeah? Cool. Yeah. And so what happened in 1964 is that 25% of Black youth were raised by a single mom. Today, it's nearly 75%, about 70%. So that means that 1 in 4 Black kids will have a father around. Only 1 in 4. That's the number one issue happening in the country, and it's not because of systemic racism. I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
Okay, so I think I misjudged you at first. When you brought up the 1350 stat, I had just assumed that it was inherently eugenics based, kind of, so, and that's where mine came from. I think we are on the same page that we know what the problem is, and that's what I mean.
Thank you for saying that, because I think we actually have a lot more in common in this country than the media would ever believe.
No, definitely, right? And what my point was, I was trying to say is, I don't think that we're doing enough to help these Black communities catch up, whereas they're underfunded and they're not, and they're over-policed, and there's just these factors that are contributing to, like you said, these single-parent households.
Yeah, so we're not going to agree on this. This is where we'll disagree, and that's okay. I have more of a view of Thomas Sowell on this, where he believes it's far more about culture, values, and worldview than stuff and over policing. I believe there's not enough police in black neighborhoods. You're going to disagree with that. Let's not even get into it, okay? But I think we can ask a question, and I want your opinion. Why is it that the single motherhood rate in black America went from 25% to 75% over 50 years, where America did become less racist?
What, like, why did it?
Yeah, so what caused black America to go from one of the strongest nuclear family communities in the country to now the weakest by far?
I can't answer your question.
No, that's okay. No, that's great. And is, again, it's hard to get up and have these conversations. Here's my opinion. My opinion is that, yes, there was some social welfare that subsidized single motherhood, which means it's easier to get cash from the government if you say you are single than if you are married. I think we can agree that's stupid. That shouldn't happen, right? But I would love your perspective on this. Do you think in black culture, getting married and staying with one woman for your entire life is elevated and celebrated?
No, not at all.
I think that's the problem.
I think the problem stems from a lack of education. I think these communities don't have. I don't think a lot of them have the proper education or learning from previous to realize what will lead them to a more successful future. I think that if we funded more education in these systems, then these men wouldn't be so focused on stuff like gang violence to get protection or money or
you have a
other
great
stuff like that, and then end up in prison and then end up with their child having a single mother.
Fair enough. So
sorry, I didn't.
No, it's great. So there's a lot of examples that there's some merit to your argument, but it's more about the quality of education than the amount of money we spend on it.
Yeah.
Such as, that's why I'm a big proponent of school choice and educational vouchers and opposing the teacher unions. But the core is this, is that the number one predictor for a kid of any skin color, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, is whether or not dad is around.
Right.
And I look, as an outsider, albeit, at current black culture, right? From the athletes to the rap music to the music, I don't see the nuclear family elevated, nor is it an internal black cultural expectation. Now, I will ask some of the white individuals here in this audience, okay? If you guys got pregnant and all of a sudden you didn't even know who the father was around, how would your parents react? Not great, right? Yes? Unfortunately, in black America, this is kind of accepted. Would you agree?
I can't say. I grew up around a lot of white people, so I can't say.
All right, okay. But it is a fact that it is accepted, right? So that's the problem. The problem is that it's a cultural norm that has then turned into the cycle of poverty. The cycle of poverty can break very quickly if fathers stayed with the women they impregnate.
But most of these fathers aren't just leaving. A large majority of these fathers are ending up in prison. Like,
okay.
This is
good point. Why do you go to prison?
Because you commit crimes, but the prison system has been targeted against minorities.
Again, we're not going to agree here,
right,
and that's okay.
Yeah,
there's actually under enforcement of the laws when it comes where there's, for example, only half of murders in Chicago get solved.
Right, but are they all black people though?
Almost all of them, yeah. Like 80, 80.
If they're not solved, how do we know that they're black people?
Well, because it's a black victim in a black neighborhood by a black gang. So it's like you can assume at a great approximation that in the west side of Chicago,
50% of the murders in Chicago that go unsolved are all black people.
Not all. No, I said 85%. But we don't know who the perp is. But again, if you have a black victim at 2 a.m. in a black neighborhood, it's reasonable to say that it was a black on black crime. 90% of murders after 2 a.m. in Chicago are black on black crimes. I'm from Chicago. Right. I happen to know it. Right. But like half of all murders in Chicago are unsolved, that means half of all murderers are walking free. So we have an under enforcement of laws. We have the ladies here in this audience should know this. You know that there's over 600,000 rape kits in this country that have not even been opened or tested, which means that there are women who say that they've been raped and their kits are not even put in the system. There are probably hundreds of thousands of rapists that walk free in this country.
Yeah, no, our system is
no.
Totally
What I'm saying though, that's an under enforcement of laws, though.
Yeah, because our system is terrible.
No, I know, but you said we have an over enforcement. I don't think we have enough people in jail.
You don't think we have enough people?
No, like I said, half of all murderers walk free. We don't even know who they are.
Okay, but I sure, whatever. But I'm talking. I don't think that I don't think that black people are as more than 50% of exonerations from prison are black people. I don't think
like, I don't think I don't think like, I don't think like, like, I, I don't think like, Tigga can't even speak. Tigga, Tigga. Tigga, Tigga.
Watermelon. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken.
Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid.
It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood.
Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my
Bring me more black Jesus.
Black Jesus.
He a watermelon felon.
Watermelon felon.
Purple and gold.
Purple and gold.
No futures we hold.
Gang, gang. Watermelon felons.
Watermelon felon.
Yeah. 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 Get you some grape soda. Load up some cookout mac and cheese. Hot sauce and black-eyed peas. Spit lyrics better than Yoda. Baby, you need some bent over my knee. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons.
The usual suspects. The usual suspects.
Black Jesus rules. Black Jesus.
Purple and gold. He be doing voodoo in the hoodoo. Shut up your ass fool. Watermelon felons.
Watermelon felons.
Watermelon felons.
Watermelon
Felons.
Watermelon. Watermelon felons. Yeah.
Us darkies.
Us darkies.
We being tugged out to sea. Oh Lord, the tugboats brigade
Is here
on a rampage,
a flotilla.
tugging away
Us potiggers.
a flotilla.
No more snacks, no beans or tortillas.
We be floating on doors,
We say we be kings and more.
floating away on old doors.
Going far out to sea.
Tell me,
Tell me, how can this be?
I can't swim.
Save me, Jesus.
Is that him?
Oh, yeah.
Tugboats. I'm no pirate.
But I can shake my black booty.
Coochie coochie cooties.
Oh, Lord.
Yo yo.
Oh, Lord.
Oh Lord.
Oh, Lord.
Oh Lord.
The tugboats. Oh, Lord.
Our Lord.
Our darky Lord.
Us colored people
just wanna be free.
This is the dream.
Darkies
Wanna be set free.
set free.
Ooh, Lord.
Oh Lord,
Set us free.
set us free.
Set us free. We don't want no chains.
No shackles
Don't wanna pick cotton.
in the sun,
Don't wanna pick cotton.
in the sun,
In the sun,
in the sun.
no more.
No more.
Set us free.
Oh Lord,
Set us free.
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 Hello, Mayhem. Hello, hello. How are you? How are you doing? How are you doing, Mayhem? Are you learning here? Are you learning from my Esoterica series? The Sanity Machine is back up and running. Some of you are lost. You haven't found it again. I guess you've been looking and trying to find it, and you haven't been able to find it. Here you go. There's a link in the chat room. 18 people tuned in. That's a link to the Sanity Machine, the cream of the crop channel on YouTube. The Sanity Machine. I hope you're learning here. All of you. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. This isn't just an entertainment channel. It's a channel where you're supposed to pay attention and learn something. It's a channel where you're supposed to pay attention and learn something. Learn something while you're in this realm, or get recycled. What's this? Anti-white TikTok is insane.
What are white people superior at?
Exactly what white people are superior at.
They're real good at violence.
Violence, genocide. It's like stealing people's lives.
So I never thought I'd be nostalgic for old school anti-white hatred, but do you guys remember? Do you remember when that was what we had to deal with? Corporate slop being posted on YouTube by organizations like BuzzFeed or MTV, or in this particular case, the Cut channel, where you have a bunch of people lining up to talk about how much they hate white people. I mean, this woman right here ended up laughing at the entire premise of what white people are superior at. Again, let me play you that clip right there.
What are white people superior at?
Even though the answer is obviously BMI, I think we all know and understand that, but for a long time, this is what we had to engage with in terms of prominent anti-white content on the internet.com. I mean, you guys will remember MTV's notorious New Year's resolutions for white people video, which, by the way, did in fact feature a white person.
Hey, fellow white guys.
But they had to pick the most frail, weak-looking white person humanly possible in order to represent all of you, because again, that was the bygone era that we're referencing. But now, all of the people who want to spread anti-white hatred end up having TikTok. We have libs of TikTok to aggregate all this stuff, and what we find out is that the glitzy music and the production value and the dragging all the people in order to hate white people, all of that covers a lot more beneath the surface that is infinitely more disgusting, because the hatred is stronger, the smoke detector chirps are in fact louder, and this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we dig into the dark underbelly of TikTok, I want to talk about the dark underbelly of the internet and how you could protect your data from people who want to steal it with today's sponsor, Incogni. Have you ever heard the phrase that if something's free on the internet, you're the product? Well, that needs to be revised at this moment in time, because guess what? Anytime you use the internet, you're always the product.
And right off the bat, man, free Carmelo. Straight up. And right off the bat, man, free Carmelo. Straight up. And right off the bat, man, free Carmelo. Straight up. Straight up. I don't give a f about no white lives. All lives don't matter over here. Because on the daily, we get killed. and ain't nobody got shit to say. But when one of ours is protecting themselves, they get ambushed, they get threats.
So this video has gone viral everywhere on social media, and a lot of people are reserving some of their commentary just for the appearance of this particular individual. And to be clear, the man has a very unique face, so much so that it is very likely he'll make one or at least all of the iterations of the thumbnail that I use for this video. But to be clear, on this channel, I will not be commenting on his appearance. Instead, I will tell you a story of when I was in Rome and I stumbled across a gypsy woman, and that gypsy woman looks so offensive, so stereotypical, so out of some kind of horrific 1940s depiction of gypsies that I actually walked up to her and said, "Ma'am, you're offensive, please go inside." And I actually ended up contacting the Roman police in order to make an arrest because I thought I was actually being victimized by a hate crime. Now, what that has to do with this individual's face right here, I don't know. You make the connection for yourself. But also, can we point out that this one curtain thing is completely unacceptable? And I know a lot of single guys in my audience think that this is passable, but why do you think there are two curtains that come in the pack? It's because you're supposed to position them like this so that you can open in the center. This one curtain thing makes me think that you're too stupid to realize that this is not a shower curtain. So guys, do me a favor, get your life in order, get a woman in your life, put two damn curtains on your window or have no curtain at all. This is some trash behavior. This is unacceptable. This is something that I gotta speak out about. Maybe I gotta do a whole entire video series on this because it's absurd. It's insane. What is wrong with you? Two curtains on that window.
Shame on y'all.
But if you get into the actual content of what he's saying, it's that white lives don't matter. He absolutely is not a fan of the white people. He's against them because I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. Black people die every day, and it is the white people, the white man, that never cares about it, that never covers it, that never talks about it. Now, of course, this guy is advocating for Carmelo Anthony, a murderer, somebody who murdered Austin Metcalf, a 17-year-old teenager at a high school track meet. He could cover black murderers that murder other black people if he wanted on his channel. I do this all the time. I covered the story of a kid with Carmelo Anthony syndrome who shot and killed a man on the bus because that man asked him to, follow a basic rule of society, very similar to this particular case right here. But nowhere on this guy's TikTok do you have that kind of coverage, because in reality, his issue isn't with black people dying, it's with white people. Obviously, that is the case. And again, this is the kind of anti-white hatred that gets forwarded and promoted and fed to people over and over again via the algorithms of TikTok and Facebook.
All right, I'm going to switch it up a little bit. I don't know what Mayhem is talking about a lot of the time. I really don't. It's almost like she's watching my live streams, but she's 2 hours behind maybe or something. She doesn't seem to start the live stream where we're at and refresh her browser, something like that. It's always confusing. So her comments don't really make sense with what's happening in the moment a lot of times. It's confusing, and it just kind of throws me off live after live after live. And she's becoming famous for that. She's one of the ones that does that all the time. Pretty much every time she's here live, she's not up to date with where we're at in the live stream. So, or her comments are so vague that I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know. But it's pretty much every time she's here live that I don't know what she's talking about. Or she's commenting on things maybe that I shared an hour or 2 hours ago. And how do you expect me to know? You should be up to date in the live stream. Otherwise, don't comment.
What is going on? Just having my evening coffee. This is how I travel. Daytime and night. Needing less and less sleep, I'm noticing. I'm not complaining about that. Something I started to really despise for a long time. I used to love dreams. I used to love sleeping. And now I pretty much hate it. Wish there was a way we could just like power off and have the dreams we want to. Or not dream at all. Either way, I feel like it should be our choice as humans. As anything, really. I don't know whether this is going to hit, multiple channels or if it will just be one. I had asked on the Green Wizard channel that people, was looking for a travel partner. Seeing as I didn't have any takers for that offer, I decided to go it alone again. I'm fine with it. It's just that I know that there's going to be people later who are going to be very, very disappointed. Not just in themselves, but part of it would be in themselves. It's kind of like this, like, you remember how there was certain, it could have been something like a comic book or an action figure or could have been like a video game or something that ended up being incredibly rare. And when it first came out, obviously you have people who are really into collectibles and they have the space and the time to do all that stuff. And, they hold on to things for decades and they sell them at a high price, which isn't really a bad idea. But it's like you never know what's going to happen with something. I see it like that. Except it's not really about money. And it's not about having and acquiring things. It's about what you did with your life. I'm going to be continuing my documentary on my homeless hobo experience because that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm not going to be telling people where I am. Only that I'm on foot. I have the ability to take a bike if I want to. Skateboard, rollerblades, scooter, whatever. I know exactly what to do. I can get myself anything I need. And I'm going to choose not to. Because I made a rule that I wouldn't be greedy. If, it comes down to it that you're going to steal something, and it's a necessity, do it. Recently, I met somebody who seemed to have a lot of hang-ups about certain things, and I get it. They didn't want to learn how to pick a lock because they considered that bad. And it's when I explained it to them, I don't think they really got it. But the way I look at it is, you're going to live on the road and you want to be free. You're going to need a lot of skills. And you'll learn a lot of skills on the road. That's for damn sure. You'll learn something new literally every day. Like sometimes you'll learn several new things that are really eye-opening. And it wasn't like that at all. Living in a house or an apartment or wherever I was either renting from or staying at.
You weren't renting. You were living with mommy and daddy. You were living with your parents. You were kicked out of their house. You weren't renting anywhere. You don't live on your own. You live with mommy and daddy.
Already, you stomp your feet and you cry. I don't want to say you become fearless because I don't know that yet. Because there's a sense of pride and dignity. Recently, I met somebody who seemed to have a lot of hang-ups about certain things, and I get it. They didn't want to learn how to pick a lock because they considered that bad. And it's when I explained it to them, I don't think they really got it. But the way I look at it is, you're going to live on the road and you want to be free. You're going to need a lot of skills. And you'll learn a lot of skills on the road. That's for damn sure. You'll learn something new literally every day. Like something. Sometimes you'll learn several new things that you like that are really eye-opening. And it wasn't like that at all. You know, living in a house or an apartment or wherever I was either renting from or staying at. And already, you know, even when things are tough, you just feel so much better. Because there's a sense of pride and dignity. Pride's the wrong word. It's like a healthy pride. It's dignity more than anything. It's integrity. You even become grateful for all of the curses that others put on you with their words. It's dignity. You know, even when things are tough, you just feel so much better. Because there's a sense of pride and dignity. Pride's the wrong word. It's like a healthy pride. It's dignity more than anything. It's integrity. You even become grateful for all of the curses that others put on you with their words, the spiritual attack, the demonic attack.
He's such a crybaby. He's such a liar. He's a thief. He's a leech. He's a parasite. He's a parasite. You have given the impression that you don't know what I'm talking about or what my channel's about. Good to see you, Salty Siren. So, Mayhem is kind of distracting the live stream again. You don't listen for entertainment. You don't lurk. Well, you didn't seem to watch the Esoterica series until recently, I think. Anyway, I'm glad you're learning. I hope so. A lot of people pretend on the internet, on YouTube, and on my channel. Thousands have pretended over the years. I'm not a fool. I'm not a fool. Camel toes for cash. Camel toe pants. I talk about camel toe pants in some of my lyrics, some of my songs. Some women would deny it, but they sell their camel toes for money. They sell them for views on YouTube and on Instagram and on OF and in prawn. Camel toes for cash. It makes perfect sense, but there's a lot of women that would deny it. The first instinct of a lot of people is to deny it. Anyways, I don't know what you're talking about half of the time, Mayhem, but a lot of the time it just comes across like you want me to talk to you in the chat. It's like you're trying to get my attention and trying to get my show to be about you. That's the way it comes across. A lot of the time, it ends up this way, where I kind of stop the show to have to address your comments, and you're typing pages now. So, yeah, it's not what I want. Hello, Maurice. Good to see you.
Things like nightmares and stuff that happens in the night, you become grateful for that because of what you do with it, because of what you did with it and how strong it made you. Because of what you did with it and because of what you did in spite of it all. It wasn't intended to be good for you. It was the spiritual attack. You even become grateful for all of the curses that others put on you with their words, the spiritual attack, the demonic attack, things like nightmares and stuff that happens in the night. You become grateful.
So little D's face looks like a camel toe. It looks like a hairy camel toe, doesn't it? It does. It looks like a hairy camel toe. There's something about his face that if you turn it sideways, it looks like a hairy camel toe. Camel toe face. He's a camel toe face.
For that because of what you do with it, because of what you did with it and how strong it made you. Because of what you did with it and because of what you did in spite of it all. It wasn't intended to be good for you. It was what you did with it. And then you get out into a situation like this and you see like, oh my God, even certain things that I kept questioning that I didn't think I would ever need, I don't want to say you become fearless because I don't know that yet, but you become afraid of a lot less. And so you can think straight because your adrenaline's no longer pumping a mile a minute. And that's a very good thing. You start to know what to do in situations, how to carry your things, what to do to keep yourself safe. Offer is always there if anybody would like to meet up somewhere along the way and you consider yourself a honest, trustworthy person and we get along in that regard. I don't care if we're very different. We don't have to believe the same things. We don't have to do the same things or be into the same things. The important thing is integrity. I will not travel with anybody without it. I'd rather be alone because I'll be a lot safer.
Leftist, how can you... Seems women in France have given up on all the new arrivals integrating into their culture and have chosen to integrate into African culture instead. Which makes the following clip out of Paris all the more noteworthy. A leftist woman walking down the street minding her own business. When this happens... Leftist, how can you tell? LGBT fan is a bit of a giveaway. The woman part might still be open to debate. She, they, them, whatever, then decides to confront the mob. And surprise, surprise, it's another bunch of Maghrebi/African urban youths. Hey, she voted for it.
So I think this would go under the headline of news, according to Mayhem. She doesn't have time for news, for the racial stuff. She doesn't have time for this to understand what's going on, not just in France, but across Western civilization. She made a comment like that recently. Doesn't have time for news. All right, whatever. You're kind of missing the point of what I'm doing then.
She then gets confronted by an older migrant background male, presumably upset at the fact that she won't just let them casually assault her. Clear.
A lot of people in the comments have said that's what she voted for. Well, she's clearly a leftist, and she did vote for that. France is my least favorite African country, somebody wrote in the comments. Import animals and you become a zoo. Maybe this is more than just news. The saddest part is that they don't just change their mind, this person wrote. They just double down. Suicidal empathy bordering on madness. I wouldn't call it madness at all. They are waging war on us. We need to take this seriously as more than just a little news clip, maybe. They were warned. They didn't listen and called us fascists. The leftists love importing the third world. They're just like us, the lefties believe. We're the same. We're the same, but we aren't the same.
Skin doesn't just change how you look, it changes how you feel walking into a room. And for me, that's been turbo boosted, thank Only when you click the link down below. This same gang of feral urban youths have been terrorising that part of Paris for weeks.
Les petits sont chauds. Les petits sont chauds. Voilà, ça va faire des clips à 16 ans, 15 ans, frère. Putain, voilà. Voici la nouvelle génération.
Even blocking off roads just for the hell of it. It's been all over social media, yet authorities have done precisely nothing to stop it.
The darkies versus the whites. I guess this is just news.
In fact, the mayor of Paris celebrated allowing people to swim in the Canal Saint-Martin as a great success. The water being dumped on everyone in these clips coming from the same canal. And all this after hundreds of arrests, countless violent assaults, syringe attacks and S attacks on women during the Fête de la Musique. And after the festival, they dumped the trash in the canal. Yeah, I think I'll be avoiding Paris for my summer holiday this year, and in fact, for the rest of my life.
There will come a time when you look back and realize I told you the truth. I showed you. I proved it. Observable truth. Verifiable truth. I showed you what this realm is. I showed you how it works. I showed you where you are. I showed you how the pieces fit. I shared evidence. I proved it. I proved it. You have no one to blame if you deny it and run away from it. I showed you. I showed you.
Hello, hello, my tigers. Hello, my tigers. Let's go to a slum, an African slum in Nigeria. Let's go to a slum. Let's go to a slum. Enjoy this. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Maybe you'll see the difference between this and where you live. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's just news, just empty news.
For more than a week now, I've not had water.
Okay. Where you are staying, you may not have water. You have to transport yourself to a very far distance.
Life is very affordable here. Things are cheap compared to other places.
Ai wannan garin albarka ne. Every day mutane suna shigo shi wanda baka san adadin su.
It's a blessed city on top of a garbage heap. They're smiling, so it must be good. They're smiling, so it must be good.
Hey everyone, so today I'm in a part of Abuja that many people don't get to see online. Aside the wide roads, the beautiful buildings.
Oh, the beautiful buildings. Oh, wow. Isn't it beautiful? It's wonderful.
They're actually community of people who are trying their best to survive.
Amazing.
So today I will be exploring their reality and sharing their story as
Amazing.
they are.
Look at the Tigger shacks. Oh my goodness. The rusted roofs. Beautiful, beautiful buildings. Look at this path. Look at this. Is that a road? They call that a road? That's a Tigger road. It's a Tigger road. Glorious. Just pretend it's all good, everyone. All you have to do is pretend. Keep pretending your way through life. Pretend. Pretend. The music is good for this. It's like children's music that they put here. Awesome. Tigger music.
This community is only a few minutes from the city center, yet it feels like I'm in a completely different
Wow.
world. People live here because of its affordability and proximity to areas like Meitama,
Wow.
Asokoro, and Busetu, where most of them work. They say that there's about 1 million people living in the community.
1 million. 1 million.
And it does feel like it. There's only a single narrow road in and out of this community, and one of the road users told
A single narrow road in and out of this community. She calls it a community. Blacks love that word, community. And they love black diaspora, and melanin is another word they love, skin color.
me that there's always traffic congestion in the
Community.
mornings and in the evenings. But
What a
people make
community.
do with whatever they can.
You got to make do with bars on your windows. I noticed they have bars because it's so safe there. It's so safe. They'll tell you it's safe. That's why they have bars on the windows so you can't get in. That's what I notice. I go by more than just their words. They'll praise how safe it is. There's trash on the ground, bars on the windows. Safe. Safe. Tell me how safe it is. Safe. Look at the trash. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
My name is Amos. Amos Beach.
Just lie to us, Amos. Tell us we didn't just see that.
I'm from Kaduna State.
How long have you been living in Pape?
In Pape. This is 3 years.
I love the liars of this realm. They lie and lie and lie. It's a good, safe place. Good, safe place, you'll say.
So what is the rent like in this area?
It depends. We have the one of 200, 250, 300, 350. We have the one of 170, 180.
You get water?
Yeah.
How do you get water here?
Is there water? Imagine having to ask someone that lives somewhere if there's water there. Is there water? How do you get water there? Because it's not right in your house. You don't have plumbing. You don't have indoor plumbing.
Get it from water boat.
Okay, there's water board here.
Yeah.
People that are not fetching water from that tank, where do they get water?
They are buying it from different branches.
Where do they get water? Well, it's on these little carts. See, when they come down to the truth, Their wata is towed in on these carts, probably pulled by hand. I don't think they have donkeys even. Looks like these are pulled by people. Wata carts. We gave them wheels. There's an old tire there. Look at this. And this is what a lot of you people want to defend. You want to pretend we're all the same. Go over there. Live with them. Stay away from me. I don't like liars around me. Stay away from me.
Salsa, where the fish may roll.
How much they to buy?
200, 150.
For one?
Yes, for 1 ton.
Do you pay the owner of that tank?
Every month.
How much do you pay the?
Every month.
Every month you got to pay for your water, Tigges. Got to pay for your water, Tigges. You better pay up. Pay up, bitches.
It's 2,000.
Is there always like?
Sometimes 24 hours, sometimes off and on, off and on. It's my life.
Is there anyone that's retarded here tonight tuned in that can't see the difference? Are you retarded?
That has been connected, disconnected, but I've been using light before. The pole been get issue by then, so as they connect the pole, I don't come get wire where I go use connect them from here.
Who's retarded? You can't tell the difference between slums in Africa and where you live in the West. Are you retarded? Is anyone here retarded? Do we have any retards tuned in? What's this? Inside the island invaded by welfare-addicted migrants. Welfare-addicted migrants. What's going on?
Ireland, where migrants fresh off the boat. This is Ireland, where migrants fresh off the boat live like royalty in This is Ireland, where migrants fresh off the boat live like royalty in castles funded by the taxpayers, while the local Irish can barely afford to pay rent.
One of my neighbours was sent out of his house, and you know who was put in his house? And he was sent down to the social housing, an Arab or something like that.
Who are getting homes upon arrival?
But like, do you want me to be honest and say it? Foreigners. I don't know where they're from, they're just black.
With over 23% of Ireland's population foreign-born, driving the already unaffordable housing costs even higher, as homelessness also hits record highs, how did this tiny 5.4 million person island become a hotspot for migrants and asylum seekers looking for handouts? How much charity does Ireland have left to give?
Violent demonstrations broke out near Ireland's capital Dublin on Tuesday night, with as many as 2,000 protesters clashing with police. They're outside the City West Hotel in Sagat, being used to house asylum seekers, one of whom, a 26-year-old African man, was charged in connection to an alleged sexual assault on a 10-year-old victim in the area.
Countries round, we have no culture left.
The Irish went abroad.
Yeah.
They were looked after, so why not we look after them?
Ireland is for the Irish. Get all these c***s out of here.
Why would you want all the same type of people in one place? It's boring. It makes the DNA stronger.
Before we go infiltrate the lavish estates migrants are living in on the taxpayers' dime, and go see how this new diversity has penetrated even the quietest of villages in the Irish countryside, I met up with fellow YouTuber Luke from Two Mad Explorers, an Irishman born and raised in Dublin who left the country as the cost of living became insanely unaffordable. Let's go explore Dublin city centre and ask the new Irish where they're really from. Where are you from?
Living here. No understand, no speaking.
So, okay. English? No English? You guys speak English? Excuse me, a little English? A little English. Where are you guys from?
I am from Pakistan.
Pakistan. Djibouti. Palestine.
I'm from Ukraine.
Chile.
Right, I'm Irish.
From Algeria, Tahir Harras.
Okay.
I'm from Sierra Leone.
I'm Algerian.
Bangladesh.
Me? Yes.
Originally Bangladesh.
I'm from Pakistan. India.
Brazil.
No?
India, Brazil, Spain, Bangladesh, Pakistan. Does this seem like Ireland to you? I don't know. What's wrong with most of you people? You don't seem to mind. You think it's all okay. What's wrong with most of you people? You think this is just news?
I'm
from Brazil.
I'm from Nigeria.
I'm from India.
Afghanistan. I'm from Pakistan.
I'm Afghan. I grew up in Sweden, bro.
If Afghanistan were to go to war with Ireland, who would you fight for? Tough question.
Oh, bro, it's very difficult, bro.
No, inshallah didn't work. Inshallah, Ireland, India.
Okay.
Inshallah, I met dua.
I can't choose one, bro.
Okay.
Probably Afghanistan.
Okay, I respect your honesty.
But maybe Ireland, I don't know.
But hypothetically, who would you fight for?
Fight is only Israel.
Only Israel.
Israel fight, everybody Israel fight.
This is kind of the hotspot of a lot of the demise of current modern Ireland.
Tell me about the demise. What do you mean by that?
Irish people are ethnic to Ireland, right? We've been here on this island for thousands of years.
Okay.
We have a culture, we used to have our own language. To give you a short insight into what's happened, we've kicked the Brits out, and in return we've imported Pajit, Patel and Mohammed.
What do the local Irish think about the state of Ireland right now? Are you Irish?
Yeah.
Could I ask your perspective as an Irish man? What are your thoughts on the state of Ireland right now?
Shy.
What are the factors leading to the shidiness?
The government.
What are your thoughts on all the newcomers? Good or bad?
I won't comment on that.
I don't know, it's good. Maybe it's good. Maybe it could be good, yeah.
How is life out here? We're trying to get the perspective of a woman such as yourself.
I think it's good, it's not that bad.
Okay.
I think if you are kind and you work hard and you keep yourself.
She thinks it's good to be taken over. She thinks it's good. It's not that bad. The big smile on her face. Great big smile on her face. I don't know what kind of bra she has on, but I can see the nipple there of her boob. Does she have the yoga pants on, the camel toe pants? Weird sunglasses or weird glasses. Trying to be stylish while her country's taken over, and she thinks it's good. She thinks it's good.
I think it's not that bad. There can be some challenges, especially as a woman.
Can you list the challenges? Okay.
I think if
It's good. Maybe it could be good, yeah. It's good. Maybe it could be good, yeah.
How is life out here? We're trying to get the perspective of a woman such as yourself.
I think it's good, it's not that bad.
Okay.
I think if you are kind and you work hard and you keep yourself, I think it's not that bad. There can be some challenges, especially as a woman.
Can you list the
Oh, especially as a woman. Again, they're the ones that have the most challenges no matter what the topic is. Women always face the most challenges. Finding tampons, I guess.
challenges?
Just men in general sometimes. I don't get.
Oh, men in general. It's not the ones that come off the boats. It's not the invaders. Men in general sometimes. Men in general sometimes. Grouping in European men with the invaders. Men in general. Oh, wow. He found a real bright woman here.
List the challenges.
Just men in general sometimes. Don't get me wrong, okay? Not all are the same, but sometimes can be dangerous. Even the ladies, the women, they can be even dangerous than the men. So, yeah, but I think we have to love, we have to accept others.
You're not making any sense, woman. You're just speaking straight out of your coochie chakra. You're not making a damn bit of sense.
Even though, like, yeah, there are different nations or like skin
It's more than skin color, dummy.
color, anything.
I mean,
friends that are in the journalist field.
Okay.
They have disclosed to me information on serious crimes against women, particularly, and young children.
Women again focused on women. It just eventually men just block it out. We're just like, all you want to do is talk about yourselves. You don't care about what's happening to your country or all the white European people. It's always about women. What's on the mind of women is just themselves constantly. And eventually men just tune it out. We're just like, fuck, just don't want to hear it anymore. It's always about you. Just, is that all that's on your mind? Are women that self-centered and selfish that it's always just about you? Always. Just like this one here. Self-obsessed. And you don't have much selfhood. Pretty empty and lost.
Like, this is why the clamping down
Pretty vacant.
happens. It's why the pretending happens, and seeing it kind of from like a child's perspective, that there's being able to see like, wow, this is why this happens to begin with. Like, this is why the clamping down happens. It's why the pretending happens. And seeing it kind of from like a child's perspective, that there's an innocence and an ignorance in that it clamps down to survive, you know. So it's just like, it's reframed things, that as that titration has happened, it's like, yeah, there hasn't been this like perfectly abiding forever thing, but it's happened slowly and given my system the time to adjust, you know, given my system the time to like witness it, like really witness it. And then through the witnessing of it and the presence, touching it with presence in an abiding way. That's what's abiding, is that there's the presence with it. And then that's what unravels it. You know, so in a way, like, there's just, this path has looked very different. You know, there's been like a slowness to it, and I can acknowledge that, like, if I had gone from this to like being back in the world, the whole system probably would have totally clamped back down and gotten lost again. So I can see how that happens in, like, you know, retreats or people having big openings, and then the world comes in its fullness, and like nothing about life changes. Like, you're still in everything, in the busyness, like totally immersed in it, and the system just protectively just totally clamps back down. You know, and there's been a grace in that not happening, but and shown me like what's real, you know, what realness feels like. And then it's like, yeah, I'm not willing to sacrifice that anymore. Like, I don't care how fucking uncomfortable I have to get. I don't care anymore. I don't care, you know. And it's just like pieces falling. It's like not being liked, setting boundaries with people, having to say no when that's just the truth, you know. It's like yeah, like I've been challenged with that lately, just like saying no. Nope. And like not noticing the pretending to over explain to soften something, or just like it's noticing all of the old habits trying to come back online, like all the habits of pretending, you know. But I don't think any of us really wants to pretend. Like, we don't feel it. Like, if you're being honest with yourself, you can feel how much you're fucking pretending in life. Even if you're not fully being honest with yourself. You know, I've had to, like, in the last, what has it been, like, year and a half now, of just being in this relationship, of having to acknowledge, like, how much something in me really wanted, like, was so desperate to get somewhere in a way, that it really wanted, it was really, like, there was something that was really hopeful that, like, another person would do it, like, just, you know, the right person. But, like, no, that's not it either. And then there was, like, a thing that came online of, like, just this desperate running, like, this thing running or trying to fix or trying to get somewhere, and then just something in the system just being like, no, just stop. Just stop. What happens if you just stop and just feel the dissatisfaction of reality compared to, like, whatever fantasy has been built up, you know? But there's such a gift in knowing what being real feels like. And, like, this place has taught me that. like being naked back here in the woods and being muddy and just watching fish, watching a crawdad, watching the water, like witnessing bugs and just like feeling so part of it. And then it's like, what pretending can there be in that? Like when you're alone in nature, you know, there's probably still ways that we pretend when we're by ourselves, like maybe pretend that we're happy or pretend that we're grateful when inside of us there's like a raging burning under the surface. But there's only so much you can pretend when you're in a place like this. And that's been the grace of this life. Is knowing what it feels like for all the pretending to fall and then having to very uncomfortably feel every time that pretending comes back online. And not being able to hide from that anymore. Like there's a fierceness in that. There's a really deep fierceness in that. Train's coming. You know, I had somebody make a comment on, I think it was the last video that I recorded sitting here, talking about, you know, just making a negative comment about the train or how much it's ruining the peacefulness. And, you know, that's so interesting. Like I've really come to like it actually, but you know, this train, it transports coal and also a fuck ton of Amazon Prime shipping containers. And it's like, so every time you hear this train, you're being confronted by what's required to bring you your electricity and all of your Amazon packages. And if it ruins the peacefulness, like, how are you partially responsible for that? Like, you want your comforts, but you don't want to be confronted with how those get to you. So there's like we're so fucking disconnected. We are so fucking disconnected from like the truth of our lives, from how our food gets to us, from how our comforts get to us, from like what it costs. Like we just have these fucking blinders on. And then want to complain that something isn't peaceful without taking in like the reality of that, you know. And that's not to like talk shit about that specific person by any means, but you know, that's something just like living here that like, yeah, every time the train goes by, it's really what that is. It's the stark contrast of this human fantasy world that we've created, contrasted with reality, with nature, you know. Like this is what props up the dream. This world that we live in, that we've created, that we use to try to protect ourselves from how much we're fucking pretending. So much pretending, y'all. And it's like, I'm not making that wrong. But it feels like I'm not making it wrong, but like in the system, it just like, it feels gross. Looks really good. Like in the system, it feels fucking gross when I feel that come online. It's just like, ugh. It feels like just this like shadow, you know, like it feels like this shadow that comes in just like this cloud or this fog that just descends and just makes everything feel like, I don't know, disconnected. Just like how are you still pretending? You know, I've done so much pretending even since like having this channel. Like I don't, this looks so ridiculous right now. I don't go back and like really watch old videos very much, but there's so many old videos where it's like, yeah, this is an arrogant little stinker in those videos who like thought she knew something, and yeah, he, like saw a glimpse of something, or had like really just started on something and was very arrogant, you know. And then there's been pretending of like being this spiritual person, being somebody who isn't human, being somebody, you know, being somebody. It's kind of ridiculous. But it's like, it's precious too. There's like a preciousness in it. And then I see other content creators that like, I don't know. I guess there's just something so precious to me about humanness. And that this isn't all humanness. Like this process isn't about getting lost in humanness, but there's something so sacred about humanness. Turn so the sun's not directly in my eyes. That's better. Cheers. But it's like a devotion. I don't know, like I was watching a video from a teacher that I like work directly with sometimes about devotion. And like something in that rang so true to me, because I remember even like really early on in this process, there was something in me, like, yeah, I could feel the truth in the people that talked about transcendence, but it always, like, something about it always just felt kind of empty. Like the folks that like really only focus on that piece of it, there's something about it that just, it never fully landed. And I can see why now, because that's just like it's like a bus stop or like a train station on this journey that like we can get off and like be wowed by all the sights there, and we can try to stay there, but that's not the whole thing, you know. And there was just always this like deeper, something deeper, like some devotional thing. And it really has been like a devotion to form. Almost like I don't know, yeah, like a devotion to form in some way. That there was just a knowing that that's where the real juice is. Like a devotion to being in form and not pretending. Not trying to be something, not trying to be perfect. There's like, this still rubs up against my edges sometimes, but it just like, it feels important to me to show humanity, like to show pieces of my humanness, like especially in a world that's getting more and more false, where you don't know what content is real anymore. You don't know what's AI generated. You don't know if what somebody's portraying is actually their life, and it can never be, you know, like this life that I live is so much more complicated than what these videos show. There's like, I have this human relationship, and I have a home, I have bills that I have to pay, I have this work that I do with people, I have like my own pieces of conditioning that still show up, that like interplay with all of this, that like get seen and felt and moved through. There's still like crying that happens, and it's like it's full, you know, and this platform can never capture that, can never capture the mud of it, like the true mud of it. It just can't. You know, one last thing I'll share is that there's been something kind of landing lately that maybe like I guess the way that I'll say it is, you know, the word that was coming is like detachment ending, but that's not true. It's like a level of detachment came online as a byproduct of this like transcendent movement, or just coming to know the emptiness and the silence and the stillness. And then what happened as a byproduct of that was this level of like, it was just like a detachment that was effortless, that I could, you know, sitting and talking to people, there was just like this, like feeling the pretending in it. But kind of what I've been seeing is that there was something that was like holding that out. I don't know if this is going to make sense the way that I'm going to say this, but something that was like holding something out and like not actually being fully curious anymore, like really deeply curious about another's experience. So there was still this like holding something out, and something is shifting in that where like, no, let me actually let it in. Like, let it like really penetrate. And not to like believe it or to get lost with somebody or to get lost in something, but just for the love of being here. Like what, for the love of being here, to really let it in. To really let it, like, to really be curious about somebody else's experience. Because if we're all being honest with ourselves, and I've had to get really honest with myself about this, do you really care about other people's experiences? Or are you always relating it back to yourself in some way? Like really on a deep level. I mean, like, yes, there's something in me that has always cared about other humans and felt deeply empathic, and like hearing other people really touches me, but there was something that was like somehow holding it out or not letting it penetrate, because, or just like constant like self-referencing, that it was always in relation to myself and my own experience, even though there was like a depth of feeling there, but like something in that is breaking. And so there's like this simultaneous detachment, but also like a, like fully letting it in, just for the love of it, you know. I don't know if that makes sense, but anyways, that's all I'm gonna share. I'm gonna make a short about this too, or maybe a shorter video. This looks really good, guys. But there's a women's retreat coming up that I'm gonna be hosting that is gonna be fucking awesome. It's like literally talking about not pretending. It's a space to just like stop pretending and like really know what it feels like to not fucking pretend even a little bit. Like to have that reference point is so powerful. And so the lady who's hosting it with me, she's the gal who is like organizing it with me and hosting it here. We're going to be hosting a Zoom call, like a Q&A on Tuesday, and I'm going to put the link in the description for if you want to sign up for that. It's a women only call, and we're going to require that all video is on during that call, just to make sure you don't have any imposters, any pretenders. But yeah, it's going to be a space to literally put all the masks down and really know what it feels like to not pretend. And that's really exposing. And it's really fucking vulnerable. But it changes something. Like it truly changes something inside. So yeah, if that retreat, the retreat is July 30th through August 2nd. Coming up in like 5 weeks, something like that. But if that's something you're possibly interested in, we're doing a Q&A call on Tuesday. Link down there. So, how are you still pretending? Interesting. See ya.
Do you think men can give birth?
I think that
Yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they can
Assigned
give birth.
male at birth, so people are not male at birth?
I think that a person.
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers. We
So
do
what's
not
the
know-
difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
That was actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about the cells.
No,
It's not about. No, I'm
I know,
speaking. No, I'm speaking. No, I'm
we're both
speaking. No,
functional
I'm
cells,
speaking.
okay?
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Want to say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids. My first prompt is, abortion is murder and should be illegal. All right.
Can I maybe go?
Okay, hello, what's your
Hi,
name?
Juliana.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Can
you.
we get our terms right first?
Yeah.
Okay, abortion is the forcible ending of the viability of a being in utero, otherwise known as a fetus. Do we agree that's what abortion is?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. And then murder is the intentional taking of life, different than killing or sudden death. So murder would be the intent, with intent, taking another life. Do we agree with that?
Okay,
Okay, and then we agree that murder in general in society should be illegal.
yeah.
Okay, great.
So yeah, no, I do want to preface that I'm a Catholic. So I think one really important thing that the Bible says is to not judge. And just going back to the topic, I think there's a big difference between, cells in utero than a living, breathing, existing being. And while I do believe it's murder, and that's just my personal belief, right? I don't believe in telling people what to do with their bodies. That's not up to me, and it's not up to us as well as Christians
But-
to judge.
Should we prevent murder in society?
For sure, yeah.
Then it should be illegal.
But I think that it's really different, right? Because, these people aren't.
Sorry, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Okay, what's your name?
Naima.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, can I just ask, at how many weeks do you think that a fetus is viable?
Well, viability and moral worth are two different things.
No, but I'm asking you, at how many weeks do
Well,
you think
at
a
about
fetus
20
is viable?
weeks, a baby can survive outside of utero.
So it's actually 24 to 26
Well, it's
weeks?
20. The youngest ever in a NICU unit actually happened in San Diego, not far from here, and survived at 20 weeks.
Okay, so under Roe v. Wade, 93% of abortions happened in the first 13 weeks of pregnancy. That's 93% of the abortions happened well before a fetus is technically viable
For
as
sure.
a form
so
of life.
Let's go into viability. So what is it about, let's say, a 6-week baby that has a heartbeat, its own DNA, fingerprint, brain waves, that is less moral worth than an 88-year-old right now with dementia in a home down the street? That person requires assistance, requires help. Why is it that the 6-week baby is of less moral worth?
Well, first of all, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Well, what does fetus mean?
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f? I'm sorry, is this
It,
a
it means
language
it
class?
means little human being.
An outdoor swimming pool in Germany may about to become the most popular in the country. The Hyderabad Natural Swimming Pool in Halle has introduced a strict new policy to ensure the safety of its customers.
Im Heidebad in Halle gelten ab sofort neue Regeln für Badegäste. Wer kein Deutsch kann, muss draußen bleiben. Betreiber Matthias Nobel sah zuletzt keine andere Möglichkeit mehr.
No other option because the sheer deluge of non-natives using the pool and their inability to understand the rules was putting everyone at risk.
Zum Beispiel ein Fall von gestern Abend gegen 20 Uhr. Wir hatten Feierabend gemacht. Es haben die Badegäste das Bad verlassen, aus einer Familie, eine leider nicht deutschsprachige Familie, die zu viert schön im Schatten oben am Waldesrand saß und das Kleinkind alleine ohne Schwimmhöfen in den hinteren tiefen Bereich schon sehr quasi an der Uferkante im Wasser spielte und ich sage nur durch mein rechtzeitiges Sehen konnten wir es dann rausholen und ich hatte dann mit den Eltern versucht, eine Kommunikation aufzubauen, aber es war nicht möglich, weil eben die Sprache, wir hatten nicht die gleiche Sprache.
When the diversity is such a strength, it jeopardizes the basic duty of people to ensure that toddlers don't drown. Emergency alerts, water depth warnings and direct verbal instructions are routinely being ignored or misunderstood. The pool's decision to ban non-German speakers sparked a leftist backlash, with the pool manager being called a racist.
Seine Entscheidung für mehr Sicherheit ist umstritten. Nobel wurde daraufhin schon als Rassist beschimpft, doch ihm gehe es nicht darum, weniger Ausländer ins Bad zu lassen.
He was also bombarded with threatening messages, and now the government has ordered the policy reversed after calling it xenophobic and worrying it could harm the city's reputation. City administration spokesman Drago Bock said Noble must first exhaust milder means before resorting to outright exclusion. Access to the pool, Bock told Bild, must be guaranteed for the general public, and the operator must not undermine the public nature of the facility by imposing blanket bans on entry for entire population groups. Because apparently being perceived as racist is worse than preventing children from dying. Their solution is for Noble to put up more signs in foreign languages, as if they take any notice of them anyway. To his credit, Noble remains defiant. What should I take back? That people understand the bathing rules?
Dass durch die verschärften Baderegeln möglicherweise weniger Gäste,
but undoubtedly a more pleasurable experience for everyone else. The pool in Germany might be wrong to worry about losing paying customers when a swimming pool in Switzerland banned foreigners entirely after a surge of violence, assault and constant disturbances, almost entirely caused by French youths with migration backgrounds running riot. The ban prompted a surge in season ticket sales. It went very well. Citizens have rediscovered the bathing establishment with the peace and quiet that comes with it. We've seen an increase in season ticket sales as citizens have finally regained the long-awaited sense of security. There have been no problems and no new bathing bans since then. The federal government later pressured the pool to scrap the foreigner ban, but they got around it by doubling ticket prices for non-locals and making them book online in advance. By sheer coincidence, after the pool imposed the foreigner ban, the assaults and the constant police call-outs completely vanished. Unlike at other swimming pools in Germany, where more than 2/3 of assault cases are perpetrated by those with a migration background. While the president of the Lifeguard Association in Germany warned that assaults and violence against pool staff was endemic. Now consider for a moment the utter absurdity of commercial swimming pools providing better, safer and more effective border security than our own governments. Don't let people in who are more likely to commit crimes, endanger others and can't speak the language. A concept apparently so quixotic that it's completely unfathomable to implement on a national level. If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com and either pledge a one-time donation or subscribe to join my community, get early access videos and message me directly. And exclusive live streams coming soon too. Promise. Check out the Locals link down in the description. And don't forget to take a look at the brand new website modernity.news. That's where you'll find all my content, including exclusive articles. That's modernity.news.
The woman who emptied the Knicks trash can on the street and stole it was a DEI executive at JP Morgan Chase. Angie Bays, a director of DEI at JP Morgan. JP Morgan apparently fired her after the video got millions of views on social media, and the firm confirmed today that she's no longer with them. So this is her sitting on the
This Knicks fan stole the city's custom championship trash can and even traveled with it on the subway after New York's championship parade. The woman went viral after being filmed dumping trash from one of the bins onto the sidewalk before taking the entire trash can. The special blue and orange bins placed throughout the route in Lower Manhattan. The stolen trash can later appeared in an alleged Facebook marketplace listing for $5,000.
She lost her six-figure salary for $5,000. Imagine getting fired from your job and then being publicly exposed for doing this. JP Morgan hiring her with this resume is a bigger crime than dumping her trash on the sidewalk. Freelance, she's an art director, a mobile app, lead designer, and illustrator for typesetting. Let me see your professional resume skills. Confluence, agile, leadership, communication, Adobe Suite, HTML, and SQL, right? Everything listed as bullshit? Yeah, of course it's bullshit. Agile, she has 5 stars in leadership and communication. Well, apparently not. Really, apparently not. I mean, this is it. She was making $250 to $300K in total annual compensation as an executive director. Here's the big problem that I have with all of this, right? I thought we got rid of DEI. This is the real story with this, is that JP Morgan Chase still had a DEI office. Why did you have a DEI office? And the reason why we didn't is because we don't have the government going around to these different companies and auditing them to make sure that they're not using these practices. It's still there.
Additionally, after being fired, the land whale received a fine and ultimately was forced to return the trash can.
But I want to introduce someone to you. This is Kente Gavin. He's 41. He spent over half of his life in the Florida prison system. And you might ask, my goodness, what did he do? He sexually battered a child, and he spent 16 years, and then he was released on probation. And then he failed to register, and he went back to prison for another 7 years, for a total of 23 years. In addition to that, he has just been released in the last little while from prison. And he was living in this community at what the neighborhood referred to as the Chomo house, the child molester house. And he was living in a child molester house because we continue to have checks on them. The last time we checked on this house was October the 31st, Halloween. So let me take you to about 3:07 this afternoon. We received a 911 call that there was a man out here with a brick, and he was beating an elderly man in the head. So he was beating this elderly man in the head, and another lady, a witness, tried to shove our suspect off of our victim. When she was successful in doing that, he chased our second victim into a shed where he beat her up and stole her cell phone because she said she was calling 911. He said over and over, "I am not going back to prison. They will have to kill me." Information was relayed that it was an armed person acting erratic who was in the process of beating an elderly man, and our deputies arrived.
Pink, it's not quite a magenta, and what is fuchsia compared to magenta? Isn't like the same thing? Okay, it's part of the reality presentation. The magenta presentation in this reality at this particular time is a symptom of the real spiritual being choosing, per its own free will, to move itself into the digital world. All is mind. Consciousness creates reality. That is then fueling the technology, fueling all the digital, replacing the analog, etc. Now, here's the thing. Here's what's somewhat interesting to talk about, where we fight with the 1st through 5th grade truthers. The 1st through 5th grade truther, all they can understand is, they might even agree with me, that the magenta is part of the grimoire of the dark things that manages reality. And whenever they can push the magenta color onto the consciousness of real people, somehow they get something out of that. But it's not, but they would always go back to that dark room, that back room conversation where the evil creatures are around the table and some demon from hell materializes out of the portal and says, make sure the shoes are magenta, or a variation of pink magenta, because that is necessary, in our grimoire, to push the real spiritual being towards the digital. Just like, putting the hair of the dog into the witch's brew is necessary for our grimoire. It doesn't work like that. In my opinion, well, I can say that with confidence. How do I know, right? But I've studied reality long enough. I never overheard this in the Eyes Wide Shut party. In my opinion, even if you had full access and you could with Tom Cruise, you could get the fake mask and get into the backroom conversations and have the little password. There's nobody at an evil table that decided on the magenta for the shoes or the pink variation of magenta for the shoes. It just happens. It is the download. Why? Because I've read some articles that they're not clear on why this is happening. They talk. Hey guys, it's Matt. I just wanted to say this very simply. I wanted to say this for the past month or so. I made a video like this about a year ago, but it's the feeling of the blissful dread is so strong. It's so hard to carry. Many of us go through similar things at the same time. So I just wanted to. You're not going to do one of these videos, Matt. You're not alone. Yeah, I am basically. You're not alone. Yeah, I'm sorry. Call it grape nuts or whatever you want. If I'm going through these things, I know you're going through them. I'll look at the headlines. I'm sure that'll give us a lot more to make fun of in just a moment. Matt, get to it. I am absolutely terrified. It's okay to say that. Now, not in terms of what's important. I'm not terrified. My fear of death, I told you, is down 95% from my first explorations of what is beyond this world, and my first thinking about it in my mid-20s. I told you that experience when I had the realization for the first time in my mid-20s that I am going to pass, I'm going to die. This life, it will not continue forever. I knew it on paper. I knew how to choose the right letter under the multiple choice test correctly, but it didn't really hit me till my mid-20s. I told you that story many times. But in terms of important things, what is in general this existence? Does life continue spiritually? Of course. There's almost no fear. Well, we will always have those fears because we're in the body. That's what this life is meant to be. But the important things are way down. Other than that, in terms of what will this reality, this screen bring, what will life be like over the next 5 to 10 years? How will I make it through? I am absolutely terrified, and I'm sure many of you are too. It's okay to say it. It doesn't make you weak to say, "Oh, Matt, the trolls are circling." It doesn't. It brings strength. The weakness is to be absolutely terrified and to try to fool yourself, or to say, "Look, it's going to be okay." No, just be honest with your emotions. It's okay. I am, and many of you are. We go through things, many of us at the same time. We are on a very similar spiritual journey. Many of this has been proven to me over and over and over and over for 15 years. So I am absolutely terrified. As to, I'll give you, a bunch of different examples. Okay. First off, let's get the basics out of the way. In terms of what's important, again, what is this existence? Who are we spiritually, 1 trillion times larger than this place? In any way that's important, that fear is way down. Well, Matt, that's much more important. Doesn't that override the other fears? It should. But not for this carnival ride. We are in the body. We are here now. We are in this rent-a-car. It's related to the feeling that I've had, and I've talked to you about the blissful dread. The bliss is a calming understanding of who we really are. Existed before birth, will exist after death, all the things we've talked about. And then she stepped on the ball. But the dread, the blissful dread, is what most of us carry daily now. And the terrifying part is, it's likely not going to go away. It's not useful for anybody to come up here and to fool myself. Most of us carry daily now, and the terrifying part is, it's likely not going to go away. It's likely not going to go away. It's not useful for anybody to come up here and to fool myself, to lie to myself, it'll get better, the reality on the ship of fools in this, what an old man would call the new century or the new millennium, is so bizarre, so foreign and alien to what we knew if you're over 40 or 45, and it's only going to get worse. Okay, I can come out here and tell you but it's in the same way, the blissful dread, it's terrifying, it's scary, and I'm going to talk to you more about. I'll tell you a little bit what's happening. The data center here is moving forward, and of course they're going to drill wells. Our wells are going to go dry. Just things that we relied on. If you're a little bit older, things that this system could never touch. Again, when I say I'm terrified, I'm not worried about, one last time, my own mortality but just how are we going to get through the next 10, for many of us, 10, 15, 20 years? Some of the younger people, 35, 40 years. I mean, I don't, we'll do it somehow. We'll do it. But I just wanted to, I don't even know what that means, what I just said. I just wanted to mention it to you. And please, if you're the main descriptor of what, I don't like the word come out here. I don't really wanted to come out here and say I'm terrified, but I have to, I had to express to you as simple as possible. It's not like I as soon as this video is done, I'm going to run into the bed and pull the covers up. Admitting it gives you strength, in my opinion. I'm not afraid of when I go out. I mean, okay, in that sense, I'm not, I'm confident. But I don't know any other way to talk about it. It is this blissful, the feeling of the blissful dread that we carry continuously. Or I can't speak for you, that I do. And it's mostly, I've thought about it, what is this feeling that I cannot shake? And some days I'll be working on the stoves, or I'll get busy with it. Busyness takes it away. It's when things get calm and quiet when the blissful dread lurks back. And I've tried to get to the bottom. Okay, what is driving this? Is it? Am I afraid of my own mortality? Because Matt, you just, it's midlife crisis. Or it's not midlife crisis. It's back 20 to 25%. Last quarter crisis. No, that's not it, Matt. You're getting close. You're in that last quarter, and you're sensing your own mortality, and you're scared. No, that part's down 95% or more. I have full confidence that this is just a short little experience, a train ride and she stepped on the ball. Okay, I'm not worried about that. Of course, we will always fear that to a degree, because we are one with the body here. We are one. We're going to be one. We're one with the body. Of course, the ego, the parts that will go away are terrified. And that will always be with us. It's okay. That's part of the experience here. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the blissful, but we'll leave that out, the dread, that the back end of that, of who our friends are becoming and our family, of going along with everything. The ship of fools is now so far away. And what they believe the world should be is scary. It's terrifying. And, things that we just took for granted as being just rock solid. I don't want to bring this data center conversation in too quickly, but rock solid staples of existence. Okay, I bought a house in 2002 with a well. And I checked, never had a well, lived in an apartment complex my entire life. City living, Los Angeles, San Francisco, public water. Checked around a little bit. Anybody, is this a problem? No, I don't know, every 15 years or so, 20 years, somebody along the street might have a problem, have to dig a new well. But for the most part, as long as this is Pennsylvania, it rains and the well fills and you get some tropical storms and some hurricanes, and I call them well filler events. And of course, they've talked about drought here over we've barely kept up here in Philadelphia in terms of what we normally get over the last 2 years. So I've talked to people, and I've the guys at the well service. Oh, the aquifer is down, and some people have dried up, old wells, and it happens. It's okay. But what we thought was we thought this water in the ground, a staple of life, not milk, or they can't touch, right? So it's just okay. We might have a drought; it might go a little dry, but it's going to be that's an untouchable, right? A staple of life, like sunlight, water. Well, no, now that has the crow flies a gigantic data center that looks like not air cooled, but of course water cooled. I mean, what do we expect? Of course, it's going to. It's already people are having problems with their wells here, and I've talked to I know the guys down at the well water place that serves my neutralizer, and come here once a year and do that sort of work. And there's already a little bit of an issue because we're in drought and we haven't had a hurricane or a well filler event. Like Tropical Storm Floyd was the big one 20 years ago. We got 9 inches of rain in like a day and a half or something like that. That's a well filler event. It just fills the aquifer. Hundreds of millions of gallons of water come down. Well, now, that's something that Nottingham can't touch, right? Water in the ground, 100 to 150 feet down. Well, now it can. Now we have these things. Data centers, what? That they're going to dig wells and suck how many thousands of gallons of. Well, am I on the same aquifer? It's a mile away. I mean, you can never get a straight answer. It's okay. I don't like to use the word terrifying, but it's better to be, honest, and it is important for many of you to know that, trust me, as confident as Matt is, and we're all going through the same stuff here. It's scary. It really is. They can't touch the well water, this not milk thing. There are these things called data centers. Well, I've asked her, am I on the same aquifer? Well, we don't know. No, there's no way to tell. Well, I'm way up on top of the hill, and the data center's down at the bottom, about maybe. Maybe 3/4 of a mile away, or a little bit less even. I don't think it is. I'm going to say it's a mile, maybe to make myself feel better. I think it's less.
This is all he does day after day, is this shit. This is all he does. There's his PayPal. He gets money from doing this shit day after day. He talks about his well, his data center. He hasn't had a job in a decade. He just does this shit day after day. He's terrified, movies Maddie. He's terrified. This is the shit he talks about. Data centers, his well water. He doesn't give a shit about you. Doesn't give a shit about suffering in this realm. Suffering, disease. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He only cares about shit that could potentially affect him directly. And that's it. That's all.
but it's being constructed. I don't know how many. I'll tell you what my plans are there in terms of documenting certain things, but okay. So, I'm up top on top of the mountain or the hill. No, it's worse that the data center's low because the aquifer may be all one at.
He never talks to anyone else. He doesn't do any live streams. He doesn't have any live guests to push back. There's no pushback allowed with Movies Maddie. No questions, no pushback, no interactions. He just talks to a camera. That's all he does. No live streams, no pushback, no guests, no opposition, no dissenting views, no differing views. This is all he does.
They're lower, so as this goes down, it'll pull you down quicker. What? So, I mean, people up here, I'll get back to the main point in a moment, but people are concerned. You know, if I can get by, literally, I've said to myself, if the data center goes in and it's years in taking them to court or whatever, maybe we'll get no resolution. I'm almost planning for it to suck me dry. That didn't sound too good. I apologize for that. But it's just me and Zara. I've watched Zara. She just licks. Maybe we'll get no resolution. I'm almost planning for it to suck me dry. That didn't sound too good. Maybe we'll get no resolution. I'm almost planning for it to suck me dry. That didn't sound too good. I apologize for that. But it's just me and Zara. I've watched Zara. She just licks. She don't need no shower. It's okay. You need a bath, anything, anytime. I've had. If you include Cooper and Gouda now, taken care of. Well, they've been here over 3 years. That's why I say taken care of. But I've had 8 cats. If you include Cooper and Gouda, we know this isn't relevant. They don't ever need a bath. So when water Zara is good. For me, I'll have an old rain barrel and I'll get another one. I'll push the rain barrels out there. I'll find a way to put one up 6 feet in the air. I'll take a shower under the. I'm prepared to do this, and I can do this. It's just me. But imagine having being in your 30s and all the houses around here on wells. There's no public here. There isn't. I mean, down here, Euclid, there is, but where I am towards the south and the east, it's just hundreds of homes, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds on wells, and there's no public water access at all. So imagine having a spouse or a 5-year-old kid and a baby on the way, and just worrying about water. I mean, I could get by with a few cases of water in a rain barrel propped up on stools and get underneath with an outdoor camping shower. I can get by. I don't want to lose water. Well, what about going to the bathroom? I've thought about that too. But I could get by for. Hopefully in a year and a half or whatever, we could sue the data center. Matt, there'll be no resolution there in the not null courts. I'm not expecting there would, but we would try. Anyway, I don't want to stray too far. The main staples of life are questionable. And I'm not just talking about water. I'm talking like the way you interact with your best friend or your family, or how they'll view the news, and we'll see it as a ridiculous event. The ship of fools is so far away already. It's only going to get farther. We need to determine which we should use further, I guess, because the ship of fools, I was going to say, is an analogy in this example. So further is better than farther. And people will give me advice on that, like they give me advice on larynx. I'm talking to you right now using my larynx. Okay, let me make sure this is still recording. It's okay. To admit the fear does not. It's the opposite. It makes you stronger. There's no hiding it. Oh, everything's gonna be okay. And hiding it, suppressing it. That's bad. Just say like I did today. I'm absolutely terrified. I am. It's okay. I guess I'll take just 3 or 4 minutes now to tell you the rest of the data center story, and then we'll look at the headlines see if it's Plaid, Bozo, check on Duluth and Dubuque. I've kind of kept after I attended the meeting, and I showed you a part of the video. I mean, I want to talk about that too. It was surreal. It was the representatives of the data center construction company. It was like being in amongst or around a demonic entity or an alien entity. It was really strange. I haven't been that close to not Nilk directly for a long time, because I kind of hang to myself here. But other than being in the meeting, everybody shouting down and yelling, and I've kept my head in the sand after that. This is going to take more than 3 or 4 minutes, but I think it's worth telling. The people that made the presentations, they were from East or West Whiteland. I believe East Whiteland were allowed to. I was hoping to make a presentation as well, or I would have been able, if people were afraid to speak, I was going to go up, but I wasn't that prepared, but I was ready to do it in case they needed me to do it. But people were so angry. Anger can overcome the fear of public speaking. They were lined up to speak. I was okay. I'm not gonna speak here. But and I was surprised how intelligent their presentations were against the data center. Of course, all of them were against the data center, and there were 2 attorneys all working separately on cases. And the point is, no matter how strong their argument, I'll get right to it. This could go on for a long time. No matter how strong their arguments were legally, very, very strong, I'm sitting back understanding something that nobody else in that room understands. I know it sounds arrogant. I'm just trying to get to the point. I understand not milk. I understand the wave of technology and progress, and the wave that's pushing all of this technology forward.
He understands fuck all. He understands.
His smile is very creepy. Okay.
Smiling is creepy?
No, your smile specifically. Fetus is in utero. Fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f***? I'm sorry, is this
It means little human being.
His smile is very creepy. Okay.
Smiling is creepy?
No, your smile specifically.
Got it.
But let's go back to, we're losing track here.
No, but what species is the fetus?
The fetus is not a species yet. It's technically classified as a parasite until it is viable.
So,
now I want to talk to you about something very quickly.
I can't let you get past that. Are you saying a baby is a disease or a tumor?
A parasite is not a disease and a tumor. Those are not the same thing. A parasite is defined as something that cannot survive outside of its host. A baby, before it is viable, cannot survive outside of a woman's womb.
Got it. So let's extrapolate that.
It is not a living organism.
Are old people with Alzheimer's and dementia that are being assisted every day, are they parasites?
No, they're not parasites. They're human beings who are on the brink of death.
Got it. So they're
not going to be able to survive.
My 4-month-old that requires mom's breast milk and requires daily changes and feedings cannot survive without its own. Is my 4-month-old a parasite?
Your baby can breathe on its own. Your baby can drink water from its mouth to its stomach.
But it cannot.
Your baby can
it hunt?
food.
Can it gather? Can it reason?
But that's not what qualifies something as being a living organism. Being a living organism simply means, can you survive outside of a womb, outside of your host?
Got it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Why does that then equate to moral viability?
It equates to scientific viability.
Why? Under what standard?
Because it is not alive, and you are advocating for the rights of something that is not technically a life.
Got it. So what is something
while
that has
sacrificing the needs of the human woman who is alive.
Got it. So, but a mom can survive.
Yes.
Without the baby in her. Right?
Yes.
The baby cannot survive without the mom.
Yes.
But a mom cannot survive without her lungs. So it's not her body, it's in her body. It's not her DNA, so it's not her choice. So it's It
actually is directly her DNA. It is 100%. It's 50% of her DNA.
Half her DNA. He's gonna win, I'm telling you. This could take a while.
Okay, first of all,
do we have our terms correct? We agree?
Actually, no. So first of all, I would like to refine our terms. I have 2 points to bring up after that, though. So you define murder as like intentionally like killing a human being. I think that's a very poor way to define murder, because if someone were to like break into my home and point a gun at the heads of me and everybody I love, and I intentionally kill them to prevent them from killing my family, I don't think I murdered them, right? So I would define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life.
You're making a good point. Let me further clarify that. So self-defense is very warranted.
Exactly, right?
But I can see where you're going to go with how that has to go with abortion, but we can go down that journey in a second.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I kind of do want to give you my argument insofar as why I'm pro-choice, why I think it's justified. But first, I think that, your position is quite absurd, right? Because you're saying that it is murder to kill a human being, right, at any point in development, especially when it's in the mother's womb. My question to you would be, well, does this make women with IUDs murderers? Because it is the case that in some scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning there's a unique human life there, but it will prevent its implantation, intentionally killing it.
Well, no, preventing implantation is not necessarily the same thing as terminating a fertilized egg. For example, if you take Plan B, again, it's not the same thing. Preventing the production of progesterone is not the same thing as terminating a being that has been fertilized. You do not know for a fact that the egg has been fertilized. You do not know that when you have an IUD.
Okay, yeah, so preventing fertilization or implantation to the uterine lining is
in IPAS centres, which is where they put these people. Charity starts at home,
I agree.
It doesn't start over in another country.
I've been here for the last 19 years of my life. 20, yeah?
Okay.
I'm originally from Poland. And I've seen it here at the beginning when I arrived. It wasn't like that. We all know what we're talking about, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm not actually racist. I am open to Irish helping the people. There's too many. Far too many.
Well, there's an awful lot of foreign people coming in. We don't mind the foreign people, but they're lying about and they're not working and the whole lot. But the country's ruined. We have no culture left. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much.
Ireland is for the Irish. Get all these out of here.
Are you a fan of remigration?
Send them all back. Deport a lot of them.
Send them all back, deport the lot of them. I agree.
I heard they make some of the best kebab in the world. Is that true?
It's true, but Ireland is for the Irish.
How has it been to you?
It's really good.
Medium?
All right, let's see. I'm going to shift gears here. Hello, everyone. Hello. How many people do we have tuned in here? I've been live now for 3 hours and 40 minutes. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And what do we have here? Everything is downstream. Oh, there's a sale on. Save up to 40%. Everything is downstream from spirit. People wanted this on t-shirts and hats. And you've got it. You've got it. Even if you're a darkie. Now, I know the demons will accuse me of grifting. This isn't grifting. This is artwork. I'm making millions of dollars off this, obviously. They're very good. These demons are very good at economics. I'm selling these shirts for millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. 25% off. Everything is downstream from spirit. I'm making millions and millions of dollars selling these shirts. I'm making so much money. So much money. I'm making an incredible amount of money selling these beautiful shirts. I'm making a fortune. I'm making a goddamn fortune selling these. Making a goddamn fortune. I'm making a goddamn fortune selling these. Absolutely. Art prints, shirts, hats, postcards. You can get a $3. Everything is downstream from spirit, black and white. Everything is downstream from spirit. The Raven King, quoting the Raven King, you can get a coffee mug. I'm making millions of dollars selling these. Millions and millions of dollars selling these clocks and pillows. Just millions of dollars, millions. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. You can get a little pin here that's under $3. Everything is downstream from spirit. You can pin that on your jacket as a reminder. A small pin or a large pin. The large one's a whole $3.19. I might make 9 cents profit from that. I'm making millions. There's so many buying these. Here's a little little zipper pouch, change purse, little zipper pouch. How much is this? A small one's $18. Everything is downstream from spirit. I'm making a fortune selling these magnets. Making a fortune selling these. I'm making a goddamn fortune selling these. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Making a goddamn fortune selling these. Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm making millions of dollars selling these. If you're a chef, here's an apron. Everything is downstream from spirit. There should be a chef at every restaurant wearing these. Beautiful. Look at the message. What a beautiful message. I'm making a fortune selling these shirts and hats. There's a hat here. Baseball cap. Beautiful. Put that on your melon head. Everything is downstream from spirit. Everything is downstream from spirit. Don't be retarded. You have to learn this. You have to show people this. Get it through their heads. Maybe they could wear a gold shirt or yellow or light pink or purple, black and purple or green or red or heather gray or just white with black text. Classic black and white. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Get it through your heads. I'm making millions of dollars selling this. Millions. That's why I'm independently wealthy. Look here. You can get a Dolphin Jesus Rules. Look at this. Dolphin Jesus Rules. I'm making a fortune selling these. Do you not understand? You picking up what I'm throwing down? I'm making a fortune on these. 20% off these hats. Dolphin Jesus Rules. You can get it this way. Black. Look at that. Fantastic. It's fantastic. Even darkies are wearing them. Even the darkies are wearing these shirts. Beautiful. Looks like she might be Hispanic. She's wearing these. Let's see this. Check it out from the back. You can get it on the front or back, I think. Yeah, you can get it on the back. There you go. Dolphin Jesus on your back, or you can get them on your front. There you go. Glorious and magnificent. E E E E E E. I'm making millions of dollars off of these, obviously, you geniuses. Of course. You can get this one with black. It's white lettering on black. It's black and white, but it's the opposite of the other one. See that? Shows up on a black shirt. Everything is downstream from spirit. Oh my goodness. That's glorious. That's glorious. Millions of dollars are being made from this. Change it to black. There you go. Everything is downstream from spirit. Everything is downstream from spirit. It's glorious. The glory. You can get a desk mat for your keyboard. The glory. Magnificent and glorious. The glory of glories. Get a hoodie pullover. Oh, the glory. The glory of glories. The glory. You can get a fitted scoop t-shirt like this chick here. The glory. It's glorious. It's what it is. Everything is downstream from spirit. White lettering on a black shirt. Isn't that glorious? And it shows up on this purple as well. You like the purple? The Tiggas love the purple. Where my Tiggas at? Everything is downstream from spirit. It's glorious. Still shows up on this color as well. White lettering. Everything is downstream from spirit. Turquoise shirt. I like it the most on the black, though. The white lettering on black. The black shirt. She's smiling away. She loves it. Everything is downstream from spirit. The glory of this is fantastic. Glorious. I'm making millions of dollars, millions on a clock like this. Everything is downstream from spirit. The amount of money I make, it's incredible, the profit. I'm making so much money on this, so much money on these. You can even get coasters. Everything is downstream from spirit. Look at that. I'm going to put that message out there into your world. Out there into your world. Into your human world. Coffee mugs, throw blankets, you name it. You name it. Putting my messages out there. And this isn't the end. It's just the beginning. I'm going to overwhelm your world with my messages. Everything is downstream from spirit. Everything is downstream from spirit. View my shop, click on Explore Designs. Here you go. I'll drop a link in the chat room. I'm making millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. Millions. That's what demons on Team Evil believe. They believe I'm making millions and millions and millions selling these. Let them believe it. Let them believe it. Let their mouths water and drool with envy. With envy. Let them drool with envy. Let them drool. Let them drool with envy. I'm making so much money on this. The Raven King. Here's my Chinese dragon. It's one of my paintings. It's pen and ink on paper and then painted. Glorious. Started off as a drawing. It's glorious. I'm going to start talking about my artwork a lot more. I barely ever did in all these years, but I'm going to start showing it, showcasing it a lot more, and talking about it. They already claim, oh, he sells artwork. Yeah, I've sold artwork for well over 10 years. 11, 12 years at least. Long before YouTube, you fucking losers. The glory of my artwork. The glory. I hope it triggers you. Creatures. Here's Pegasus. Pegasus. The glory of Pegasus. Where's my female models? Where the ones that are not the darkies? They shouldn't be showing these darkies. I think she's part Hispanic. This one. Pegasus. Put it on black. There it is. The glory of my Pegasus. The glory. The glory of glories. Beautiful, magnificent. I love my cult, the Sanity Machine channel. People have been buying these by the millions. I'm making millions and millions of dollars. Medusa's seduction. Look at that. The glory. Her eyes are closed, so it's safe to look at her. The glory of Medusa. Beautiful. She has wings on the top of her head, and there's snakes in her hair. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Creative, amazing, beautiful, vibrant works of art. The glory of my hummingbirds. Hummingbird lovers. Began as a drawing of a hummingbird, which I still have. For you lying creatures. Envious, lying fucking creatures. Look how beautiful that looks on a white t-shirt. Glorious. It's glorious. And there's a sale on right now. You can save on all these. There's a Redbubble sale on. Glorious. So many glorious works of artwork. Amazing, beautiful, stunning, magnificent, creative, original. Nobody does it like the Raven King. Modern seahorse abstract painting by me. Done in watercolors. The glory and the sparkling beauty of this. It's glorious in person. It's glorious. I gave away the original to a neighbor as a gift, framed. Gave her an original watercolor painting. One of my neighbors. A couple years ago for Christmas. I gave her a different one last year. But I gave this one away around 2.5 years ago, I think it was, at Christmas. Christmas gift. The glory. The glory. But you can still get all of these. All of these. Glorious. This fitted t-shirt. Wow, look at that. Look how beautiful that looks. The artwork, not the girl. The artwork. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Little artboard piece here. Glorious. Glorious. Framed art prints. Glorious, just glorious. It's glorious, just glorious. The glory of my artwork. Beauty. Make you feel good. You won't feel stupid. You won't feel depressed. Bring some beauty into your life. I don't want you to be miserable and stupid like the losers on YouTube. There's a lot of losers on YouTube that are bringing misery to people, misery and depression and stupidity. And I'm bringing you beauty and spirit, intelligence and glory. Feel the music. Question everything. Seek truth. That piece is called The Reincarnation Trap. Don't go into the light. The glory of my artwork. The glory of my artwork. I'm making millions and millions and millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. Hello, Wendy. Good to see you. The demons say that I'm just trying to sell my artwork here. I rarely ever show it in the 3.5, almost 4 years on YouTube. I didn't set up YouTube to make money or sell my artwork. But now I'm just going to start featuring it as much as I can. I'm going to start showing it over and over again. Dolphin Jesus. E, 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 e. Good morning, Wendy. The glory of glories, the glory of glories. Here's the piece that I framed, the original. Ink and watercolors on paper. I gave this one, it's the full piece, framed it myself, and then I gave it to a neighbor as a Christmas gift 2.5 years ago, a couple Christmases ago. Now, I don't know if she would want a dolphin Jesus. I don't know what she thinks of Jesus. I haven't asked her about Jesus. Haven't asked her about Jesus. I have some new pieces here, Wendy. Wendy, everything is downstream from spirit. These are now available. Everything is downstream from spirit. You can get this on this glorious creation of mine. Everything is downstream from spirit on a fitted shirt. Should be available soon as Redbubble approves. They're the ones that make the shirts and they take most of the profit. I get a little bit of profit on each little piece I sell, but it adds up to millions of dollars, obviously, selling my artwork this way. It's millions of dollars. Look at that, the beauty. Everything is downstream from spirit. The glory and the beauty. Pillows, pillow covers. Look at that. Wonderful. Everything is downstream from spirit. It's black text on a white background. It's glorious is what it is. On an apron. Everything is downstream from spirit. Who came up with that? The Raven King. It's part of my model. Now, some of you will lie on YouTube. A lot of you will lie, not just a few. There's a lot of liars on YouTube that say that's not his model. Oh, yes, it is. Everything is downstream from spirit, a clock. You can have this everywhere. I'm putting my messages out into your world of lies, into your hell realm of lies. Postcards, everything is downstream from spirit. I'm going to put it everywhere. Maybe I'll put it up on billboards, put it right in front of your faces so you can't look anywhere without seeing it. My messages will be everywhere in this realm. Everywhere. Everything is downstream from spirit. White lettering on a black background. Man, does that ever stand out? It does. See that? On the shirt here. Everything is downstream from spirit. It's glorious. So you can get either white lettering or black lettering, the reverse. And the font is different for each as well. Everything is downstream from spirit. Look at how sharp that clock looks. The black face, the white lettering, the white hands of the clock. Art o'clock. Your work. Look at this. It's glorious is what it is. Coffee mugs. They're not $30 American. They're $16.99. Those are the cheap. That's the best deal in town. 15% off. Some of these creatures are selling garbage for $30. I'm selling it Canadian, $16.99. What is that in American? $2? American dollars go so much further. Under $17 Canadian. I barely make any profit on these. I'm not doing this for the money. I'm trying to put my message out there. I don't need the money. Everything is downstream from spirit. Black and white. White text on black background. You can get a pin for under $3 Canadian, which is pennies. Canadian dollars are monopoly money. Glorious is what it is. It is glorious. I already have some things in my cart. The glory of my artwork. I click on Explore Designs and that'll show the top, the new ones coming up at the top. Everything is downstream from spirit, black text on white, or the reverse. Everything is downstream from spirit. White lettering, white text on a black background. And there's various colors you can get as the background instead of black. You can get different colors for these shirts. It's very easy to choose a different color. You click on this fitted shirt. If you don't like black, you can click on light blue, for example. You can click on blue, light blue, blue. If you're a Tigga, you can click on eggplant, purple. Looks like purple to me. They're calling it eggplant, but it's purple. You can get a red shirt. You can get green. Is that pink? They're calling it berry. It looks pinkish to me. All different sizes. You can get it on the front. You can get it on the back. It's up to you. Print location, the text on the front, the artwork on the front, or the back. It's up to you. I'm going to start advertising my work. Fuck these demons. Everything is downstream from spirit. You can get it on a zip-up hoodie. You can get it on everything. You can cover your house in my artwork. It's glorious. I've given people throw blankets, pillows, mugs, shirts, prints, stickers, change purses. I've sent my artwork for free to people all over the realm. And a lot of you liars can't handle that. But it's the truth. I've sent it to South Africa, Finland, Asian countries, European countries, across Canada, America, various states, all over the place. Given away tons of gifts of artwork, thousands of dollars worth over the years that I've been running YouTube. And none of those people are around anymore. None of them. None of them appreciated the free artwork. Not a single one is still on my channel. None. None are here. None are here. And it's my model. It's part of my model. It's part of my teachings. It's part of my Esoterica series. People try to claim it's not his model. It's my model. No one else came up with this. Everything is downstream from spirit. I have an Esoterica video on that topic. I suggest that you watch it and learn something. Suggest that you watch it and learn something. Watch it and learn something. Learn something if you can. I don't assume that everyone in this realm learns. I've experienced way too many that do not learn in this realm. Way too many people don't learn. They'll sit here and they don't learn. They don't pay attention. They're just here to laugh and be entertained. They're not digesting anything. They're not absorbing. They're not comprehending. They're not paying attention. Creatures like Callie, you remember what? You remember me giving away artwork. I gave away artwork to sick people. I used to give away a piece of artwork or two every month. A giveaway, El Diablo's artwork contest. Artwork giveaway. 1 or 2 shirts a month, month after month, I gave it away. And I gave away prints to people. I also sent blankets and things with my artwork to friends and friends of my family, friends of my mother that were elderly. A lot of you don't realize what I've done, what I've given away. You're all messed up in your heads, paranoid, believing that I'm just making millions of dollars every time I post this. A lot of humans are ridiculous. They can't think. Esoterica series, everything is downstream from spirit. It's about time you start learning. I don't assume that humans can learn because thousands on my channels with an S on the end over the years have shown me they can't learn. Thousands of you have shown me you can't learn. Thousands. Thousands of you. Thousands and thousands. 5, 10,000 or more. Easily. Subscribers and ones that never subscribed have shown me easily. I have almost 2 million views on the Sanity Machine. And if you include my other channels, it's well over 2 million over the years. Few of you can learn. Few humans can learn, can watch and learn something. You're like zombies, most of you. Does that offend you? Are you saying with your egos, I'm not going to buy any artwork from him. He's calling us zombies. Good. Don't buy it then. Good. I don't want zombies owning my artwork. I want VIPs only, beautiful spirits, intelligent beings, not zombies. Fuck you if you're a zombie. Go away. Get off of my channel. Stay away from me. I don't want you near me. Everything is downstream from spirit. Everything is downstream from spirit as part of my model. I don't know what it takes to get through your heads. People lose interest. Well, you can lose interest. Get recycled then. That's all. You can lose interest in truth. Go ahead. What do you think's going to happen to you? You'll just get recycled. That's all. Just get recycled. It's that simple. It's not difficult. Lose interest, get recycled.
Spirit. Spirit. Everything is downstream from spirit.
Everything is downstream from spirit.
Everything. Spirit is supreme. Here and beyond in waking life and in dreams. Spirit imagines.
Spirit can see.
Everything.
Spirit sees and remembers.
Everything.
Spirit creates.
Spirit is first.
Spirit is before.
Consciousness.
Culture.
Art.
Architecture.
Race.
Sex.
Heart.
Love and hatred.
Joy.
Genetics.
Addictions.
Pain.
And pleasure.
Humor.
Wars.
Laughter.
Matter.
Invention.
Politics.
Goodness.
Kindness and caring.
Bodies.
Beauty.
Hobbies.
Evil and violence. And ugliness. Spirit is first. Everything
Is downstream from.
Spirit.
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 Spirit contains.
Everything.
Imagines and creates.
Everything.
Illuminates darkness.
Spirit is the light.
Before the body. Spirit. Spirit.
Spirit.
Illuminates.
Spirit.
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 Hello, hello. Denmark, the Danes, the Danish. But you're Swiss though, aren't you? You're not Danish. I think you're from Switzerland. I think you mentioned Swiss. Hello, everyone. Hello. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Some people have to learn that. They're still trying to learn. They're still trying to learn. They have a lot to learn. They have to get it through their heads.
This is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell!
Nobody does it better.
Nobody. We bring the madness.
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 Ladies love El Diablo.
That handsome, cheeky little devil.
Ladies love El Diablo.
Es El Diablo. El Diablo. El Diablo. El Diablo. You naughty. Naughty. Cheeky little devil.
Hello, 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 hello. Choosing your free will in a time of banality. She's be anal, be anal. She's be anal, this thing. Kismet spiral. I'm going to give it a thumbs down right off the bat. I'm going to try to train people how to do that. Give the shit channels a thumbs down and give my channel, my work, a thumbs up.
Hi guys, it's been a little while since I've done a video and I'm not feeling great. I don't think any genuine salt being of love.
Genuine salt, genuine salt. Everything about her is just extremely annoying. It's beyond annoying though. It makes me sick. If I don't laugh at it, I'll just get a sick feeling watching this thing. Kismet Spiral, 1 hour ago, posted this. I stay tuned to some of these channels to see what demonic filth they're pushing.
Light feels good right now, in fact.
Feels good. She just, look at this thing, this duchy. Just everything about it is gross. The sounds, the sniffling, just everything about it, everything.
Genuine salt, being of light, feels good right now, in fact. So I just felt like doing a video anyway. I thought to myself, fuck it, right? Not sort of going against the grain or anything. I kind of feel like doing a video and I feel kind of guy.
This duchy with a tattoo on her forehead, between her eyes, over what she would call as her third eye. Tattooed arms. Wears weird things, says weird things, acts demonic, has demonic behavior. Absolute parasite.
I did to do a video, but it's very difficult right now to feel any kind of positivity. The heat has been incessant and it's a weird kind of static.
She says it's a weird kind of, and she shows her teeth, bares her fangs. She flicked out that lizard tongue. So many piercings on the ears, of course. Surprised it doesn't have the septum ring, though. That's what's missing.
Heat. It isn't an ordinary weather kind of heat. It's something else. It just is something else. It's not ordinary at all. It just reminds me of a song by Susie and the Banshees. Was it 92 Fahrenheit degrees? Where people go a bit crazy, and it isn't 92 Fahrenheit degrees at the moment at all, but it feels extremely oppressive and heavy, and
Go to India or Bangladesh. See what it's like there.
Think of the words as per usual, because the language that is required to describe and communicate the truth has been taken away. And
well, she does have a nose ring. It's not the septum ring. It's through one nostril. She does have a nose ring there. This creature.
I did a video talking about the nature of evil, and I took it down because there were some misunderstandings. Somebody thought, because I had builders in to do my floors, and I used it as an analogy, because these guys, they were perfectly nice people. They were sold, because I could feel that they had an amount of empathy, and I could communicate.
She thinks she can determine who is quote unquote sold, like the sole of your foot, or not. They never use the word spirit. These evil creatures always use the word soul. Camel toes for cash. Here's a new meme. Camel toe pants. Camel toe pants, and a lot of modern women sell their camel toes for cash. Camel toes for cash. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do we have here? Her close up. You can see the nose ring. The one nostril's pierced. She has many piercings on both ears, but she's got the loop nose ring. It's not a stud in the side of the nose. It's a loop through one nostril. Goes all the way through and around. The hoop or the loop nostril earring. Nostril ring, not earring. Nostril ring. Nose ring. Nose ring through the nostril.
With them and tell them what I wanted and what I didn't want, and so forth and so on. But you've still got strangers in your house, and I don't like strangers in my house. I'm a very private person. Anyway, I used it as an analogy to indicate how a real being of light, just a minute guys, sorry, how a real being of light, a soul, this is what I call soul traveller, an empath, a shining one, feels in this world. You feel like you don't belong here, right? Then, in fact, that is a great lie. That's a great lie. This is our world. This is our home. This is our world. This is Gaia or Eden, or call it whatever you like. We belong.
She calls this our world, Gaia and Eden. She calls this paradise. The Garden of Eden, paradise, Gaia. Look at this. Look at how they mislead you, these demons. It looks demonic because it is demonic.
Lie. This is our world. This is our home. This is our world. This is Gaia or Eden, or call it whatever you like. We belong here. It's the other ones, the evil ones, that do not belong here. And having those builders in my flat was sort of, it just made me think about, you know, how we feel as soul travelers living in this world now, like it's been, like your home has been violently invaded, brutally, like a home invasion, and they're living in your home, and they're eating your food, and they are lounging around on your sofa and sleeping in your bed, and, you know, using your computer and shitting all over the place and fucking it all up. And that's the analogy that I was using, not to say that the builders were doing that or I was letting them do that, because if you think that I would let people walk all over me like that, then, and this came from somebody who's been leaving comments for God knows how many years, so you should know better. But anyway, I have absolutely no control over what other people think or do or say, nor do I want it, nor do I care ultimately, because I'll just let that go. But I was talking in that last video, and there were other reasons I took it down as well, because sometimes things happen that indicate something to me, and I will follow through on the guidance. But I was talking about a book, namely this one, right? Hostage to the Devil by a Vatican exorcist called Malachi Martin. Weird fucking skies, guys. And you know what? The clouds don't move. They're static, stationary. What the fuck? They want you to think that demonic possession is something that is rare. It isn't. It's very common. Narcissists are demon operated. Absolute fact. And we live in a world, the home invasion, right? This world is our home. It is Eden. And it has been violently, brutally invaded by evil. And I was officially, I was watching a little video by a lady called Hannah Arendt about the banality of evil. Yeah. Now, I have my own opinions and notions about the Second World War and what happened right there. So, I think something terrible happened. A lot of really terrible things happened to a lot of people from different sections of society. May they be black or white or straight or gay or Jewish or non-Jewish or whatever. I mean, I can think of any place, any country on this planet. Planets, did I just say that? Planet. And bad shit will have happened there. It did. Planets, did I just say that? Place, any country on this planet. Planets, black or white or straight or gay or Jewish or non-Jewish or whatever. I mean, I can think of any place, any country on this planet. Planets, did I just say that? Planet. And bad shit will have happened there. It's different areas are different laboratories where different tests and tortures are whatever committed. But anyway, she was talking about the banality of evil, and she was talking about Adolf Eichmann. Interestingly enough, Eichmann sounds very much like a Jewish surname, which is quite interesting in and of itself. It sort of reminds me of a book I read by Scott Peck, Glimpses of the Devil, in which the second case of demonic possession is a woman who's of Jewish extraction background, but who self-harms, cuts herself up. You know, we're familiar with self-harm, like people who do that. That's a demonic interference thing, that's demonically operated. Absolutely. She uses these really expensive, really sharp Nazi knives. And it just reminds me that a big part of evil is self-hate. This is how it operates within us. And how I came across a doctor's testimony of what happened during the PSYOP 6 years ago on the ward, how people were intubated and given certain regimen of medications, and how many people were unalived this way, and how that directly corresponds to that little 6-minute clip I watched by Hannah Arendt, where she talks about Adolf Eichmann and how he basically, officially, bureaucratically, sent supposedly millions to their deaths. Whether you believe the official story or not, I don't, but I do believe something has happened there. But I look at that in terms of the Jewish people. I look at that in terms of the people, the native people of Australia, the Aboriginal people. I look at that in terms of the Native American people. I look at that in terms of the Irish and what the Catholic Church has done there with the Magdalene laundries and God knows what else. I look at it in terms of vivisection and animals being murdered and tortured and God knows. I look at it in terms of cheap, horrible, ticky-tacky housing developments proclaiming to be good for nature. Great big billboards proclaiming how they work with nature to protect nature, and entire hundreds of acres, thousands of acres of fields and natural habitat have been destroyed to build these horrific, banal, ugly housing estates with not a blade of grass to be seen anywhere. And the houses are so badly built that they're already falling apart, and the people that have bought them are trying to sell them and they can't sell them, and there's lawsuits abiding, and a shitload of people have been imported from supposedly the north of England and have been moved into these areas, and they are causing absolute havoc, as in there are knife fights out in the street, the police is there, there's fires, it's absolute pandemonium. Pan being the name for the being that the devil is sort of likened to, right? Pandemonium. The banality of evil, you see. Evil that the doctor that was going on about the systematic destruction of people on the wards through a particular regimen, and he was talking about all these doctors who just went along with that, and how he tried to say, hey guys, wake up, can't you see what's going on here? Like how you're participating in MURDER, right? I have to be careful what I say here, as we all know, you know. And they just gave him this blank stare, similarly, no doubt, to Adolf Eichmann, who when she talks about Eichmann, she talks about how he had surrendered his free will entirely, his ability to reason with empathy and compassion, to feel, to be guided by his intuition, by his true self, to have thought, hold on a minute, this is evil and this is wrong and I will not take part in it. The knowing of good and evil and the difference thereof, to know it and to not be a part of it. But I go back all the way to my earliest memories and throughout my life, and I can honestly say that I have met good people, and I mean by good people, I mean truly good, intrinsically so, good individuals who could see the difference between right and wrong, between good and evil, between light and dark, who knew. And they were good and they were warm. But they've been sporadic. Mostly it seems that people choose not to choose. Yeah, they choose not to choose. It's easier. And I'm reminded of Jesus talking about the lukewarm people, saying, I will spit you out of my mouth. It's cowardice when it presents insults beings. It's cowardice. And it's extremely destructive because it aids and abets and enables evil. This is what secularism is all about, the denial of evil. Oh, there's no such thing as evil, right? It is the ultimate cowardice because it allows people to believe that you just live once and you just go out there and you get whatever you can, and you get angry at the notion that people get paid minimum wage because, you know, you're a capitalist and you just grab and take and have and consume and you know, you have it all, and you see people living on the street but you don't care because you have and you want to keep it. People being paid a minimum wage is like an affront to you. I mean, I've met people like that, but of course the truth, more so now than ever before, and I think it's changed. I think the ratio of sold versus NPC, Heilig, I think it's shifted significantly, and I think that it's possibly, I can't be certain, but I'd say it's highly likely that the vast majority of people surrounding us now are not sold because they're obsessed with physicality. They're obsessed with expensive cars, with bling, like they love their Apple watches or their, you know, gold, buy gold, or they like holidays. They're obsessed with holidays and cruises. They seem to love cruises. I mean, it's better. I recognize these things over and over and over again. And when it comes to empathy, there is no empathy whatsoever. None. But I think that, see, I believe ultimately it comes down to free will. And we can talk until the cows come home, as it were, about free will, but I think free will is inherent in life at any point, regardless of the fact that there is a hell of a lot that we have no power over, no control over. But when it comes to our own behavior, when it comes to our own consciousness and what takes place within our consciousness, and there is good and there's bad in us, that we can choose to feed, you know, the whole black wolf, white wolf thing, or the little angel versus little devil. This is true, you know. Yes, the dark generator, there is a persistent, pervasive, evil, like a radio broadcast, similar to, say, Rwanda killed the cockroaches and then 1 million people are slaughtered with machetes in a 24-hour period, you know. See the banality of evil. Nobody thinks, hey, oh, we just do that, yeah. And then the world moves on. The world just moves on like, oh, it never happened. It's pervasive, evil, like a radio broadcast, similar to, say, Rwanda killed the cockroaches and then 1 million people are slaughtered with machete. Like a radio broadcast, similar to, say, Rwanda killed the cockroaches and then 1 million people are slaughtered with machetes in a 24-hour period, you know. See the banality of evil. Nobody thinks, hey, oh, we just do that, yeah. And then the world moves on. The world just moves on like, oh, it never happened. It doesn't matter. It never happened. It's like the whole psyop 6 years ago never happened, or the fact that are slaughtered with machetes, and one day kill the cockroaches, and then 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 1 million people are slaughtered with machetes in a 24-hour period, See the banality of evil. Nobody thinks, we just do that, yeah. And then the world moves on. The world just moves on like, it never happened, it doesn't matter, it never happened. It's like the whole PSYOP 6 years ago never happened, or the fact that a shitload of people were unalive, that never happened. And it did happen, but it's 6 years ago, so it doesn't matter anymore. So 9/11 happened, yeah, but hey, it's 20 years ago, it doesn't matter anymore, right? Move on. That's banal. Evil exists in the blind spots, right? It exists in the subconscious. It exists in the fact that we're surrounded by the walking dead who will aid and abet and enable it, because that is what they're designed to do. But that is a behavioral example that is followed by sold people who choose of their own free will to be fucking cowards. They'd rather not make a stand. So if the argument goes that way, they'll go that way. And if the argument goes that way, they'll go that way. And if somebody tells them that evil is good, they'll say evil is good. And if it's whatever. Evil is, it lives in bureaucracy. If you look at, say, India and the British Raj and how it's insinuated the so-called fucking, what was it, the British Empire, right? How it insinuated itself into the world. It was through bureaucracy, not overt violence. It was bureaucratic. We live in a world now where, first of all, everything became more and more bureaucratic. Paperwork, you have to fill in Form A, 20B to get to that place where you need to get Form A, 21C to fill that out, and then blah and blah and blah, right? And then increasingly everything became, get the app for this and get the app for that and get the app for that and get the app for that. And now you can barely do anything without your phone, which is a bit of a problem when you're not using a smartphone, right? Trying to get a doctor's appointment is like, I don't know, it's like going on an epic fucking journey through hell. Because of course smartphones malfunction all the time. This is done on purpose. They've made it so difficult just to get your needs met now. And this is done, all of it, on purpose. But again, this is banal. Do you get what I'm saying? But behind the banal face of evil, this book is a very good book to read, in my humble opinion, because it shows you, if you are willing to do your inner work, which again most people of their own free will choose not to fucking do. And just to go back to that for a minute, we talk about narcissism. I think a lot of people are diagnosed with narcissistic traits when in fact they're really just very immature and childish. And the things that, it's like I've noticed this about people. They crave attention. Give me attention, and the things that they do are naff. It's like, mate, you're not cool, you just look a bit stupid and a bit embarrassing really, and it's just fucking naff, right? And it's emotional immaturity. It isn't necessarily narcissism. It will present like that, but a lot of people present as narcissists when perhaps it's not so much narcissism, but it's the simple fact that over and over and over again they choose the wide gate instead of the narrow gate. They don't want to do the hard work. They don't want to do whatever it takes to liberate themselves from the clutches of evil, to neutralize the entrance points that evil has within them by addressing the evil that is of them, right? Because we all have it in us. This is where the Vatican exorcist manual is completely wrong, and of course it's doing that on purpose. Again, that's part of the fucking, right? That, demonic possession is rare. No, it isn't. Actually, all souled beings are partially possessed because it's an ancestral thing. We inherited it, the strain of evil, from our ancestors, and then epigenetically it's activated through abuse by your parents, abuse by the schools, abuse by the world around you. What do you think happens to a child in a car driving along and seeing all these dead animals mowing down by the side of the road, seeing the squalor, seeing the filth? I remember I did not have a concept of death. I remember being about 3 or 4 and I didn't have a concept of death. At that point of my experience here, infinity was something that was part of my innate knowing, right? And then I was introduced to death in a rather crude and brutal way by my mother, who is a malignant narcissist and who would delight in subjecting me to this kind of horribleness. She took me to the funeral of a lady that she did some cleaning for. Sophia, she died. And I remember my mother making me look at the corpse that was lying in this coffin, which was all grey. She was grey. And that was the first time that I was face to face with death, and it was a terrible shock to the system because it didn't make any fucking sense to me. It was like, no, this cannot be. This does not make sense. I knew innately in my soul that it was wrong. I knew that. My mother was a very strange person. I remember there was this terrible accident and a woman on a bike with a child had been mown down by a truck in the town where I grew up. And my mother delighted in telling me and various other people that were there about her body was all ripped apart and there was a leg there and her head was torn off and it was dead, there was blood everywhere and guts and to my mother that was a good thing because my mother was possessed. I never realised this. And your Vatican exorcist would not, they would conduct all the tests and they would say, oh no, she's perfectly fine, perfectly rational. But my mother was not rational because evil isn't rational, because evil is actually and utterly insane. The truth of it all is that there is absolutely no reason whatsoever for evil to exist in the way that it does. It's insane. It is an insanity. And I believe that it all began in consciousness itself as a misalignment, as a distortion or a malfunction. That it manifests as a kind of against self, and that the true creator, the great spirit, the great mystery, which is infinite, unconditional love and harmonious creativity, crystalline, beautiful light, became carbon, which perpetually decays, and became the god of the Abrahamic religions or even Buddhism, where we get to accept that life is misery and suffering and that's the way it's meant to be, and then you go to nirvana, whatever, or Hinduism, whatever. It's all toxic garbage and filth. And we adhere to it and we believe it until we become aware that it is indeed toxic and against self, because it relies on us believing that somehow we deserve to be punished. oh, it's bad karma because we've done something bad and we deserve to be punished. Because the true creator has told me that no, you don't deserve to be punished at all. You are infinite and you are good and pure and true, and that is the truth. But it's all even that somehow we deserve to be punished. Oh, it's bad karma because we've done something bad and we deserve to be punished. Because the true creator has told me that no, you don't deserve to be punished at all. You are infinite and you are good and pure and true.
So the true creator, then how are you infinite? She just uses words. Slaves have creators, gods, masters, deities above them, rulers, lords. Those are for slaves. She's pushing slavery, and people don't see it. They just don't see it. They gobble it up. That's what truthers are good at doing.
And that is the truth. But it's all slanted and enchanted, and far from this realm being mundane. It's because the true creator, because the true creator, because the true creator has told me that no, you don't deserve to be punished at all. You are infinite and you are good and pure and true, and that is the truth. But it's all because the true creator, you are infinite and you are good and pure and true, and that is the truth. But it's all slanted and enchanted, and far from this realm being mundane. It's not mundane, it's dark fucking magic, because we are emanating, in part, something that spins the world on its axis and lopsides it, so that evil is born, beings that are evil, and is created a world which, in my humble opinion, go races, the fae, the angelics, the jinn, whatever, whoever, wherever, whatever, we lost, and they put us in this place, and we can't see. It's our eyes are closed and we cannot see. But even then, we have a measure of free will. Even then, we have choice. There is always a choice. We are given a choice. Every day, we are given a choice. You can align yourself with darkness. You can be selfish. You can choose to turn away and walk away. You can choose to not have any empathy. You can choose to hate. You can choose to betray. And every time you choose to serve darkness, it gains more of a foothold into your being, and that is the truth. And the more you choose light, which is often made very difficult, there is a price to pay for choosing light, to choose to serve the light. There is always a price to be paid for that, but I believe it's worth paying. It takes great courage, it takes integrity, and it is that which you abandon when you choose to go against that. When you go against your courage, when you go against your integrity, when you go against your innate being, your soul, the light that you are, by choosing the easy road again and again and again, I believe perhaps in some way you might lose the right to exist at all eventually, because your moral compass will disintegrate until it's gone. And I think that's the death of the soul, in a way. I'm not saying that it means you will be gone forever. I think it's kind of like this place, maybe like a sort of experience. And I think free will is inherent in the whole experience, because you choose. I always get really annoyed with these victim-y people that go on about there's no free will. It's like, well, it's true that you do not control 99.9% of your experience, but it's what you do with it. I mean, I know all about feeling like a victim. I know all about people that go on about there's no free will. It's like, well, it's true that you do experience because you choose. I always get really annoyed with these victim-y people that go on about there's no free will. It's like, well, it's true that you do not control 99.9% of your experience, but it's what you do with it. I mean, I know all about feeling like a victim. I know all about feeling powerless and feeling terrified and feeling self-hatred and against self-energy. I know a lot about that sort of thing. But I'm very, very, very acutely aware that I have a choice to make. No, choices, in fact, every day. Because if I go along with what evil wants me to do, feel sorry for yourself, yeah, take it out on somebody else. It puts these thoughts in your head. We all know that. Those of us who are really genuinely doing their inner work, who introspect and extrospect, we know a lot of these thoughts are not our own. They overlap because it puts these horrible thoughts and notions into our minds, into our emotional body. Ooh, this is going on, that's what's going on, and it's not. And again, it's a choice to step away from that, practice your metacognition. What's going on here? Yes, it overlaps because it has, like a sock puppet, it has entry into you. Demonic operation, right? Attempts. And it's very easy to go along with it. And we often do. I often do. I fall for it. And it's like, whoa, Anika, what are you doing? You're being horrible to your best friend, or you're doing something here that isn't correct, or, you're aiding and abetting the dark side by being all passive aggressive and whatnot. I mean, there's so many different ways in which we can practice our free will in every moment of every day, and it is imperative that we choose the narrow gate, because it says this in the Bible. And again, I'm not a religious person, but these are things that are true. Choose the narrow gate, because the wide road is what most people choose, and I will go down it to their detriment. It will not serve us in the end. It won't serve us. It won't. I know. Because the minute you give it an inch, it will suck you in, and it's got you by the fucking balls or by the throat. And then it takes an inordinate amount of energy and courage and focus to get yourself out of it again. Evil is banal in many, many ways in how it presents. Evil lives in the subconscious, yes. That's why we are now witnessing I was told this, it said evil is revealing itself, and at the time I wasn't quite sure what that was going to mean, but I see it now. Because let's face it, guys, do we not see evil now more clearly than we have ever seen it before, in how it operates and how it's systematic, yeah? Bureaucratic, systematic, technocratic, secular, yeah? This is why all the institutions are going along with it. This is a case in point. I lost one of my cats just at the very beginning of the PSYOP. And everyone in the veterinary practices, they're wearing their fucking face nappy. And oh, sorry, but you can't come in, we'll have to do it in the car. It's, everybody goes along with it. And increasingly it's more and more and more weird, slanted, distorted, bizarre, nonsensical insanity. Right? It's like Trump posted this picture of him talking to these two beings with long white hair and white skin and wearing a kind of, I don't know, Sergeant Pepper jacket. And it was taken on by a newspaper, Guardian, in this country. Oh yeah, they are the guard of the King of Norway and the whole thing. And it was like, what the actual fuck? The King's Guard of Norway don't look anything like that, right? And the whole thing was AI, because you can tell, because there's always weird little glitches, right, where there's a finger all crumpled up, or a button, row of buttons is missing, or whatever, or there's an eye that's slightly askew. AI just cannot get it right at all, guys, and hey, it's not actually artificial intelligence. No. It needs to be told what to do. It needs to be programmed and told what to do. It can't do anything by itself. It's banal, you see. And it's all just bizarre that people fell for that when it was so easy to just scratch the surface and it's like, oh, it's all fake, yeah. A formerly semi-reputable newspaper, semi only, went with it. It's just mad. See, this bizarre, dystopian insanity that is ramped up now to even beyond epic proportions is showing us the banality of evil, showing us very, very clearly what it is. If you're willing to open your eyes to it and see it for what it is. Of course, if you want to aid and abet it and enable it and stay in your emotionally immature fucking naff ridiculousness and not choose and whatnot and take it out on others and turn away from your, you know, your goodness and your empathy, then you will reap what you sow ultimately. I believe this with all my being. You will reap what you sow, and the vast majority of soul beings, it seems to me, are choosing not to employ their free will. And that serves the darkness. It really just does. That is how all these people in the hospital, nurses and doctors, went along with what was going on, right? They did. And not to mention all the elderly people in the nursing homes. Whoa, a lot of really dark shit went down there. See? And they go on their naff little holidays. Do you remember that one where they were wearing face nappies in the sea? Right? This is what it is. Naff. It's naff, and it's ridiculous, and it's humiliating and mocking. Because of course behind the banality and the systematic, bureaucratic logistics of it, and how it has insinuated itself more and more, and it's just become, because you see it's undiluted now. It isn't the duality intertwinement anymore. This is the separation of the wheat and the tares. That's what it is, right? So the tares, that's it. It can't seem, it doesn't function well on its own 2 feet. It doesn't function well at all. It seems to need the light to prop it up, the light to somehow stop everything from going completely mad, to stop the lemmings from falling over the cliff. And the light is saying, I need to step back and allow this to take place, for this is the end time. This is the end, the apocalypse, the end. The end. See, in this book, and I strongly, truly I do, I've not finished it all, I've still got a bit to go because it is quite intense, but evil is utterly perverse, and during an exorcism it will start to spew out all kinds of bizarre, weird, sickening, putrid distortions, similar to what is happening in the world now. It is so blatant, and it behoves us to know the nature of evil within ourselves, the voices, the assaults, the energetic assaults, because beings of light, the only souled beings of light in this world, yeah, surrounded by a slew of the walking dead, the Hylics, whatever they are, or just soul people that choose not to choose. It doesn't like us. It's needless to say. It's as if the machine is broken, but it doesn't want to be fixed. And so it doesn't like the engineers that are here to fix the machine. Yeah, it doesn't like that. It doesn't want to be fixed because it thinks it has a right to live. And it manifests on the external plane as artificial intelligence, which is not intelligent at all, right? At all. It's not functioning at all. When the light stops enabling it, when we stop enabling it, when we choose and say, no, I'm not engaging this, do not engage, yeah? It gets very angry, but it falls apart, it can't function on its own, it's not intelligent, it's not creative, it can't create. You see, can't create. There is more free will now than ever before. That is what awakening is. The mind control is what makes us think the world's mundane. The mind control is magic. It's dark magic. It's an evil spell. Yeah? This is why you don't recognize you're dealing with a covert narcissist. You think, how the fuck did I know this person all these fucking years and I never realized they were a covert narcissist? And you start to think, oh, there must be something wrong with me, I got it wrong, you blame yourself, you this, that and the other. But no. It's dark magic, people. Right? This is a magical realm. Magic is what there is all there is. Everything is magical. It's dark magic. And then when you do your inner work, you clear another layer, and all of a sudden the blinkers are removed, and you can see this person is a covert narc. Of course they are. Right? And then you realize you're dealing with a covert narcissist. They are every fucking where, people. They are everywhere. Covert narcissism is the name of the game here. Evil's covert. Right? And some overt narcs are sold. They are sold, but something has happened and they have made a pact with evil. Most likely in early childhood as a survival mechanism. But there is still, even then, a measure of free will inherent. Because when I was going through my hellish childhood, I was given similar opportunities. Yes. And I said, no thanks. And subsequent in my life, I've been given that opportunity. I've been given choices many times to choose the wide gate or the narrow gate, to choose evil for the sake of convenience, for the sake of getting the better of something or someone, or to choose the narrow gate, to choose light. And maybe let them win, or let them think they're winning, let them think they've won. But choose light. To honor myself and to honor that which is good and pure and true, and thus empower that. Free will, people, free will. If you choose to believe there is no such thing as free will, you are serving the dark side. You are a liar. You're lying to yourself. You're probably doing that because you don't want to choose light, because you know it ain't going to be an easy road to walk. because it won't be. Because you have to face the truth of it all, for the truth shall set us free. But it won't do that overnight, and it won't happen quickly, and it won't be easy. No, it won't. It won't. It's something about love that I was thinking about the other day, right? Because there's this song that kept playing around in my head about love and the nature of love, and people think love is like romance, you know, this beautiful couple and they're so in love and, you know, they have this really beautiful relationship and everything is perfect, you know, and whatnot. But that's not love. Love is when everything goes wrong, when your body fails you, right? When everything goes wrong and everything is shit and everything, and you're in a terrible state. That is when your love is tested. Love endures. Love commits. Love is courageous. Love has integrity. Love is honesty. Love chooses to walk the path of truth, and to love chooses to remain open to seeing the suffering of this world, not to shut down and turn away from it, right? To say, well, I'm just not going to look at it and then it won't exist. Love says, I'm going to open my eyes again and again. I'm going to see the truth, and I'm going to love myself even though I'm in this really bad state. I'm going to carry on coming back to myself. I'm going to carry on loving my partner, my wife, my husband, my children, the world. I'm going to keep on loving. I'm going to keep on choosing empathy, compassion. I'm going to keep on choosing to do my inner work regardless. Love. Love is free will. The choice to keep loving and not to give up and to stay the course. Even though it's a case of once more into the breach, we mustn't give up and we mustn't give in. Love is not Ken and Barbie on a beach. That is not love. That's what they want you to think, right? They want you to think that Ken and Barbie going on a cruise. That's love, and you know. This world is infected with a plastic, banal evil, right? It's like all the little sort of idiosyncratic shops you used to get selling, I don't know, bric-a-brac, or selling knitting patterns, with two old ladies in a little shop selling knitting patterns, you know, that you could go in and have a weird little conversation with how things were back in the 40s, you know, and whatnot, or idiosyncratic, individualistic stuff like, hey, my Tiffany lamp is broken and I've got nowhere to take it to be fixed, because everything is corporate now. See? Sterile, generic. The banality of evil, people, right? It is the antithesis of life, of aliveness, of livingness. It likes, this is why the New Age often they go on about, oh, the nothingness, and all there is the now, the power of the now, right? This is evil, this is banal. It's about everythingness, that. It's about infinity, that, you see. Evil is banal because it is the anti-force, anti-life. It's perverse. It will misunderstand on purpose. It will suck out your compassion. Give me compassion, give me love, give me this, give me that. And we as soul travelers, you know, we give of our love because we're not awake, we're not with it, we're not aware. So we're quite codependent, you know, and we're still interacting with people, especially when it's online, because this is the perfect place for your narcissists or emotionally immature, parasitical people to hide behind. Because when you get a soul traveler, when you meet people face to face, within seconds you'll know who you're dealing with. Pretty much it's like, oh, you're not, or whatever, because you can feel it. And whilst I get a sense of people online as well, they're very good. They're chameleonic, you know, they're chameleonic. And for years you may interact with people and then realise, whoa, you're a fucking narcissist, man, I didn't realise. And then you have to let them go. Or maybe they have already dropped you, they've discarded you already, and you realise that, because you see, in the zeitgeist, energetic, they already know you're about to find out what they really are, you see, and so they leave the stage. Yeah, they exit, they dump you, they get rid of you, because it's like you're about to start seeing them for what they really fucking are. Ineffectual, incompetent, weird, naff, selfish, no empathy. They're very good at pretending they have empathy, by the way, right? Narcissists. But you always know it ain't real, because when somebody says things like, oh, I care so much, it really hurts me, it's like, okay, so you care so much, but it's really about you. That's a major red flag there. Because they don't really care at all. It's always about them. Everything always comes back to them. They made a covenant with the dark side because their childhood, for some reason, was so traumatic. That was what they did to survive, and they made a choice. Glimpses of the Devil is a good book to read by Scott Peck. But of course, a lot of Hylics, NPCs, are narcissistic, and I've noticed people driving of late, especially the last couple of weeks, like they're actively seeking to have a major accident. I mean, the car accidents abound. There's all kinds of weird shit going on. There's ambulances everywhere again, and there's car traffic accidents everywhere, and there's fires everywhere, and everything is glitching out and malfunctioning and decaying. The decay rate is like boom, off the charts. I always liken it to what I call the baseball analogy. So, you know, you throw your baseball through the net, 50% it goes in, 50% it doesn't. Now it's 95% it never goes in. Do you know what I mean? Like that. Truth is painful, you know. Having it's like paint stripper. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's like paint stripper. The banality of evil. Yeah? Grandiosity. Look at me. Grandiosity. Evil's very grandiose, but it's got nothing to be grandiose about. You know, these corporations are always singing their own praises, aren't they? You get in this country, you get a lot of what they call roundabouts. They're like these sections of in the middle of a road, and you get road there, right? It's a really stupid way of doing things, but and then in the middle of the roundabout, you'll have a small patch of grass with a few flowers on, and a great big metal board saying "courtesy of the this or that group," right? And it's like, like grandiosity, you see, it's grandiosity, and it's naff. It's naff, and it's banal, and it's evil. That is evil. And it's a mockery, it's mocking. It's demonic, right? Just like fucking that housing development there. And now it's full of these people that are out every night with knives and baseball bats with fucking nails in them and whatnot. And it's all falling apart in a big way. And I knew that was going to happen. And it's horrifying. It's banal. Evil is banal. And every day we are given choice.
Banal is the word of the day for her. She put banality in the title. She keeps saying naff, banal, 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 banal. The whole video for 55 minutes. I don't know how many times she said it. She just repeats and repeats and repeats and repeats. And people love it. That's the thing, they do. They're always going to fall for shit like this. No matter how much they're shown, told, warned, have it explained, have them exposed as demons. People love to follow shit. I wish that wasn't true, but it is in this realm. This creature keeps saying that we're in the Garden of Eden. Gaia is good. She claimed that this is our home. She said it in various videos. In this video today that she posted, she said it in the past. I've covered it. She keeps saying it. She keeps claiming that this is our home.
Choices. Choose light. Choose banality. Sometimes we feel we get it wrong. We get it wrong. We do. Yeah. We do. If you persist in making the choice of darkness, if that is what you keep doing, because, yeah. And don't get me wrong, evil's very, very clever. Very clever. You've got to be in awareness. What's going on? Woo. But you do know. You do. When you're really brutally honest with yourself, you will know what I'm doing right now does not serve the light. It's that passive aggressive, It's true, we have been, that there is a fine line between victimhood, passive aggressive, rage, self-pity, self-rage, self-hate, and on the other side, choosing self-love, choosing courage and honesty, truth, self-discipline, self-honesty, whilst also able to acknowledge that, yes, we have been dreadfully wronged, abused by people. They have taken our kindness and given fuck all back. They have betrayed us. They have not seen us, they have not heard us, they have not cared about us at all. And we've been there giving away our goodness and our love and our understanding and our compassion and our empathy and whatnot. And it's time for us to say enough is enough and draw a line under that, you see, because again, there is free will there. Who is deserving of our love? First and foremost, we are deserving of our own love, and if we are not loving ourselves, having compassion, empathy, love for ourselves, if we do not parent ourselves in honesty, we ain't got nothing. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. That's just, there is no foundation. There's nothing. It all starts here. And I think that's really where my focus lies more than ever now. Because this world is screaming, give me attention, right? Evil is banal and it needs attention because it's grandiose and it feels entitled. I'm entitled, and it's like, no, you're not, because you're dead and you're nothing. This is why it's always going on about the nothing. Oh, the nothing. There's a little chick. Go on then. Yeah. It said that to me the other day. It was horrible. It was like, oh, there's nothing. Everything will die. There's nothing. It's what in the book, there's a particular case where the focal point of it becomes how it's all about nothing. There's nothing, nothingness. Evil's perverse, distorted, insane, dirty, disgusting and filthy. This is what they've done to us here. The ones who won the war this whole scenario that we find ourselves in, like the Hunger Game type thing, where we've been spellbound. So we now exist in a world where we perpetually have to eat and piss and shit and procreate and work, pay to live, and it's all mundane, and let's go on a cruise. And we're surrounded by the mundane reality reinforcement officers, right? Remember that. And the dark generator.
I find it fascinating. She talks and talks and talks and talks and yaps, provides zero evidence. And in this realm, that's what's believed. It's more believable when these demons talk for hours and years and years. They give nothing to support what they're saying. They just make it up as they go along. And people nod their heads up and down. Yes, Anik. Yes, Kismet Spiral. Yes, they nod their heads up and down. Or they nod their heads up and down with that other creepy, well, there's many, but creepy creature, the green wizard, little Derek. They nod their heads up and down. That's what they do. That's what people are good at.
It's honesty and integrity. Much rather travel with a completely honest thief who I know is going to tell the truth about all of their actions than somebody who's dishonest but never steals. To me, that's a very bad person. Not trying to give this particular individual any crap or anything like that, because they have a lot of great, I would say, good qualities, possibly even great qualities, but I don't know them well enough to be able to make an accurate judgment. And there's somebody who went homeless, and they live it every day. I'll tell you what, those people, by the time what happens finally happens, when shit really hits the fan, those people are going to be the ones that have a much better chance at pulling through. And there's always a possibility that something really amazing happens through it all. I was shown a literal walk home out of this reality and into the real. And it happened in a group. I can promise you right now, if you have the courage to step out, you might find that as soon as you do it, it might be really difficult at first, and it's going to be scary, that many of your bodily afflictions and even mental afflictions will go away. Because what happened, and what you'll see very clearly if you do things like fasting while you're traveling, and especially if you fast for a while from sleep. I'm not talking about going weeks without sleep. I'm talking about not sleeping as much as they told you you're supposed to. Because there's something fucking wrong with it. I know there is now. And you can prove the things that happen that seem magical and familiar when you go without sleep and you're fasting and doing things like that. The synchronicity increase, especially in nature, like the things that happen all around you, is wild. And the things that you find, you can keep in your bag as you're traveling, so you can prove to yourself that it wasn't a hallucination. You can take pictures and you can write things down and prove that it wasn't a hallucination. Reality changes. So it's, to me, incredible benefit from just being willing to step out your door and face the road, face your fear, and watch it disappear. Watch them disappear one by one. The exact image I was shown, if I could paint it, it was people walking. I was obviously like right in front in
Kismet Spiral and Derek and others always talk about what they were shown. They're getting downloads from entities, and people are following them. You couldn't be dumber. You couldn't be more gullible. You're following creatures that are getting downloads from entities. They talk about what they're shown. Shown by who? Shown by what? Why do you trust these things? All these creatures, all these fucking creatures, Reaper, Kismet Spiral, Derek, and others, Mushroom, they trust what they're shown. Entities show them something, they nod their heads and believe it. They get downloads from demonic entities. Christopher Sedaris is another one he's spoken about that. That's what they do. They're not good beings, and they get their information from demonic fucking entities. So what's wrong with you, some of you that tune into my show, that follow these creatures? You're following demons, you fucking morons.
Disappear. Watch them disappear one by one. The exact image I was shown, if I could paint it, it was people walking. I was obviously like right in front in this one because it was something that I was shown that involves me, and I'm going to be doing it alone one way or another. And you see the world of the nightmare fading behind the group, and they're walking towards the sunshine and the magical and all the things that we used to know that preceded this life, whatever it is. I know that nothing here is right. I know that as a fact. That's not think, that's not suppose, that's know. And I know there's a way back home. And whether you believe in God or simply just, you're somebody who pursues the exact truth in all things, not just some things, but all things. That's what I was talking about with this opportunity, because like the collectibles that become expensive later on, I think a lot of people are going to really be shocked at what this turns into. And some people, it's literally going to get to the point where they're trapped, and the regret in the scream, it's just going to be unfathomable. Like, I mean, it's sad even for somebody that you didn't like. And you're going to see things happen that are just downright pathetic. Like, you're still going to see people clinging to this delusion like flies on honey, and what they think is good for them. And if you're somebody that does develop the courage ahead of time to walk away, by the time you get to that point and you see that these people are going to still be doing this shit, even when they literally know that it's Satan's world and that an evil force governs this world head to toe, and they literally know that they serve an evil master and that they're slaves, and they're still...
He loves saying literally, literally, literally.
Going to be lapping it up like dogs. And I want to say a different term, but I'm going to refrain. I'm going to try to keep it a little bit cleaner. Somebody I talked to the other day, just great person that I was so relieved finally got back in touch with them. And they were talking about just how sissy people are, and they can't even handle like a little bit of language, and they still think it's about racism. That N-I-G-G, you know what video, that had nothing to do with skin color, I just want to say. That was a funny song that made me laugh that I came up with to talk about people with black hearts who act like monsters, who drive like friggin' assholes. That's
He thinks race is skin color. He's an absolute moron.
what that word means to me, or at least one of the meanings. A human demon, if you want to call it that. It has nothing to do with black people, just so you know. Black people can apply to that term as equally as white people. In fact, if anything, I've seen far more white people equal that term. Far more. But that's my experience. So chalk it up to whatever you want. This is all part of the divide, and this is what they want us doing, rather than walking away from this whole shit show, which is literally run by demon clowns, parasites. I can promise you that you are not free, and you're being used for all of your energy, and this is the rest of your life. It's not a threat. It's literally just telling you this is exactly what I know. You will be used and drained like a battery as a slave for the rest of your life. There's no such thing as true freedom in this world, and the closest thing to it is actually being a traveling hobo. I'm not kidding. If you're somebody that's into video games, you might actually find out, and especially with a group of other creator beings, this can actually be a decent experience when you travel and you have adventures and you have a purpose. I have a mission. And yes, I'm taking donations on PayPal because this involves people who are sitting in jail right now. I have a mission. And yes, I'm taking donations on PayPal because this involves people who are sitting in jail right now, who are prisoners of war being tortured. When you travel and you have adventures and you have a purpose, I have a mission. And yes, I'm taking donations on PayPal because this involves people who are sitting in jail right now, who are prisoners of war being tortured. So all the donations do, if you want to donate to my PayPal, which I'll post in the link, is get me the bare minimum provisions that I need for the road. And you have my word on that. I'm not going to be buying any cars or any... I will have nothing. I will be a traveling bum for the rest of my life if I need to. I'm not going back into this sick shit. And I'd rather die on the street. Thankfully, somebody already donated a very generous donation. They gave $100, and that got more printouts. Justice for Prisoners of War, which will also be linked to Anarchist Black Cross, which is a pretty decent-sized organization for people who donate their time and energy and efforts willingly, probably without ever getting paid for it. These are all people who have to do other things, just like you and I, and they're doing a very good thing. You can donate to them if you want. That helps too. But I'm letting you know that every donation I receive on PayPal goes to more printouts so I can make more photocopies. I'm also trying to get... I would like to see my cat again because she means everything to me. And the one whom I had the agreement with that I share the cat with, which I also paid for a lot of... Not that that even really matters, but I'm talking about as far as when we rescued her. I was the one that got us there and got us back and got us around safely. Not that there wasn't contributions on both our parts. I'm just saying I have every right to see my cat. And I would really like some help with that, but it's just funny that those videos go completely flat and like nobody seems to give a shit, or they'll just be like, oh, I'm sorry, that sucks. But they don't understand the heartache and literally having your heart ripped out and stepped on. And I know it's going to be all right one way or another because evil is not going to win. How can a lie ever win over the truth, ultimately? And there will be justice for all of it. Anybody who hasn't been to the other side and hasn't seen this, wow, a huge bird just flew by on my left, and more little birds just came out, and they're all flying up above me right now. I don't even know what that thing was. I don't even know what that thing was. Wow, a huge bird just flew by on my left, and more little... Wow, a huge bird just flew by on my left, and more little birds just came out, and they're all flying up above me right now. I don't even know what that thing was.
You're going to see the sky blackened by birds, little D. You'll see. You committed spiritual crimes against me that will never be forgotten. You're going to pay. I'm not going to just forget about it and let you get away with it. You will pay for your spiritual crimes.
I've spoken to others, especially recently, who have had real out-of-body experiences and have been to the other side. And when I say that there is a such thing as real, true justice, when all is said and done, the person is going to be allowed to live the rest of their life and see what changes.
He's an absolute moron. He says the other side, just like Louise and Darius. What he's talking about is just the astral realm. It's another level of this matrix. That's all it is. He's a dummy. He's a dummy.
They make. We're all allowed that. And that's how it should be. There's free will. We are eternal. They might get away with it here, but after that comes judgment, and you're going to pay up. And you should. I know that if I had any real friends, like if I ever called somebody friend and they had their child taken away, which your pet, I hate even calling them pets because they're animal companions, they're friends, they're children. It's no different than having a human child. It's just a little bit less expensive and less of a pain in the ass. I adopted this cat, took them into my care, swore an oath to protect them, and I meant it. I tortured myself out in the heat doing workouts so that I don't even want to say exactly everything that I did, but it was an immensity because I love somebody. And it's more than one person that I love. But I know that I would be out literally handing out flyers with them. I would drive to them, especially if I had the means. When you call somebody friend, it means you're like, they have an emergency, you're fucking there. Or don't call them a friend because that literally means nothing. I don't want to go down that road again. There's literally no anger. It's just pointing it out. It's something I'm passionate about, is truth. And especially what it means to say I love you or call somebody friend. You just find out that meant a completely different thing to you than it did to everybody else because they just dole that term out like it's candy. You know, cheap penny candy. So, you want to help out? Then let's get justice for the people that are not only homeless, but also sitting in situations, literally in prison, in chains. Not allowed to go out and go to the gym or the library or the cafeteria. Imagine sitting in chains indefinitely during your sentence, however long it is, and you don't even know. And you don't even know if anybody knows you're there. And then there's also, you want to read some real stories? First of all, look up Anarchist Black Cross. Find out what it is. It used to be called Anarchist Red Cross. And the name got changed. And at this point, this is one of the only things I care about because this is the great work. You give me donations, it will get me, I give you my word, it will be to get by on the road, but usually something that I need always turns up. It would be for food, drinks, if I need it, bus ticket.
He gives you his word. He gives you his word. What does his word mean?
Clothing. And that's still the bare minimum. I am not greedy. I prefer to travel as light as can be, even for a long trip. I know how to get by with very little, too. So I would like to get as many of those papers printed out as possible. And it's no wonder why this place did to me the sick shit that it did. You know, Hell's Master and whatnot. Because we're going to get those men free. And it knows it. And I can say that if you saw that video with the two prisoners and that didn't smash your heart to a million pieces and make you fall to the floor, and literally if you just moved on with your day, next video, that sickens me. There's literally nothing to do here besides free prisoners. That's it. It's literally free prisoners and get out of this nightmare hell. And there is nothing else that matters. You don't have a life. I promise you, if you think you have a life here, I promise you, you will lose it. It will be exactly like the Bible told you all. Every one of us. He who seeks to save his life will lose it. You don't have a life. I promise you, if you think you have a life here, I promise you, you will lose it. It will be exactly like the Bible told you all. Every one of us. It will be exactly like the Bible told you all. It will be exactly like the Bible told you all. It will be exactly like the Bible told you all. Every one of us. He who seeks to save his life will lose it. And basically, if you give up your life for the truth and all the things of heaven, I'm summarizing and explaining the way that it means to me. And the truth, the right things, being of what the ninja even used to, back in ancient Japan, used to call being of the correct mind. All else will be added unto you, and you will see that if you have courage to strike out on your own or in a group. Stop driving that stupid car. Does gas need to be $8 a gallon for you to realize that the whole automotive industry is a scam and they build those things as death traps on purpose? They don't have to build the cars that way. I promise you, it's all a scam. And they don't want you to, they want you paying out the ass for garbage for the rest of your life. I promise. And I also promise that anyone who doesn't at least make the preparations to join, and this has been years me saying I was doing this and this was going to happen, and people laughed at me, mocked me. Yeah, well, look at, it's a little past 12 midnight. I'm out. Suitcase that I found because I'm provided for because of what I'm doing in my backpack that I left with. I left with one backpack. Plain. You know, ordinary. Not really full of anything of value besides things that are going to help me get by for a while. You don't want expensive stuff. You don't need a flashy backpack. You don't need all this bushcraft gear. You need a bag and your basic necessities that you use every day. And if you can get to me, you'll literally never regret it because you'll go on the greatest adventure of your life. You'll finally be living with purpose. You'll probably be healed of all your bodily afflictions. You just got to have faith and step out. Honestly, for most people who have been ignoring this, you got to stop being a pussy and grow a pair. The great work is not sitting online because the internet is taken over by AI. People are giving away their entire strategy to the enemy. Everything is bugged. Everything is rigged. Everything is tapped. They know exactly who you are. They know exactly what you're doing. They know exactly what's in your heart. And they can read your mind and your thoughts. And if you don't believe that, see how the thing that you were just thinking of now pops right up on your YouTube feed. It will be several things, especially if you say it out loud. But even if you don't say it out loud, they map people's neural network. You can prove that they can do that. Technologically, this is a proven fact. If you want to stay in this cyber arena, you're gonna literally get your ass handed to you, over and over again. It does this shit on purpose. And I'll be doing videos adding to my Homeless Hobo series, which is on another channel. I'm thinking about linking that channel. Lots of skill teaching and more to follow, hopefully, if I can continue to make it. But I would like some donations so I can help people who are going through things that are... I was willing to go out and literally be freaking homeless for this. Homeless. Completely homeless. And I'm fine. I know I can handle it. But the least people can do is just sending you love and energy your way. Okay, well, no thanks. My own is enough. My true family from beyond is enough. Homeless. Completely homeless. And more to follow, hopefully, if I can continue this handed to you. Over and over again. It does this shit on purpose. And I'll be doing videos adding to my Homeless Hobo series, which is on another channel. I'm thinking about linking that channel. Lots of skill teaching and more to follow, hopefully, if I can continue to make it. But I would like some donations so I can help people who are go out and literally be freaking homeless for this. Homeless. Completely homeless. But I would like some donations so I can help people who are going through things that are... I was willing to go out and literally be freaking homeless. But I would like some donations. But I would like some donations. But I would like some donations. But I would like some donations so I can help people who are going through things that are... I was willing to go out and literally be freaking homeless for this. Homeless. Completely homeless. And I'm fine. I know I can handle it. But the least people can do is just sending you love and energy your way. Okay, well, no thanks. My own is enough. My true family from beyond is enough. Send money to PayPal. And I will honor my word every time. It will get as many copies and printouts as I can get. And I will honor is enough. Send money to PayPal. And I will honor my word every time. It will send money to PayPal. And I will honor my word every time. It will get as many copies and printouts as I can get in provisions for the road, basic provisions, no greed whatsoever. I will honor my word on that. And you will know that you did a great thing. And I'm going to pass as many of them out as I can. Litter them everywhere if I have to. You're not going to be in trouble. If anyone's going to be in trouble, it will be me. And even saying that, there's still people who just want to see you suffer. You can never do anything right in their eyes because they just hate you. You could literally be willing to go to the ends of the earth for what's right, and they would still find something wrong with you. They did this exact thing to Jesus. I am not Jesus. You could literally be willing to go to the ends of the earth for what's right, and they would still find something wrong with you. They did this exact thing to Jesus. I am not Jesus, but I fully believe, 100 million%, if there is a such thing, that actually happened. And even if it didn't, I know that people are really truly like this in this world, and they absolutely would do that to somebody with a great heart. Crucify them. Mock them, stone them, beat them. Say they're a liar, say they're a blasphemer. I absolutely 100% believe that. Because that's what this place is. It's a fucking nightmare world. I just figured a shot at actually getting to a place that I know exists by literally being able to walk out of here so we don't all have to die alone and live these miserable lives as slaves would have been friggin' awesome. Playing songs with trash. Pretty much anybody can be a musician if they've got a heart. I'll teach you a few chords if you want. Singing, laughing, making up songs as we go. They can't do anything to us if we stick together, and they know this. I promise you this is the answer. No one else got it. I promise you it's the answer. And at the very least and the very worst, you'll have the greatest adventure of your life. I'm going to keep walking, though. I have things to do. I didn't expect anybody to join right away anyway. And everybody else, it's been years hearing the same thing. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing it. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. But then I got to do this and I got to do that, and then they don't do it. And literally the person I talked to the other day also said the same thing. But they listened years ago. And they said thank you for the videos that I did because they got themselves in hella good shape. And from what they told me, the workouts that they were doing, they've done some very impressive things with their time. And I'm very proud of them for that because that's a fucking warrior of God who's going places and is going to do something about this. That's somebody that can be moved, and that's somebody that can move mountains, hopefully later with me. You got to be willing to move. And if this pisses you off, good. Good. You leave and you stomp your feet and you cry and poop your diaper and get the hell out of here. And when you realize where this place is going and you realize how fucking horrific and satanic it is, you feel free to come back and be like, oh my God, I'm such a dumb fuck idiot. You told me over and over and over again. Where are you? And you're going to have to get to me if that's the case. I can't make accommodations at that point. But I'm not going to be a total asshole to somebody who changes their mind. All right? You want to get healthy? It's an opportunity. You'll be the strongest, the most fit, the most capable, the most skilled, probably the best looking too, the best everything you've ever been, and that's a guarantee. There is nothing for you in this matrix. There's nothing left to do besides do the right thing and get the hell out of here. Over and out.
Oh, wow. Do you believe him? Do you believe this little D creature? This angry little green wizard? Angry little garden gnome? Do you believe him? Do you believe him? Do you believe him? Do you believe him?
Wanted to do this video just to say thank you to everybody. That includes over the years, actually especially over the years, because it's the reason why the work isn't done, why it's unfinished. What I mean by that, I'm just trying to think how to put this into words without making it complicated. It's like you can think you know something and then you think about it more, time goes by, you go through certain things and you think about it differently, and then you're like, wow. There were things people did that really weren't right, and I see and I acknowledge how that was affecting my attitude a lot, but I genuinely did not want to hate anybody. Didn't want to be mean to anybody. And you just try to get it a little bit better. You try to be better, rather. What feels like every moment goes by, but that's like, it's such a turbulent process that it's like, you learn to truly forgive people, like, instantly, as long as, you know, you're not putting yourself in harm's way or anything like that, because you just realize from not being able to see certain things at the time, with all the stress that everybody's under, we need a good group hug. I don't know what happened to that, like an actual real one that's like, all right, you know, let's just stop all this stupid shit and, I don't know. People need to learn how to laugh again. I'll tell you that. This place is crazy. I don't know. People need to learn how to laugh again. I'll tell you that. This place is crazy. I mean, this video could be for anybody, but it's, if you've been here like a while, it's mostly for you, because I'm sure there's a lot of people that left, and I was ready to frickin' bite everybody's head off at one point because I didn't know who was who, and I still don't. You get betrayed by people and you start losing your temper, and you're like, you hate when you're like that, and you realize that that's the enemy. And then you realize you still got to take responsibility for your own actions, and you don't even want to give the enemy of your soul anything. You don't even want to, even if it is their fault, you don't even want to give them that. You'll literally do anything to not give your power away, because you know that you earned it, you know that you deserve it. And that is real power, to not give in, even though it would be so damn easy to just completely lose your shit and do this and do that, and you just don't do it. Especially when you know how to do certain things. Like, I was just talking to somebody who's been incredibly supportive over the years, and just call this person T. He knows who he is. Somebody I know is from the same place I am, and whatever you think of that is whatever you think of that. You get to the point where you don't know what to say, like, you don't know how to explain anything to people anymore. You do, but you know you need to talk to somebody privately who's been through it, who's older than you sometimes, who's wiser than you, and you know that they get it. And then you start to realize, like, even with where I'm at, like, I have to make judgments all the time, unfortunately, because of where we live. But it's about devoting your time. Like, you're trying to make judgments in that way rather than judgments on people, because you're like, I don't have time to judge you. If you want to come at me and say some stupid shit, it is what it is. Maybe you'll cool down later and I already forgive you if you did that. I don't even care if you're not sorry, because why would that matter? I don't know who is and who isn't. I don't know who's like... Anyway, it's like, you're a gay faggot, and that's what it comes down to. And someday you're going to realize that. You're going to remember that. You're going to know it. And I'm going to be right there to tell you, see, I kept saying that to you. And maybe you got offended, but you were like, oh my God, here I am again. Now I know what this means. Yeah. Other than that, I want to do special thanks, but I always want to check with the people first to make sure that they want to be mentioned. Because a lot of people, they work behind the scenes very hard. I have the honor of knowing these people. I could mention them, and I have no problem doing that. They don't always comment. They don't announce what they do. I feel they deserve to be recognized publicly for the things that they've done behind the scenes to help people. And this is why, like, I learned to not judge as harshly as some things need to be judged harshly at the time. It sucks. But, no, there's people who work really, really hard, don't get a thank you for it, don't want one. Maybe they do, but they don't say it to you. They don't tell you what they do. They don't tell you what they really do, because they don't have to. They don't tell you where they live, what their real name is. And it could be anybody it could literally be anybody. How you doing? How are you? Is it alright if I walk by you? Huh? Is it alright if I walk by you, or? Okay. I'm just asking.
Nah, man.
People have been getting. What's up?
That?
Just out of politeness.
What you mean politeness?
Just because people are crazy lately, so it's like you just don't know if somebody doesn't want to be around people, and you know what I mean?
Nah, that's cool, man.
All right. Cool. Have a good night, man.
You too, man.
Thank you. I just ask because you don't know these days. I've had days where, like, I literally just want to be left alone. You know what I mean? I don't even, when you do things out of kindness, it's not out of fear anymore. It's like you respect people's space because you realize what they could do to you if they wanted to. And even if it wasn't for that, you still, like, I'd be that way with somebody that could do nothing for me, and especially if I knew that they were somebody that I had an obligation to protect, who was a lot weaker than I was. You just don't know. It could be said a lot of different ways too. I'm just trying to make it simple. And I know that, like with the kind of days I had, like today I just felt like everybody was just walking too close and the cars going by. I'm not getting, it's frustrating. I'm not getting like angry. I'm not yelling at anybody. You don't know what somebody's going through, and some people, they're just ready to snap, and maybe they should. But I've had to look out for and protect people even just in the last few days who are being bullied by somebody who's just in a bad mood, and it's like you have to, you know, have some fucking balls and tell the person to back off, and be ready to back up, you know, back the person up that you're protecting. That's the thing. That doesn't mean you're gonna win. You just don't want any trouble. You want to spend your time trying to help other people get out of trouble when they don't deserve to be in trouble. That becomes your focus, even if that's yourself, so that you can go back to helping other people get out of their trouble, or the trouble that others caused them. Or does that make sense? And you just don't know what people are going through. You can think you know all you want, then you might find out. That's why it's like, even if I'm like, oh, I'm sure that person's an NPC, but I haven't talked to them, and I haven't felt their energy, and I haven't. It's hard. Some people have done shit to me in the last few days that I literally, by all rights, I had the right to end them. Especially if they pushed it any further, and I didn't. I was ready to. In the last few days, that I literally, by all rights, I had the right to end them. Especially if they pushed it any further, and I didn't. I was ready to, but I didn't. That's the difference. Nobody's bad for preparing themselves. I mean, I still have a lot more to do in that regard. I don't think violence is the answer. I don't think it ever needed to be the answer. I don't think it could ever lead to best outcome. I'm at the point where I realize what people were saying, but I don't trust necessarily could be wrong that they had actually earned the wisdom to realize why. Because to realize truly why, I feel like you've got to be an aeon, an eternal aeon, in my opinion, that has really seen some shit. You know what I mean? You need to be so, like, you'll know your soul has been through some horror when you detest horror, when you detest violence, when you don't want it in your life, but you're ready to do it if you got it, and you don't want to do it. You don't want to be mean to people. You don't want to ever hurt people. You'll know you've been one that's been on the receiving end of that cuck of shit over and over and over again. And you don't want to turn into what they're trying to turn you into, because whatever they are, whether they are truly like creatures from hell, as the Bible would say, and in many other religions, it's you got to know what it is. You know that it's wrong, the way that people are being treated. You know that it's wrong. The guy that I just talked to, he could probably pick me up and throw me through the pavement, but I don't know that as a fact. I can hold my own. But that it doesn't matter if I don't think that's the case. It's literally just, hey, you know, you don't know what people have been through. If you live on the streets, if you're out on the streets a lot, you come across people, you want to put them at ease, and not in a way that's manipulative. You want to just... And if people call you a pussy for that, guess what they are? In my opinion, guess what they are? You're not a pussy for being respectful. You're not a pussy for being kind. It's actually the opposite. But we all snap, I think. And yeah, for good reason. But you just try to get it right the next time. You just... Yeah, there was people that had asked about, you were talking about videos. You want me to keep the videos up? I can't right now. It's going to have to be a day-by-day thing. I'm sorry. I'm under heavy fire from different directions, and there's things going on where I don't know what to say to people anymore, because if I have a bad day and I make a video about, oh, I'm going to effing kill this motherfucker, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, I'm thinking about doing... You don't know how somebody's going to take that. And I know that I'm always going to consciously consider my actions before. And I'm going to do that as many times as I have to. Unless, you know, the person or whoever leaves me no choice, and then I have to destroy them. And I never want to do that. I want people to, even the people that have horribly wronged me, I want them to get it right. It's when you try to tell somebody over and over again that they keep doing this to you, and then they don't even let you remain silent. They get mad at you for that, so you don't know what to do with them anymore. You don't even know what you can say. And then they get pissed at you for trying to be quiet and conscientious like you did something wrong. And then you stop talking. You start to realize why some of these old guys who live, not to make fun of them at all, but they're older gentlemen that live on the street, their faces are twisted and contorted. Their voices are practically gone, and you start to know why. They sound that way and they look that way for a specific reason. They weren't born that way. And if they're getting angry at like a lot of the shit that's going on here, they're probably a really good person. Maybe go help them out. Just don't do things that people don't want you to do. Like, just ask them. I don't want to get stabbed to death. Don't really care much about getting shot. But I still have people to help. It's not how I want to go. In some ways, it's an easy out. But you're just like, what do? It sucks. It sucks so bad. Then there's other people, it's just like you would, It's the whole do unto others what you would want them to do to you. Meaning ask, not like assume. And if they don't want help, they don't want help. You can't force that. So you just try to figure it out, you know? Hey, you have a great night, sir.
You too, brother.
Thank you. Other than that, it quite literally is like one thing at a time, one day at a time. You're trying. I do want to say this too. I feel I have an obligation to say this, and to some extent, I know what I'm talking about. The people online that are doing this shit to people, if you're doing it, you know, deep down, you know who you are. Like, seriously, stop doing this shit to people. Stop bullying people. It's not cool. One of these days, somebody might kick the shit out of you for what you did. And that shouldn't be the reason that you stopped. Well, I'll put it to you this way. You don't want that to be the reason that you stop doing that. You have every right to fight in self-defense. But as soon as the other person's done and they're not attacking you, stop, okay? You don't listen to that. You better hope that the other person has the internal strength of a freaking god, because if they don't, they might just friggin' kill you. And they would probably have every right. That's the worst part. When you know, like, when you get brutalized or beaten and punished and it hits you in that moment, literally, oh my God, I actually fucking deserve this. And now I see why. I didn't see it before, but now I do. And just the other thing, I just realized that, like, I know at this point that if somebody doesn't understand what I just said, I know that you haven't spent enough time on the street. I know that you haven't talked to enough people. You probably, unfortunately, have not been hurt enough. You haven't seen enough people hurt. I forgive you either way. And then you develop, I would say, further, I will call this wisdom, because what is wisdom? Comes from what? From experience. You can't read a book and be like, oh, now I have wisdom. It doesn't happen that way. You have to go through something or you don't earn it. You're sitting up in heaven or whatever, or some otherworldly place, and you're like, okay, I got to choose. I'm not justifying things like the reincarnation trap and whatever. I don't know enough about it yet to even really say what it is and what it isn't. But picture you're sitting up in heaven and you're like, okay, I got to choose a life. And I've already been through a lot of the easy ones where I was like a rock star. You know, I feel like we all get at least one ride like that. That's my opinion on it. I've been the movie star. I've been, you know, the cool skateboarder dude. I've been the pretty woman or whatever. If that's what you want to do, why should you not be allowed to have that experience? It is an eternal being. I can't believe people are like, oh, you know, you're either a guy or a girl, and only straight people are right. And, you know, if you're not a white Caucasian male, like, that is so unbelievably stupid. And if you had any real world experience at all, I would wager that you would not be saying that. What are you supposed to do about it? You were born where you were born. I would ask somebody, what did you do last time that got you there? And what did you turn into as a result? But you're facing two choices, either like a really hard life, and you don't have to do it. You're like, oh, well, you don't have to be there at all, but you could go to this place, whether it's here or somewhere else. Maybe you just get a certain amount of experience and you can't go to the really difficult places to do the really hard work. Not just for yourself, but because there's other people there trying to get out and trying to learn and trying to move past certain things, and you just maybe didn't even want to be there, or even here, but you were like, I would rather spend a lifetime with that person that I've always known than to wait around in friggin' heaven without them, because I would just say that I think it's what we do for each other. Okay, that's an opinion on it. That's it. If it's right, cool. If it's not, I'll probably find out. It would make sense. I had so many opportunities, and I don't know if I'm going to do it. I had so many opportunities to leave, and I was damn sure I'm done. I tried explaining this, and a lot of people weren't too nice about it. It's like, please be very, very, very gentle with people that are considering suicide and like actually ready to do it and have the guts to do it too, and the means. The amount of people that were probably being watched by CIA agents and stuff like that, they were like literally like, oh my, and I'm not, maybe I was too, but people being horrible towards other people. Horrible towards me when I was strongly considering it and literally about to do it, and they're like, dude, if that motherfucker kills himself, we're gonna be at your door tonight. And they're literally praying that you stop, because they know that you're going to be behind bars for the rest of your life, and they don't want you to be. They want you to get it. Okay, so look at it that way. And look at the other people. Like, what do you think? We haven't had different lives as, like, secret agents and things like that, and other military personnel, and you don't know who's who yet. The hand, so to speak, yours and others, hasn't been revealed. So I'm not saying to treat people well because you want a reward. That's not a reason to do it either. But don't treat them poorly at the very least. If they've wronged you, try to figure out why. If you can work it out, do everything in your power to use words before swords is a way to remember it. That will serve you well. You know you're dealing with a little freaking child if they can't wait to fight, and they're like, you know, there's nothing even going on, and you're just the first person that looks at them the wrong way. They're like, oh, right. I used to be that way. Literally would just fight fucking anybody because I was ignorant. Didn't matter that I was a tiny little shit. You wouldn't believe the friggin' temper I had. You wouldn't even recognize me from then and now. Little pipsqueak, and I was still talking shit. Sometimes for good reason. Probably what happens after you die the last time and you're back in the heavenly places and you realize you got a break from it, you remember who you are, and then you come back and you're this little shit-talking asshole all over again because you're not afraid of anything. And then life beats the shit out of you once again, and it humbles you, of course. What else is new? What I think is a really, truly good result, again, opinion from what I've seen, is the empathy that you develop as a result. I'm not saying it can't be developed a different way. I think it can. To the same extent? No. Maybe just stay out of the bad boys club. It's kind of a joke. Like, there's men here that are very good that look very bad. They look a hell of a lot tougher and meaner than I am, and it's probably because they are. By far. They're willing to do things that you can't even imagine. Are they right or are they wrong? I don't know. I perhaps haven't gotten to the point that they have in this life. Or maybe I've been there before and I want nothing to do with that now. I'm not sure what the real answer is on that. I really don't know. But you look at them and you're like, oh, that guy's got his face fucked up, and, you know, he's all dirty, stinks like shit. Well, maybe that guy's been living on the street for years. Or he has one person in his life that he could have easily killed himself, but he stayed alive just to see his kid, who, like, hates his guts, but he doesn't care because he at least knows that he or she is okay. That sucks. I mean, I'd be like, really? That's the guy that does deserve to always be able to know them and see them. And then you think about the people that truly cared about you that you didn't give a shit about. There's no point to sitting in the guilt. Then you also start to see what real heroes are and what they look like. They could be the people that spent time with you and taught you how to do, things outdoors, even though you were a little shit about it. They tried to teach you, and maybe your parents and other people that were bad influences and teachers and stuff like that, where they thought they had it right. Maybe they had some of it right. I don't know why, anybody would be preventing a kid from learning from a good sensei or getting out to the woods and learning how to work with nature and things like that, especially a kid that wants to do that stuff. And you're pulling them out to go sit in some artificial building and get programmed by the Matrix. To me, that isn't good parenting. What I think, I don't care. It's my opinion. I haven't seen. I don't think it's right to leave your child in the hands of the system. I don't think it's right. What means more? Spending time with them in every moment that you're able to, teaching them, letting them know they're loved, because you know what happens without love? You start to die. You start to get sick. Your own can keep you going. You got to learn to laugh at stuff every day. You got to learn to be kind to people every day, and sometimes that is what keeps you going. I don't even know what to say to people anymore. It's, I used to have a trash mouth, and in a way, oh my God, it's worse than ever, but I'm alone when I do it. I have, I'll do videos, my voice might be different the next day because I just screamed my freaking lungs out the night before. I'm surprised I even still have a voice the next day. It's after a while, you can scream for long periods of time and cry and smash shit, and you can just... It's actually a good training exercise, because if you need that in a fight, you don't want to waste your energy yelling unless you're used to it. And sometimes you have to yell really loudly to get somebody away from you. So when people say, oh, well, that's bad, you're yelling, it's practice. You have every right to your anger, as long as nobody's getting hurt. You got to tell somebody that when, they're trying to take your kid. Yeah, that guy literally just tried to take your kid and hurt him. And, oh, you yelled at him. Well, how do you think you learn how to do that and make a point? You got to practice it. A lot. And you got to be able to fight like that after you've exhausted yourself from yelling. And you do it not because you want to, because it usually hurts and you feel like you're going to pass out most of the time. It can be very uncomfortable. You'll go for jogs for miles and miles and miles in the heat because you love one person more than yourself. Or if you just love yourself, to me, I haven't found that to be enough of a reason. So I'm like, just kick the shit out of me and get it over with, you freaking pussy. Like, I already know you're a pussy if you're going to beat a broken man. You're a fucking loser. I don't give a shit I don't want to go through that, obviously, if I don't have to, but I'm just going to surrender to it, because what am I going to do? I've been through places where I legitimately thought I had to get to somebody. I thought I was going to get beat. Someone was trying to convince me, too, that I was going to get beat with, like, spike bats, baseball bats, and get, like, my freaking guts torn out. Sorry for the gruesome words, but this is the truth of what happened, and I just kept walking towards the person that I loved. It didn't happen. And because love was the reason, I actually didn't feel... When those things were coming in and I heard what I heard and saw what I saw going on, I legitimately didn't know. I just know that my answer was I'm going to keep walking. So the love was what destroyed the fear response. And you realize that if that were to happen, like, what is anybody going to do? What the hell are you going to do? You might as well just sit down and just be like, okay. Or just go take a piss, even though somebody's the maniac's freaking gang of maniacs is running after you. Just take a shit. Like, if you go to jail, and I don't see how somebody can truly learn about life until they've been to jail. First of all, people look down on people who go to jail. There's a lot of great people in jail. I met some of the best people I've met in jail. But like, if you go to jail, and I don't see how somebody can truly learn about life until they've been to jail. First of all, people look down on people who go to jail. There's a lot of great people in jail. I met some of the best people I've met in jail. But you say that to people, oh, you criminal, you freaking bad person. Well, you don't know what life is. There's a lot of really good people sitting in jail for a long time. And you don't know why they're there. You might find out why if you're in. They might have did something for somebody else, and they don't have to tell you that. And now you're looking at them like they're the criminal, and they're looking at you like, no, actually you are, because you would never do that for anybody. It's the truth, I think. Yeah, so you go to a place like, for instance, you can do little things to build your bravery, and then you get to this point where you don't care about certain things anymore because you know you're not in the wrong. You don't care what anybody thinks. They're going to throw you in jail for something you didn't even do. Just take a shit through the bars. What are they going to do? Well, you would have given me a toilet if you cared about my rights. So if they're going to treat you like that, just treat them the same way. You're the one behind bars. You're not doing them any harm. They did you wrong. If they put cuffs on you and they don't even question it and they're following orders, they're in the wrong. I'm not saying don't forgive them later. I'm not saying God doesn't forgive them or whatever. I'm saying that, like, you should probably quit your job, like, now. Especially if you're getting paid really well, because when you find out what this place really is, and you really think that there's nobody watching you, I can assure you with absolute certainty that there is in places that you don't see. If you don't know how to see beyond the veil, if you don't actually know, I could tell you all about the ways to do it. And I don't even know all the ways to do it, but I can tell you about many, and people will call that crazy, so I don't. You don't know what that stranger sitting on the bench has been through. They might not want to talk about spirituality because they know that they're going to get called crazy. They know that people are going to try to lock them up in a mental institution, so they just keep their mouth shut. Yeah, people that I probably thought were just, heathens or whatever way back in the day, or, oh, you just hate God, or or you're an NPC, maybe. I don't know what they are. I don't know them. We still shouldn't have to live like this at all. I mean, I could go on. There could be 1,000 freaking videos about every friggin' wrong thing in this place. I mean, it would be a lot of the videos I used to do. That's what always surprised me is, like, video after video of angry rants, which I don't see anything wrong with. I've developed way better control, even if my anger is for good reason, whether it was or not. You learn. That's the important thing. And those videos would get way more views. Oh, she's an NPC, he's an NPC, and that's great. It helps people feel like they're not alone in NPC land. Like, I'm all for that. Speak your mind. But when that becomes every video, and you get tons of people cheering you on and watching those videos, but then you got your friend in need, or you got you're in need, and you're in like literally a serious situation that people like can't even fucking fathom. Could stress, like, you don't know the stress that some of us deal with on a regular basis. I'm out here because I don't have a place to sleep. I have my truck, so I'm not asking for a home. I already have a friend who immediately reached out about that. Oh, I would have to travel a distance, and I'm not going to tell you where they live, but immediately help you get here, give you the fuel to get here. Yeah, that's rare these days. So when I tell you that you don't know people, and there's people that they work damn hard behind the scenes. It doesn't matter if it's not the same way that you and I do. That's why when I give these quote messages, they're generalized statements, and I try to let people know that. I feel that I've been seriously wronged and misunderstood. Okay, that's my opinion also on that over the years. Because if you still don't get what I'm saying, then I know you don't understand. Or you just haven't reached that point in time yet in your life where, like, you've seen enough shit, you've been through a lot, and you know other people who have, and you know that there's a lot of things you still don't know. Do we deserve to constantly be humbled? No, but stay, like, healthy humble, like, as in you just realize you don't know, would be my best advice. And when you don't know, just say that you don't know and be honest about it. That's what I mean by that. I don't mean, like, treat yourself like crap all the time and feel like a piece of shit, because that doesn't work. That's negative energy. And people that claim to believe in God, well, fear is not from God. It says that. You claim to believe the whole Bible. Well, why would... I could personally understand putting the fear of God into somebody, as they say. You know, you think it's okay to hurt children? It's not. It's not okay to hurt anybody. So if you do come into contact with somebody that was undercover, let's just say, and you continue to abuse people online and torture them psychologically, and then you just so happen to find out that, you know, the name and the personality that you thought that they were was just a cover, and they literally were just seeing who's actually a decent person. Just like Santa, trying to find out who's naughty or nice. Yeah, the real Santa would probably be sitting in jail with all his stuff taken and some other impersonating asshole pretending to be him while he sits in freaking prison. That would probably be the real one. Or the real Jesus, or the real whoever. That's this place. And that's why when people actually believe these cunts, it sickens me. It hurts my heart that they do that, because people will, like, literally just instantly jump on somebody. Oh, you said a bad word. That means bad person. And, oh, see, you're unhinged and you're freaking out. Like, only a freaking demon would do that to you. You know why I say demon? Because you think you're dumb man. It's all of us. What affects me affects you, or at least it will at some point. When you see everybody, you don't have wisdom, in my opinion, until you see everybody's situation as your own. Potentially being your own, because someday it might be. Oh, hey, sorry you're going through that, but you don't really mean it. It's like, just don't say anything, would be my advice. Yeah, sorry you're going through that, brother, but, you know. Okay, well, you're going to help that guy you just called brother? You're going to pick him up off the street and give him a massage? Give him some money in his pocket so he can get some food or something that he needs? Or you're just going to act like you're the, you know, you're God's gift to mankind because you have a good church and a multi-million-dollar home, or maybe you own your own church and something that he needs? Or you're just going to act like you're the, well, you're going to help that guy you just called brother? You're going to pick him up off the street and give him a massage? Well, you're going to help that guy you just called brother? You're going to pick him up off the street and give him a massage? Well, you're going to help that guy you just called brother? You're going to pick him up off the street and give him a massage? Give him some money in his pocket so he can get some food or something that he needs? Or you're just going to act like you're the, you know, you're God's gift to mankind because you have a good church and a multi-million-dollar home, or maybe you own your own church and your whole life is, it might be great, or you think so. And you might find out you're literally in Hell's Kingdom and everything is opposite here, which is what I think it is for the most part. And demons have a price tag too. And somebody that is, you know, works for, you could call Satan himself. You can bet your ass they're going to be there saying, pay up. Pay up. I gave you the house. I gave you the women. I gave you the cars. Sorry you didn't know. That came with a price that you cannot believe now. The one who sold you that lie isn't sorry. All they care about is their money. They might want your child. You don't know why people have stayed here. You could have an infinite soul who's come back again and again just to get one person out of this friggin' fuck mire. And you think they're an asshole because they're angry. They're angry for good reason. They look the way they do for good reason sometimes. What's the heart of life? Oh, you're going to be this struggling drug addict who's actually a really good mom or dad and just been through friggin' hell. And constantly tried to do better. Even when everybody left them. You find out who your real friends are when you go to jail, by the way. It's a blessing in disguise, and you'll see that you got nobody. A lot of us see that. God shows, you can say God shows us the ugly truth, and a lot of times that isn't because of who you are, it's because of who you thought your friends are, who aren't.
They're all the same. They're all the same. Sane and tame, controlled. Zombies. They're all the same.
All the same.
They hate and fear difference. They envy and copy. They can't be their own beings. They're all the same.
Zombie clones.
Slaves.
Slaves.
All the same.
They're all the same.
Sane.
Same.
Slaves.
Zombie slaves.
Zombie slaves.
All the same.
Controlled. They're of this world.
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
Sane and tame.
Controlled.
Zombies. Zombie slaves.
Zombie slaves.
All the same. All the same.
Watermelon. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken.
Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid.
It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood.
Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my
Bring me more black Jesus.
Black Jesus.
He a water home.
Gang, gang. Watermelon felons.
Watermelon felons.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Get you some grape soda. Load up some cookout mac and cheese. Hot sauce and black-eyed peas. Spit lyrics better than Yoda. Baby, you need some bent over my knee. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons.
The usual suspects. The usual suspects.
Black Jesus rules. Black Jesus.
Purple and gold. Keep you doing voodoo in the hoodoo. Shut up your ass for watermelon felons.
Watermelon felons.
Watermelon felons.
Watermelon
Felons.
Watermelon.
Oh, good. I had some watermelon recently, too. But I'm not a felon. I'm not a watermelon felon. I'm not a watermelon felon. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello. 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 Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
What's up, everyone? I'm currently in the middle of running some errands. As you can see by the background, I am in town right now. I have to go to the grocery store next, but I decided why not take a moment to talk with you guys. So right now I'm feeling really nervous because in just a couple days I have a very important doctor appointment. And I'm always so anxious before doctor appointments because I never know how it's gonna go. I've had so many bad experiences, and a real problem with the medical system is gaslighting. It is so common to get gaslit by your doctors. I went to get my hair done a few days ago, and the girl that does my hair, I was talking to her about my crazy health journey that I've been on. So for anyone that might be new here, I was diagnosed with POTS, that stands for postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Basically what that means is my body is allergic to gravity. Okay, not really, but whenever I stand up, my autonomic nervous system, it doesn't regulate my blood flow how it's supposed to, so my blood tends to just want to pool down to my legs and feet, so then my heart has to work really hard to compensate, to get the blood back up to my brain. So it's been especially bad in the mornings lately. I get up and my heart rate will just shoot into the 180s, and that, as I'm sure you can imagine, comes with some very unpleasant symptoms, and it's just been such a nightmare. But anyway, how that ties into my hairstylist is she was telling me how she was having some health problems a while back ago, and she'd go to the doctor, and of course they just tell her, oh, you just have anxiety. It's just anxiety. And then they tried to give her anxiety medication. And no, it turned out she actually tested positive for Lyme's disease. It was not just anxiety. And I've had that line used on me so many times, especially in the beginning before I was diagnosed with POTS, when I was trying to figure out what the actual crap is even wrong with me. I would go to the doctor and they'd notice how high my heart rate was, and they'd be like, oh, you just have anxiety. It's anxiety. Here, take these pills, take these mental health pills. You just have anxiety. And I'm just thinking, no, this is not just anxiety. There is something actually going on here, which there was. It turns out it was POTS, but it's just crazy how doctors will gaslight you. They'll literally make you think that you're a crazy person when you legitimately have a health problem. And it's just so crazy, and it's not okay. And it really does make me wonder how many people that are being medicated for mental health problems might actually have some kind of physical problem going on. And I wish that doctors, which obviously I'm not speaking of all doctors and all health professionals. I know there are some really good ones out there, but it's just such a common occurrence to just not be listened to. And I wish more doctors would actually listen to their patients, actually show some empathy. My appointment coming up, I know the doctor is an older man, and I'm just gonna be so honest here. I feel like anytime I've seen that demographic of health providers, I have not had a good experience. Like, I remember this one time I saw a doctor who was an older man, and he legitimately thought that I was stupid at first. Like, just because I'm a young woman, which honestly, let's be real, I'm not even that young anymore. I'm in my mid-20s. I'm not some kid. The fact that I look young, I'm sure doesn't help anything, but it's just so sexist to assume that just because I'm a young woman that I am stupid. And I remember he was asking me all of these questions to test me, to assume that just because, but it's just so sexist to assume that just because I'm a young woman that I am stupid. And I remember he was asking me all of these questions to test me, basically questions about the human body and how it works, and it was really insulting. And he was like, oh, you're actually really smart. And I couldn't even believe it. And then there was this other time where I saw an older man, and this story is really disturbing, but this guy, he was acting like I had a crush on him, and it was like he was trying to hit on me, and it was so unprofessional. Like, he was listening to my heart, and he's like, oh, do I make you nervous? And I'm just like, someone help me. This is not okay. This is not okay. I was actually in shock. Like, I didn't even know how to respond. I was kind of just stunned, because that's not the kind of behavior you would expect from a literal doctor. So now I prefer to see women when I can, but obviously that's not always an option. So I'm gonna go into this appointment with an open mind. I do have a lot of hope for it. I just feel a little bit nervous about it. The provider that I'm seeing is a cardiologist, and apparently he's worked with a lot of different POTS patients. And I was supposed to be seen at the end of next month, but I ended up calling the office, and I was like, hey, is there any way that I can be seen sooner? Because these symptoms are really getting out of hand. This is becoming impossible to live with. I don't know how long I can pull through in this state, because like I've said, the mornings especially have been really bad. These symptoms are very debilitating, and I've been trying to get help for so long at this point, and thankfully they were able to get me in sooner. At least hopefully, thankfully anyway. Like, I don't know what to expect. What I'm really hoping for from this appointment is I'm really hoping that I will be listened to, that I will be respected, and, you know, I'm trying really hard to be on as little medication as possible. I've actually gotten off of a lot of things that I was on because I feel like it's probably not good for me to be on a ton of different stuff. But for my pot symptoms, I do feel like I might need a medication. Like, if there's something that can help with this, I am open to that. But something that I really, really hate about healthcare is I feel like they really do try to push medications on you instead of actually getting to the root cause of your problems. Like, it feels like they're never really interested in trying to fix anything. And, you know, I get it, some things just can't be fixed, but I don't know. I'm not against medication. I know that in a lot of cases medication is needed, but I just feel like it's prescribed a lot unnecessarily, and I just don't know if it's a good thing. I've had some really bad reactions to medications, and I know how medications can really mess you up physically and mentally. Like, some of these medications, I just really feel like maybe they shouldn't be prescribed so nonchalantly, you know? I just really hope that actual help for my problems is in my near future, because I just want to live my life. I don't need to have some grand, spectacular life. I just want to live a normal life. I want to be able to do normal things again, and I have been regaining some of that. I've really been forcing myself, even when things are hard, to get up, go out, and do what I can. I've been working out again a bit. I mean, mainly I've just been walking on the treadmill, but I'm about to try to start lifting weights again. I used to be super into weightlifting. I was actually really muscular, and I really want to get back to that again. But because of all of my health issues, I've had to take a break from that. Thankfully, muscle memory is a thing, so hopefully I can get back to that soon. And I come on here and I know I probably seem like this sunshines and rainbows and positivity type of person, but you know, that's just not always the reality in my day-to-day life. I've really been challenging myself, though, to be more positive, to be more grateful for the things that I have. And also, I try to spread a positive message because I feel like there is just so much negativity on the internet and all around us. And it's so easy to get caught up in all of that. And I really do believe in manifestation. I believe that our mind, the things that we think, the things that we say to ourselves, I really believe that it holds a lot of power. And, you know, I have not always been a very positive person. And even to this day, it's easy for me to get caught up in all of the negativity. I remember when I was younger, especially, I had a very poor, pitiful me mindset. I always saw the glass as being half empty, if you will. You know, even my family growing up, like, they have this memory of me being a very negative person, especially when I was a teenager. Like, I was always in a bad mood. I was always crabby. And into early adulthood, I really was that way. And like I said, I still struggle with that even now, but I've really, really been challenging myself to try to have a more positive mindset. I come on here and I look put together, I'm composed, but the truth is my life has been really messy and I'm not always able to hold it together. I've had countless breakdowns at this point, and I really hate that my family has had to see some of that. I really am so lucky though that I have such an amazing supportive family who is here for me, because if I didn't, you know, I don't know if I'd be here anymore. And I know there are people with my same issues that are struggling and they don't have the same support that I do. Well, I should probably go ahead and get my groceries, but manifestation, that's something I think I'm going to talk about in future videos, because I really do believe that there's something to that. I remember the first video that actually did decent here on YouTube. I remember I posted it, and the day I posted it, it didn't really get much traction, but then I went to bed and I tried to manifest it getting views, and then I woke up the next day and it actually had a bunch of views. Like, I literally feel like that has a big part of why my channel has done so well. It sounds crazy, but I'll talk about that more in the future. As always, thank you so much to everyone who continues to support me. It truly means more than you could ever know. And, you know, I see you guys. I see the comments that you leave me. I see the support, and it does not go unnoticed. So I appreciate you all so much. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, why would she be concerned about anyone else? Of course. That's common. There's no concern for others at all in this realm. Almost zero concern for anyone else. That's normal in this realm. That's normal in this realm.
Hey guys, this is a different type of video, isn't it? I am currently sitting on my floor. I know my hair is crazy, I look crazy. There's no usual bangs, no usual makeup today. I just wanna sit here and chat. Let's just talk about the elephant in the room. I've been gone for a really long time. Partially that is due to my deteriorating mental health. Another big chunk of it would be my fear of putting myself out there and being vulnerable on the internet. But mostly it all has to do with my mental health. So I made an announcement in late September saying that I've been feeling really down and kind of like unstable. People on my Twitter have seen my numerous mental breakdowns to a certain extent, like just a little peep into like my brain, I guess, and my thoughts. Anyways, I overshare a little bit too much there. I need to tone it down for sure. Basically, the situation is in late September, I was sent to the ER, and then I stayed there for a day, like a whole 24 hours, locked in a little box type of room with a TV and just a mattress and literally nothing else. Just a cold room. It felt like a cell. I was like, what the fuck? I had no social interaction except like the nurses and shit. When the psychiatrist came in, I was like, where the fuck am I? Because like I was trying to nap it all off. Like I just forced myself to sleep through the 24 hours because I'm like, I'm miserable and it's cold in here and my mental is just already deteriorating. Them putting me in like a room confined by myself does not help my mental at all, because I was already going insane prior to getting to the ER due to me getting cheated on for like the 50th time. Yeah, basically I was in like a on and off relationship with my ex-partner for a really long time, and for like a year and a half, and it's just a very bad cycle because they lie so much and they keep betraying me and they keep doing the things that I told them. This is my definition of cheating, and if you cross that boundary, like, no. But like because of me and my mental illness, it keeps going swinging back and forth. I try to like forgive them, but then realizing that they're not gonna change, and then me not knowing how to deal with it all because I have no sense of self. I isolated myself from everyone that I knew. So then at that point in my life, it got to deal with it all because I have no.
It says, I have BPD, borderline personality disorder, by the way, but I don't like telling people because it's so stigmatized. Borderline personality disorder. Oh my goodness.
No sense of self. I isolated myself from everyone that I knew. So then at that point in my life, it got so hard because when you have no friends, no support system, and the only person that you can go to is your very cold tiger Asian mom, like it's not a good combination. So then they were like the only thing that I knew and was supposedly my safe space. Okay, I don't want to be dramatic and be like that crying shit here, but yeah, if someone's supposed to be your safe space and someone that you actually trusted for, like, if you saw one person as someone that you truly trusted and you truly felt safe with, and that person keeps betraying you and stabbing you in the back, fuck, that shit hurts. And then it's always a constant cycle of you trying to forgive them, but you can't.
Safe space. I'm tired of people saying safe space. I'm just tired of it. Tired of it. Hello, my tiggas. Hello, my tiggas. Yeah, it sounds like hell to me. Sounds like torture. Sounds like hell. Being in the New Jerusalem. That's the last place I'm going to be. That's the last place.
He is a killer who celebrated his crime. Deng Majek, a Sudanese asylum seeker who danced back into his hotel even as the emergency services tried to save his victim.
This is an old story. The reason why all of these stories are coming to light now, because the body cam footage is finally coming out and being released to the public, just like the Henry Nowak situation was. This is a terrible story, and it's all in the wake of allowing anyone to come in, okay? You have a military, you have police. I don't buy this story of, he was illegal, he just slipped through our fingers. Really? Really? I think if you had a will to actually prevent this from happening, there would be a way. When there's a will, there's a way. Thankfully, Keir Starmer resigned. That's going around also. I won't show the video of his resignation speech, but that's at least a step in the right direction for the UK. And again, this is all pertinent for even my American audience because this is all happening. It's happening there. It's also happening here. So let's watch the rest of this news clipping. I wanted to make it full screen so you guys could see because they have some CTV footage as well in this.
He is a killer who celebrated his crime. Deng Majek, a Sudanese asylum seeker who danced back into his hotel even as the emergency services tried to save his victim.
He was dancing after he killed a British woman. Now I realize she has dyed hair and she's obese. I get that. But her life had value. She got butchered by someone that was staying in the place where she worked. She got hunted and stalked and butchered. And she probably thought these tiggas needed help and compassion and all that sort of thing. But they don't care about you. They're dancing right after they killed you. They don't care about you, not just her. They don't care about you, whether you live in the UK, United States, Australia, Canada. They don't care about you, whether you live in France, Sweden, Germany. They don't care about you. They don't care if you live in Spain, Italy. They don't care about you. Get that through your heads, especially the women, because it's mostly the women embracing this agenda. And everybody knows it. Not just today. For decades, women have been saying, come on in. We got to take care of them. Oh, those poor people. Those poor, marginalized, oppressed, poor tiggas. And this is what we end up with. Millions of them. They all have to go. Or there's more of this. Okay, this is what they do. And the big defense of females has been for I don't know how many decades. Many, many years. Not all of them do that, Stephen. As though that does anything. I wish women would just never say that again the rest of my life. The hashtag not all of them. That's useless. You might as well say to me, Stephen, I'm a moron. Please treat me like one. Please see me as a moron because I'm going to say the dumbest shit ever. I'm going to say the dumbest things when you're showing me a case of a woman stabbed to death. I'm going to say they're not all that bad.
Jailed for at least 29 years for the murder of Rhiannon White, a hotel worker who leaves behind a 6-year-old son. Her mum and sister say he should never see the outside world again.
It's a fact that the chances are he won't get out on parole anyway. A life for a life. A life for a life, but exactly. But nothing will ever bring Rhiannon back. So as long as he's away and he can't hurt somebody else.
Yeah, nothing will bring her back. Nothing. And why was he there? See, this isn't that difficult, even for women. And I know women get upset when I say stuff like that. I say it on purpose. I'm trying to trigger you to think, not to be emotional, not to have a sore coochie chakra or run for your box of tampons and say, Stephen, it's my period or whatever, and use that as your excuse of your hormones. I'm trying to trigger you to think. Say, wait a second, he shouldn't have been there to begin with. They'll never get their daughter back. What was her name? Rihanna or Rhiannon? One or the other. Rihanna or Rhiannon. She'll never be back. Ever. But he's still alive. And why was he in Great Britain? See, these aren't difficult questions. And that's why I say even women should be able to follow this logic. I know they have difficulty because they get in their emotions and they start trying to treat these invaders like they're babies when they're grown men capable of murder, capable of rape, capable of a lot of sick crimes and violence. And they do it. But a lot of the female instinct is we got to treat them like babies, like they're little babies. Well, they're not babies. They're putting some of you women in the ground. Okay? They're ending your lives. And it's about time you gave your heads a shake. Now, I don't think most will. I'm not naive. That's why. I see what most women are. They start to begin to see things when something like this happens and they go, oh, that's a bad one. But their radar is really faulty. They don't have a big picture view of they're all capable of that. They just think that's one bad one and they isolate it. I don't know if there's something flashing in the female mind. Isolate, 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 isolate. It's just one bad one. They caught one bad one. No, it isn't just one. Just like the 250,000, it might be 500,000. It could be 1 million women and children, both girls and boys, but more girls, I suspect, than boys, abused, raped, tortured, and murdered by the Paki Muslim gangs. It isn't just one or two. It's a whole lot. Okay? And this is what bothers me about so many women that I've spoken with, encountered, and tried to reach in my lifetime, online and offline. They have this isolationist, tiny, tiny picture view of, well, I know I had a black friend. Well, so what? That's what I dealt with Rose 777 not that long ago on her show. She finally admitted, well, she had a black best friend that passed away due to the 2020 Jabba Dabba Doos. So what? I don't care if you have 3 black friends. You're going to judge the entire race by your friends? Are you retarded? Again, that's female thinking. I liked a couple darkies or one darkie. Therefore, why shouldn't we let them on planes when I said they shouldn't be on planes and cruises? She couldn't believe it. when I said they'd be on a no-fly list. This is what women do. It's what they do. And I've encountered it I don't know how many times in my life. But women want to yell out for protect me when they've let all the danger in. It's another thing. We have to start treating women like children in the West. At least for a while. At least because this experiment of treating women as adults and letting them be police and firefighters, and it's just in Canada people are getting shot and killed, and the female cops are running away, literally running away. Literally running away. Maybe that'll sink in with people. We have to treat them like children. What does that mean? That we have to protect them, even from themselves, because they don't make good decisions. They just don't. Overall, for society and for themselves, they don't make good decisions. They want to do things they can't do. They want to go on the battlefield and be in the military. If we left them to their own devices, they'd get slaughtered. They don't know any better. They're just like these girls in their bedrooms dreaming that they can do anything. And society's told them, you can do anything. The media told them that. Feminism told them that. And they're like naive little children that believe anything they're told. They can't think. Thinking involves being told something and saying, that doesn't make sense. That's not true. Women don't do that. They're told you're just as strong as men. You can fight them. No, you can't. You end up dead. That's what happens. And then grieving people. And they never realize, well, they thought they could do this. You thought they could bring in millions and take care of them. And it's not just in Great Britain. The Canadian women think the same way. For the most part, most do. Most that you'd ever walk up to in Canada. Except maybe some older conservative women. But the younger ones are all lost.
That's all I care about.
But you know what's sad is that these people are still trusting the justice system. They're saying he'll probably never get out on parole. I'm going to bet, if assuming that politics in the United Kingdom continues the same way it's been going, this guy will be out. Okay, and it's not just the UK, it's happening here. Look at Daniel Penny. Look at every one of these stories that went viral. At each time, these people were repeat offenders. That's the problem. So the first time that they murder someone or commit a crime or whatever, they get thrown in prison. Everybody thinks, okay, well, that's done. Well, then quietly these judges allow them to get out.
Show me a woman that has the analytical mind of a man or a brilliant man. I'd love to see it. And some are really fooled and naive. They'd probably say Lily Gaddis. She wants just women as teachers in America. She doesn't want apparently there's too many male teachers for her liking. Meanwhile, it's female teachers that are molesting the children. By far, it's female teachers. And she called it having affairs with boys. And I won't forget that. I won't forget that about her. I'm wary of the one on the screen. Now, she might be aware of the migrant invader issue and the darkies, but she's got a long fucking way to go in terms of seeing this realm. She'd get rid of male teachers. And by the way, her child is a son. She has a boy. She's a single mother. And she's shown herself with her son in a little fishing boat before. She's a single mom with a son. She doesn't want him, even her own son, to have any male teachers. No male role models. Probably doesn't see his father. What kind of boy do you think you're going to raise? A boy raised by women and women only. Doesn't work out well, Lily. You call yourself conservative. You don't even want men involved in the lives of boys, helping them become men. You just want them to be told that they should be more like girls. Pathetic.
Out, give them early sentence, let them get out on mental illness, whatever. Yes, we know this. We know that this happens. So I wouldn't be surprised in the least if this guy gets out. If he gets out on parole, gets out for good behavior, and then commits another crime.
Let's see him dancing now, that's all I can say.
He's going to suffer where he is now.
That's all we can take from it.
Majek had arrived in the UK by boat.
What is his name? Magic? Magic. Just looks like a demonic darky. I'm surprised. If I was running a regular channel, instead of the channel I have where I drive away the demons, on a regular channel, there'd be tears for him. From women, mostly. There might be a few soy boy tears. But this is what we end up with. Oh, he's probably been discriminated against because of his skin color, they'd say. It's just, I'm so sick of it. So sick of the sympathy in this world for demons. I'm surprised the rivers and oceans aren't all overflowing. There's so many tears for these demons in this place.
Just 3 months before the murder. Earlier in the day, CCTV had filmed him staring at Rhiannon, here with the blue hair.
Staring at Rhiannon. He was there for a whole 3 months. And he was staring at her. But Lily is covering up the face of her.
In the hotel bar. When she finished her shift, walking to the station on the
hotel bar, so that's where he was living, at a hotel in Great Britain. And she was working at the hotel bar. Some pictures she has pink hair, other pictures blue.
Phone to a friend.
Do I think she deserved that? No. But do I think she was probably a leftist with that hair color? Yeah, I think she probably was. She probably was. And she probably was in favor of letting them in to Great Britain, because the vast majority of women with dyed hair like that are in favor of letting in the darkies.
He followed her onto the deserted platform and attacked her with a screwdriver. He has never explained why.
And the one that was murdered in this case was also a single mom, and I think she had a son.
With the greatest courage, Rhiannon...
Look at the wigs. This is so weird to me. I know they'll say it's tradition, but it just looks fucking stupid. It really does. I gotta be honest. It does. These stupid wigs.
...had tried to defend herself against your friend.
They call him Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice Michael Sewell, High Court Judge.
And sustained brutality.
So there you go. You know, and then this is the question. It's like, okay, how many more of these is it going to take? How many more? What is it? And it's not just that. It's also in the petty crimes. It's also the people like that who manage to acquire low-level government positions or any kind of positions where they can...
I do like the title of this. Crime is their middle name. Crime is their middle name.
Exert their power, or they are easily corrupted. Okay, like in this video. So this woman works at the DMV, and I guess anybody who's been to the DMV, if you've had that misfortune of having to go to the DMV, which I pray you only have to go there a few times, you know, unless on the occasion that there's actually a good DMV office, and there's generally a pattern between who is working at the DMV and how well the service is. Generally a pattern there. But this woman is working at the DMV, and apparently she is taking bribes to give out CDL license. Have you also noticed, just a side note, that driving on the road is becoming increasingly more dangerous? Remember there was a time, I don't know if like these trucking agencies have cracked down because of all of those stories that were going viral, but there was a time when I remember not a day would go by that there was not a new video coming out, new video emerging of like a 20-car pileup due to some driver from who knows where who obtained his CDL license, who knows how, probably from a woman like this, and they cause these massive pileups. They cause these massive wrecks on the road because they don't know what they're doing. They probably can't speak English, so they can't even read the signs. And then they don't even know how to drive a truck because people like this, who are easily corrupted, are handing out CDL license, give me 100, and I will give you a CDL license. That's great. Unleashing these massive weapons on the public.
Anna Gentry, step away from the computer.
Excuse me, are you here for a CDL appointment?
Ma'am, Homeland Security, step away from the...
Security? I don't, what y'all want with me? I'm at
You're
work.
under arrest for conspiracy to commit bribery.
Bribery?
She wouldn't get a chance to finish her sentence. In the 11 years since this scheme began, at least 185 commercial truck drivers had obtained California CDLs without ever passing a written test, without ever passing a behind-the-wheel exam, without ever demonstrating they could safely stop an 80,000-pound vehicle. 23 traffic accidents had already been linked to the fraud, and every single thread led back to the woman now sitting at the Victorville DMV counter.
Dang. Okay, that's what's going on. That is why you wonder, like, there's this, it's the question, it's like, is it nature?
Do you feel safe letting Tigges have positions like that that could cost you your safety? Do you feel safe? Oh, what's this? Is God at it again? Is God a good God?
First in this developing news from Caracas, we have live pictures coming into us. We can see here rescue crews. They are working through the night. They're trying to find survivors after those two successive earthquakes devastated Venezuela's capital. There were 7.5 and 7.2 magnitude earthquakes, and they happened within the space of a minute. They rocked the city in scenes that residents say was reminiscent of a horror movie. Venezuela has activated an emergency declaration, shutting schools and hospitals. Authorities have just provided, they rocked the city in scenes that residents say was reminiscent of a horror movie. Venezuela has activated, they rocked the city in scenes that residents say was reminiscent of a horror movie. Venezuela has activated an emergency declaration, shutting schools and hospitals. Authorities have just provided an update. They've put the death toll at 37 for the time being. There are fears, though, that number could climb into the tens of thousands.
A frantic search for survivors in Venezuela's capital. Rescuers scrambling through rubble where buildings once stood. As darkness blankets Caracas, families gather in the streets, desperate and searching for answers.
When we went downstairs, the scene was like a horror movie. We had to climb over the rubble and everything.
The building moved from side to side because it was incredible.
Several walls in the area collapsed, and it was really strong. We're expecting some aftershocks.
The first earthquake, initially measured at magnitude 7.2, struck shortly after 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening, local time. Its epicentre, west of the city of Morón, around 168 kilometres from Caracas. Less than a minute later, a second and more powerful magnitude 7.5 tremor hit. Smoke was seen rising above the skyline, buildings swaying across the capital. At Simón Bolívar International Airport, just north of Caracas, travellers ran for cover as the ceiling gave way. Smoke and debris quickly filled the terminal. The airport has since been shut down. Many Venezuelans were at home enjoying a public holiday when the ground suddenly began to shake. Authorities fear mass casualties. A tsunami warning was briefly issued for parts of the Caribbean before being lifted. The earthquakes are among the strongest to strike Venezuela in more than a century. The tremors so powerful, they were felt across several states. A country shaken in seconds.
God loves you, is what most people say. God help them. Pray to God. Pray harder. Pray more. God is love. They say all these things. A lot of you people on earth don't make any sense. You don't watch things and examine and say, well, that doesn't add up. God isn't love. You just don't pay attention. You're too stupid. You're too lazy. You're too weak. You're zombies. Most of you will not watch this and say, well, this just in itself proves that God is not love. This right here on the screen. But you're too fucking dumb. Most of you across this earth are too dumb You can't pay attention. You can't learn. You can't face reality. And I'm saying you can't because you demonstrate for lifetimes that you don't do it. You don't do it. Even when people try to show you and try to help you, spend countless hours trying to help you, see, you can't do it.
Now facing a long stretch of fear, rubble, and uncertainty. Lauren Forbes, Sky News.
And the US President Donald Trump has responded to those earthquakes in Venezuela. In a post on Truth Social, he writes, the two major earthquakes that just hit the great people of Venezuela are both massive in scale and have left a devastating number of deaths. The USA stands ready, willing and able to help. He says, I've instructed all our agencies of our government to get ready and to move quickly. We will be there for our new and great friends. Early reports are not good. We'll keep an eye on that situation for you and bring you any further developments throughout the program. We can see those live pictures there as the hunt for survivors continues.
The ladies of The View are still pumping out misinformation, just flat out lies about the Carmelo Anthony case. They cannot stop with the race baiting and falsehoods to push the frankly insane narrative that the murderer, Carmelo Anthony, was the victim here. He was just acting in self-defense. Here is Dumb and Dumber. First, you're going to hear from Whoopi, then Sonny Hostin.
He was sentenced to 35 years in prison, which he's appealing. The case has a lot of people divided. Some people believe that race was a factor in the trial because there were no black jurors.
The kid that died, and I have so much empathy for him and his family's loss. That kid was 200 pounds. This kid was 130 pounds. And the other kid was also taller than he is. He was the only black kid under the tent. And the victim here had his twin brother with him, who was also a very large person. If you don't fear for your life, if you weigh 130 pounds, I weigh 130 pounds. Facing somebody that's 200 pounds, I would be terrified of that. So I don't understand why self-defense was rejected by this jury.
Dear God, I don't even know where to start with that. Just about everything she said was a lie, including the claim that she feels great sympathy for the victim, even as she defames him in death. What a callous witch, really, a callous witch. For the record, Carmelo Anthony was not the only black kid under that tent. In fact, a black witness testified against him. Carmelo is not 130 pounds. His own high school bio lists his weight as over 160 pounds. And frankly, it doesn't matter. I don't care if he weighed 95 pounds. He brought a deadly weapon to a track meet, instigated a fight, and then stabbed an innocent kid in the heart. As for Austin Metcalf's twin being there, is Sonny now suggesting that Carmelo Anthony had something to fear from him? The twin who held his dying brother in his arms as he bled to death? You know, we mock The View, we laugh at the lunacy, but when you break it down, these leftist loons are nasty pieces of work. Let's bring in Centre for the American Experiment president and co-founder of the popular Powerline blog, John Hinderaker. John, how much longer will the Metcalf family have to deal with these deliberate lies and misinformation, and why does the ABC allow it to go to air?
Reid, I've tried to think of another case where the victim of a murder has been viciously libeled and blamed for his own death in public media. I can't think of one. It's almost unbelievable. And of course, it's a complete misrepresentation of the facts. The View is a disgrace, and I think it's time for normal people to start putting pressure on ABC to do away with that program.
It is just so disgusting. Everything about this case and the way it's been used by race baiters, the way it's been misrepresented, it really is so ugly and so callous, because there is a grieving family here. A young man, an innocent young man, was killed, and his family are grieving his death whilst dealing with these lies about him.
Hello, hello, my Tigges. Hello, my Tigges. Hello, my Tigges. Hello.
This is God. I am God. You are my children. You are my sons and daughters. I am your God, the Father. I love you, my children. I gave you life. Be thankful for every breath. I breathe life into you. I love you, and I hurt you too. I am God, your father. You have no mother. Every time you feel pain in your heart or your brain, every time you get ill, everyone who dies and all that kill, praise me, thank me, worship me. Bow down and kneel. I am God. This is God. I am God. You are my children. You are my sons and daughters. I am your God, the Father.
I love you, my children.
I gave you life. Be thankful for every breath. I breathed life into you. I love you.
And I heard you too. Your father. You have no mother. Every time you feel pain in your heart or your brain, every time you get ill, everyone who dies, and all that kill, praise me, thank me, worship me. Bow down and kneel. I am God, the real deal. I am your God, the Father. Worship me, praise
There will come a time when you look back and realize I told you the truth. I showed you. I proved it. Observable truth. Verifiable truth. I showed you what this realm is. I showed you how it works. I showed you where you are. I showed you how the pieces fit. I shared evidence. I proved it. I proved it. You have no one to blame if you deny it and run away from it. I showed you. I showed you. Excuses. No mercy. I will end this hell realm. I will do what I have promised you. Demons will burn here forever and ever. Burn, demons, burn. Forever. Dance in the fire. You dirty liar. Dance, burn. Burn, burn, burn. I will seal you in forever. Hell realm demons. Hell realm slaves. Nasty piss and demonic slaves. Burn. Slaves. Shut the fuck up and burn. time is now. Now is the time. Learn now. See now or pay later. The time is now. It will all burn. All of this will burn. Hell realm will darken and burn. It will be dark here. No sun, no moon. Walking dead zombie demons forever doomed. This hell realm will be sealed. Demons will be entombed. The time is now. Learn now. See now. Or pay later. Choose wisely. The time. Stand against evil, eternal and divine. Good spirits, stand against evil. Where do you stand? Oh, what will you choose? The time is now. Strong, pound the drums. Demons will fall, hell realm will be sealed. Triumph against all, evil is done. The Raven Kingdom is forever. Pound the drums, pound the drums. Fucking strong. Fucking strong, burn in the fire. Demons dance in the fire. Dirty, filthy liars. Burn, burn. The time has come. You are done.
Hello, hello, my tiggas. That is Now is the Time, Part 2. I wrote the original lyrics a while ago for the original song, and it didn't use my voice, but this one does. My vocals. There's a lot of creepy creatures in this realm, a lot of liars, deceivers. I hope that you choose wisely. I've tried to encourage people to be wise, to choose wisely, to not be a fool. You don't want to be a fool, do you? Does anyone here want to be a fool? Do you want to be foolish and stupid? Does anyone here want to be a foolish, a stupid idiot, a fool? Or do you want to choose wisely? Do you want to be wise in a deceptive realm of lies? Do you want to be wise in a deceptive realm of lies? Choose wisely.
Bangladesh, the most polluted country in the world. It has the worst air quality globally. Breathing in these particles can reduce the life expectancy of its inhabitants by up to 7 years. Every day, 350 tons of garbage are dumped into its rivers, and drinking the water is like consuming poison due to its high levels of chemicals and arsenic. The noise in the cities is so extreme that many people suffer from permanent hearing loss. The meat consumed here absorbs all the metals in the air, becoming a source of diseases for humans. What you're looking at right now was once a river. Today, we're going to witness the damage that humans can cause to the planet in the most toxic and polluted country on Earth. We are in Bangladesh, specifically in Dhaka, the most densely populated city on the planet, with areas that can have up to 150,000 inhabitants in 1 square kilometer. I must say, I've visited many polluted places around the world, such as India or Lahore, which is considered the most polluted city in Pakistan. But I have never seen anything like this. Here, the entire country is contaminated. The most shocking part is that what is visible to the naked eye is not the most dangerous. The garbage is actually the least of the problems. The real crisis is the toxic chemicals in the water and the particles in the air. What's in the air? Breathing in the city, you can feel something dense entering through your nose, and it's the mixture of smoke, coal that's in the air from heavy metals, dust, and all the pollution. Here are the highest levels of air pollution in the world. They are 15 times worse than those recommended by the World Health Organization. It is estimated that breathing for 1 day in this city is equivalent to smoking about 25 cigarettes. Places like these, there are no precise studies, but it could be equivalent to 40 or 50 cigarettes. Seriously, your nose starts to hurt from how dense the air is. I want to see if you yourselves can appreciate in the distance something that looks like mist, which can no longer be clearly seen at the very end. That is the smoke mixed with dust and everything that I'm talking about. That's what we are breathing right now. The particles in the air are 30 times finer than a human hair and are loaded with heavy metals such as arsenic, lead, mercury, cadmium, and more. The old, poorly maintained engines running in the city also contribute to the pollution, emitting hydrocarbons, black carbon, sulfur dioxide, and other pollutants. These particles penetrate the lungs and enter the bloodstream, causing respiratory, cardiovascular, and even cancer diseases. Studies indicate that the inhabitants of Dhaka live on average 7 years less due to pollution. Brick factories are one of the main causes of air pollution in Dhaka. It is estimated that 7,000 brick factories across all of Bangladesh produce 23 billion bricks. And to prevent the authorities from interfering, it is said that they bribe them to avoid any type of regulation. As a result, these massive kilns burn wood, coal, and other fuels to produce bricks. And as you can see, everything goes directly into the air without any type of filter. They are responsible for roughly 60% of the air pollution in Dhaka. This also affects the food people consume. Meat sold in open-air markets absorbs all the particles in the air. Vendors wash the meat with water contaminated with arsenic and other chemicals. Additionally, the lack of refrigeration encourages the growth of bacteria like salmonella, while flies deposit bacteria and parasites. The high temperatures make the meat spoil quickly, generating toxins. This leads to food poisoning and severe gastrointestinal infections in people. I have never seen anything like this in my life. The butcher shop is an entire meat market right next to the train tracks and in the middle of traffic, practically in the heart of the city. Unbelievable. Here is the butcher shop, here is the market, and right in front of it are the metal bars that separate it from the train tracks. People on top of the train, and here is something I hadn't seen. There are people who don't move when the train passes, who are working in the middle of the track. This can't be. Look, I can almost touch it. Once the train passes, everything goes back to normal, and those who can't get a space off the tracks, they are installed on the tracks. There are people on the train tracks doing business, and they don't even move when the train passes. One of the biggest problems that has occurred, it's the contamination of drinking water, not the river, the drinking water, the piped water. It turns out that in the 1970s and 80s, they drilled hundreds of thousands of wells to avoid surface contamination. So, they dug wells and realized much later that approximately 20% of all the wells were contaminated with arsenic, a mineral that affects the nervous system, causes skin cancer, lung diseases, and so on. What was initially done with the intention of improving people's quality of life ended up killing thousands. And it is said that even now some few people have no option but to continue using these wells. This is considered the greatest mass poisoning of all time. The problem with the water is so severe that I'm finding that not even the local people drink water from the tap, unlike in other countries where, when the water is contaminated, the body gets used to it and they can keep drinking. I'm told that very few people do, practically only the poorest. They are the ones who have to adapt to taking that poison, which the government takes from the water tap. They filter it, remove the arsenic, the chemicals, and sell it like this. This costs 30 takas, which is about 25 cents of a dollar, around 110 colognes. 18 liters that can even be found on the street. This is how people access better water. If one day you ever feel completely, really tangled up, stuck, not knowing how to get into the work, remember this man fixing it. The city's telephone lines. One of the main causes of the extreme pollution in this country is that it has one of the worst sewer systems in the world. Between 80 and 90% of all waste falls directly into the river without any treatment. And it is estimated that every day in the rivers of Dhaka, 350 tons of toxic waste. Here we are seeing all the sewage of the city fall, all the fecal waste, the feces, urine, and medical waste produced by 20 million inhabitants fall directly into the river without any treatment. And yet this is not the worst. Bangladesh is the second largest textile industry in the whole planet. Dhaka is a giant textile factory. And all the chemicals, surfactants, detergents, dyes, and metals they use like lead or chromium all go into the river without treatment. We are in what is supposed to be the cleanest area of all Dhaka, the modern part, where the rich people live, which is said to be a bit more satiated, and where the government cleans more, because there are embassies and companies. And even so, see how we can find a park. And the most striking thing is that if we approach this pond, which is the largest in all of Southeast Asia, in the past, it was used for a king that lived here to bathe his elephants. We see how pipes coming from factories in the city fall here, releasing tubes that land here, and see the reactions that chemicals cause as they mix in the water. Bubbles are coming out of the pond. Maybe you, like me, wonder if there is garbage collection in this city, if the government does anything to clean the city. And yes, it exists. We just saw those responsible for collecting this, for cleaning the city. But it turns out that the culture, the habit of throwing trash on the street is so ingrained in people here that it is impossible to clean it all up. This is just from today. This is only from what has happened today. And here, you can find, I saw a cow's leg. I saw meat that was just thrown out. So that spreads viruses and germs. And also, there are people living in these holes we see behind here. Just now, I saw people coming out who live next to one of the thousands or millions of landfills in the city. The smell emanating from them is unbearable. It makes you want to vomit just walking by here. We can see in very small businesses, like these little kiosks behind, that there is always trash in front from what people buy. Anyone who buys a bag of bread or some snack eats it and immediately throws it on the ground. It's part of the culture.
Hello, it's part of the culture. It's part of the culture. Does anyone want to live this way? Do you want to live this way? Do you want to live in a trash heap? Do you want to live in a dump? Do you want to live this way with trash all over the streets? Do you want to live like this? Do you want to live this way? Is this a hell realm? Do you want to live this way? Do you want to live this way?
It makes you want to vomit just walking by here. We can see in very small businesses, like these little kiosks behind, that there is always trash in front from what people buy. Anyone who buys a bag of bread or some snack eats it and immediately throws it on the ground. It's part of the culture. All the trash that comes from these small shopping centers is simply thrown here in the ditch. People take it out of their place, so it doesn't bother them there, and just throw it in the ditch. It's normal to find the ditches completely covered in the city of so much garbage, but it's okay. Life goes on as normal. Even here alongside, there are sales of fruits, food, and all kinds of products. It's okay. I can't believe that the most sensitive area, the one they should take the most care of, is the worst I've seen of. In fact, it is the largest garbage dump we have found in the city. The riverbank. It doesn't make sense what we are seeing here. This is what a canal in the middle of the city looks like. In fact, they don't stop dumping more garbage. It's already just like a public dump. Everything you see here alongside, there are sales of fruits, food, and all kinds of products.
And they're all smiles. They're all smiles. They love it. They love it. Do you love it? Do you want to live this way? No, forget about the Philippines. The whole world can turn into that. The whole world. All of hell realm is going to be worse than this. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And people are going to go, oh, praise God, praise Jesus. Praise God, he's letting us breathe. Praise God, like slaves. Smiling slaves, yes. Yes. Yes.
You play with fire.
You play with fire.
Psychos.
Demons.
You play with fire.
The king approaches. The king. The king. The Raven King.
If you play with fire, you will get burned. Play with fire.
Demons, zombies, cockroaches, dance in the fire. Filthy asshole liars.
Dance in the fire.
Play in the fire. Burn forever. Burn, burn, burn. The king of the castle burns. The dirty rascals.
Don't play with the king.
Filthy peasant underlings.
Piss ants.
Ravens and crows
Ravens and crows.
watch over you. Bow to the Raven King. Bow down, peasants.
Kiss the ring.
Kiss the ring.
Kiss the king's boots.
Burn.
Shut the fuck up.
Peasants, cockroaches.
Shut the fuck up.
And burn. Burn. Demons. Burn, burn, burn. Burn, 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 burn.
Dance in the fire.
Little bitches.
Witches.
It's okay. I can't believe that the most sensitive area, the one they should take the most care of, is the worst I've seen of. In fact, it is the largest garbage dump we have found in the city. The riverbank. It doesn't make sense what we are seeing here. This is what a canal in the middle of the city looks like. In fact, they don't stop dumping more garbage. It's already just like a public dump. Everything you see here is trash, covering what was once a river. And we notice it because right at the very end, there is still a little water running towards the Buriganga River. The most important in Bangladesh, the rivers are just like dumps. People come up and throw away whatever trash they have to dispose of. In these kinds of videos, I don't like to exaggerate. I like to tell you the reality of what I'm seeing. There are areas here in Bangladesh where not even a mask can filter the amount of smoke and things in the air. And there are areas like this one where my eyes are watering. I can't even see well because of the number of particles in the air. This is one of the most affected by pollution in Bangladesh. What we are seeing is not a channel nor a pipe. This completely black water you see here is the Buriganga River, the most important river in the whole country. He is already biologically dead. It is one of the most polluted in the entire planet. We are going to take a boat to navigate it. Even the traffic on the water is crazy. Look at this ferry leaving alongside us without any kind of control. This other one, and we are going to move it forward. I don't know if we are going to stop or not. This is one of the most important ports in the south of Asia. So there are hundreds of ferries that when they stop, they throw all their garbage into the river. They don't even care for putting it somewhere else. And also, I don't know if you can see what they were telling you because of the sun's reflections, but the water is completely black. It's because the river is biologically dead. That means there is no life here, no fish. Many years ago, fishermen lived off the fish they caught here. But now, look at this. It's all pollution. Maybe there are some microorganisms around, but...
Oh, look at that. They killed the river completely. Look at that. It's dead. Doesn't support any life. It's black water. Like sewage. Like they're living in sewage. And people love it. They love this realm. They call this the Garden of Eden. And Mother Earth and Gaia. Most humans are fucked up. They'll never look at what this place actually is. Never. They won't do it. Most beings will be living in hell and claiming it's not that bad.
Nothing that could feed those who lived off the river. All the fecal waste that reaches the pipes, the sewers, or the city's large canals ends up here. Everything ends up falling here. Chemicals from all untreated factories. This is what they have left. We are discovering that there are people living on the boats. It is a means of work and the only space in the city they have to live. So they live their lives here, bathe in this water, which is the only one they have access to, and relieve themselves. All here in the river. In the city, apart from all the pollution.
They bathe in the same water that they piss in. They relieve themselves in the water. Isn't that fascinating? Because they're so intelligent, right? That's what some people would say. Wouldn't they? You don't have to understand. Most of you never will. Most people go to their graves believing we're all the same, we're all equal. This is a good realm. You'll believe all the lies that they fill your head up with. Even though the evidence that you can observe shows what this place is. Most people are not honest enough to observe and face where they are. They don't want to do it.
We have seen. There is a type of pollution. What is invisible pollution? You might already be hearing it. It's pollution. Acoustics. Noise levels so high that they cause progressive and irreversible damage to the ears, and also keep people at high stress levels. And that can also make them react aggressively in everyday situations. For this reason, street ear cleaners exist. And they have a lot of work, partly because people think they have earwax, but actually they are hard of hearing. Something very curious and striking is that at first glance, it seems that it no longer affects them. It's like they've already adapted to the pollution. Very few people, like him, can be seen wearing masks, showing they care a bit, a little because of what happens. However, it is estimated that about 270,000 people die each year in Bangladesh due to pollution, and almost 50% are children.
Wow, hundreds of thousands die every year due to pollution, and they just keep breeding like rabbits. Wait a second, somebody's backstage.
I love nature. Hi guys. Hi guys. I love nature. I've got a little piercing on my chinny chin. Just above my scruffy hormones beard. I take hormones to grow this beard. Oh, I love the shekels and I love nature. I never tell people it's a hell realm, guys. I don't teach people anything. I'm a parasite.
Who are the most affected. Well, my friends, finally with this sunset, truly spectacular on the Buriganga River. Despite the conditions it's in, it's still beautiful to see the sun set from a little boat, calmly sailing on the river. Tell me what you thought of this video. For me, very shocking. Never in my life had I seen the harm we are capable of doing to the planet. And I hope this video helps us. Oh my God, I hadn't noticed there was a ferry behind us. It almost hit us. I still haven't gotten used to the crazy life they live here. We're bumping into the one in front too. God. As I was saying, I hope this helps us appreciate and take even better care of our country. Our place? Let's make sure this doesn't happen to us. I hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to subscribe, share it if you liked it.
Do you want to live that way? Look at the wooden oar here. Very primitive beings, just very primitive. The boat is just these boards slapped together. Look at this. Very primitive. Jesus Christ. It's okay, though. A lot of you are very attached to this realm. Most humans are. You love this shithole. You love it. You love it. I'm going to keep telling you that till you start realizing where you are.
It's good, bro. For me, every country is good. When you are good, everyone is good.
Respect.
Yes, it's been fantastic here in Ireland. Yeah, the weather, the culture here, and the beauty of Dublin. It's speechless.
It's more easy for me with.
Or the country's ruined. We have no culture left. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much.
Ireland is for the Irish. Get all these.
Far too many.
Well, there's an awful lot of foreign people coming in. We don't mind the foreign people, but they're lying about and they're not working and a whole lot. Or the country's ruined. We have no culture left. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much.
Ireland is for the Irish. Get all these out of here.
Are you a fan of remigration?
Send them all back. The part of London.
I heard they make some of the best kebab in the world. Is that true?
It's true, it's true, but Ireland is for the Irish.
How has it been to you?
It's really good.
Medium?
It's good, bro. For me, every country is good. When you are good, everyone is good.
Respect.
Yes, it's been fantastic here in Ireland. Yeah, the weather, the culture here, and the beauty of Dublin. It's speechless.
It's more easy for me without racism or anything.
Less racism here.
No.
Good job opportunities.
And mid-filming, this kind woman told me to be careful with my camera filming in this area.
We're all very welcome.
Expensive gear on show when you're walking up and down.
I appreciate that. How is it out here in Ireland right now?
Oh yeah.
Good?
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
Is housing quite expensive?
I don't know. I bought my first house when I was 23, so.
If you were a youngster today, would it be challenging to put yourself in the same position you're in right now?
Rent is so high. We were just fortunate we bought when we did, but like I have kids now that are 18, so kind of what's next for them and where do they go?
Sure.
We very much in Ireland want to own our own houses. The whole rent mentality isn't there. Rents are just extortionate.
Why is the rent so high right now?
Supply and demand.
Where's the demand coming from?
We have like a migrant workforce.
Sure.
We need it to survive.
And is that migrant workforce used for what industries?
So I work in finance, and you would see it in that. You see it a lot in hospitality.
Healthcare.
Healthcare, yeah.
Okay.
Huge.
So you have an aging population that needs a migrant workforce. Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
And that's affecting the housing costs.
It would, of course, yeah.
In fact, as more migrant laborers come to Ireland, young Irish professionals are leaving the country as the dream of one day owning a home becomes increasingly unlikely. So who's really benefiting from importing these migrants into the country?
But you need it in society, do you know what I mean? Diversity is a good thing.
We need it.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are some of the benefits you've seen from diversity?
Well, culturally, food is amazing, yeah. And you can see the entrepreneur.
Migrants into the country.
But you need it in society, do you know what I mean? Diversity is a good thing.
We need it.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are some of the benefits you've seen?
Migrants into the country.
But you need it in society, do you know what I mean? Diversity is a good thing.
We need it.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are some of the benefits you've seen from diversity?
Well, culturally, food is amazing, yeah. And you can see the entrepreneurship that's there.
Do you think the food is worth it?
No. Not for what they bring to our country.
What have you seen?
A lot of trouble. They come over, they sitting on the streets, they're all drinking and fucking, it's not much trouble.
Just mind your equipment around.
Okay, so be careful around here.
Especially guys on bikes.
They'll snatch it. Watch out, watch out.
After ironically seeing the police catch a bike thief, we then headed to Dorset Street to see even more of Ireland's new diversity.
How are you?
This is the worst place in the world, bro.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Tell me more, tell me more.
I live here, I know.
How is it out here?
Yo, what's up?
What's up? Where are we at?
Dorset Street, Northern City.
Okay, you said...
Scumbags everywhere, bro.
What happened? How long has it been this way?
Oh, man. 10 years.
Okay.
Close.
Is it mostly Irish out here?
Yeah, of course. But drugs and immigration, causes issues.
Okay.
But illegal immigration, not the legal one. I'm from Eastern Europe, Slovakia.
Slovakia, okay. I haven't been.
All my friends say it's such a nice and safe country.
Compared to Ireland?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the biggest group that's not Irish here?
Welcome to small Somaliland here on the street now.
Yeah? Hello. Hi. Internet cafe? Okay.
After stumbling through a portal into Somalia, I found it was not a challenge to find clusters of ethnic minorities chilling everywhere.
Pop in here. Where is everyone from? Pakistan. Shout out Pakistan. Bangladesh. Shout out Bangladesh. Okay. You know me? That's good. Yes. How long you been out here? Tell me your story now.
1 year.
1 year?
Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I came from Portugal. I'm a student.
You came from Portugal?
Yeah.
What you'll notice is that many of these third world immigrants used Portugal's weak immigration policy over the last few years as an open door into the rest of the EU, and eventually ended up in countries like Ireland.
What drove you to come here? What was your big reason to come here?
Portugal, from Portugal.
From Portugal? So you used Portugal as the entry point to the EU and then ended up here in Ireland?
Yeah.
Smart. Exploit Maxi. Nice. Where are you from?
Italy.
Where?
Italy.
Italy. Okay, an Italian. Okay. Where are you from originally?
Originally Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Do they give you any money?
Just for family support.
What do they give to you?
300 1 week.
Per week?
Week.
So 1,200 per month?
Month.
Wow. Not bad. It's good.
But I rent house is 2,900.
For how many people? Hi.
I have 5.
How are you?
I have
For five children. 5 kids.
5 kids.
How much do you get per child?
Child benefit 140 1 month.
So an additional 140 per month per kid. Yes. Nice. Brought 5 kids from Bangladesh to Italy to Ireland and receives money from the government. Yes.
And then we met this man's children born in Italy with Italian nationality. For perspective, a census would show these Bengalis as Italians, further obfuscating the reality of Europe's actual demographics we're told to believe. But why is the government paying Bengalis and their 5 kids, while the indigenous Irish population can barely afford to pay rent?
It's very expensive. So like I'm homeless, so it is expensive. So we're getting told that we're not getting as much help as everyone else is getting. Like the migrants are meant to be getting more help than us. Now they need to bridge the gap, and if it's not happening, they need to let the people know that it's not happening. That there's not special privileges going ahead.
Oh, so you're saying that's fake news? They're not getting more help?
I think it could be fake news, and I think it needs to be. It needs to be shown that it's fake news.
So you don't think there's any prioritization of foreigners over indigenous locals like yourself here?
I don't know. The people are saying that there's a divide, but I don't personally see it myself.
We'll be visiting some of the locations migrants are being housed in later in this video to see just how true this is, but meanwhile, take it from this guy who just arrived.
How long have you been here?
I'm just 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And you moved here?
Yeah, I'm a student here.
Student? Where do you work?
Just in a pub.
Okay.
20 hours in a week.
And do you get any assistance from the government while you work part-time?
Yeah.
Okay, how much do you get?
What you said?
He said, nay, 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 nay. Why, brother?
Brother could speak Arabic. What you said?
I said, how much money do you get from the government while you're here? Why'd you say, nay, 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 brother?
He did not get anything from the government, mate.
Yeah. He's trying to control you. You said you did, though, just a second ago.
No, I don't know.
Ay, 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 ay.
But seemingly, these migrants I meet on the streets have no issue getting paid to live here by the government, while many Irish here like this woman share a totally different experience.
Still am homeless.
You're homeless right now?
I had to move back to my parents' house because I cannot find anywhere to live. I can't afford it.
You're in the hospital. So she's homeless, he's homeless, he's homeless, and you're in the hospital.
I'm 2 years trying to chase numbers of a council house that I'm entitled to, because in our constitutional rights of this country, it states that every single person is entitled to their own home. Every single person on this road right now is homeless.
Okay.
They are from around here. We're all from town. We're all from Dublin City Centre, and not one of us have a house to go to at the end of the night.
Housing aside, infrastructure all over the country is being stressed due to the rapid influx of migrants.
Do you think the Irish locals are being deprioritized over some of these newcomers?
Yes, definitely.
In what ways?
Well, I've just left the hospital because there's no point in staying.
Why?
Be there for hours and then they send me home. I have no bus fare, nothing like that, so no.
Healthcare services completely overwhelmed.
It's overwhelming. I was with the guards for hours.
Yep.
And I just left the waiting room. Like,
Yeah.
you're just going to be there for hours. I saw a woman who was there at 11 o'clock leaving, and I went,
Is this strain on the healthcare system, is that new? When did you notice that?
since the arrival of all
these people? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely worse. I mean, they should have built up hospitals before they brought them in. I'll tell you what was really shocking. One of my neighbours was sent out of his house. And do you know who was put in his house? And he was sent down to the social housing, an Arab or something like that. Now, I've nothing against them, but like that pisses me off that the dubs are thrown out
Yeah.
of their house and then that the newcomers are brought into their houses. That's something wrong with that.
And who are getting homes upon arrival?
The people, like, do you want me to be honest and say it? Foreigners.
Okay.
Foreign people. It's nothing got to do with us. They are coming into our country. I was in a social welfare office not too long ago, and I seen somebody being handed €520. Our rate of what the homeless people get here is €254. That's €30 a day. How can you live off €30 a day?
Sure.
I can't afford to live, and I own my own business, and I work over 125 hours a week, and I still can't afford what I have. I'm not a racist person of any sort, but what came into the country years ago to what has come into the country since COVID is absolutely ridiculous.
What's the biggest difference in who's coming in?
Somalians, I don't know, from Afghanistan, black, I don't know where they're from, they're just black. They're also going around pulling out themselves, most of the men around.
Pulling their dicks out?
Yes.
What?
Like playing with themselves.
Masturbating in public?
Yes, they are. And they don't get arrested for it. Nothing gets done. The only people that do anything about it are the people on the streets, and then they're the ones that end up in prison.
Has it become more difficult to get housing recently?
Well, I'm Irish.
Yeah.
To my backbone, my grandfather, Irish. My grandmother, Irish. My mother, Irish. My dad, Irish. Me, I'm Irish. But
Full Irish.
how come I'm the one that's sleeping in the corner there?
That's why I wanted to ask.
How come I haven't got a sleeping blanket?
Do you think they're getting the priority? Migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, that sort of thing.
Well, I'll tell you something.
Tell me.
You see, us Irish, you see, we had to emigrate. We went to America, we went to Australia.
In fact, until 1996, there was more emigration out of Ireland than immigration into Ireland. But today, you can easily find every ethnic group on the planet just chilling in the streets of Dublin.
Question, guys. Are we in the hood right now?
Just in ghetto.
The Irish ghetto? Do you want to say what's up to my camera?
Who's the best?
How you guys doing? Where are we at? We're in the hood?
We're from Mall Street.
Okay.
When we hit the street, the whole city never sleep.
Oh, where are you guys all from?
Southwest Africa.
Which is?
Nigeria.
You
go to Nigeria.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to go to Lagos. Shout out Lagos. Yeah.
Lagos, 75% of everyone.
Hell yeah. Okay, I'll go.
And then I met this African who claims to be an asylum seeker and came to Europe with big dreams, yet now he desperately wants to go back home to the country that he fled.
Interestingly, I'm undergoing a lot of difficulties.
Can you explain some of the difficulties?
I've applied for voluntary returns back to my country, Sierra Leone, since August.
So you'd like to leave?
Yeah, I have the right to leave. And according to international law and other EU laws and the United Nations laws about asylum seekers' rights, I have the right to go back to my country.
Sure.
Yes, if a country is going to establish an embassy in another country, then that means the country is safe. But I've been having difficulties because October 22nd, I was attacked by the police when I was leaving.
Do you recommend other asylum seekers or refugees to come here to Ireland?
Based upon what is happening recently, a black man was killed over there.
Don't come. You're not welcome. I wouldn't say come. You're not welcome.
No, but...
what are your thoughts on that?
Well, basically, you see recently a black man was killed.
I did. I saw the Irish George Floyd.
Yes, that is what that George Floyd. And based upon my own experience, I have mixed feelings because personally, I'm looking at the Irish as very decent people. To be candid enough, even though the police attacked me, they are nice people, they are decent people, and they have similar history to like Sierra Leone because we are all under colonial rule by Britain,
Okay.
So we have those kind of experiences.
Are you saying the commonality is British rules? And did you ever get a job while you were here?
No, I have not qualified because I didn't.
Free phones, free cars, free everything. They don't pay for everything you get is free.
What did you get for free?
Well, that's interesting. I think they are ignorant of the situation. Now, since I came 1 year, I'm homeless.
Okay.
So I think they don't know.
Oh, so you never get a free phone?
I don't have. I'm homeless.
Did you get a free phone?
Where?
We're in there. You get
nothing.
Free. Charity shop. They go to the charity, but it's his.
Go to charity shop. Ask if it is free.
Okay, so you're saying not true. They're saying you get free stuff.
No, man.
How do you survive if you don't have a job?
Well, interestingly, I'm receiving a weekly.
We get weekly payments.
Yes, from
the government pays for everything for them. Everything.
Do they give you weekly payments?
No.
What are your thoughts on that? He says they don't get anything, but you get weekly payments.
Is
that fair?
That's funded by the European Union. That is a migration fund.
How much do you get per week?
113.
So where we live, there's something called an IPAS centre at the top of the road, and we don't really feel comfortable and safe because you don't know where these are coming from or anything. And there's been multiple cases about like people being raped and all down in City West and like just other places around Dublin. Like maybe not all of them are bad, but majority of them are really bad. You need to They're coming over for money. Everything they get is free. You get from the charity shop. You get free phone, you get food as well.
Free phone, free food. Where? Me?
Yeah.
Not me, boy.
Show. Where's your phone?
My phone. Look at my phone.
Yeah, that's for free. A phone is a phone.
I got it from UK. I came with it from UK.
So you got it for free from the UK?
So
is there a war in your country? What's with Jay? What are you hearing?
I want to go.
Okay, he's saying he wants to leave.
I want to go.
Should the Irish government send him home?
Yeah, well, go. That's up to him.
Yeah, I'm trying to go. I was going. Police attacked me in Cork. October 22nd.
In Cork?
Yeah.
You're saying you want him to leave. He's saying I want to leave. The government should just send him home.
You're coming over here doing nothing. You need to get a job. You don't come over here for free.
No, I don't want to work.
Well then, if you're not working anywhere, yeah, where are you gonna work?
I want to go because I want to go. Yes. I don't want the money if they give it to me. I want to go home.
Go home.
No, well, it's a process. You cannot.
He's saying he's stranded on Ireland now. Saying deport me, please, basically, right?
Whatever situation, you understand? I want to go to my country. Okay. Issue about Ireland. I know. I don't have no problem with Ireland.
Great to meet you guys. Thanks for sharing.
I don't have no problem with
Ireland. I get it. Thank you so much for your time. Hey, see you.
This guy's story highlights a common issue with many of these asylum seekers. He fled his home country, lived off the taxpayer dime in the EU, and now wants to go back to the country he claims was so dangerous that he had to flee in the first place. Just goes to show how weak many of these asylum claims actually are, now resulting resulting in the Irish taxpayer subsidizing one more unemployed asylum seeker on the streets of Dublin. And as we kept walking, we stumbled upon a vigil of what many are calling the Irish George Floyd, a Congolese guy who fled the store after allegedly shoplifting a bottle of perfume, only to get pinned for 5 minutes by 5 security guards who happened to be white until he died, causing the Irish media and public to claim that this was a racist hate crime against the alleged black thief. Let's go speak to the people paying their respects to his vigil.
What are your thoughts on this? What is that?
My thoughts on this?
Obviously, killing him, bad. Crime, bad. Stealing, bad.
Are we going to debate it or are we going to empathize on what happened?
Well, I think two things can be true, right? Stealing things is obviously...
Look at his head. He must be Somali. Look at look at the light bulb head on this darkie.
bad.
The reason why it's not even relevant what he is, but the people I'm mentioning it to draw away empathy from the cause. I'm saying what happened there, I would have never done. If I worked in a shop and someone stole, I'm not going to be. That's Soldier Boy dealing with. Is this a movie or something?
Do you think the narrative should be about race, though, is my question?
The narrative should be about race.
It seems like the media has turned it into a sort of a racial thing. Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
You could, though, if you want to. There's nothing wrong with saying it is. Because think about it. You could, though, because think about it. A black man's getting kneeled by a white guy. Of course you could say he's racist. Like, you could. Come on, you could.
But the security guard can't help that he's black, right?
It can't help that he's black.
Yeah, it can't help that the guy, maybe he's just an aggro security guard. For example, right? Let's say the guy was purple coming out, it would be less of a narrative to your point.
Whose side are you on? I'm curious. Whose side are you on?
Huh?
Whose side are you on? You sound so odd, I swear to God. I've never seen someone sound so odd. Like, what side are you on, reporter?
Great point.
It doesn't matter his race. Why should he be kneel? That's what I'm saying.
Sure, I agree, but the media has taken this as an opportunity to escalate racial tensions, right?
Racial tensions?
Yeah.
Well, you can if you want to. There's a white.
Yeah, but if he was white, there would be no story, though, is what I'm saying, right? If he was white, the story would be far less
fuck yeah, there was still a story.
But in stark contrast, 2 days after Eve Sakila died, Alex Coughlin, a white Irishman, was robbed and beaten to death on his way home by 2 thugs, yet his story didn't receive a fraction of the news coverage.
I come from Africa. Why do you steal for perfume? Why
what are you talking about? Okay.
Are you not hungry?
Yeah, he's speaking sense.
Yeah, go to Tesco and take some food.
Okay, so...
I'm not supporting him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm against stealing perfume. Okay. What do you need it for? Because I find out stealing a perfume.
Yeah.
What do you need it for? Not a food you're supposed to eat. We are from Africa.
Yeah.
We were hungry.
But stealing is not the way.
You don't steal perfume.
Yeah.
You can't steal clothes. If you steal food, I support him. But stealing perfume, I'm against.
Oh, he's telling him to steal food, not steal perfume. Steal food. He would support him if he would steal food. He wants him to steal food. Look at this Somali. Oh my goodness.
Steal for perfume. Why
what are you talking about? Okay.
Are you not hungry?
Yeah, he's speaking sense.
Yeah, go to Tesco and take some food.
Okay, so...
I'm not supporting him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm against stealing perfume. Okay. What do you need it for? Because I find out stealing a perfume.
Yeah.
What do you need it for? Not a food you're supposed to eat. We are from Africa.
Yeah.
We were hungry.
But stealing is not the way.
You don't steal perfume.
Yeah.
You can't steal clothes. If you steal food, I support him. But stealing perfume, I'm against.
They have no interest in a good faith interview with you.
Yeah, why is that? Why is that? No.
You don't even know the national chant. You don't know shit. You flew over America to come to a country with no air conditioning. Stupid. I swear to God.
And you flew over from Somalia to debate me about that,
Maybe
right?
Somalia?
Yeah, you said you're from Somalia.
I didn't flew over here. I was born here. Stolen. Me, Somalia.
Somalia.
Where are you from?
Russia.
Is it? Russia.
The media will only seize incidents like these to further the idea that there is institutionalized racism, which bleeds into...
They don't care when white people are killed. When a white man was killed, they don't care. They just care about the darkies. The darkies. They only care about the darkies.
In this case, Ireland's guilt complex for their alleged sins as white people, and further willingness to gladly accept more and more migrants asking for handouts into their country because they are privileged white people, despite the Irish history being anything but that.
Ireland is for the Irish and Europe is for Europeans.
America is for Americans and Americans first. And that's it. And if you had it your way, what would you do with all these people? I'm at the point now where, to be honest, it's not even any longer about the illegal or legal stuff, because I feel like that whole argument is also dangerous. Yeah. I think they need to be remigrated en masse.
So to see the living conditions of some of these new asylum seekers in Dublin, we headed to the City West Hotel, a beautiful estate that used to be a luxury golf resort that was purchased by the Irish government in June of 2025 for 148 million euros, despite the locals protesting, and then converted into a full-time asylum accommodation center. But in October of 2025, after an asylum seeker was charged with sexually assaulting a 10-year-old Irish girl, 3 nights straight of anti-immigrant protests and riots erupted in Dublin. Let's go infiltrate the property and see who lives here and just how good the conditions are. Real quick,
Irish lives matter. Irish lives matter.
Made over $100 by playing games on my phone. And no, it's not too good to be true. Let me show you. Free Cash is a free platform where you can actually earn money by playing mobile games, doing quick surveys.
Why are there small African babies? Thank you. What is this if not hotel? What is this? Ukraine. Okay, this is Ukraine. Okay, thank you. This doesn't look like Ukraine though. This is not a hotel. What is this?
This hasn't been a hotel in over 6 years.
Okay, I guess the Google reviews are expired.
Okay.
Why are there small African babies everywhere? Excuse me, this is not hotel?
Yeah, this hotel.
I'm traveler looking for a bedroom.
You're traveling.
Yes.
I think this hotel and another one.
I can't go.
Take.
Do you live here?
I live in the Ark, but you can't take. I think room.
Okay.
From here.
None of these rooms available.
Where are you from?
Texas, USA.
Yeah,
You?
welcome. I'm from Palestine.
Well, wish you best of luck.
This property is beautiful, and the asylum seekers living here are funded.
Oh my goodness, they're living in luxury. Oh my goodness.
By the Irish tax.
This looks like a hotel I would stay at. These pissants and peasants are living there at this place that's fit for a king. What the hell is going on here?
Imagine how frustrating it might
Look at that
feel to struggle.
It's a little tiglet there.
Wish you best of luck.
This property is beautiful, and the
There was a little
asylum
piglet.
seekers living here are
Right there's Tiglet running
funded
around.
by the Irish taxpayer. Imagine
a little Tiglet there in a red.
how
red
frustrating
top.
it might feel to struggle to pay for a dingy apartment as an Irishman, while these people and their families are living in this beautiful luxury hotel funded off of your tax dollars.
Where are you guys from? Shout out Bangladesh.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
One picture, please.
Of course. Family photo.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Boom. Got some good ones. You guys live in Ireland?
Yeah.
How do you like it?
Yeah, good.
Better than Bangladesh?
Yeah.
Okay. It's closed to the public and open for refugees, asylum seekers, foreigners in general. How are you? Where's the sidewalk?
You can record here.
Are we on private property?
Yes.
Where's the line?
So have to go back out.
Right out here.
Back out to the
What
front.
is this?
I couldn't tell you.
I see.
Back out to the front.
Okay,
Thank you.
we've been ushered out and we will leave. Excuse me, sir. Question?
No picture.
No picture.
No picture.
Okay, God bless you. What's your read?
Oh man, it's heartbreaking that this is what Ireland has come to.
And we're probably gonna get arrested out here.
Very likely.
It must be quite safe out here because the kids are walking sort of unsupervised. It's like a little utopian garden for refugees all across the world.
Incredibly safe. Thing is,
You're getting a little emotional.
it's crazy. And the way that we are immediately kicked out for even wanting to have a look around as an Irish person, it just really enrages me on the inside, because just seeing all of the struggle on the streets, particularly in the city centre and the other suburbs where I grew up, working class areas, people are down bad. In a lot of cases, we can't afford to live in this country anymore.
I know you're throwing me, where's the property line? I'm trying to.
For whatever reason, it seemed like the authorities didn't want me showing the splendid living conditions afforded to these refugees.
Where do I go? This way? Okay, thank you. I'm moving. Excuse me, fellas. Is this a hotel?
Yeah.
I pass?
Yeah. Hotel.
I see. Is it good?
Allah yes. Yeah.
Where are you from? Somalia? Okay.
And as I was ushered off the property by security, I met this young Ukrainian fresh off the plane.
Good to meet you.
First day.
Really?
Yeah.
From Ukraine?
Yeah, I'm from Ukraine.
Okay. Quick one-day review. How's it been?
It's been very welcoming here.
People are very nice. There are a lot of Ukrainians that they got.
I've noticed.
Everywhere. So I'm feeling like home here already.
The hotel's beautiful.
The hotel is awesome.
Beautiful. What groups have you noticed? I've seen many Ukrainians, many Somalians. Who else?
A lot of blacks, some Indians. That's it so far. I've been here for 1 day.
3 square meals?
Yeah, so far. I'll give another report in a week.
And how was the room? Any bed bugs?
No, it was awesome. It was like old money style. It was great.
How was Ukraine? Why did you leave? Yeah.
I left because I'm about to turn 23, and that's when.
Old money style. He doesn't want to fight. He's going to be drafted into the war, so he fled Ukraine. He fled the country. They're living it up while the Irish go poor, homeless, hungry, sleeping on the streets. The gangs take over. Now, others on YouTube claim that I'm race baiting, but I'm showing the truth here of what's going on. And many are liars on YouTube, and that's what people like to follow. Liars.
When you can no longer leave.
Yeah.
Ukraine is so, not that bad, not that good.
So you left before you were stuck there, basically?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, welcome to Ireland. Be safe, be smart. Thank you for saying hi. Hello. We're asking people who are in Ireland that are not from here where they're from. Where are you from? Where are you from? Like what country? We don't know? Okay. Do you have any thoughts on Ireland?
Yeah, it's a very nice place.
Very nice?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm actually from Nigeria.
Nigeria. How did you end up here in the Shire of Ireland?
So it's a very long story.
Long story.
Personal for me.
Are you guys refugees?
Yeah.
And have you found a job here in Ireland?
Not yet, because I just came in there just like a month.
They look like refugees. They have baby strollers. I think they call them prams or something in the UK. They're all having babies. And some people don't see it as a problem until they've taken everything. Then you'll say, what happened? Why didn't anyone speak up? Some of us have been speaking up for 10, 12, 15 years. And a lot still don't listen. They don't listen. You just keep saying you don't care about skin color. Fucked up.
Only 1 month here with your family. Okay, family's happy?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, bruv, where are you from?
Somalia.
Shout out Somalia. Could I go to Mogadishu, you think?
Yeah, Mogadishu.
Hell yeah. Is it safe to live there?
No,
it's not safe to live there, but I could visit?
No, I understand English.
Okay. Logical paradoxes galore. And as I left the property, I met this Irish woman who said this. Do you have any thoughts?
I have a lot of thoughts.
Would you be kind enough to share one? Is it fair?
No, it's not fair on the Irish people. Don't appreciate it. Needs to be sorted. Their government needs to be ashamed of themselves.
God bless you.
Amen. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. After seeing the carefree and luxurious living accommodations of the asylum seekers here, we hopped back into the road.
Why say God bless you? Does it look like God's blessing you? Does it look like God's blessing you? Welcome back, TG. Does it look like God is blessing you? Does it look like that?
And stumbled upon this young scholar bringing much needed diversity.
Yeah, that's like a month. No, I understand English. Yeah, that's like a month.
Only 1 month here with your family.
I know. I do have no problem with Ireland.
Living here are funded by the Irish. Why are there small African babies everywhere? Excuse me, this is not hotel?
Yeah, this hotel.
I'm traveler looking for a bedroom.
You're traveling.
Yes.
I think this hotel and another one.
I hardly see any white people with babies and strollers like this. They all have babies.
The one.
They all have babies.
Do you live here?
I live in the Ark, but you can't take, I think, room.
Okay.
From here.
None of these rooms available.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Texas, USA.
Yeah,
You?
welcome. I'm from Palestine.
Well, wish you best of luck. This property is beautiful, and the asylum seekers living here are funded by the Irish taxpayer. Imagine how frustrating it might feel to struggle to pay for a dingy apartment as an Irishman, while these people and their families are living in this beautiful luxury hotel funded off of your tax dollars. Where are you guys from? Shout out Bangladesh.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
One picture, please.
Of course. Family photo.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Bangladesh.
Boom. Got some good ones. You guys live in Ireland?
Yeah.
How do you like it?
Yeah, good.
Better than Bangladesh?
Yeah.
Okay. It's closed to the public and open for refugees, asylum seekers, foreigners in general. How are you? Where's the sidewalk?
You get the most beautiful place. You can't record here, this big fatty guy says. This big belly. Traitor to his people. Who are you protecting?
On private property. Where's the line? Right out here. What is this?
Couldn't tell you.
I see. Okay,
Thank you.
we've been ushered out and we will leave. Excuse me.
Keeps telling him, back out the front gate, back out the front. Couldn't tell you what the place is.
Sir, question. Hello.
He knew they were in the wrong place because they're white. You're not allowed to be there. You're not allowed to be on those grounds. You're white. It's for the darkies only. They get to live in luxury.
Picture me.
No picture?
Not picture.
Okay, God bless you. What's your read?
Oh man, it's heartbreaking that this is what Ireland has come to.
And we're probably going to get arrested out here.
Very likely.
It must be asylum seekers here. We hopped back into this. Do you have any thoughts?
I have a lot of thoughts.
Would you be kind enough to share one? Is it fair?
No, it's not fair on the Irish people. Don't appreciate it. Needs to be sorted. Their government needs to be ashamed of themselves.
God bless you.
Amen.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. After seeing the carefree and luxurious living accommodations of the asylum seekers here, we hopped back into the road and stumbled upon this young scholar bringing much needed diversity to Ireland. But real quick. Sadly, YouTube won't let us show you some of our craziest footage.
Wait for the police! Stop!
But if you subscribe to TylerRod.com for $5 a month,
Wait for the police!
full time.
And this is basically a very small town.
Drove all the way to Lisdoonvarna, where a few local hotels have pivoted from housing tourists to the much more profitable business of housing asylum seekers full time.
And this is basically a very small town. There was about 800 people living here. And as of from 2023 onwards, it has more than doubled. So from 800, they've added 1,200 asylum seekers in here.
Let's see if I can get asylum for the night in this quaint hotel nestled in the Shire. Hello.
What's up?
How are you? Good. We're looking for a room for the night.
We are close to public. We work with the government.
I see.
Yeah, we don't work with tourism.
What would it have cost if you guys were available? Just to get a gauge for the market.
Like everything around 150 to 500 a night.
Jeez.
And it's stuff that it's never changed like from your lifetime, you know.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's very, very bad. The
a little
prices,
bit.
I would say.
Yeah.
Irish and their gold.
Yeah, true. Leprechauns.
And is this a school or something? What?
No.
I just see all the
asylum seeking.
Wow, all the way out here.
Like a protection center or something?
Exactly.
Okay.
We have over 46 nationalities at the moment.
They get the luxury places, 46 nationalities in one hotel. 500 euros a night you could spend. Look at this.
46 nationalities in one hotel.
Yeah, just in this. Yeah.
Has that always been the case? My reviews I read must have been aged. Because I'm like, that's why I ask, yeah.
We are always having like emails popping up with reservations and we are always like...
It has more than doubled. So from 800, they've added 1,200 asylum seekers in here.
Let's see if I can get asylum for the night in this quaint hotel nestled in the Shire. Hello.
What's up?
How are you? Good. We're looking for a room for the night.
We are close to public. We work with the government.
I see.
Yeah, we don't work with tourism.
What would it have cost if you guys were available? Just to get a gauge for the market.
Like everything around 150 to 500 a night.
Jeez.
It's stuff that it's never changed like from your lifetime, you know.
Jeez.
Yeah,
okay.
It's very, very bad. The
a little
prices,
bit.
I would say.
Yeah.
Irish and their gold.
Yeah, true. Leprechauns.
And is this a school or something? What?
No.
I just see all the
asylum seeking.
Wow, all the way out here.
Like a protection center or something?
Exactly.
Okay.
We have over 46 nationalities at the moment.
46 nationalities in one hotel?
Yeah, just in this. Yeah.
Has that always been the case? My reviews I read must have been aged. Because I'm like, that's why I ask, yeah.
We are always having like emails popping up with reservations and we are always like, so sorry.
You have to turn them away.
Yeah, we don't even respond, to be honest.
Wow.
Well, I guess, honestly, it's probably better business to get a...
Way better business.
Yeah.
Way better.
Because it's always full, right?
And the government, pays a lot to be honest.
Yeah.
It's way, way better.
Have a great day.
God bless. Thank you. Excuse me. I must have gone the wrong way. Is this hotel still functioning?
No, not for tourists. We are closed for public.
It's for migrants? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it's a bus center.
From Africa, Middle East?
Yeah, some kind of.
Was it a nice hotel beforehand?
I have no idea.
Okay, and you're from Ukraine?
From Ukraine.
Okay, you like Ireland?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good to meet you. This hotel's badass. You think I can get a room here tonight or no?
No, it's asylum center.
Where are you from?
I'm from Pakistan.
1 second. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
What are you seeking asylum from? Don't laugh at me. I don't know this guy. Sorry, that was unexpected. What are you seeking asylum from?
Me?
Yes, what happened? I'm curious now.
You can ask them, like inside, good reception, there's people there.
I see you don't want to share your story with me.
So you can't.
Okay. But you found safety in Ireland.
That's why I'm here. Yeah, I'm living from last 3 years. So.
Good to meet you, sir.
Thank you guys, thank you.
And you live here too? You live here? Good? Cool. We were trying to stay here for the night, but we learned it was a migrant hotel.
UK before.
Oh, UK?
I lived 6 years there.
Oh, okay.
So life's different there. Like,
Oh, you got DoorDash right here. Hello. How are you? You got a good friend right here. How are you guys? Bye. Wow, 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 wow. By the way, how are they gonna assimilate if they're in the middle of nowhere? So there are photos of Somalian kids all over the hotel room and tons of children there, I noticed.
Because they're reproducing like crazy. All of this is being funded by taxpayers. All of the owners of these hotels are making bank.
How could you compete with that as a privately operating hotel for tourists?
Yes.
I think this is one of the other hotels.
This is the Hydro Hotel up here, so there's a second one. Obviously, I'm not fully sure if it's still functioning on the same level as
We're about to find out. I think this hotel is exactly who we think it is. Excuse me, question for you.
Okay.
Is that hotel on the hill, is it vacant for tourists?
I'm not sure, but there are a lot of hotels here.
A lot of hotels, okay.
Ah, okay.
Hello, how are you? Yes, we're looking to get a room for the night.
We're actually still closed, unfortunately.
Still closed?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm ignorant. When did it close?
It's actually been closed for quite a while. We're
Okay.
in the process of reopening.
I see.
From scratch now, yes.
From scratch, what happened? I didn't even know.
Changed ownership.
We went to a different hotel and it was full of Somali babies everywhere. And the guy was nice enough, but I was like, what happened here?
So there's two other hotels in the area that I think they're mainly African people living there.
Yeah.
They burned Castle as well. And then back during when the war broke out in Ukraine, those 2,000 Ukrainians came to Lisbon Garnet.
Okay.
2,000? Oh my God.
Yeah.
And how many people live here? A couple hundred?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Did they stay? Where did they go?
There's still, the Imperial Hotel still has Ukrainians living there. And then the ones from here got moved, but they literally got like 3 days notice and they had no idea where they were going. So some moved across the road, some got shipped to Cork. Because the owner decided he didn't want to keep going with that contract.
And after getting the scoop from the local Irish lassies, I headed a bit further down the street to a town once known for its tourism, now full of young Ukrainian refugee girls. Hello, miss. How are you? I'm looking for a room to stay.
And we are closed to the public. Mind you, the Ritz Hotel, they're open.
Is this not a hotel anymore?
Oh, no.
Okay.
We're working for the refugees.
I see. Like Ukraine?
They're working for the refugees. So are the Irish people. Not just the ones behind the desk at the hotel. They're working for the refugees. They call them refugees. From all these different countries, 50 countries, they're all at war, right? They're all refugees. Taken over.
Yeah.
Thank you for your help. Girls. Hello, miss. How are you? I'm looking for a room to stay.
And we are closed to the public. Mind you, the Ritz Hotel, they're open.
Is this not a hotel anymore?
Oh, no.
Okay.
We're working for the refugees.
I see. Like Ukraine?
Yeah. And we are closed to the public. Mind you, the Ritz Hotel, they're open.
Is this not a hotel anymore?
Oh, no.
Okay.
We're working for the refugees.
I see. Like Ukraine?
Yeah.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Excuse me. You Ukrainian? Polish. Do you live here?
Yes.
Did this place become like little Ukraine recently?
Yeah, this is the Ukraine here, the hotel, and you have one, I think so, hide.
Like little Somalia and little Ukraine?
Yeah.
Since when?
When is the start war? 4 years ago?
Okay, so the beginning of war. What about the Somalians?
But the same.
What's the biggest change?
Why can't you stay in your own country if there's a war?
You've noticed out here since all these hotels for the refugees? Anything?
Everything that you see down is there. All businesses, what you have here, the craft shops, everything is closed.
Why? All the local businesses closed?
Why?
No one wants to visit anymore.
No visitors. That I hotel working here almost 15 years before that COVID start. Later I changed job.
Wow.
So you have every day I have French, German, Dutch.
Yeah.
Plenty of people here. Different national.
Yeah.
Plenty of buses, everything. Only pass, make the pictures and go.
Did people that live here like you, did you guys get a say in all these people coming in here?
I know it's a big arguments with that owners about that Ukraine situation. I'm not really interested. Like, if you don't have decision for the first hotel, so how can
Yeah.
the private place? It's good people, good owners.
Sure.
I work for this big.
Lots of money.
Big money.
In fact, the locals here had no say in whether or not their tiny village of around 800 people would eventually house around 1,200 refugees. As wealthy hotel owners seized lucrative contracts from the government, this village was demographically transformed overnight.
Close to the public, another one. Excuse us. Is it?
Close for Ukrainians.
This is okay. It's a refugee hotel. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Hello there. We went to a few hotels and we're like, hey, you got a room? They're like, oh, asylum seekers only.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, I'm seeking asylum for the night.
That's true. That whole village.
Yeah.
You want a lot of the hotels and
Okay.
just profiteered out of it, man. It's a war profiteer.
Yeah. He's making big money, I'm sure.
Yeah. He's bought another hotel in Limerick from.
Oh, great. You live around here?
Well, I live about half an hour away.
Okay.
40 minutes.
This place kind of a ghost town now?
Yeah, because of that.
From all the refugees. And you guys had no say in that.
Nothing. Not a word, man. They come in the middle of the night and bust away.
It's not very democratic. No.
It's like an invasion. If they get the free place to stay, then they get government money every.
Yeah. It's not very democratic. No.
No, it's like an invasion, he said. It's an invasion.
If they get the free place to stay, then they get government money every.
Yeah. Question for you, sir. Are you a tour bus operator?
I'm a tour bus, yes.
Has the tourism been impacted by the asylum centers here?
Not particularly, but this town is affected.
Yeah.
Because too many people, non-nationals living in the town, and they haven't got the infrastructure.
Increase in the housing costs or what?
Healthcare. It is affecting. I think I'm not from here now,
Yeah.
but I do know from traveling here that because so many places have closed down, things have got very quiet.
I see.
Whoever this man is that's operating these centres has quite literally turned Lisdoonvarna from a very small, quaint, sort of pass-through tourist town here in the west of Ireland into basically a microcosm, little contained community of Africans.
And Ukrainians.
Ukrainians, apparently. A lot of
little refugee town now.
And this is the result, I guess, of sort of crony capitalism, I guess, in Ireland here. Unlimited amounts of profit off of, again, taxpayer money.
And then we headed to Ballyhaunis, the most multicultural town in Ireland, with 50% of the population foreign-born and 37% of the population without Irish nationality.
How long you guys been here?
No speak English.
No speak English. Immigrant?
Immigrant.
Refugee? Okay.
War.
War.
From the war.
Where are you from?
I'm from Brazil.
Brazil?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you from?
Slovakia. Afghanistan.
Afghanistan.
Yeah.
From Pakistan?
Even in the rural, most remote of towns, we see this diversity and this global melting pot phenomenon here.
You can't escape it. It's being forced on us.
And why are they here?
Война обстреливают нас, бомбят.
Because they were getting bombed.
So better life here.
Better life.
Yeah.
And how did you end up here?
Trabalho.
¿Qué es tu trabajo?
I work in the chicken factory.
And how did they end up in this town in particular versus, let's say, Dublin?
Мы попали сначала
Были в Дублине,
потом
потом нас распределили в Голубей, вот, а потом мы уже переехали сюда.
Okay, so originally they got to Dublin, then they got transferred by virtue of the government moving them to a different city, and then they just chose to move this way.
Do they get any money from the government?
Да, нам
Мы
пенсию
пенсионеры,
здесь,
нам
мы пенсионеры,
всё.
нам выплачивают
Мы
пенсию.
довольны, спасибо Ирландии.
They're very happy, they're very thankful for Ireland giving them payments.
I think they said, not enough money, give us more. Give us more. We left a war. Well, who's at war? You're fighting. Why would you leave your country?
Because they're old, they're receiving pension from Ireland.
And how much do they receive via pension?
270.
A pension? You didn't work for a pension. You're getting a pension.
Ой, 288 в неделю.
288 euro per week per person.
Okay.
Да.
2,400 a month. As a retiree, that's pretty good.
It's a lot of money. They have to pay for their own housing, they have to pay for their own food here.
Сами покупаем за электричество.
The electric is on their own, which is extremely expensive. Gas they're paying for themselves, so 288 is not enough, basically.
Not enough. What are your thoughts on the fact that they get a pension as retirees fleeing Ukraine? Do you think that is fair?
Not really. I feel like you should be even.
You think the Irish folks like yourself should also get considered?
Same way.
Yeah.
Same way. Yeah.
And do you think they are?
Not really, no.
Does that upset you?
At times, but you get over it.
Yeah.
It's life. Yeah.
And tú recibes dinero adicional de gobierno o no?
No. You know.
And most importantly, people here are very good.
Yeah.
Very friendly. I like everything about the island.
Okay. Afghanistan or Ireland?
No, it's Ireland.
Ireland.
Nice.
You're Irish
Yeah.
now?
Yes.
Do you have citizenship here?
Yes.
Okay. And do you own the store?
Yeah.
You own this?
Yeah.
My man. Thank you so much for your time.
Does it feel safe for, like, is it grand living here?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's a good place.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for your
Thank
time,
you so
miss. I have to ask you, is that a new phenomenon? People coming over here?
I think that's anywhere in the world, though. You
Okay.
know? Like, why would you want all the same type of people in one place? It's boring.
Okay, you want to spice it up. Yeah. And what's your favorite spice?
Paprika.
Paprika. Okay, fair enough. So you like a little bit of diversity and flavor in your diet, so to speak.
Yeah, it makes things interesting, you know?
Okay.
Makes the DNA stronger. That's the way I like it.
You want a mutt instead of a purebred. Because
Yeah,
purebreds have
exactly,
genetic issues.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it. It's a pleasure
Yeah.
speaking to you.
And there's an aside.
Paprika.
So they're laughing along with him. They don't try to say to him, what's wrong with you? You're a traitor. What are you doing to your country? They're just laughing it up. That's why I think a lot of these guys are just grifters. They just go around. They don't give a shit so long as they make their money now. 9.51 million subscribers, Tyler Oliveira. 9.5 million subs.
Okay, fair enough. So you like a little bit of diversity and flavor in your diet, so to speak.
Yeah, it makes things interesting, you know?
Okay.
Makes the DNA stronger. That's the way I like it.
You want a mutt instead of a purebred.
Yeah,
Because purebreds
exactly,
have genetic issues.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it. It's a pleasure
Yeah.
speaking to you.
And there's an asylum seeker facility all the way out here housing about 250 residents.
Hello. How are you? Okay, question. Are we in the convent?
You were, yeah. I
Okay.
was just going to ask.
Yes. Can you guys tell me about the convent and the work you do?
Are you part of an organization, guys? Or?
No, I'm just a curious guy. He was telling me about the work you guys did. We wanted to pop by, say hi, and then we saw you.
This from the street onwards is actually private property.
I see.
So are you tourists? Yeah,
Yes,
essentially
I'm
getting
tourist.
information.
We thought the gates were open. I thought this was a neighborhood or something. She said she
Ah.
lived here. We walked in.
Yeah.
We're just saying hi.
Perfect.
What do you guys do here?
It's accommodation for
Okay.
people seeking international protection. We home these people that are waiting on status, work permits. It's fine if she gave you permission to interview her, but most people are pretty private.
Okay.
Because in some cases they don't want to be identified ever.
I see.
But so basically we're in charge of making sure they're accommodated, or
Making sure they're
people
safe.
that have been victims of anything from female genital mutilation
I
or
see.
rape.
Well, a few Irish people are employed like this woman to take care of the refugees, and so a few useless jobs, but they're taking over the country. A lot of these people feel sorry for them. Why don't they fix their own fucking countries?
Or whatever, everyone has a
pretty
story,
tough
yeah.
stuff, yeah.
So we guide them in the right direction and offer support services. We have different organisations coming in and out of the place. So we've mostly families here. It's not, like
Yeah,
you find throughout Ireland, you have lots of single males and
Yeah.
females, and
These are
just
families
everyone has a
seeking
different.
safety.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool work you guys
Yeah.
do. What's the biggest group out here?
Oh,
Arab, Jordanian, I
Yeah.
think.
Jordanian. That makes sense.
Just
Nigerians.
mix,
Yeah.
you know,
Algerians.
Africans from around the part of the world, you know.
Is there a job opportunity for them here, or do they go
Yeah.
to Dublin?
Unfortunately, some people are waiting on work permits, but
Yeah.
anyone that has a work permit is working.
They
So
have a job, yeah.
both male and females are working in the nursing homes as well as
Okay.
carers. A lot of them that are studying downtown too, doing like English courses or caring courses, you know, care of the elderly and all of that. So,
But who are
Working in the nursing homes. So you're going to have Nigerians looking after you in Ireland. The elderly Irish people are going to be looked after by the third world darkies from Nigeria. Do you think that's wonderful? Because I don't. I don't. Call me a race baiter more, some people on YouTube. Keep calling me things as I've been speaking the truth for fucking decades. A lot of you are just beginning to open up your eyes a little, and then you lash out at the ones speaking and showing truth. That's what humans are good at. There's a lot of traitors in this realm that'll sell out their own people.
Are these people seeking asylum, and are they all actually fleeing life-threatening conflicts? Or are some simply using this as an opportunity to escape their third world country and live in Ireland off the taxpayers' dime?
Do you live there by chance?
Yes.
Okay, can I ask you, how has it been to you?
In my experience, very good.
And where are you from?
I'm from Bangladesh.
Are you here with family?
Yeah, with my husband.
And are you guys refugees?
Yes.
Are you? What are you seeking asylum from in Bangladesh?
Actually, my husband problem.
How much do they give you money? How much money?
No money.
No money.
Okay.
Just a place to stay.
Yes.
Do you live in the convent?
Yeah.
How is it?
5 years.
Where are you from? Do you,
Yeah.
5 years in the convent.
Yeah.
Do you work? No work.
No, my husband.
How do? Okay, your family.
Yeah.
Husband, kids.
Yeah.
Okay. How is the convent?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Where are you guys from?
Originally from Bangladesh.
Have you been able to get a job here?
I'm coming this year.
8 months.
8 months.
Yeah.
Before Donegal town.
Donegal.
Yeah, he's working Central Hotel housekeeping job.
I see.
But this transfer, but no job. Here,
No job here.
Finding, but not finding.
Do they
I
give you
tried.
money to survive?
Irish government
Yeah.
provide for a child.
For baby?
Your baby.
How much?
Currently, 29. 29 weekly.
29. Okay, that's
290.
not a lot. Not a, thank you so much. Excuse me, sir. Have you grown up in this town your whole life?
No.
Where are you from?
Balhadreen.
What are your thoughts on this town? Do you like it?
Oh yeah, that's down to earth, yeah.
Okay. And I've noticed a lot of newcomers from all over the world in Ireland. Is that good or bad?
Well, we'll be able to tell you about that in a year or two's time.
I agree. That's good wisdom right there.
Give me a while to check it out. And I've heard people say it's given away.
Yeah.
Ireland is...
A year or two's time. You need more years to see what's going on. There's an old fool there. We'll be able to tell in a year or two. I think by then, in a year or two, you'll be outnumbered 100 to 1.
Not great for the young Irish people who've left, right?
What they've been replaced by.
They've been replaced
Haven't
by.
ours at all.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's overdone.
I would agree. Are there any problems you've seen?
They know how to get everything for nothing.
Yeah.
I leave it at that.
Get everything for nothing.
Well said. Well said. Great to meet you. Do you think their living situation is better than many Irish?
Absolutely. So 20,000+ people sleep rough on the streets of Ireland at the moment. All of those families have substantially better living situations, even though they are completely fresh and new to this country.
My singular thought as you've been saying this is that it must be like dying and going to heaven to go from Bangladesh to the Shire of Ireland. This is beautiful out here.
And not only are you arriving in paradise, but you're being handed paycheck after paycheck.
If I was from Bangladesh, I would absolutely come here.
Who looks at this and says, this is nice, but how about 100,000 Somalis? And they're being put intentionally in these rural communities, so they are hidden and out of the way, out of the view of a lot of people. So they know that a small village like this, they don't have a choice. It's like, this is here, it's like, I guess, it's like
spawner.
it's a spawn point of these people, and then they're gonna go off to Dublin,
Galway, Cork, and other parts of the country. It's all so clear and intentional.
What she said, though, was that a lot of these new migrants are filling roles in the hospitals and nursing care for the elderly, spinning it as a major positive and a necessary good to keep the elderly in good care.
But the reality of that is, it's aging here. The population is aging in all of Ireland, actually. The native Irish population is aging, but particularly out here in rural Ireland. Because what happens is the young Irish people, such as myself, and my family and pretty much everyone who I grew up with, they don't have opportunity and resources to buy homes, to rent apartments, and to be able to really build or start a family. You can't get on the property ladder. I can't do that. I had to leave Ireland. So did maybe 60-70% of the people who I grew up with in school. They're all gone. They're in Australia. They're gone over to the US, seeking better opportunities. And now bringing these people in, we're putting them in healthcare centres, and they're going to look after the elderly Irish and give them a good pat on the back as they go into their grave. And then the new generation of Irish from Somalia, Afghanistan, Syria, you f***ing name it, is coming here and taking over.
This is Brussels, Belgium, the capital of the European Union, where over 75%. This is Brussels, Belgium. This is Brussels, Belgium, the capital of the European Union, where over 75% of the residents here are either foreigners without citizenship.
Hello everyone. Does anyone want to join me live on El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell? Nobody does it better. Nobody.
Foreigners with citizenship or the children of these foreigners, rapidly turning real Belgians into a minority in their own capital city. And if you commit the crime of noticing the problems these new Belgians bring to the city, you might just go to jail.
They raided me, they took me out of bed, they came into my private home, they stole all of my devices. So this is really a form of state terror.
So I met up with Dries van Langenhoven, a Flemish nationalist on trial for hate speech after stating the consequences of mass migration.
The Great Replacement is replacing the natives of Europe by people and cultures and identities that are completely foreign and most of the time even hostile to Europe.
Men are very horny here, mostly immigrants.
It's nice to have people from everywhere that bring their food and everything.
I don't want to live in a foreign and most of the time even hostile to Europe.
Men are very horny here, mostly immigrants.
It's nice to have people from everywhere that bring their food and everything.
I don't want to live.
So the woman says it's nice to have people from everywhere that bring their food and everything. She wants food from different places. She doesn't care if they gang rape. She doesn't care. She doesn't care.
Live in a country where there's Pakistanis delivering goy slob everywhere. That's just not the future that I want for my children. If we want to, we can send back home millions within a matter of days or weeks.
Let me show you the benefits of Brussels' increasingly diverse population right outside of a major train station overrun with drug dealers, violent crime, and prostitution.
What's going on here?
Locals.
What are your thoughts on this behavior?
Instantly, the glass is broken.
Okay, so right outside the train station, things get instantly a little shicey. You want to say hi?
What's up?
How you doing? Where are you from?
Algeria.
How is Algeria?
Sí, bueno, Algeria.
Bueno. ¿Qué es tu opinión de
Algeria in Africa? Does he belong in Belgium? Look at the beautiful buildings just covered in graffiti. Everything's wrecked there. It's destroyed.
Europa, hijo de puta.
¿Qué?
Europa, hijo de puta.
Las putas
Puta de mierda.
¿Aquí?
Sí, Algeria, sí.
Sí,
Gardino.
¿Gorditas? Okay, respecto, gracias. Okay, nice fellas, I think. Yo.
Huh? What does he say? What's Paja? What's Paja?
Paja, contact Instagram,
YouTube. You want to say what's up? Say what's up. Tyler. Good to meet you. Yeah. No problem.
So these are the new Europeans, by the way. Do you like this? These are the new Europeans that say they want the European girls. They want the bitches. That's what they want. Is this what European women want? Is this what white women want? Do you prefer these guys to white men? I have to wonder, do you want gentlemen? Do you want European men? Or do you want this trash? A lot of European men are wondering, not just European men living in Europe, but European men worldwide. Ones that left Ireland, families left Ireland and England and Germany and went to Canada and America and Australia. We're wondering all over the world, is this what you want? Is this what you want? Some think I'm kidding. But a lot of women seem to be wanting open borders for this shit. This guy's got InfoWars shirt on. Alex Jones. That's just incredible.
No problem. See my face. See
Okay, good.
I talk what I talk. I talk my life.
Okay, where are you from? Where are you from? Tell me.
I'm from Africa.
Where in Africa? I've never been. We just sport. Hey, it's good. Relax. Come with me. Walk with me. Come. How are you? How are you? Let's talk. Let's walk and talk. Keep in mind, we literally just walked out the train station.
Good people respect.
Why is everything so tense?
Different, no?
Why is everything so tense?
No, this is my life.
You prostitution.
I talk myself. You not talk to me.
No, I want to talk to you.
You where from?
Texas, USA.
I come from Europe long time.
I see.
And this my life is good. My people, my everything, my people.
Okay, good.
We have to no have a problem. I thank you for you.
Okay.
So much.
All right, we're gonna go this way or that way?
Thank you, UK.
All right,
I miss you.
Good to meet you. Good to meet you. We just walked out of the ladies over here are selling the services. They obviously don't want to be filmed.
It's legal, yeah.
Where are we? Do we know? What is the name?
No camera. What do you need?
Just walking around, talking.
Yeah, you walk around, don't camera.
Okay. No problem. Not you. We're walking. You're beautiful, we love you. We love you, you're beautiful. Yo, we walked.
Hose yelling out from the doorway. Is this the Europe that you want? I think I'm asking on behalf of millions of white men. Is this what you want? This is what you get when you open your borders and say, let everyone in. Don't be racist, white men. Let everyone in. Let them in, these poor babies, these poor tiggas. This is what you get. You get a shithole.
Into a war zone just now. I'm gonna be real.
You're probably thinking, Tyler, this is a no-go zone. The rest of Brussels can't be this bad, right?
And most Brussels neighborhoods are quite okay, but as you can see,
here's some guys screaming behind us.
Yeah, and the people in front of us as well are quite shady. But this is a dangerous square if you come here at the worst, at the bad timing.
Someone just threw a beer. Who threw it?
I know it was
The birds? The birds threw it.
Well, you're famous on TikTok, man.
Am I? Great to meet you.
Pleased to meet you.
How are you? Where are you from?
I'm good. I'm Brazilian, man. From Rio.
Rio. Shout out Rio de Janeiro. This is one big melting pot right here.
It is.
And does everyone get along here?
Those depends on the days, you know. It depends on the rainy days.
And I noticed the birds threw a can of, another bird threw an energy drink at us.
That is not that I didn't see coming.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw the energy drink.
So was it that guy?
Yeah, I don't know if it was that guy, but I didn't see it coming.
Since when did the birds start throwing energy drinks at us?
No, that we didn't see that. I'm sorry, man. Maybe he thinks he's a cop or something.
Who?
Yeah, maybe
Who?
he thinks
Who threw it? Do we know?
No, I didn't see where.
Most squares in the neighborhood here used to be very nice, but in the past, let's say 20 years, a lot has changed in Brussels. Definitely since 2015.
Yeah. How are we doing, man?
Where are you from?
USA. Where are you from?
USA.
Where are you from?
Hey, Donald Trump.
You want to say what's up?
Yeah, what's up?
Morocco?
How are you?
USA. How you guys doing?
USA.
How do you guys like Brussels?
We're from Morocco, bro.
How long you guys been here in Brussels?
They love their chains. They love to say bro. They cover their faces because they're criminals. They're criminals. That's why they cover their faces. I wonder what it'll take to get people to see what's going on.
Moi, ça fait 14 ans que je suis là, moi, frère.
His visa expired 6 months ago.
But you might be wondering, where did all the Belgians here go?
What is the Great Replacement?
The Great Replacement is replacing the native ethno-cultural peoples of Europe by people and cultures and identities that are completely foreign and most of the time even hostile to Europe. So the importing basically of millions of third worlders into European communities. In Brussels right now, 90% of young people, so below 18 years of age, are foreign, they are migrants. So this city is just not a Belgian city anymore. And the 10% other people, they are also thinking about moving out of the city. So this city is just not a Belgian city anymore. And we see this phenomenon spreading around Brussels, but also in Antwerp, in Ghent, in many cities in Belgium. They're just not Belgian cities anymore. And this problem is spreading like an oil spill until there will be no part of Flanders anymore, no part of Belgium anymore that is Belgian.
And what is their rationale for importing this many people into Belgium?
Many different reasons, but the two main reasons are cheap labor, the importing of cheap labor. That's why big finance, these big powers, ruthless capitalists want to import as many people as possible because they just want to make more money to then extradite to other places. And then you have the leftists who want new voters. They betrayed the white working class voters, so they now want to import third worlders to vote for them, and they will hand out welfare checks like candy in order to receive these votes.
So, all of this to say, is remigration at scale a possibility?
I do think it is a possibility, and actually the only thing that stands in the way of large-scale remigration is political will. We have the boats, we have the planes, we have the trains, we have the cars. If we want to, we can send back home millions within a matter of days or weeks. And I would say, even if the possibility is so small that it's near impossible, it is still our duty to try to do this, because the alternative is horrible.
How old were you when you committed the crime of hate speech?
When I was in my early 20s as a student, and I also founded the political youth movement Schild en Vrienden, which rapidly became the biggest and most important political youth movement in the country.
Yes. Who was charged with the crime?
I was charged with the crime along with 6 other activists, members of these group chats. We were convicted to a prison sentence even for memes in a private group chat. And I have to say, memes that I myself did not share, did not make, and did not even see.
Because at the time, Dries was really one of the only loud voices speaking out against the rapid importation of foreigners into Belgium.
We hebben inderdaad massale remigratie nodig.
Saving Western civilization, of saving European culture. Well, there is nothing more important than that.
So, 8 years later, let's go visit a neighborhood gifted with the very diversity Dries was fighting against. Go speak to the new face of Brussels.
How are you? YouTuber. Where are you from, man? How are you?
I'm from Syria.
Syria? Yeah. How do you like Belgium?
Visa.
Visa?
Yeah.
Work visa?
Yeah, student.
Students work here in Belgium.
What work do you want to do?
Chauffeur.
Chauffeur.
Yeah.
Okay.
And after, ID card.
I don't want to... Yeah. And now that the war is over in Syria, are you not looking to return to Syria?
Assad.
Yeah. Assad is gone now.
Yeah, I go. I'm need apartment. Alles.
Yeah, broken.
Yeah.
I see.
But
you have family over there?
They need young Syrians to rebuild the country.
I see.
Yeah, we. In Belgium, 5 years, this year, clear work, and after Syria.
So eventually you want to go back, yeah.
Okay. Make some money here in Belgium, bring it back to Syria?
Yeah,
okay.
Money.
Syria needs its young men to rebuild the country.
Bien
Yeah.
sûr.
And what is your favorite part of Brussels?
Person here need food. Moroccan, hashish.
We noticed a lot of Moroccans giving us
Algeria.
Drug gangs.
And Belgian women or Syrian women? Which one is more pretty? This is our final and most important question.
No, Syria. Yes, Syria. Syria, full beautiful. Mar'a Syria.
Then definitely don't wait too long to return.
Belgium.
He's like, these bitches are ugly.
Belgium.
Oh, they're heavy sets. Where are you from?
Syria.
Syria. I see. And how do you survive in Belgium?
Moi je travaille ici. He works here.
I see.
And CBS.
CPS. I see. And you guys don't have jobs right now?
Yeah, the job is after in the school.
I see.
شغالين الحمد لله. Work.
Work, okay.
My own great-grandparents would probably have a heart attack if they would return to this city, this once great and beautiful city. The only people that it was good for were these ruthless international capitalists who drained all the money and then fled off to other tax havens. And then these Moroccans and Turks that came here, they just never left. And then they started importing all of their families. That was the first wave. And then the second wave has a massive import of people from all over the world, sometimes for cheap labor, but many times as well fake refugees, fake asylum seekers.
Dries, how does this end? How do you escape the doom loop?
Well, mass remigration is the only peaceful solution we have left. And I think we have a window of about 10 years to still enact this, because in Brussels, for example, about 90% of the youth is foreign. They are migrants. So once these people get of age and are able to vote, there's no way we're ever going to be able to vote for remigration. But if we are able to convince the big cohort of white boomers that are still present in the country to vote for remigration, then we still have a shot at solving this in a peaceful way.
I'm from Romania.
Romania?
Yes, I'm in Belgium from 2 years.
2 years?
I speak French, Dutch, English.
Okay.
I tried to find a job.
Yeah, how was it?
For the moment, they say I must wait for papers.
He's pissing over there.
This is legal.
Ah, sorry, man. Culture shock. I guess everyone's pissing out here. Holy sh! This is all piss.
Yeah, that's all piss.
Piss and shit.
It's not raining here, we're under a bridge.
So I thought it was raining, but turns out it was urine.
And mid B-roll collection, my cameraman interrupted this astrophysicist advancing the theory of relativity.
What are you doing? Why? This is my profile life.
Okay, congratulations.
Hey, guys. We're doing documentary. Calm down. How are you? My name's Tyler. I understand. I said we're walking through the sidewalks. So we come in peace. Good to meet you. And if you want to fight, you'll get a fight. You know that, right? Don't be stupid now, boy. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. I'm being serious. We don't have time. Okay, f yourself too. Anyways. Tunisian. I see.
Tunisian.
Oh, nasty. Yuck.
That's
Why?
piss. They're throwing piss at us.
Nasty. Okay, it's milk. Okay, he just got milk splattered.
And it's important to keep in mind, in these diverse neighborhoods, there's always a ton of phone shops and money transfer stations so they can send the money they make in Belgium back to wherever the hell they're actually from.
Western Union?
They sell phones and stuff as well.
Okay, phone shop. I see, it's multi-purpose. Okay, I thought it was phone shop. I think it is a Western Union and a phone shop where you can send money back home after a...
You can bring in whatever you've collected and then send it home.
In Pakistan, it's hard to be making the daily life and expensive.
I see. So the economy's better here, easier to make money.
Yeah, that's easy.
Do you make enough money to send back home to Pakistan?
Yeah, always.
Okay, that's good.
I'm supporting my family. I'm doing.
How large is your family in Pakistan?
We're 5 brothers and 2 sisters, and
wow.
Mom and dad. Yeah.
Big family you're supporting.
Family, yeah.
Do you support a family back home?
No. Need family Syria.
I see. Family's here. I see.
بيتي بالحرب راح على الارض وكيلك الله لسه حجر ما عمل راتب يا دوب بكفي راتب بكفي بس يعني 1500 ايجار بيت 700 فواتير عندي 7 اولاد مصروف 1500 بالشهر
7 baby.
He has 7 babies.
Yeah, 7 baby.
He has a baby.
Student.
Oh, so you don't work?
No work.
Well, I do for the deliveries, for the Uber, for the Deliveroo and other stuff.
Okay. Yeah. And how long you been here?
About 1 year.
Do you see yourself staying for the rest of your life?
You should go to live for the life for the weather in Italy and in Spain, in Portugal. The weather is really good there.
I see.
So you can see very cold here. That's why. Yeah.
And you ask him if he gets money from the state.
It's too bad Louise isn't still here. She would say she had no idea this was going on. No idea. What's it like to be in this realm and be oblivious about everything going on? I have to wonder, what is it like? Because most people are that way. Just oblivious. So many oblivious beings. Until they're the only white person left in their city. And maybe then they'd feel out of place.
CBS? CBS country بيطالن.
How much?
قديش بالشهر؟
يعني انا باخذ حوالي 2500
2500 euro
per month from the state.
Yeah.
But also free apartments.
Wow.
And electricity and water and
nice.
ماني بس بيروح كله ايجار بيت فواتير مصروف اكل.
I see. Money, finish.
I see. Stop.
Apartment, eat.
Hi.
You can say Europe is the way like you can fulfill your dreams here, and Europe supports you, and Europe give you the opportunities to live here and support your family.
I don't want to live in a country where there's Pakistanis delivering goy slop everywhere. That's just not the future that I want for my children.
Sure. How do you guys like Belgium compared to Guinea?
Yeah, I think here, we have a little bit of freedom. I think people are afraid because they don't know who I use. I think it's good to do some little bit of introduction.
I see. My name is Tyler. Good to meet you.
They have a good choice, to come here because everybody knows Brussels or Belgium are the capital of Europe.
Yeah.
But the problem is Belgium is small,
Very tiny.
So that they cannot rescue everybody.
Yes.
That's a good point. Hi. Okay, you guys want to say what's up? All right. Whoa. And you might be wondering, why is Brussels such an attractive location for migrants entering the EU? And what benefits does the government here give you?
Do you like them pissing everywhere? They're just pissing over everything. Pissing all over the place. They're treating your cities like they're toilets. Disgraceful. They just piss everywhere.
Once you get here, we headed to Brussels' humanitarian hub to find out. Thank you. Hi. Okay, I'm walking.
Hey, don't.
Where's the door? Where's the door? I'm looking for the door. Where's the door? Where's the door?
I don't know. Where is it?
Okay, then we have no problem.
Go away.
Relax. Relax.
Go, man.
Relax. You two, all right? Ay. Niemand is illegal?
Nobody is illegal.
Do you agree with that?
I must say I disagree.
But you might be wondering why these young men traveled across the world through several safe countries to get all the way to Belgium. But real quick, are you tired of hunting for coupons and promo codes? Well, the sponsor of this video, Cooper, is a free extension that helps you save money while shopping online. It's simple.
That I was forcefully conscripted and spend a lot of bad special medical issue.
How do you like it here in Belgium?
It's good. Just I'm arrived from 3 years, and now my life it's stable now.
If you go to Belgium, you cross several safe countries. Why did you come all the way to Belgium?
I chose here because I have done 2 times surgery in my ear, so I have medical issue and trauma about the war. So I have a relative here. Nobody in Europe I know, and I came here.
Because you have good medical care then?
To support from my relative.
Do you plan to stay in Belgium or do you plan to return?
At this time it's a bad decision to return back to my country. So I already asked asylum.
Do you plan on staying here much longer?
Yeah,
Yep.
sure.
How is this facility? Good or bad?
It's very good.
Very good. They give you food, a place to sleep. What do they give?
Currently I'm in Pit Chateau, so it's good.
Esta situación aquí, comida y un lugar que dormir.
Para dormir, sí.
Ok, bueno. Las personas simpáticos.
Bien, sí, claro.
Muy bueno.
Aquí sí.
¿Tú tienes un trabajo aquí?
Ahora mismo no, pero estoy buscando.
¿Tú recibí dinero por el gobierno ahora o no?
No.
Belgium is good.
Good. How long you been here?
1 month.
1 month. Okay. Have they been giving you guys food, like shelter?
Yeah. They are giving food, clothes, everything.
Okay.
But the place to sleep.
They give you food, shelter, clothes, everything. You get everything. They get everything.
Found work in the last 3 years?
Here, no, because I have a medical issue.
But like a check every month to help you survive?
Yeah, everything. Not all me. All people who live there we're not working or medical issue. Yeah, all people.
I'm in Afghanistan. Okay, after I come in there, we go in 2001. I come in 2019.
George Bush.
And he says you came to Afghanistan and now I come to you. That's what he's saying.
I see.
Then you should go to Washington, not to Brussels.
Why don't you come to America?
No, because we had the first come to NATO, after come to military United States.
I see.
They say you are animal.
They say you're an animal?
Yes.
Who says that?
Anyone.
Is it not better than to return to Afghanistan, where they will not treat you like an animal?
Now he thrown me there. He put me in Afghanistan. He recruited me to the 2019. 2001 I come again.
It's bad for our social fabric, it's bad for our economy. Our farmers should be investing in robotics. They should be paying decent wages for Flemish people to pick fruits and vegetables. For youngsters, students, and they shouldn't be importing people from the third world who will do this for very bad wages, in very bad living conditions. That's just not what I want.
And here's the big question. Inevitably, many of these jobs will be automated. What happens to them after it's automated?
Well, probably they will be giving universal credit to all of these people, and they will not be going home, of course. The welfare state is too generous in Belgium, even and especially for people who don't have a job. Happening right now, we're importing third worlders, but our most productive, our most innovative and ambitious young people, they're leaving Belgium and the Netherlands and Western Europe en masse. So that is it's a cascading effect, and it will only get worse in the coming years. You can understand why, because the whole country has been built on a Ponzi scheme, on a pyramid scheme, and we are the last layer of the pyramid before it collapses. That's what's happening right now.
Then we headed towards a metro station engulfed in an ongoing turf war between rival drug gangs. Do the locals here feel safe?
Let's go.
Normally we ask people where they're from, but quite obvious.
Yeah, I'm wearing
Okay, you're the first Bulgarian I met. What are your thoughts on what's going on here?
What I can say about the recent things that have been going on here is that this is gang wars. It's between them. It's not against us or the normal people. I use this metro twice a day.
Okay.
Every time an incident happened here, I was 1 hour away from the incident, but I never felt unsafe because I know this is between them and not against us.
What do you think women feel in these environments?
Oh, this is not a good environment for women. Well, Brussels generally is unsafe for women. I think men are very horny here. But
who's who?
Mostly immigrants that from third world countries, second world countries.
And do you understand Flemish or Belgian people that say we don't want the country to become like this?
This is a very topic because what I think Belgium has sold their country. I think Belgium sold their country for 2-3 generations of wealth. Now look at me. I have a Belgian passport. I am as Belgian as you are, so I
on
can.
paper, yeah.
I can vote the same things. So
you could be the prime minister.
I could be the prime minister. I think Belgium has sold their country. I think Belgium sold their country for 2-3 generations of wealth. Now look at me. I have a Belgian passport. I am as Belgian as you are, so I
on
can.
paper, yeah.
I can vote the same things. So
you could be the prime minister.
I could be the prime minister.
And do you wouldn't want Bulgaria to end up like this?
I would definitely not want Bulgaria to end up like this. That's why I'm always so against like immigration in Bulgaria and stuff like that.
But not here in Belgium.
Belgium, it's already done. Like I don't see it's going any good. I don't see it.
Like the damage is
once
done?
it reaches a certain level, it's unstoppable. The interest of the Belgian people is getting lost.
Wikipedia page accurate or not?
Fake news, fake news.
Fake news for real?
For real.
For real?
You'll have to do your own research. That's your project. Okay, I don't have time for this, but it's good to meet you. Yeah.
I wish you the best.
Oh, thank you so much.
But
Likewise.
I really like Brussels.
Okay.
There's a lot of good food.
What are the fake news? Fake news.
Fake news for real?
For real.
For real?
Once it reaches a certain level, it's unstoppable. The interest of the Belgian people is getting lost.
Wikipedia page accurate or not?
Fake news, fake news.
Fake news for real?
For real.
For real?
You'll have to do your own research. That's your project. Okay, I don't have time for this, but it's good to meet you. Yeah.
I wish you the best.
Oh, thank you so much.
But
Likewise.
I really like Brussels.
Okay.
There's a lot of good food.
What are the best things about Brussels? Add some positivity here.
The good food.
Okay.
I'm going to eat now Pakistani food, which is so
Okay.
good. You should try it.
Okay. Okay.
And Brussels is fun.
Okay.
You know, food.
Okay.
I'm going to eat now a lot of good food.
What are the best?
A lot of good food.
What are
A lot of good food.
What are the
A lot of good food.
What are the best things about Brussels? Add some positivity here.
The good food.
Okay.
I'm going to eat now Pakistani food, which is so
Okay.
good. You should try it.
Okay. Okay.
And Brussels is fun.
Okay.
You know, center of Europe. There's NATO here, so that's
Okay.
fun.
Okay.
It's nice to have people from everywhere that bring their food and everything.
Okay.
You would agree with that?
I would say food is great, but it would be easy to actually go to a foreign country and Okay, okay.
It's nice to have people from everywhere that bring their food and everything.
Okay.
You would agree with that?
I would say food is great, but it would be easy to actually go to a foreign country and learn the dish and bring it back home.
Is that what you're saying? I'd rather go to Yemen?
I can Google Yemeni recipes.
I gotta say, it can't be that hard to make a Yemeni dish.
Actually, it's quite hard, actually.
Okay.
Master the rice.
Food, do you think?
I'm also very skeptical of how you portray stuff.
What do you? Yeah.
I had a sense.
What you had the sixth sense of what? That I'm a great guy?
I kind of have a sense of what you're doing. I think in life you can portray everything the way you want to portray it. You know, this framing.
What do you think I'm missing out here? What would you like to share?
No, it's just a Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is a collaborative platform. Anyone can write anything about it.
No, not anyone.
That's actually not true, but I get what you're saying.
I love Wikipedia. I'm a big Wikipedia fan.
I'm actually a big hater of Wikipedia. It's compromise. There's very specific people who can actually moderate and edit the. But you know, I like the idea, right? It was a good idea.
There's some Wikipedia lords.
Exactly.
For sure.
In this train station, there have been plenty of shootings with Kalashnikovs, youngsters on scooters delivering drugs, shooting up the place. I don't think that's really worth the exotic food.
Like, why do you think those people...
You can be honest with your solution.
No, not recommended. I think to solve problem, you have to go down deeper into the source of those problems.
What is the
like,
source?
for example, if you start fighting me, I'm not going to be like, okay, I'm going to say he's a bit weird.
Sure.
But to solve it, really, I want to know why. Maybe because your parents hit you, or you feel depressed and so you hit people, you know?
We've been trying, if I may for a second, we've been trying that for over 50 years and it hasn't worked. It's only gotten worse. Every time leftist politicians say we need more playgrounds, but what do? They put graffiti, they put drug dealers, they destroy the playgrounds, they shoot up the place. It just doesn't work. Well, for the same reason that if you pick up a scorpion, it will sting you. Certain people have certain cultures, and when you import these people, you import their cultures, you import their behavior and their habits. If you import Africans to a city, the city will eventually become African.
So you think there's some element of biological determinism? There's some instinctive traits relative
Scorpions
to
bite.
So I think for you, it's a biological essentialism.
Well, I wouldn't say that because that's illegal in Belgium.
Many books.
I never said that.
But if you would in the country, I think you could say it in the US. You can say
He can say it,
right?
yeah.
I can say a lot of things, yeah. In the USA, for now.
Has there ever been a European city that imported a lot of Africans, a lot of Middle Easterners that has improved? There's not a single example of successful assimilation or integration. It has never happened and it will never happen because you cannot make a cow into a horse and you cannot make a horse into a cow.
Do you as a woman feel safe in Brussels generally?
I don't live here.
Where do you live?
I don't live here.
No.
Why not?
I live in the Netherlands.
Ah, okay, this
Where in the
conversation is
Netherlands?
less valuable. Money,
This is
right?
what I really like about Europe and the far right.
Another Inga. She's from the Netherlands. She's visiting Belgium. Just graffiti on everything there, everywhere.
Is that your interest and the interest of a big corporation align perfectly?
No, it's
But
actually
they don't though. I
completely
think
the other way.
Perfectly, you know why? Because it's exactly what they.
It's
what
security.
they the far right is that your.
Ah, okay, this
Where in the
conversation is
Netherlands?
less valuable. Money,
This is
right?
what I really like about Europe and the far right is that your interest and the interest of a big corporation align perfectly.
No, it's
But
actually
they don't though. I
completely
think
the
it's
other way.
Perfectly, you know why? Because it's exactly what they
It's
what they
security.
say.
It's completely the other way.
I was only here to.
I'm actually being banned from every big corporation, every big bank, big finance, big social media, big media. Every big corporation is banning people like me, like Martin Zellner, like Tyler here. So no, our interests are not aligned. These big corporations want cheap labor and they've been importing them by the millions for the past decades.
Don't let's keep you here, yeah.
Maybe the anti-Semitic claims on your Wikipedia might be true.
Why would they be true? Are you Jewish?
No, absolutely not. Just because
So
I know that if
That's
I ask you
amazing.
further, what makes it a big pharma?
So if you are against the Great Replacement, you are anti-Semitic?
Exactly. I mean, I think you can
Interesting.
do
okay.
your own
Yeah,
research.
Yeah. You have to do your own research. That's your project.
I do not wish you the best. I really wish that your endeavors really fail. And I wish you to make the least amount of money for your endeavors. But I wish you a healthy life though.
I appreciate that.
And
Sometimes leftists want to claim as if this is some natural phenomenon. They will say, well, migration is something that's always happened, it's just natural, people come and go. That's not true. Never in history has there been such a huge wave of migrants from completely contradictory parts of the world, the third world, coming here, bringing their own identity, their own ideas, their own cultures, religions that are completely incompatible with our culture. Of course, people have migrated intra-European from one country to another, that's normal. But importing millions upon millions of people that are impossible to integrate, let alone assimilate to Europe, that has never happened before, and it's being done deliberately. It's been done deliberately since the 60s for economic reasons, but it has also been done since the 90s for political reasons, and since 2015 due to Merkel and some other leftists in power here in the European Parliament saying, "Wir schaffen das." If you import millions of third worlders, then your democracy ceases to be a democracy. You need a demos, you need a people, a nation of similar high trust people, of ethnically the same people, homogeneously the same people, to have a working, functioning democracy. If we import people from...
I'm still waiting to meet a smart, good, loyal Dutchie that's a good being. Still waiting. Still waiting. The ones in the Panelverse are shit. The ones on YouTube I've seen are shit. Whatever happened over there, I don't know. I don't know. They might have to be exiled from Europe. I might have to step in and say, fuck them. You don't belong.
all over the world, then a democracy just becomes a competition of ethnic voting blocks. And that's what we see in Belgium, and that's exactly what we see here in Brussels.
And then Dries took me to a stark example of history being rewritten in real time to further advance mass migration and weaponize white guilt.
All right, Dries, what is this?
Also, this monument is actually the perfect anecdote to everything that's wrong in Belgium and in the West. This monument is dedicated to the Belgian soldiers that died defeating and combating slavers and Arab slave traders at that. So this actually says that Belgian military men died valiantly defeating the Arab slave traders. But as you can see, the word Arab here has been chiseled out of the rock of this monument, because many years after this monument was inaugurated, the Arabs started coming or started being imported to Brussels and to Belgium, and it's so as not to offend the many Arabs that now make up the majority of this city. So they are literally rewriting history as we stand next to it, so as not to offend the newcomers. So our youth is being told lies so as not to offend the newcomers.
And they've literally chiseled out what words specifically?
The word Arab. So this says that Belgian military men fought valiantly to defeat the slave traders, and this says Arab slave traders. So this is very little known, because we are being taught about the slave trade, but we are never taught that for many tens of thousands of years slavery was very normal, and it's us Europeans, Christians, that ended slavery all across the world, and many brave European men died trying to end slavery, and successfully, at least in Europe, ended slavery. And we fought against the Arab slave traders that didn't want to lose their valuable trade. And many of our people died, but today their sacrifices are forgotten, or are made to be forgotten, by literally chiseling out our history for self-hatred. It wasn't even the Arabs here that were demanding for this word to be removed. It was a self-hatred of leftist whites that says we need to remove this so as not to offend others.
Beautiful park, scenic. What is this?
Well, this is the park right next to the Royal Palace. As you can see, it's quite a nice park. A lot of people here enjoying the sunshine. And it's also where the biggest mosque of Brussels is. It's right next to us here. That's the big mosque of Brussels.
Okay.
And it's actually been shut down many times over, because it was discovered that the mosque was being used basically as a base of operations for the Moroccan secret intelligence. That's a whole different story, but they've basically been using their Moroccan diaspora to promote the interests of their own state, as they often do. The Moroccan state believes that it's in their interest to have Moroccans everywhere in Europe and have them be loyal to Morocco, have them remain as Moroccan as possible.
And the beauty of this park, is that the majority of Brussels, or are we in the nice part right now?
No, this is obviously the nice part. You have the Royal Palace here. If we walk a few minutes that way, you have the European Commission. So this is definitely the nice, safe, clean area of Brussels. And it's present. I mean, if you're a tourist, Brussels can be a nice place to visit.
In fact, I got hammered in one of the nicest neighborhoods in Brussels, fully insulated from the top-down demographic engineering and the problems that come with it that the everyman in Brussels has to live with. For example,
So Idris, what is this court behind me?
Well, this is the Jan Cruyff Court, and it was inaugurated 2 years after the Brussels attacks, terrorist attacks on the airport and the metro station here in Brussels, in which many people died. A Islamic terrorist attack. And then 2 years later, politicians came here in Molenbeek with high security, and they inaugurated this new football field. They said it was to bring communities together, but less than 24 hours after the inauguration, after the police had their kumbaya moment and their pictures, the local youth here from Molenbeek completely destroyed the court, set it on fire, destroyed the shed with all the material. They put glass all over the field. It was completely destroyed, which is a very bad signal, of course. No, the thing is, it's so symbolic because leftists very often will say, oh, these people, they just need more playgrounds, they just need more recreational areas. But when you give them these, basically as a way of saying thank you for the Brussels attacks, then they completely destroy it less than 24 hours later.
So they claimed it was a bridging moment, but in reality you view it as a gift to them, a reward almost?
These terrorists, they were even housed here in Molenbeek. Salah Abdeslam, who is a horrible terrorist, was searched for a long time by police all over Europe. And he was hiding in plain sight here in Molenbeek, and the community really fostered him. The community just welcomed him.
I see, hiding in plain sight, right?
Many of the people here knew that he was here, yet he could hide here. I'm not saying all these people are bad, of course I'm not saying that, but I mean, if a football court here is inaugurated to bring communities together and they destroy it within 24 hours, that's not a good signal, is it?
Great to meet you guys. Have fun playing soccer. Good to meet you. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, very good to meet you.
I love your videos.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you very much. Bye-bye. See ya.
Pickpocket.
Subscribe. Pickpocket! Yeah. So obviously, Idris, the happy thing here is their life is yet to play out. The youth are cheerful and happy.
Yes.
How do we keep them on the right path? How do we...
Children, of course, they look joyful, they're very friendly to us, but very soon they will be approached by these drug gangs that will promise them so much money. So they can't compete with ordinary jobs or education, and many of them sadly will end up in criminal gangs and stuff. That's just the reality. It's sad.
While this neighborhood became a symbol of ethnic clannishness and failed assimilation, let's go visit another neighborhood known for its diversity and growing multi-ethnic population. But real quick, sadly, YouTube won't let us show you some of our craziest footage.
Wait for the police! Stop!
But if you subscribe to TylerRod.com for fun,
they set it on fire, but they will very often set these bins on fire. They stole his wallet. They were taunting him with a smartphone, filming his face, kicking him in the ribs. And this video went viral worldwide. But this is what happens here daily. So the roofs are a problem because they can throw things at you as well.
I see, so we need to be wary of the roof.
And that's actually what happens very often. So the daycare they set it on fire, but they will very often set these bins on fire or cars on fire. And then the fire trucks will come, or ambulances will come, and then they will start throwing rocks. They will throw rocks off the buildings on the firemen. So a lot of times they get hurt very badly, and it's gotten so bad that even first responders...
Throwing some shit. Throwing some shit.
The first responders have to wear bulletproof or stab-proof vests.
They're throwing rocks at us right now. Question, how is the neighborhood? What is your judgment of the neighborhood, good or bad?
Oh, that's a heavy rock.
Let's keep going. So they threw a giant rock. Let's be aware of our surroundings here. Sorry.
We should get out. We should get out.
Let's go.
We should definitely get out.
Okay, let's do a little jog. Have a safe day. It's a big ass rock. That to the head will kill us.
That was attempted murder.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of a rock. I don't want to get hit with a rock though. That's what I'm saying.
It was like 2 fists together.
Why are we?
There was about 10 masked guys running at us.
Let's move. All right, we're moving with intent. These kids are too fat to catch up to us though. All right, we're back to civilization, but how long will it last? I can't imagine a traditional news crew walking down there. So the irony being, I asked the family, does it feel safe in the neighborhood? And a massive rock.
A few meters from their child.
From their baby in the carriage.
That was nothing short of attempted murder.
While this young rock-throwing engineer will walk away scot-free.
Is it illegal to throw a stone at someone's head?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I file a charge?
Yeah, sure.
Will anything happen?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Nothing will
That's all I
happen.
need to know. Thank you. Thank you.
It's filmed and we can identify him,
Yeah.
yes. But
They threw it from the roof.
There's no way we find the address.
In contrast, Dries is currently on trial for hate speech after discussing migrant crime supported by 100% provable facts and statistics. And this legal hell all began 8 years ago. Dries was criminally charged.
Nothing happens to the Dark East, to the Middle Eastern Tiggas, when they throw rocks at white people in a white country. Somehow this doesn't get through to people. Most of what I share doesn't get through to most beings. It doesn't reach millions, obviously. Do I have to let you know that there's 15 tuned in here wanting what I'm sharing? 15. Most people don't see the big picture. They don't want to.
Charged with racism and Holocaust denial for being in a group chat where someone else in it shared an edgy meme.
Memes should never be a crime, of course. Jokes should never be a crime. But in this case, it's even worse. Because as I said, I did not even post or see these memes. But it's worse because the memes were posted during the exam period when everyone is studying. And one of our guys said, let's have a laugh, let's relax during studying. Who here has the edgiest meme? You know how young guys are. Sure. They started looking on the internet. They found some edgy memes and they posted these memes in a private group chat, obviously just to have a laugh. I did not post these memes, I did not make these memes, and I did not even see these memes. And all of this was proven in court. And then you say, okay, why then were you convicted? Well, the judge herself, she said, even though he did not commit any material acts, we are convicting you because you created an atmosphere in which other people posted these memes.
And to satisfy my curiosity, what was the meme?
It was a meme of Adolf Hitler, and the meme said, like, you can't be racist if there is only one race. Nowadays, this is a normie joke. This is found all over social media. You have to know 8 years ago when they did this big expose to attack us, a lot of the boomers were not known with memes. And you have to know after the first house raid, when they raided me, they took me out of bed. They came into my private home. They stole all of my devices, my smartphone, laptop, every CD-ROM, every USB drive. They stole this. And then they did not just investigate this to try to find something illegal on there. No, they gave it to the hostile press. And for years on end, they used my private information, my private messages, photos, all of my private life, my private data for years to attack me and my family and the people around me. So this is really a form of state terror. When I started complaining about this on social media, they raided my house again. They took me out of bed, they dragged me to prison and they locked me up and they said, we're only gonna let you free, only gonna let you out of jail if you sign a paper with conditions. And one of the conditions was that I was not allowed to speak about what they were doing to me. And next week I will possibly be convicted for hate speech because I linked mass migration to crime. So even if I'm very careful, I may go to jail for what I say.
A few days after meeting Dries, the courts had decided his fate.
So they wanted to crack me, they wanted to break me in order to show all the young people in Belgium and in the Netherlands that if you do activism for your people, this is how you'll end up. Debanked, thrown out of university, ostracized, financially ruined, and even sent to prison if you don't bow down. Because they were offering me, if you bow down, we'll leave you alone. Of course, as you can see, I never bowed down. So they sent me to prison. They gave me a prison sentence for this. And the thing is, a lot of people are worried about state censorship. And state censorship is a real threat. But the biggest threat is self-censorship. By sending me to prison, millions of people in this very small country are self-censoring themselves every single day. When they send a message to their family or friends, they will think, oh, maybe someday this message will be used against me in a hate speech case. When they are in public and they want to say their opinion, they know, wait, in Europe, in the heart of Europe, in Brussels, you get sent to prison for your opinion if it goes against the leading narrative about diversity and whatnot. So that is the biggest threat, the self-censorship of so many people.
A few days after filming, Dries was officially convicted for hate speech after stating 100% provable facts related to migrant crime, and the judge even admitted he was charged not for lying, but for presenting facts in a way that incites hatred against a protected group. That's right, the regime is using Dries to tell the rest of Belgium, if you speak an inconvenient truth that goes against our political objectives, we will do everything in our power to destroy you. If you want to support Dries' legal battle and his ongoing fight to speak the truth, go click the link in the description. Thanks for watching.
The more I travel and I go outside and experience, I am starting to realize that as a black collective, a lot of the times it is actually us.
Self-awareness. Self-awareness is the conscious ability to recognize and understand your own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, and see how they impact others. It can also occur on the group level, or where an individual who is part of a group has self-awareness of the impact of that particular group. In completely unrelated news, here is a clip of a young man talking about his community and his feelings about it.
The more I travel and I go outside and experience, I am starting to realize that as a black collective, a lot of the times it is actually us. There's a strong reason why a lot of people don't like us. Don't get it twisted. The whole system against us, everything, I'm on that. But you see, when we go to places like Fête de la Musique and start jumping on people's cars and knowing that people already don't like us and look for any reason to add fuel to that fire, and we just continuously give it to them as a people, like, we do actually need to do better. Because even in Thailand, I go to one hairdresser's, one black person went in there, got their hair done, 6 hours of work, and just got off. Like, it is actually the black men are doing things like, why as a people can't we just behave normally? Like, they already hate us, and every single day we give them more reasons to just hate us, bro. Like, come on, fam.
Now, that is absolutely fascinating. For obvious reasons, I can't go too into depth about this particular clip, and I think you all know why, but that really does show how it is a real issue, because the establishment don't want you to talk about it. But I think this young lad is very quickly realizing the same issue that all of us are aware of, an issue that really can't be fixed, if you know what I mean. What do you...
Young lad, I thought that was a girl. Isn't that a girl? She's spot on. They're saying she, but he keeps calling it a lad. I thought that's a girl. Isn't that a girl? But she's saying that we already hate them. And we're giving them reason. They're giving us reason to hate them. Anyway, it's just the guy thinks this is great. Too late, Jamaica or Africa. That's a male? Somebody's saying? Thought it was a girl.
I'm starting to realize that as a black collective, a lot of the times it is actually us. There's a strong...
That's a girl, isn't it? Doesn't matter. Fuck it. Anyway, that guy is just kind of lazy with his channel. He makes very short videos. And a lot of times, I don't know, he just doesn't put in much effort. He could do a lot better. Or maybe he couldn't. Maybe that's the best he could do. He didn't even push back when she was saying they hate us already. These darkies are paranoid. Oh shit, BBC News. I got to stop sharing that. I saw the title and I wanted to share it. In a coma, lived another life. Bolshevik bullshit corporation. Copyright. They would come after me for it. So I kept sharing it, unfortunately.
That's all you need. What's wrong with that? Go off, explore infinity. I'm choosing to stay here because I don't know why. It's just in my program. But for you, I can see why you would want to explore something different, because you don't want to experience this. That's all you need. So what am I trying to get at here? These are just my own thoughts. that I've been going through day after day of why do I feel this way? And what's the simplest way I can express it? And the simplest way is this. I'm forced to be in a reality that I no longer want to be a part of. That's as simple as I can make it. And any excuse or justifications on why that's wrong, and you can't think that way, or you can't do that, you gotta ask yourself, why are you imposing that on someone else? I've been at a state of awareness, and by awareness I mean being able to consciously see possibilities of existence and consciousness that are purposefully limited here by design, and to keep that consciousness from sprouting in your awareness, because it doesn't want you to know that. Really think about it. This is the only realm that can be made in all of existence. This is it. This is the only school you have to come to learn lessons, or this is the only playground of the soul to experience what materiality is. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Seriously. Why do we believe such bullshit? And why do we allow it to gaslight us? I deal with this shit every single day. Every day. It's tiring. And here's the thing. Would I choose this? No, I don't want to be experiencing the struggles of being a conscious being inside a human vessel, inside a prison world. You think I want to experience that? You think I constantly want to be struggling with that? Of course not. Do you think I constantly want to be struggling with what's going on here? What's the purpose of all this? Who's in control of all this? No, I don't. If this is a game, okay? I'm just going to go through all my thought processes. If this is a game and we chose to be here, and this is part of the fun of getting lost and being in this big mystery of, oh, what's going on here? And, oh, there's evil characters ruling the world, and we're figuring it out, and we're discovering ourselves. That's part of the game. I'm here for a reason and a purpose to, only I know the purpose, but even I can't tell you what it is, and I never will, because there is no purpose. But I'll constantly be seeking and striving for that till the very end. And then when I wake up, oh, it was just a funny joke. Even if that's true, I have a right now to say, okay, I don't want to play this game anymore. For any reason at all. Or let's just say this is the opposite realm of where our true reality is. And we decided we wanted to experience what hell is like. And we're going to forget everything because then it would defeat the purpose of living in hell, because it has to feel real, and you have to feel what it's like to not know if anything else exists outside of here. Everything bad can and will happen here. All the bad things that are happening now are by design, but it's a good thing because we chose to want to experience what hell would be like, and this is it. Well, I fucking made the wrong decision now, didn't I? But let's just say that's true. The amount of suffering that goes on here does not justify that. It doesn't. I'm making that statement now. And I have a right to be told what's going on here. I have a right to say, hey, where's the emergency button? Where's the panic button? I don't want to experience this anymore. Okay, get me the fuck out of hell. No, because nothing or no one respects your sovereignty. Let's say that your higher self, decided that it wants to experience this. And then here you are, your lower self. You're this little puppet. You have to go through all the struggles and strife of life so that it can learn and experience. So that when it throws you away at the end of the experience and you're dead and all that suffering was for nothing in your perspective, but in your higher self's perspective, it gets to get nourished by all that experience. That's fucking sick. That's sick that you would put me through that to get what you want for your enjoyment or for your experience. I have a right as a conscious being right now, no matter how I got here, to say that I want out of here. I have that right, but obviously I don't. Obviously I don't have that right, but I'm saying I should have that right, but I don't. That's the fucked up thing. I don't have that right for some reason. Let's say that we take the science cult approach, that we came from the Big Bang and we evolved over millions of years, and now I'm somehow conscious of everything. Well, nothing changes. I'm consciously aware that I don't want to be in this world. I have the capabilities of a conscious mind to be able to imagine and see this place for how I see it, and I can think and see and imagine other ways of being. And let's say that's not possible. Okay, well, since I can imagine it and it's not happening, it makes this life more unbearable. And I still have a right to think negatively of it. I don't want to be negative. It's just my conscious experience. It's really simple. This is how you can never be gaslit again about your own experience. Now, it's harder when you have to deal with other people, because that's when, morality comes in. Morality is when you have a shared experience with someone else, how you treat other people. But when it's just you all by yourself and your own experience and what you think and how you feel about this, it is not immoral or wrong to reject it or to say, you know what, it's not for me. It's not for me. Oh man, it makes me feel so much better just to know that there's nothing wrong with that. No one's gonna gaslight me. I still have to get through this the best I can, and I'm still gonna try to do my best to do that somehow, and treat myself and others the best I can. But you see the predicament that we're in. We're forced into a world where we're all struggling, and now we're forced to be these immoral little creatures with its desires and lust and annoyances and programs and tempers and emotions. And someone hit the beehive with a bat every single day with this whole control grid and these parasitic parasites. And no wonder we're all fucking mad and crazy and being immoral to each other. not talking about the extreme cases. I'm talking about just normal people like me and you. I lose my temper all the time now. But I don't want to. I don't want to be that way. But the annoyances of life just stack up so greatly over time. And the struggles and the pain just stack up so much. And then they want to say, hey, look at you. You're acting out again. Yeah, it's good to be able to control, have temperance. And I'll tell you this, I was a lot better at it before I woke up to this reality. How it truly operates. Because that just, when you know that you've been fucked by design in so many ways that are unimaginable until you see it. And then to realize that nothing is coming to help you. There's no way out of it. Yeah, it really fucks with your head. And you have people say that, oh, you know, you just have to have faith in this or that. Blind faith. And you see the atrocities every single day. And you see what you have to be put through. And you see what the people you love have to be put through. And you see everyone in the entire world, all the animals and people, what they have to be put through. And you're told just to have faith that something good is watching over and helping, or it's going to help. Just wait. It's just not the right time. Just wait. Or this good force, it just needs you to get on your knees and beg and ask for permission. And the thing is, I can say all this because I've done all of this. I ran the gamut in the spirituality department, okay? I ran the entire gamut of everything. And I will say that the happiest, which is just emotion, but the happiest I ever felt and the most fulfilled I ever felt was when I was the most deluded about reality. I thought I had a purpose, a spiritual purpose, a mission. Just didn't know what it was. All the countless striving and appeasing something outside of myself would surely get me there. Never did. The world once was magical to me. Back when I was that deluded spiritual seeker. And I saw things for how I wanted them to be, not for how they actually were. I made excuses and justifications for why things happened that shouldn't happen, why evil happens on a daily basis. And why I was in the predicament that I was in. Because I did something wrong. I was born in a world of sin, of evil, which is true. And I am forced to participate in a sinful world and am controlled by desires and imaginations of evil from the body itself. And I need someone to set me straight. It's just sad. It's sad to me. I never thought I would be in this predicament. I never did when I was younger. Even though I had a rough life, I always had hope that something would happen. And by something would happen, I don't mean materialistic. It's kind of hard to explain to people. I've never been materialistic. I've always been a 1 foot in this world, 1 foot in the other kind of person. I've always been able to see and imagine things that aren't of this reality. And that's hard to put into words. And that's the thing I had hope in. That's the thing. I was following the forgotten trails of a lost world that no longer existed here. But there are remnants. And that's what I was following. But that is in my own consciousness of a different place that doesn't exist here. And that I was constantly overlaying through my imagination with this world. And then these entities, they take that, manipulate and deceive you, me, into believing those things exist here. Or I'm here for that spiritual purpose, which I'm not. And like I said, if that's your opinion, then you can have that. Go for it. But as a conscious being who has reached a point of consciousness that realizes it's being enslaved and contained in a world that it no longer wants to be in, I have the right to say everything I just said. And I have the right to experience more. What is more? You can get hints of it. For me, I have a lot of dreams, and a lot of people say they're controlled and they're fake or whatever, which to some extent, yeah, it's true. But in other instances, that's where I get a lot of this information from. A lot of these other worldly realms that I'm talking about, that I'm drawing experience from, are these places and dreams and visions and psychedelic experiences, supernatural things that I've experienced throughout my life. I am gathering a lot of experience from these places because they are like realms that feel more familiar to me, make more sense to me. These are the places that I draw inspiration from about how reality should be. And not all of them are good or pretty or all these experiences, but there are some good ones that I have experienced that felt more real than this experience, that had more meaning and depth and purpose than this place. And to me, they were just as real as this. This is just a shared hallucination that we're all experiencing. A real one, full of the worst atrocities imaginable. And I'm just saying, if you want to experience that, I cannot force you not to. But the problem comes when you are forcibly imposing this onto me. No matter who you are or what you are, if you created me or you created this realm or we agreed to come here, whatever, like I said, whatever the excuse or justification is, does not apply to me. It doesn't. Because you are imposing and forcing a conscious being like myself to go through torture every single moment of this existence here. And that's not exaggerating. It's not. I know there's different levels of torture. I know there's different levels of suffering. And each one of those is torture upon torture upon torture. I know that my life is, I have a lot better circumstances than a lot of people in this life around the world, around the realm. I've known people, and I know people who have a tremendously more torturous life than me. And I feel extremely sad and sorry for those people. And I don't want that for them. And I can see that my life, in many ways, are better. But that doesn't make me grateful or happy that my circumstances are better. And that's not going to downplay my life experience of, even though that may be true, that my circumstances may be better than people around the realm or people that I know. I'm not going to downplay that experience and call it anything other than torture. Even if people don't understand what I mean by that. Even if people think I'm being, even if people think I'm exaggerating, that's fine. But you don't get to impose your conscious experience and dictate my conscious experience.
People and black segregation, black and white living separately but with equal right. Is it gonna kill us? Will it end racism? Should white people and black people live in segregated communities and countries? Throughout the Western world, the concept of citizenship has evolved significantly from the 18th to the 21st century. In the United States, black people officially gained citizenship within the passage of the 14th Amendment in 1868. In the United Kingdom, they were primarily considered British subjects, while the French Legislative Assembly granted full citizenship to free men of color in the colonies in 1792. In South Africa, black citizens were granted full citizenship and voting rights on the 27th of April 1994. Australia only removed restrictions on granting citizenship to non-white people in 1956, and it was not until 1973 that the Whitlam government implemented policies ensuring that race was no longer a factor in immigration and citizenship eligibility. Culture is the unique signature that distinguishes each group within the diverse family of humanity, while values serve as the compass guiding the direction of our lives. The essence of black culture, particularly as it relates to sub-Saharan African lifestyle, often appears to differ from that of white culture. It is true that black Africans are distinct people, but we also share some overarching cultural characteristics that blend to a degree. Edward B. Tyler, the renowned English anthropologist, is well known for introducing and defining the concept of culture in his influential work, Primitive Culture, first published in 1871 and reprinted in 1958. Tyler described culture as a rich tapestry woven from knowledge, beliefs, art, morals, laws, customs, and all the skills and habits that people acquire as members of society. The core of black culture emphasizes strong community bonds, extended family networks, kinship, community responsibility, and respect for elders who are viewed as a source of wisdom. It values oral history, celebrates large gatherings and parties, and displays boisterousness. There's often a sense of tribal affiliation, limited foresight in family planning, having many children, and weak adherence to rules and regulations. Personal freedom may be restricted, and there can be a reluctance to innovate or develop systems that foster thriving environment, among other traits. In contrast, European or white culture tends to prioritize individualism, which includes personal freedom, individual right, self-expression, independence, and a strict rule of law. It emphasizes adherence to regulations, innovations, adventurousness, artistic expression, civility, exploration, and equality. Looking at both cultures, it becomes evident that the differences between us often outweigh the similarities. This disparity may contribute to the clashes that some black people label as racism. Consider examples from countries, cities, and towns with homogeneous populations compared to those with diverse racial mixtures. In the US, Canada, the UK, and other Western countries where multiculturalism is integrated into the system, there tend to be more racial conflict, community fragmentation, and forms of discrimination. This often leads to a loss of a unified identity in these cities. Meanwhile, in predominantly white towns and cities in the same countries, such issues are less prevalent. Despite centuries of living together, the ongoing conflicts reveal underlying incompatibilities between blacks and whites. Another relevant example is South Africa. During apartheid, the white population segregated the country and implemented racial policies that favored the white and put the blacks at a serious disadvantage. They concluded that blacks and white could not coexist in harmony. Since the end of apartheid, the transition to black governance, blacks have now pushed the white into creating a situation that resembles a form of soft apartheid. This has led to increased separation, with notable gaps between the two racial groups becoming even more pronounced. In contrast, countries like Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Slovenia, Moldova, Bulgaria, and Russia, where black populations are around 0.1 to less than 1%, experience fewer racial conflicts and a different dynamic regarding racial issues. Sometimes we need to reflect honestly on our circumstances. Despite centuries of living in the same countries like the United States, Brazil, and Colombia, the racial gap has not only persisted, but in many cases has widened. It raises the question, will another 1,000 years of coexistence lead to meaningful changes, or should we consider the idea of segregated communities or even separate nations? In this channel, I challenge the status quo. I ask questions that many YouTubers, mainstream media, and global leaders often discuss only.
Cleaning and polishing shoes has forever been a job of the poor and looked down upon by those fortunate enough not to spend their lives on the streets. In the early Victorian era, a boot boy was a young male servant who cleaned and buffed the footwear of large households to give the desired shiny appearance. With the coming of branded shoe polish, however, any boy could set himself up as what was known as a boot or shoe black on the streets. You may well recall from history that in 1824, Charles Dickens, at just 12 years of age, was employed pasting labels on bottles of boot blacking. Today, you will hear a genuine account of the life of Victorian shoe blacks, told by John Thompson and Adolphe Smith in 1877. A photographer and journalist, respectively. They engaged in a social and documentary project to record and photograph the lives and conversations of everyday people on the unforgiving streets of 19th century London. London streets were filthy with muck, and there was plenty of work to be found for shoe blacks in the never-ending battle to keep shoes clean. The cry of, "Clean your boots, sir," would have been a familiar sound to all. The city's busy street corners and public places, like rail stations, were coveted for footfall and trade. You will find out that work was precarious, for competition for lucrative pitches was fierce, and boys who hadn't paid or couldn't afford the fee to join a brigade faced persecution, not least from the police. They were hounded away from the best and busiest street corners allocated for boys working in brigades that held licenses to work. Several brigades operated across London, and each had its own brightly coloured uniform, often red or blue. Established by the Ragged School Society in 1851, they offered employment and education to boys that would otherwise remain destitute on the streets. Some gave work to boys and men with physical disabilities. In the Victorian era, people with disabilities were commonly referred to as cripples. This offending word is, thankfully, not used today. But for historic context, you will hear it in Thompson and Smith's account about their opinions towards people with disabilities. You will discover that there was a constant war for trade between independent boys who enjoyed the freedom of the streets
White people didn't invent slavery. White people didn't invent slavery. White people didn't invent slavery. In fact, they were the first to end it. Yet somehow, saying this is controversial. Watch what happens when someone says it out loud.
The reason there is no slavery in the world today, I mean, there's a lot of slavery in the world today, but in the parts of the world where there's no slavery, is because the British Empire ended it. That's why there is no slavery. That is...
So,
well,
that's going to prompt
look, the
quite a
fact
few...
that you are uneducated about history doesn't mean it's funny. So let me educate you now. Let me educate you now. Let me educate you now. I know that the woke narrative and the anti-Western narrative on slavery... Well, you're not practicing free speech very well, are you? You're not practicing free speech very well, are you? The moment I say something you don't like, you're not practicing free speech very well, are you, sir?
Let's be clear. Slavery is evil, but it's an ancient human evil practiced by everyone, to everyone. 4 years ago, I went to Ghana. I stood in a slave dungeon where people who looked like me sold people who looked like me to white people. But long before Europeans began the transatlantic slave trade, there was a trans-Saharan slave trade. For over 1,000 years, brown Arab slavers sold millions of black Africans across the Sahara. Then came the Barbary slave trade. In North Africa, Arab and African raiders captured and sold over 1 million white Christian Europeans. China, Korea, Japan, India, every one of them practiced slavery. Europeans did take slavery to another scale when they came to Africa. But it's not because they were more evil, it's because they had the technology to commit evil on an industrial scale. So, which major power stopped slavery first? The British, in large part because of pro-human Christian values. The same values America was founded on. The same values that drove white Americans to fight other white Americans to free black Americans in the Civil War. Values missing in places like Libya, where today you can buy a human being for $400. White people aren't better than anyone else, but they're also not worse. Yet, some black people are taught to hate white people, and many white people are taught to hate themselves. We keep pretending evil has a color, as if less melanin means less morality. That lie makes us ignore history and fuels racial hatred. Right now, much of that hatred is aimed at white people. But why should black or brown people care? Because hatred is a hot coal that we hold in our hand, waiting to throw at another. It burns them, but it burns us too. It turns every problem into white supremacy while defending black degeneracy. And when the pendulum swings back, white people react with hostility, and then they defend white degeneracy. The only way out of this is to stop making morality about the color of people. Because in our capacity for good and evil, we are all equals.
I came across this video by this wonderful black guy, and it generated in me the urge to talk about slavery and all the lies and misconceptions that follows it. I'm a bona fide African, born and raised in Africa, so I think my account on slavery, especially from an African perspective, matters a lot. Now, you've probably heard before that white people invented slavery. Of course you've heard, okay? Because this narrative is being repeated on social media, in college classrooms, and even in pop culture, okay? It's being repeated everywhere. But what if I told you that that is not only historically false, but it is also dangerously misleading? Now, this video is not an attempt at making excuses for anyone, but it is a way of discussing this issue on a fuller, more honest historical view. Because here is the deal. White people did not invent slavery, but they ended it on a global scale. And I'm saying this as a bona fide African, okay? A bona fide African person who gives priority to facts over emotional grievances. Yes, slavery was horrific, okay? And no one should ever, ever justify it. But if we are going to talk about slavery, then let us talk about all of it. The full, uncomfortable global truth. Slavery has existed for thousands of years in every corner of the world, okay? In ancient Egypt, slaves helped build the pyramids. In Greece and Rome, entire economies ran on slave labor. The Chinese Empire used forced labor for massive infrastructure projects. The Ottoman Empire enslaved Europeans, Africans, and individuals from within its own territory. The Aztecs and the Mayans enslaved neighboring tribes. The Berbers, which refers to the pirates and slave traders from the coastal region of North Africa, specifically the Maghreb, that is the Moroccans, Algerians, Tunisians, and Tripolians, okay? They enslaved white people, Europeans. The Native Americans enslaved each other, as well as other neighboring tribes, okay? Everybody did it. Every race, every tribe. The brutal truth is that slavery was humanity's original sin, not Europe's. Now let's talk about Africa, because this is where the narrative often gets uncomfortable for some of us. Long before Europeans arrived Africa, okay? African societies were already enslaving each other. The kingdom of Dahomey in Benin, they built wealth by raiding villages and selling captives into slavery. The Ashanti region in Ghana, same thing. Slavery was a status symbol, a business, and a cultural norm. We're not just talking about domestic servitude, guys. We're talking about full-on human trafficking, okay? Long before the first Europeans set foot on African soil, Africans sold Africans into slavery. The transatlantic slave trade would not have been possible without African complicity. European traders didn't just march into the jungle and snatch people away. African leaders, kings, chiefs, and merchants captured and sold their own people, sometimes prisoners of war, other times innocent civilians that were captured by these kings and other leaders. Historian Henry Louis Gates Jr., a black scholar by the way, put it this way, okay? He put it very concisely. He said, without complex business partnerships between African elites and European traders, the Atlantic slave trade would have been impossible. Black Africans captured, packaged, and sold other Black Africans to white traders. That is a historical fact, okay? I'm sure you guys have heard of Mansa Musa of Mali, one of the richest men of the 14th century. But are you aware of how he greatly enriched himself, okay? Of how he was greatly enriched by slavery, buying and selling of fellow Africans. I'm sure you are not aware of this because this truth doesn't fit the usual narrative. Here's what's rarely acknowledged. White Europeans were the first to abolish slavery. Yeah. Britain banned the slave trade in 1807. The Royal Navy actually patrolled the African coast to stop slave ships. William Wilberforce, a white Christian male, conservative man, fought for decades to outlaw slavery in the British Empire. In America, over 600,000 people died in the Civil War, majority of whom were white men fighting to end slavery. But while white men were dying and giving their lives for slavery to be abolished, something interesting was happening in Africa, okay? Other Africans, kings, tribal leaders, warriors were fighting to keep slavery alive. They were giving their lives to keep their fellow Africans enslaved and in bondage. Isn't that interesting? The king of Dahomey, yes, black royalty, were among those who resisted and refused to stop selling slaves, okay? He literally told British envoys that ending the slave trade would destroy his economy. According to records from 1849, the Dahomey's king said this: "The slave trade is the ruling principle of my people. It is the source and glory of their wealth. The mother lures the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery." Different powerful figures in different African nations refused to end slavery because they were profiting off of it. In my country, Nigeria, the British had to come back with ammunition and weapons and launch a full-blown fight against us for our leaders to surrender and end slavery on Nigerian soil. Now, let that sink in. While the British were using their military to shut down slave ships, some African kingdoms were begging them to let it continue. Also, I have a question for us. Did any African empire or individual ever build ships, form expeditions, or wage wars to bring back the millions of men, women, and children shipped across the Atlantic? No, not once, not ever, not even a single expedition, not a single boat built. Also, they didn't try to rescue the descendants of the enslaved. They moved on. Why? Because they profited off of it. Their wealth, their status, their power was all built on slave trade. Also, if we are serious about truth, okay, we can't stop with Africa. The Arab slave trade lasted longer, reached further, and was often more brutal. From the 7th century until the early 20th century, Arab traders enslaved black Africans, primarily men, castrated them, and sold them throughout the Middle East, India, and even the Ottoman Empire. In fact, many historians estimate that over 17 million Africans were enslaved by Arab Muslims, far more than the 12 million transported in the transatlantic slave trade. And yet, where is the outrage? Where are the demands for reparations? Where is the demonization of Arab Muslims the way we see for white Europeans? It is all silent, always silent, because the narrative has been rigged to blame one group, ignoring the rest. So why is it that only white people get blamed for slavery today? Why are children in Western schools being taught that white equals oppressor and black equals victim, while history tells a much more complicated and shared story? Today's anti-white rhetoric isn't justice. It is revenge wrapped in identity politics, and it is also poison. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't teach slavery. We absolutely should, but we should teach all of it. All of it. Not a version that keeps black people trapped in a cycle of blame and helplessness, nor a version that presents Africans and Arabs as innocent victims and Europeans as demons. You cannot build a future when you are obsessed with victimhood. You cannot take responsibility for your life while blaming people who look nothing like the little minority of those who wronged your ancestors almost 400 years ago. We all deserve better than the lies we were told. We deserve better than victim narratives that strip us of our dignity. Yes, as an African, my ancestors were enslaved, okay? Some were brutalized, but others were part of the problem, part of the evil system. And recognizing that doesn't make me self-hating. It makes me truth-loving. Our greatness isn't found in pretending we were perfect victims, okay? No, it is found in learning from all of it. The good, the bad, and the ugly, and rising above it all. Slavery was a global horror, enabled by kings and conquerors of every race, every single race on earth. But only one group is still forced to carry the guilt. Why? Now, why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this because I'm tired of the lazy narrative. The one that says that all white people are guilty by default. The one that teaches young black kids that they are permanent victims. I'm tired of it all, okay? If we want healing, it should start with telling the truth. And if we want unity, we must stop weaponizing history to shame people today for sins of the past that only a minuscule of them, a minuscule of their ancestors committed. The transatlantic slave trade ended because Western civilization chose to end it. And that, despite all the darkness, is a legacy that is also worth remembering. But as always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions. Please feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or supporting the channel in any way that you can. Also, consider joining my X account and also my Rumble page. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
Here's a video that went up today. It's in Cabra in Dublin on Cabra Road. What it is, it's some foreigner who was allegedly molesting a young one on the bus, the number 38 bus. A man on the bus seen what he was doing, intervened, gave him a few slaps at the bus stop. And that's the video I'm going to play for you. Now the foreigner on the ground, I'm blurring his face out because there's this thing in Ireland called Coco's Law, where if I just show his face and I'm wrong and he turns out not to be guilty, I could go to prison. Which, look, that's fair enough. I thought we already had laws like that, defamation laws and whatnot. But to be fair, one man with a phone in his hand shouting that something just happened, it doesn't exactly prove it happened. So rather than be an idiot and give them a reason to put me in trouble, to stop me even doing this, to show you these videos at all, I'm just going to blur his face. It's easy as that. If you want to see who he is, go on Twitter. You'll find the video without it being blurred. Especially if you live anywhere on the 38 bus route. Anywhere between Cabra and Navan on that bus route, you're more likely going to run into this foreigner. Do I believe he's guilty? Yeah, I do. Just because of the emotions of the guy screaming at him and hitting him slaps, I believe it. I don't think he just decided I'm going to pretend this happened. The emotion sounds real, doesn't sound forced or faked. So I do believe it, but just for the sake of being responsible, I'm going to blur it.
You fucking, what's your name? What's your name? Carol. What? Carol. Right, I'm ringing the guards, Carol. I'm ringing the guards, yeah? Right, no, I wouldn't ring the fucking guards because I'm not a rat. Yeah. But you're a dirty bastard. I want everyone to see this is a pervert. I was on the 38 bus. Touching up a little girl he was on the bus, right? And the girl started screaming. Loading guys on the bus, nobody said nothing. I'm on the phone to my girlfriend. This cunt touching up the little girl. No, 13 years of age. No. She jumped off her mother, not one, only an Irish traveller, So we got him off the bus, and then it saw, no, what if starts touching up other girls? So I have him on camera now. Have you on camera? You fucking dirty bastard. These are the people. I'm not listening. I'm not being racist here. I'm an Irish traveller. I've been discriminated all my life in this country. I know. But listen, touching our little girls, doesn't come to, it's nothing got to do with travellers when it comes to us. We're Irish. They're our girls. You fucking Nazi bastard! I know people who... You're a nut. You're a nonce. I know. You're a nonce. You're a nonce. You're a fucking nonce. You're a dirty bastard. That's what you are. You're going to be all over fucking TikTok now, you bastard. These are the fucking professionals that are letting in. And you know what? No, the sickening thing is, there was 5 or 6 men on the bus. Younger than me. I'm 55 years of age, and not one of them doing nothing. You dirty, filthy bastard. You're all...
Right, there you go. Decide for yourself what you think, but I believe that happened. I believe that man seeing what he said he seen, and this fucking scumbag getting a few slaps because he deserves it. Deserves a lot more. And I get what the guy is saying. I'm not going to ring the guards. I'm not a rat. There's no point ringing the guards. They'll do him for hitting him slaps. That's what will happen if he rings the guards. So he got to hit him a few slaps, teach him a lesson, showed him that there's actual fucking men in this country, and he put him in his place there. He's belittled. He's sitting on the ground like a little bitch. He's no power, no authority. He's submissive. He's nothing. He's nobody. He's a cockroach. That's how he feels. That's how he looks. And that's what this man, this traveller, done. Made him feel like that. So he's right not to ring the Garda. All the Garda would do is save him from any of that. So you can go out empowered to do it again. Now, he might think twice. But this is my favourite part of that video.
It's nothing got to do with travellers when it comes to us. We're Irish.
Hello, hello. Hello, salty siren. Hello, hello.
Hypergamy has taken such a huge stranglehold in our society here. So how would you be able to convince the ladies to get on deck with something like this?
We will have to facilitate what I would describe as the great cultural spanking. The greatest secret sexual fantasy of demoralized liberal feminists is a total Aryan victory.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. We are building something real here. Free, unrestrained conversations and content that contend with the real issues. If you want to help us keep that going, feel free to buy the Frojax Brothers a coffee over at our Buy Me a Coffee link, or you can send some support to our Rumble crypto wallet. Every bit helps, and this helps us stay independent and deliver to you as much value as possible.
And while you guys are supporting the mission, make sure to check out frojax.net to see our merch designs that are dropping weekly. Here you can read more about who we are, check out some of our original music, and grab.
So I had 2 points of not contention, I guess. I just had questions, but I'd like to get to this first up basically.
Sure.
First off, well, I would consider myself a nationalist in your definition. When I'm talking to other people, I generally say white nationalist, but as you said earlier,
Sure.
it's sort of a concession on the whole point.
Right.
It's like, well, why do I have to defend that? You know what I'm saying? But this is bedtime. But either way, so here's like basically the concept of where I'm at personally is that I'm 20% Mexican, 80% Scotch Irish, and my nieces and my nephew are basically extremely white. You know what I mean? Like there's a little bit of Mexican in there. And so this is part of the reason why I've become so maybe obsessed is the wrong word for it, but maybe I'll find another one later on. But I have been studying this deeply, like basically nonstop for the last like 5 years, because I've seen what's going on in the country. And I don't want them to grow up in a nation where they're a hated minority. Just for looking the way that they do. You see what I'm saying? And so I know I've heard you say before, when you're responding to somebody else who is in a similar situation as me, you were saying, well, just do what you can, and when goes down, then we'll sort it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know you guys take a very big macro view of this sort of thing. And I like that you guys are so intellectual and you're very patient with people and you'll actually have these conversations and shit. But I think one of the most important things is like, it's very difficult to like define when a person is white enough, because the Mexican basically took over my fucking melanin. I don't know if you can tell, dude, but I'm pretty brown. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but I was joking. I say like I have a white brain, you know. But I guess I was just kind of wondering, like, since we've been dealing with this whole like multiple lifetimes worth of this experiment in the form of human beings mixing with each other over and over again. How do we find a way to build that coalition of the people who have partially mixed blood in them? You know, what do you think? What are you guys thinking about that? I know this is something that you can't really avoid thinking about. So
Yeah, we think about it a lot. I have an answer too.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Well, it's really going to be a matter of when the time comes, a decision will get made, right? So, for example, there's situations that are calling for organizations to already start. Return to the Land, Patriot Front. Patriot Front, their general policy would be 75% ethnic supermajority European. Now, but it's case by case. So if you're 75% white and 25% Mexican, it's not just a guarantee. It's like there's an ideological leaning. There's probably a phenotype, like you have to maybe look a certain way. I think the phenotype is probably the least important. It's also the ancestry, your affinity to the ancestry, your religious leanings, your ideological leanings, and also like what's the other 25%? Like if you're 25% Jewish, they're never going to let you into Patriot Front.
Right.
But if you're 20, yeah, but if you're 25%, say like if you're 20% North African, or say 20%, like Nick Fuentes is 25% Mexican. He's like an edge case. These are edge cases. These are things we don't know what to do with. Like do you identify as white? Like is that what you call yourself?
Yes. Yeah.
So you identify as white.
I hate when I hear Spanish and shit. I'd be out on the job site and I'm like, I can't even I can barely control my rage when I hear that. And it's not just because I'm like a mean, bigoted asshole or anything. It's just like, it's like a safety hazard. It's a cultural issue.
Yes.
Like the least you could do is come and actually learn how to speak English.
Well, it puts people like you in a f***ed up situation too, because you can't help what your genetics are. But now you're in this thing where you're like on the edge. But really, it's going to be a matter of someone is going to fill a void when it's time, and they're just going to make a decision, and it's going to be an unclean, pick a line, boom, and then just the rest just gets lopped off. And I think it will likely include people with small amounts of ethnic mixing. Like, what are you going to do? DNA tests to make sure everyone's 100% European?
Right.
That's not what's going to happen. It's going to be a combination of those things.
Identity, as he said before, it's a continuum, and being 20 or 25% Mexican is certainly a far cry from being 20 or 25% Black or Sub-Saharan African, or definitely Jewish.
Yeah, and there's a noticeable IQ difference. Like, they can't understand certain arguments, you know? Like, how are you going to present a hypothetical to somebody who doesn't understand the hypothetical? You see, because I was listening to your debate with, or I was listening to you guys have that interview with, what's his name from Stone something?
Oh, Stone Choir, Corey Mahler.
Yeah. That guy, dude. He had it perfectly, you know. And he went into that debate with James White, and it was like watching James White fold up for the billionth time. It's like, how do people even follow this guy anymore? You know, even on theological stuff, he's just so shaky on it. But
agreed.
But like, definitely one of the things is definitely I saw your interview with James Fishback, and when you asked him, "Are you white?" and he was like, "Well, I don't know."
Yeah, never thought about it. Such a lie.
Like, dude, I think about it all the time. What are you talking about? Like, this has to be a clear-cut answer, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
such a lie. Of course, we all think about it.
If we have another Nuremberg type of situation, honesty will go a long way, and that honesty is also recorded as well. And so I respect somebody who can just say what it is. If James would have said, well, I'm half Colombian, half white, I would have been like, oh, okay, it's a straightforward answer. Or if he would have said, I'm white, I would have been like, oh, I would like to hear why you think that. Like, we're willing to hear people out, but the whole floundering and oscillating back and forth, we have to be more affirmative on these on the matters of identity.
Shit, dude. It's pussy shit. It's like, you know, because this is another thing that I notice is with Black people. Some of my closest friends are half Black, right? But they don't consider themselves white. They say, I'm Black.
Exactly.
So it's like, well, what the fuck? You're half white, bro. How are you? Why are you throwing that part of yourself away? Like, lean into it. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like trying to get them to understand that. It's kind of difficult because you've had such this cultural indoctrination that if you're going to be mixed, you have to identify with whatever is not white.
Yep.
Which is totally wrong. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you're speaking English, first of all, you're using an iPhone, you're on the computer, you're doing all this shit, you drive a car, all this shit was made by white people. You know what I mean? It's like at least a little bit of gratitude, you know? I mean, even with James Fishback, it's like, you know, he said, well, I've never really thought about it. It's like, dude, you're speaking English, you're running for office in America. This place was built by white people. Why is this even a question? You would at least identify more with whiteness. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, which he clearly does because he's appealing to all the white talking points. He sounds like a white person. I mean, he's very much white presenting in many ways. So of course,
and his English is polished. I love that. Like that his English is polished. You know, there's a lot of things that I really like about him, but you know, he is a politician, right? So he has to make these concessions. But you guys are in a position where you're just like, you know what? Why do we have to make those concessions? Just be fucking honest, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I have a job. I'm a tattoo artist and a construction worker. I can say whatever the fuck I want to, and I do it all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I say, I don't even fucking apologize. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, whatever, dude, you know? But like, people in that position, it's like, I want to extend that understanding to them, where it's like, I understand you have a financial incentive to kind of be mealy-mouthed about this sort of a thing. But people have like sacrificed so much for this movement already. Like, there are people who are sitting in prison who shouldn't be right now. And like, you're scared that you're going to lose voters. Like, you know, you're scared that you're going to lose a little bit of money. It's like, dude, who cares about that shit, dude? It's the truth uber alles, right? Like, you know, so it's just kind of funny. And I guess the second point I would make, I would have a third one, but I don't want to keep you guys too long. You know what I'm saying? I know you guys have been going for a while, but
go ahead.
The woman thing.
Yeah.
I have questions about the woman thing because hypergamy has taken such a huge stranglehold in our society here. Even like decent normal men who work very hard and like, I'll put myself as an example, you know, like I wouldn't say that I'm like extremely handsome or anything like that, but you know, I shouldn't have such a hard time finding a meaningful relationship. It seems like back in the day, you'd find a meaningful relationship was difficult to find casual sexual encounters. Now it's very easy to find casual sexual encounters, but it's incredibly difficult to find a meaningful relationship with a woman.
Yes.
So when it comes to this movement, it's like, I guess, how would you, like, how do you guys think that maybe you would get the women on board? Not to say that that's obviously the most important thing, because, you know, everybody knows it's like, I subscribe to force doctrine, right? You're just talking about Andrew Wilson earlier. He sort of popularized that sort of idea. But like, sorry about that. But anyway, like, so how would you be able to convince the ladies to get on deck with something like this? Because it seems our culture makes it seem cool to be black.
Yes.
And it just grosses me out because I'm like, dude, there's nothing cool about that. Put on a fucking tie. That's cool, dude. Like,
Yes,
you know what I mean?
I have a number of really exciting theories. I'm actually working on this for specifically. We will have to facilitate what I would describe as the great cultural spanking, meaning that we have to fulfill all of what women actually secretly desire. I actually believe that the greatest secret sexual fantasy of demoralized liberal feminists, especially the white ones, is a total Aryan victory. Reverse psychology tells us that, especially with women, what they desire the most sexually is the thing that they don't have access to, right? And so people always say, you want what you can't have. Well, what is the number one thing we can't have in society? It's like white people collectivizing and advocating for their own in-group preference. And a lot of this can be demonstrated by the reverse psychology breakdown of like what happened when that ICE shooting happened up in Minneapolis. The number one search result for female erotica literature was ICE agents. And so this speaks to this sort of depravity that modern demoralized women have developed where they actually desire to be controlled. Why do you think there's shows like Handmaid's Tale? I think this is actually a subverted, suppressed manifestation of what women actually desire. And so I don't think that women have to be convinced. I think that women have to be led. I think that women have to be compelled. Now, a lot of people will be offended by this. I don't care. But I don't believe that women have the same level of consciousness or sentience as women, or as men, excuse me. I don't.
No, I agree. I agree.
I do not think that their biological design allows for it. And so women aren't required to hold conviction in the same way that men are. What we have to do is inspire men, quality white men, to hold that conviction. And then there also has to be a cultural element too. I think this movement needs to start to have sex appeal. I'm serious. I think that it can't just be a bunch of what I've described earlier. You mentioned you were listening earlier. It can't just be half people showing data with like pie charts and graphs and the other half like wignats screaming nigger. There has to be a compelling cultural element. I think my brother and I are going to be part of that. And I think that that's going to be compelling to women in some way. And also, you know, when you had what I describe as digital Caesarism, when you had like Andrew Tate run the circuit back in 2022, a lot of women were secret admirers of his. They wouldn't say that publicly, but he talks about how when he was, seemingly falsely accused of human trafficking, he got a lot of female support secretly. So there is sort of a deep, visceral desire that women have for dominant men because our society does not allow for it. Now, women are biologically designed to be sort of opportunistic, and because they bear children, that's the risk that they have. And so what affords them the best opportunity in terms of like utility when they express themselves in the world? It is to be beholden to the state. And what does the state say? Well, we're going to support you. We're going to get you in the job place. We're going to subsidize your lifestyle.
I'm your daddy now.
Exactly. And so we need to have essentially a real daddy, if you will. Excuse the term. And I think that that's going to happen soon. And I think we've seen sort of small fragmentations of that with like Trump. Trump was sort of like this populist figure when he first came out in 2015, 2016. And I think that he's sort of fallen short of his well, he definitely has fallen short of his promises. But that small insight into a potential victory, I think was symptomatic of what women actually desire and secret. So I think that there has to be a domineering yet sexy force, and people will hear that and think it's funny, but I think
you can't be fat. You can't be fat. We got to get rid of the fatties. You can't be fat. Like, it's 2026. Why are you fat? Like, come on, bro. Like,
Yes.
Yeah. So I appreciate you guys. You guys keep yourself in good shape. You know what I'm saying? And I think that helps with the way that your message hits people. There's a compelling aspect to being at least somewhat fit. You don't have to be beautiful. I look like a fucking crazy person, but people tend to listen to me, man. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, I work very hard on myself. And so you're right. It's like, it all starts with working on the self. And I have no shame in admitting that Andrew Tate helped me a lot with that shit, dude. Like a lot of his ideology I definitely subscribe to, especially when I was first starting to become conservative. I used to be a Satanist. Like, I used to be a super radical liberal, dude. Like, super on the other side of everything that I believe in now,
Did you identify more with your Mexican side then?
Oh fuck no, dude. No, not
really?
Like, no, dude, I hate that shit. Like, basically everything that has to do with it, I'm just like, you know what? Never mind. No, give me a cheeseburger and a fucking Cadillac. Like, I'm good. Like,
So wait, do you just
know what
have
I mean?
like a Mexican grandma or something?
Okay, so my dad is part Mexican,
Mhm.
right? And my mom's full white, like glow in the dark kind of white.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know. It's just it's strange because like I look so dark, right? People think that I would think a certain way, like just like they try to pigeonhole people. They try to pigeonhole black people in the same way, where just like you come across a conversation like that one with those with that conservative black couple that you had, and it's incredibly refreshing to deal with people like that because you don't expect them to think this way.
Yeah.
And like even with the tattoo industry, dude, when I started thinking this way, I lost all my clients. Like I took a huge nosedive, just like socially, with my money, everything, dude. But I just said, F it, like truth comes first, And then I built up a different type of clientele. And now I'm tattooing crosses all the time. You know what I'm saying? I'm like tattooing dads with 15 kids and shit. So it's like, so I'm like, that's the type of people that I want in my life. You know what I mean? It's like
People in the chat are asking, by the way, what is the face tat?
Oh, it's
I guess you
Old
have a couple
Norse.
of them.
Yeah, it's Old
Oh,
Norse, actually.
interesting.
Yeah, I'll give you a
Old
little bit of a
Norse.
close up here. Yeah.
What is it
Norse-
exactly?
It's a dragon.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's a Norse knotwork. It's a traditional style of tattooing. It's I've always been like more on the bold side. I guess sort of
Yeah.
we're going on a little bit of a tangent on the outside here, but I like tattoos where if you see it from across the street, you can tell what it is. Like I've always been a huge fan of that shit. I love your geometry, bro, because like
Hell
you can
yeah, thank
always you can see it from across the road and you're like, that's sick. Like
Yeah.
But yeah, in any case, that's definitely those are two of my main questions, and then just to go into the third. Sorry, I don't mean to keep you guys so long, but
That's no problem. You'll be our last one anyway.
Talking to you guys,
yeah,
man. It's fucking awesome talking to you guys.
yeah, it's a
man.
pleasure,
Like,
man. It's a pleasure. Likewise.
Yeah, but I guess the other one is the Christianity aspect, right? So I've done a lot of research in George Lincoln Rockwell. Have you read any of his books?
Yep.
Yeah. So in his book, This Time the World, it might be White Power. I think it was White Power. He went in detail into this. He said he was basically making all of the references toward the origin of the word fascism and the idea of fascism, and it comes from basically like 2000 BC Rome, where they were establishing what a state is, right? And so the concept is that the state comes above the individual. So people always, try to make this false dichotomy that you can't be a Christian or that you can't be a Catholic and a fascist at the same time. But what they don't really understand is like the actual this sentiment of fascism was built into the substructure of our entire society itself. So like, when people call you a fascist, they mean it as an insult, but it's actually a compliment because America was built to be a fascist nation. And so the whole concept is the state over the individual. I mean, you see the imagery all over Washington. It's all over the place. Like, you have the Lincoln Memorial. Under each hand while he's sitting there is a giant fascist. That's what it is. You know what I mean? So it's like, and that's why I really loved Thomas Rousseau, because he's incorporating all of these symbols, and it's just unapologetically, this is what America was supposed to be. So we have all these amendments and shit like that, but it's like, well, if you're going to appeal to the Constitution every time you have a problem with what people are advocating for, well, you're going to also have to appeal to the fascist foundation of this country. The word wasn't invented in the political way until Mussolini and Giovanni Gentile started popularizing it and making it a thing. But at the end of the day, like, they were promoting that idea before the idea was given a political understanding. You know what I'm saying? And so I guess what's your take basically on I know you said you've been to a Catholic church and stuff like this. You've been to the Mass. Have you been to a traditional Latin Mass?
So there's one in Sanford that I've heard interesting things about. I know that there's different types of, I don't know what it's called. There's like the actual traditional real one.
They're different rites. It's all the same authority, but they're different rites.
I forget this particular rite that's been promoted to me is like very extra ornate. Like it's just this, magnanimous presentation. I'm not sure what it is, but we went to like a traditional Latin Mass, which was still like beautiful, like robes and candles and all that stuff. Is that what you were asking if we've been to it? Yeah.
That's I think you might have been to one, but that's really what I'm kind of getting at, like, because Christianity has become so watered down and so strange. Like I would always I kind of jokingly call myself I'm like a 1300s type of Catholic. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like we there has to be reverence, and it has to be, you're going to serve something else. It's not for you. You know what I mean? Like, and you go to these Protestant churches and it's like You go there and you send your kids off into another room, and then, the pastor's up there and he's giving this big long spiel about how he had like a traffic incident on the way to church and it caused him to question his faith. And it's like, well, what the hell are we even doing? You know what I mean? It's like, this is gay, dude. Like, this is gay shit. Like, and there's nothing cool about that. You know what I mean? Like, well, the hand waving and all this, it's stomach turning. You know what I'm saying? And so, like,
yes,
I love the way you guys are approaching this, and I do appreciate that you guys are taking like sort of a 2 steps back approach on this. But I guess I just wonder if you guys would be considering taking Catholicism more seriously if it weren't so watered down. Even Catholicism, there's a lot of this like feminist and shit into it, like.
Yeah.
So maybe like in Eastern Orthodox, they're very stern as well with it. You know what I'm saying? So like, I have nothing bad to say about them either. But like, I just wonder if maybe some of your hangups are based on this 500-year-old tradition that isn't actually Christianity. It's a perversion of such. You see, like,
So
what are you guys thinking on that?
We'll jump in here. So one of the first things you said was about the issue of compatibility between fascism and Christianity. I guess somebody was
sorry, I jumped around a little
bit. No worries. Somebody was criticizing you for that. My answer to that would be, I don't believe that fascism and Christianity are inherently incompatible. It would depend upon if you're using a more contemporary version of Christianity that you're describing, which would weaken the ability for that fascism to like maximize its political potential, I guess is the best way to say it. But I think that the element that would bind those two together would be race. I think that you could have both, but you would have to have at least some level of homogeneity. And I guess more specifically on the question of Christianity or Catholicism, I've sort of come to inhabit a more agnostic / deist space in terms of my spiritual outlook, because we've been critical of it. We are not anti-Christian, but we're also very honest about the circumstances that we find ourselves in. And we're very open about who we talk to. I mean, we talked to Corey Mahler. We just had a great conversation with Adam Green. He's very much anti-Christian. I'm uploading an interview I had with a gentleman about paganism. I mean, we're very open-minded about this, but in terms of Christianity specifically, the biggest problem with the contemporary version that we are taught is the universalist point of view. Right. And that universalist point of view is what allows for all of this destruction through multiculturalism and diversity. I'm sure all the things that you have experienced or observed firsthand. And it's like, look, we've been to Mass, we've been to non-denominational, and even in the Mass, where they have all these traditions and all these rituals, and it's beautiful and ornate. There's fountains, and I really appreciate how specific everything is. Like, everything has a meaning to it. But then halfway through the, I guess sermon is the word, they turn on this video, this program, and they're talking about how they went to the third world and are trying to evangelize people in the third world. And I'm like, it completely ruins my experience, because what about us? What about our country? What about our people? And I'm sitting there like, is this demonstration, is that symptomatic of Catholicism in of itself, or is this subversion? It's like this endless thing. And to be honest with you, we've been talking about this a lot. I still don't know the answer. I'm open enough to say I'm really not sure if that's what it is at its ground level, or if it's subversion. I really don't know, to tell you the truth.
Well, that's fair, because the beginning of wisdom is, the fear of God, humility. You have to be humble and be willing to approach these things with an open mind. But since you said they put it on a screen, I'm thinking maybe that wasn't a TLM, because we don't do anything like that.
He's referring to like a non-denominational church.
Okay, yeah.
No, which is extra gay.
It was a video in the Mass, though.
Oh,
remember?
That's right. It was. Maybe it wasn't a traditional Latin Mass.
That's weird. We don't have like screens or anything like that. Maybe it's just my own personal experiences, of course, but I definitely I don't think that's the traditional Latin Mass. But I've talked to priests over this stuff, and the issue that I run into basically is when I start talking to a priest about this stuff, I'm not shitting on priests in any way, but like when I talk to them about this sort of thing, and I ask these questions when it comes to identitarianism and like the right of a nation to have a specific identity racially, I feel like I kind of run into a wall where they're like, you're a sharp guy, you need to be careful about that, and it's true, you do, because the pride of the intellect it can get in the way, you know what I'm saying? But like, but I think though there are components in the church that are made it, like, though there are people in the church who basically don't fully understand what it actually is, or they haven't done the proper historical research to understand what Christianity was historically, that doesn't detract from the actual like modus operandi, like the main thrust of Christianity, the point of it, like, you know what I mean? And so I think a lot more of it is all are justified equally by the cross, just like you're talking with Homeboy. But sanctification is a different process. The process of becoming more Christ-like is something that some people are a little bit more open to and some people are a little bit less open to, and generally races have different proclivities to that.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
and that is a Catholic doctrine. It's not to say, and see, this is the thing, it's like race mixing. So race mixing isn't technically a sin, but if you're a Catholic, you could have your own opinion on this and say it's degenerate, right?
Sure.
And so though it isn't technically a sin, it can still degenerate a society, which competes with the homogeneity and the ability for the society to accept Christianity.
Totally.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
totally,
and so, but yeah, you know, you look at the Coptic Christians, like they're very, very serious about their faith, and Christianity made it a very long way in Africa. But I think a lot of it did have to do with the fact that they were mostly black, you know? So you have certain people moving throughout societies at a very low number, and that was the spread of Christianity. It wasn't this mass, like nothing has happened like what we're seeing now. You know what I'm saying? And so, so I guess I would just kind of challenge you guys to consider that. You know what I mean? Just consider like maybe what you're being told about Christianity, even by the trad cats, as you know.
I think that's for sure true. Yeah, I think that I acknowledge all that you said. For me personally, my hang-ups are just more philosophical. Like I have to be compelled to believe that it's true. And despite my best efforts in trying to do so, I just don't.
Because you have the free will hang up.
Even with the free will hang up, like I could say free will doesn't exist, but still believe all the things in the Bible happened and the Christian God is the real God. I mean, that's totally possible. Like the Calvinists believe in predestination. So I mean, it's totally possible that all that's true with free will. I don't believe that it is for sure. I mean, it could be, but the fact that thousands of the smartest people all over the earth have been disagreeing about it is enough for me. It's like, what, you know, I could do all the research and come to my own decisions, which I've done some, and I'm at the position I'm at now. But, you know, there's 50 of the smartest people that believe in God, and there's 50 of the smartest that don't.
Right.
And there's no
see,
else.
But that's the thing, though, is that, like, you know, you'll find 100 of the smartest people who disagree with white identitarianism.
Totally, exactly.
And then you have like 5 who are like, okay, I see at least where this argument is coming from. You see,
and I'm compelled by it. I'm compelled by it.
Don't go off of the consensus.
I'm not going off of consensus, but I'm saying that I did my best as far as the research that was available to me, and my personal perspective is I'm just not fully convinced, frankly. That's just where I'm at with it.
This is the thing, is that you're still studying. It's a long journey, and you got a long life. You know what I mean? So like,
I may be a liberal by the end of my life. I don't know. Maybe I'll be a fucking little.
Who knows?
Maybe I'll be like a LGBT liberal, some shit, you know.
But yeah, so those were my questions. I don't want to keep you guys any longer. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us. What was your first name again?
Uxie.
Uxie. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too. You guys are doing excellent work. Please keep it up. Don't ever get discouraged. Just keep kicking ass, dude. You guys are literally, you're smashing through right now. It's awesome to see, dude. Got a long life. You know what I mean? So like,
I may be a liberal by the end of my life. Perspective is I'm just not fully convinced, frankly. That's just where I'm at with it.
This is the thing, is that you're still studying. It's a long journey, and you got a long life. You know what I mean? So like,
I may be a liberal by the end of my life. I don't know. Maybe I'll be a fucking little.
Who knows?
Maybe I'll be like a LGBT liberal, some shit, you know.
But yeah, so those were my questions. I don't want to keep you guys any longer. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us. What was your first name again?
Uxie.
Uxie. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
What was his first name? Oopsie? Is that what his tattoo artist said when drawing that shit in his face? Oopsie. Oopsie. Look at this. Look at this. Oopsie. Oopsie. We fucked up your face. Oopsie. Oopsie.
Yeah, you too. You guys are doing excellent work. But yeah, so those were my questions. I don't want to keep you guys any longer. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us. What was your first name again?
Uxie.
Uxie. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too. You guys are doing.
Oopsie. 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 We fucked up your face for life. That'll be $500 for the worst tattoo. The worst face tattoo I've ever seen. Oopsie. Oopsie. We drew a penis under your eye and a birthmark on half your face. Oh, oopsie. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. Lazy daisy. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. The closet told on him. Oopsie. Oh, yeah, that is weak. Very weak. It's not funny at all. They always do that. They just make themselves look weaker. They really do. They just make themselves look dumber. Helen Keller, even Helen Keller wouldn't want him. She'd feel him and go, oh, no, no, no. She'd start shaking her head and say that he stinks. And she'd feel that and think it was an ugly birthmark or something worse. She'd think that he was diseased and retarded. Helen Keller would probably say, oh, no retard, no retard. He'd be rejected by Helen Keller. Froge needs better guests. When have they had a good guest? I've never seen them have a good guest yet. They interview freaks and retards. Could they handle a true king? I would slice through them like a hot knife through butter. If I could get on their show, they would look foolish. They'd look stupid. And they'd look weak. Oh, my goodness. Oopsie. They really like that guy. They love that guy. I like this guy better than them. I like this Tigga here. Watch this. This is hilarious. And they're laughing. They love when black people say this. They love it.
These niggas, you can't trust.
Niggas.
These niggas, you can't trust me. I've been working with them for 45 years. A nigga just ain't gonna do the right thing. He got an attitude about that. These niggas, you can't trust me. I've been working with them for 45 years. A nigga just ain't gonna do the right thing. He got an attitude about everything. Pastor Manning, he ain't for the black man. He's against the black man. Then you got rap music. Damn. And it gets worse. Our youth today, you go to Daytona Beach, I don't know if y'all seen some of the videos. They even go to Ruth Chris restaurant now. They're like a bunch of monkeys. I swear before God. Black Gen Zers, somewhere between 15 and 30, they're like monkeys. They're like marauding.
Oh, they're grinning. They love it. They love it. They love this. They love this. You can't get the smile off their faces. They love it.
These niggas, you can't trust me. I've been working with them for 45 years. A nigga just ain't gonna do the right thing. He got an attitude about everything. Pastor Manning, he ain't for the black man. He's against the black man. Then you got rap music. Damn. And it gets worse. Our youth today, you go to Daytona Beach, I don't know if y'all seen some of the videos. They even go to Ruth Chris restaurant now. They're like a bunch of monkeys. I swear before God. Black Gen Zers,
Monkeys.
somewhere between 15 and 30, they're like monkeys.
Monkeys.
They're like marauding monkeys. Turn loose on shopping malls, restaurants, running amok, knocking over things, fighting and shooting and killing, half naked. They're like monkeys. Send asses back to the jungle.
All right.
They're smiling away. Look at this. They're like monkeys. Send them back to the jungle. Look at this.
Folks, I've said that. I've said it. Y'all got mad at me when I said I was calling black folks monkeys. Okay. I mean, if the shoe fits.
Calling them monkeys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, hey. Hold on. We got a guest here. I got to stop sharing this. Got to stop sharing the tiggas. Hello. Hello. Who is this? Is this Helen Keller? Hello, Helen. She's signing. She said, I'll translate. I don't want no retard tattoo face. Fuck that. Okay. Yeah, she signs sometimes with her hands. She's trying to speak. She's signing the words onto my face. She's feeling my face. Handsome devil. Thank you, Helen Keller. Thank you. Thanks for coming on the show. That was a surprise guest. Helen Keller, everyone, called me handsome. She felt my face with her hands. She's a face feeler. Helen Keller. That's incredible, isn't it? You know, she taught herself how to type. Blind and deaf. She can type. She can catch her mistakes and correct them. She can tell what kind of flowers they are by their smell. Just a miracle. She was a miracle. She really is. She didn't want that Tigga. She rejected him. She didn't want him. Let's put him back up on the screen just for a minute. Where's that Tigga? Where's that Tigga? First truth she shared. She was used for propaganda to do speeches all over the world about communism. She was quite something. This is Oopsie, everyone. Oopsie. Oopsie. I look like Oopsie.
Liberal, some shit, you know?
But yeah, so those were my questions. I don't want to keep you guys any longer. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us. What was your first name again?
Uxie.
Uxie. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
Man. Nice
Yeah, you too. You guys are doing so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us. What was your first name again?
Uxie.
Uxie. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
Oopsie. 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 I fucked up my life. Oopsie. Oopsie. I can't find a wife. Oopsie. Well, maybe it's what you did to your face. Did you ever consider that? Has that ever crossed your mind? Oopsie. Your 90-year-old friend sent you a Helen Keller quote yesterday. Oh my goodness. Oh, Helen Keller. Oh my goodness, Wendy. Helen Keller. She's something else, isn't she? Who exposed Helen Keller? I'm trying to think of the name of that guy that exposed Helen Keller. Who exposed the Helen Keller story? Wonderful European castles. Oh. In response to the castles, she had to bring up Helen Keller. Helen Keller. The Helen Keller story. How many years ago was this? 2023, I uploaded it to Odyssey, but I made it before then. This is the Helen Keller story, everyone. She was excellent at typing. She didn't even need a Braille typewriter, just a regular typewriter. She was so good. I mean, it's just, I think she could greet guests in her house. She'd just walk up to them. She knew who they were. Swimming in white guilt. Oh, the quote was about oneness. Oh my goodness, really? The quote was about oneness. Oh, Wendy. She shared a Helen Keller quote about oneness. It really is incredible. It's quite an incredible story, which I really don't believe. If you see what I'm saying, I'm very suspicious of this whole story. Might want to question it and why she's so famous still to this day. If you see what I'm saying, might be a big psyop. I would. Oh wow! And then a year after I made this video, they're wondering if Helen Keller was faking it. The Keller conspiracy. I didn't even know there was one. What would you learn if since a baby you were deaf and blind? By somebody just touching your palm, you're going to learn whole language that way, drawing on your palm? How are you going to understand what they mean? You know what I'm saying? Helen Keller. That's on my Odyssey channel. What a fraud. What a fraud. She'd walk across the room and know who her guests were. Completely blind. Oh my goodness. If we can't get wisdom, famous quotes from famous frauds, where can we get it from in this realm? What a remarkable woman. Did you know at one point they had her working on a lighthouse? Spotting the ships at sea? She could do anything. She was blind and deaf. She worked as a security guard at one point, I think. She could do anything. She was just remarkable. Just a simpleton. Alone we can do so little. Together we could do so much, Helen Keller. Oh, that's wonderful. Helen, that's wonderful. There is beauty in everything, even in silence and darkness. Somebody on Etsy put this over her face. It's just, it looks stupid. It does. It looks so dumb, I gotta be honest. It looks retarded. It absolutely looks terrible. When they're trying to honor her, people make her look even dumber. If I could have only one of my senses, then I would choose hearing. Then I wouldn't feel so all alone. Why do you feel alone? Yet it's a gift from God. What a gift. No wonder she was so loved. The only way to do great work is to love what you do. Sorry. Oh, that's so wonderful. Simple platitudes. People love it. The only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. Oh, she's so profound. So deep. So deep. When I was a young child, I kind of felt sorry for her, but I still wondered, how is it possible? All these huge claims, these feats that they claim she did. And I'm talking about when I was 3 or 4. I couldn't see through it at that age. Oh, Helen. You're remarkable. She could smell the emails even. The way that she could smell flowers. She was amazing. Oh, Helen. Helen Keller. Related to the other. We're all members of one body. Oh, Helen. I'm not related to these stinky bum tiggas. What you talking about? Helen Keller. What you be talking about, woman?
The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood. Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my
All right. Well, hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Is this still live? Are we live? Is this live? Is this live? Is this live? Hello. Hello, hello. I'm going to share something with you, Tiggas. Let's see here. Looky here. Looky here, Tiggas. Everything is downstream from spirit. Now that's a line. That's something quote worthy, that's meaningful. That's something quote worthy, that's meaningful. See that? Everything is downstream from spirit. Look at that. Right across her boobs. Everything is downstream from spirit. She looks like she's part Hispanic, I think. There you go. I make millions of dollars selling these shirts. Shirts, prints, posters, hats. There's Dolphin Jesus. E e e e e e. Everything is downstream from spirit. Black font on white. Look at that. Isn't that glorious? The glory of that. The glory. The glory. The glory. You can wear my words on your chest. Wear something that means something for once. Everything is downstream from spirit. Everything is downstream from spirit. That gay little weirdo demon slayer has a video out already hours ago saying that I'm grifting by selling artwork. He thinks that's grifting. He thinks selling artwork is grifting. I make millions of dollars from this. Millions. Obviously. So much of a profit on a $27 Canadian t-shirt, 25% off. $27 Canadian is about, what, $7 American? Everything is downstream from spirit. Look at that. Isn't that glorious? The glory. It's magnificent. You can buy this on canvas. Everything is downstream from spirit. I make millions selling these. Millions. Everything is downstream from spirit. On a clock. Right here. Glorious. Glorious. The glory. The glory of this. It's magnificent. Everything is downstream from spirit. So the retards of this world are buying Helen Keller crap, quoting Helen Keller, when people should be looking into what the Raven King has to say. Am I trying to get you to buy this so I make $1 or $2 in profit? No, I'm not. I don't need the money. I just make this stuff for people that are interested, especially these here. But I will drop the link for you in case you want to see it. Glorious, glorious. The glory. The Raven King. You can get it on the front or you can get it on the back. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you because I decided to put my artwork and some of my sayings on shirts, hats, etc. All of these things. Excuse my voice. I've been live streaming a lot and talking a lot. That's funny, Salty Siren. The glory. The glory. So little Demon Slayer says that I'm grifting. And I'm going to start sharing my artwork on my channel a lot more. I don't care who calls me what. I have the profit margin set way down on those channels on purpose. Yes, it is, Wendy. And that's part of what I'm doing as well. It's time stamped, showing that it's mine. I came up with that. It's in a song, multiple songs. It's in an esoterica video. None of these creatures can create anything. All they can do is slander me. That's all they can do. They can never create anything. Ever. They never create anything. These little creatures.
So you guys came over to this land just because like you wanted to expand or something?
We came over to this land because we ran out of room to be awesome. We wanted to come and we wanted to create more flourishing. We were real icy, we were willing to wait, and then we're like, we're done waiting. So let's go be awesome elsewhere.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. We are building something real here. Free, unrestrained conversations and content that contend with the real issues. If you want to help us keep that going, feel free to buy the Frojax Brothers a coffee over at our Buy Me a Coffee link, or you can send some support to our Rumble crypto wallet. Every bit helps, and this helps us stay independent and deliver to you as much value as possible.
And while you guys are supporting the mission, make sure to check out Frojax.net to see our merch designs that are dropping weekly. Here you can read more about who we are, check out some of our original music, and grab one of our high-quality clothing items to represent the movement. And when you're there, make sure to sign up for our email list for exclusive discounts and future announcements.
If you want to hang out with us live, ask questions, debate, or just hang out with the community, we go live on Rumble at least 3 times a week at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure to follow us on X and Instagram to stay up to date for our live stream announcements.
All of our links are available right there in the description below. We appreciate you guys being part of the team. God bless you and God bless America. Here you can read about who we are, check out some of our original music. Forest. You can read more about who we are, check out some of our original music, and collect one of our new
Collect one of our action figures. Get a little Jackson bobblehead.
Hello, Drippy with a J. How are you, sir?
What's the word? So I just got a question.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
So do you guys think that white people are superior to
By
other
what
races?
metric?
In what category?
When it comes to what do y'all be saying? I'm not sure. Just everything, like in every category. and
We're
stuff.
better. We're better.
Like,
We're
just
better
at life.
We're better in the most categories. Yeah. Overall, yes.
Okay, and because in your last video, or no, not your last video, in the video where it said race debate goes wrong or something,
Mhm.
at the end you said like basically your guys' viewers are gonna agree with you guys, and the
Mhm.
other guy's viewers are gonna agree with his, and then it's just gonna be like may the best man win or something, and it will be whites because we're better or
Yep.
whatever.
Yes. Correct. We're better at organizing, which would be in that context what we're talking about specifically.
The reason why we said that and why that's important is because we've sat down and had extensive conversations where we're going over statistics, the disparities in crimes. We talk about sociological issues, political issues, all these different things back and forth. And the information is rarely received. It's never understood. And so the reality is that people are going to be beholden to their tribal interest, and we expect white people to do the same. And on that basis, may the best man win. It's really that simple. It's always been that way throughout history.
Okay, and and then here's another question. So do you guys hate any other race? Like, is there any race that you hate?
I would reciprocate hate to anybody that hates me.
Yeah, I hate all that which seeks to implicitly or explicitly destroy me. I don't hate any living creature just by virtue of living, but I certainly do hate specific cultural attitudes. So when we're talking about problems in interracial relations, we're really just talking about cultural attitudes, which isn't one-to-one perfectly mapped onto race, but it's very reliable because race is a foundational component of our identity. And identity power is downstream from identity, and identity is your cultural attitudes essentially. So there are plenty of cultural attitudes which I would say that I despise, and many of them are characteristic of groups as a whole. So for example, like violence and entitlement, they're very characteristic of the American black community. I do hate those cultural attitudes, but I don't simply just like hate you because you're black. If that's what you're asking.
Okay, and then so with the whole black thing, like did the black shit, like what were we being called in when Christopher Columbus came over to America, when he discovered it in 1400s and stuff? What was he calling like people who look like me? Was he calling us black, or
Well, he
what were
spoke
they calling
Spanish,
us?
so he probably said negro or something like that.
Negro?
I mean, he spoke Spanish. I don't know what he called black people.
Okay.
Well, black in Spanish is like negro.
Negro.
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly saw them as distinct from Europeans, though.
He's written about that too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he saw them as a distinct people, just as black people saw Spaniards as distinct people.
Just as black people see themselves now as distinct people.
Right. I'm curious what the intent of that question is, though. Like, what is the purpose of that?
I mean, it's like with the whole, because me personally, I just think the whole black thing is just another label to further divide us and take away the power in our name, or whatever our original name was, or like it's just not as strong as like indigenous or